Chapter 280, Where's My Father? Chapter 280, Where's My Father? Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew smiled smugly. You should be happy that your magic consultant has his own information channel, my lord. At the same time, he wondered if Lorraine was looking for a proper job as an editor of Alliance Weekly. Rhaegar thought about it carefully and agreed. So he excitedly asked Matthew. Then do you think there are any men of the right age in our territory who have the chance to hook up with the daughter of the city lord of Deep Blue Port? Matthew looked at him strangely. Rolling Stone Town is thousands of miles away from the East Coast. Why are you considering this? As if our people have a chance to meet the princess of Deep Blue Port. Rhaegar was about to say something when Zeller walked in, looking travel-worn, and interrupted their conversation. Has the haunting been resolved? Rhaegar took the coffee from Madame Wesley and took a sip. Zeller nodded. Yes, the source of the haunting is a group of high-level ghosts, but they don't seem to be very aggressive. I played hide-and-seek with them for a few days and finally made a deal with them. They have left the southern trade station now and should be hiding in the Undercity. They shouldn't disturb us for the time being. Rhaegar asked curiously. Why have the things in the Undercity been running out recently? Is the Underdark so terrifying that even ghosts can't live in it? Zeller shrugged. Matthew handed over his plan for the scorched earth of death. After reading it carefully, Zeller's eyes lit up. I think this plan is feasible, but the actual effect still depends on the situation of the experimental plot. What do you think? Rhaegar thought for a moment. I've asked a few old men over the past few days. They don't think it's a good idea, but they all think it's worth a try. Since you've agreed, let's give it a try. But Matthew, you must remember to be careful. This is Rolling Stone Town. I don't want anything to appear on this land that will affect my people's survival and happiness. Matthew nodded heavily. The three of them chatted for a while. Zeller suddenly asked. How's your transformation going? Matthew helplessly pointed at the 3 sheep on the ground. It didn't go well. I seem to lack talent in the field of transformation. It's strange. After these days of hard work, I can clearly sense what kind of existence a goat is, but I still can't turn a living thing into a goat. As he spoke, he ran back to his office and pulled out a little pig. Matthew used malicious shapeshifting on the piglet. Bang! The piglet was covered in white wool, and its 4 limbs already looked like a goat, but its ears, nose, and tail still looked like a piglet. Matthew spread his hands. See, that's it, always missing a little bit. Zeller observed for a while and asked curiously. I don't think there's anything wrong with your transfiguration. Wait, I know what the problem is. He clapped his hands and asked Matthew. When you cast the spell, did you not have any malice towards the target? Matthew was stunned. Do I still need malice? Zeller said. Of course. Think about the name of this spell, malicious shapeshifting. If you always use the shapeshifting spell on the target with good intentions, of course, you won't be able to transform into the right form. Matthew was enlightened. But soon, he felt troubled. This little pig looks so cute. It's hard for me to harbor any malice towards it. Zeller thought for a while and suddenly looked at Rhaegar. Rhaegar, help Matthew. Rhaegar put down the newspaper and asked inexplicably. How? Zeller laughed. When you were young, you were best at provoking. Don't tell me you've forgotten your speciality. Rhaegar thought for a moment. That's not difficult. As he spoke, he provoked Matthew. Look at how skinny you are. You must have never had enough to eat since you were young, right? Learning a spell would waste the lives of so many lambs. It's better to change careers and become a chef. Matthew was expressionless. Zeller encouraged. Come on, Rhaegar. Rhaegar thought about it again and suddenly smiled lewdly. Your mother said I was great in bed last night. Matthew looked angry. However, this anger quickly calmed down. Because his mother was not in this world. Zeller encouraged again. Show me the power you used to provoke the succubus queen. Rhaegar could only put down the newspaper and say, I burned your forest. At that moment, Matthew's mind exploded with primitive anger. That anger quickly turned into malice. He instinctively raised his hand. A light flashed. And there was a goat behind the desk. You did it, Matthew. Zeller congratulated. Matthew was also delighted. He wanted to say something. Just then, a youthful and beautiful figure ran in from outside. She greeted the two of them, then looked around for a while and asked curiously. Where's my dad? Isn't he usually here at this time? At this moment, the goat behind the desk made a bleating sound. It instantly attracted Sif's attention. Chapter 281. Chapter 281, This goat is a little too noisy. Chapter 281, This goat is a little too noisy. Translator, Lonely Tree. Are you looking for Rhaegar, Sif? Matthew asked unnaturally. Sif placed her hands behind her back and nodded slightly. Then, she said in embarrassment. I originally had something to discuss with my father, but since he's not here, can I discuss it with you, Matthew? It won't take up too much of your time. Matthew coughed heavily. He took the time to give the angry goat an innocent look and then looked at Zeller for help. I suddenly remembered that there's something very important. I'm sorry, I'll have to go first. With that, he left the office without looking back. Meh. The goat stamped the floor angrily. Sif glanced at Matthew and blushed. There are only the two of us now. Matthew felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly said. I also have something. However, Sif interrupted him. She boldly grabbed Matthew's hand, her eyes bright and moving. Aren't you going to show me your office? Father never let me come here before. Meh. Boom. The goat jumped onto the desk and lowered his horns. It was about to charge at Matthew. Matthew quickly pushed Sif away. I have a lot of confidential documents in my office. I'm sorry, Sif. I can't show you around. Besides, this isn't a place for you. You have to listen to your father. Hearing this, the pair of goat horns raised slightly. Sif was a little stunned after being shaken off, but she didn't vent her dissatisfaction on Matthew. Instead, she aimed at the rubbing goat. Matthew. This goat is a little too noisy. I hate him. Can you chase him away? The goat was stunned. A few meters away, Matthew could feel the other party's cold emotions. My little princess, Lady Juniper is still looking for you all over the world. Don't loiter around here. This is a place for men. At the crucial moment, Madame Wesley had emerged from some unknown corner. She grabbed Sif's arm without hesitation and dragged her out forcefully, ignoring her pitiful pleas. Matthew glanced out of the corridor. Zeller gave him a thumbs up. Listen, Rhaegar, it was all a misunderstanding. I'm very grateful for the sacrifice you made for me to learn transfiguration. I will repay you in the future, but now, please don't be impulsive, okay? I believe that there should be some friendship between us. Matthew nervously reminded him. Under the goat's murderous gaze, he braced himself and dispelled the malicious shape-shifting spell. With a rub, Rhaegar returned to his original form. However, he did not pounce on Matthew immediately. Instead, he went into the room behind the office. Matthew, I have a problem here. Can you come and help me? Rhaegar's calm voice came from the room. He sounded quite stable. Matthew let out a small sigh of relief. He tried to walk to the door of the room, but the next second, he was scared out of his wits. Rhaegar, who was wearing pajamas, suddenly pulled out the big sword from the wall and rushed towards Matthew expressionlessly. Come over and let me chop you. Just one strike. I promise I won't use it a second time. 2 days later, Matthew, accompanied by 177, arrived at the 14th floor of the Cauldron House. The 15th and 16th floors above were the special offices of the Seventh Saint Alliance. The Alliance's efficiency was unexpectedly high. Matthew had received permission to apply for the Scorched Earth of Death ritual yesterday, and his application for employment had been approved a day earlier. He was here to register today. In front of us is the registration counter for newcomers. Generally speaking, Alliance members will only use this place twice in their lives. Once is to register when joining, and the other is to cancel after death. 177 introduced enthusiastically. Of course, if you plan to betray the Alliance and then join again, you will come here a few more times. Matthew smiled. Are you nervous? 177 asked with care. Matthew nodded slightly. A little. 177 said heroically. Actually, you don't have to be nervous at all. After all, I'm the big boss of Alliance BL. With me here, not many people dare to make things difficult for you. Come on, let's go meet that dwarf whose asshole is brighter than his eyes. As they spoke, he led Matthew to the registration counter. At this time, there was no one in front of the counter. Only a mechanical dwarf dressed in a suit and wearing thick glasses was busy alone. Matthew glanced at the table behind the counter. There were screws, iron sheets, and magic crystals that could emit light and generate electricity on the floor. Hey! Old man. It's time to do your job. 177 punched the counter. Matthew was surprised to see that the counter had only collapsed a little, not completely. What kind of high-strength material is this? Matthew couldn't help but feel curious. The mechanical dwarf behind the counter raised his glasses and sneered. So it's you rude male dog. 177 was furious. Who are you calling rude? The dwarf said gently, the thing who responds is rude. 177 threw a punch at the dwarf furiously, but the dwarf did not dodge at all. He only pushed his glasses up. Chapter 282 Chapter 282, This goat is a little too noisy. Chapter 282, This goat is a little too noisy. Translator, Lonely Tree. I was planning to change my body. Thank you for the reimbursement. The fist instantly stopped. However, 177's fist whine still blew the mechanical dwarf's clothes into a mess, and even his bow tie was hanging at the back. Newcomer registration. 177 said unhappily. This is your job. If you can't even do this well, there's no need for the Alliance to set up a special office in the Cauldron House. The mechanical dwarf elegantly fixed his bow tie. You have no right to tell me what to do. You are only the chief of the Cauldron House, and I am the representative of the Alliance. This is my place, not yours. 177 corrected. It's the Emperor of the Cauldron House. And even in terms of league titles, I'm one rank higher than you. I'm BL. The mechanical dwarf said slowly. You used to be one level higher than me, but recently, the Alliance changed my title. I'm now BL too. 177 was instantly angered. So, if you want me to do something for you, then say something that I like to hear in a good tone and not come up and put on airs for me. The mechanical dwarf slowly adjusted the details of his clothes. It was clearly a mechanical voice, but it was full of sarcasm. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't suddenly have a headache and go to the toilet for a few hours. When the time comes, only this pitiful newcomer will be implicated. 177 shouted. Corrupted. You're completely corrupt. Matthew, did you see that? I want to establish the Alliance Must Die organization not because of selfishness but because it has indeed reached the point where I have no choice but to do so. Matthew could already tell that there was a grudge between 177 and the mechanical dwarf. He wanted to mediate. The next second, the mechanical dwarf suddenly pressed his hands on the counter and moved his head closer to Matthew. Is your name Matthew? Matthew took a step back in discomfort. My name is indeed Matthew. The mechanical dwarf's expression instantly changed. So you're the famous Mr. Matthew. Why didn't you say so earlier? Look, this stupid dog almost wasted your time. Please follow me. We have prepared a special passage for you. All the procedures required for registration are in place. My name is David. You can order me around as much as you want. There's no need to be reserved. Just treat this place as your home. The mechanical dwarves that you can see with your naked eye are all your servants. David enthusiastically led Matthew to the counter. 177 wanted to follow him in, but David stopped him mercilessly. Sorry, the special passage does not allow non-staff members or alliance members below B2 to enter. 177 stared at him. I've never heard of such a rule. David adjusted his glasses. I just added it. 177 rolled his eyes and suddenly pointed at Matthew. He's not a staff member either. Why can he enter? David bowed politely to Matthew. Because he's L. In the history of the Alliance, there are only a few L members. Hearing this, 177 was completely stunned. I'm sorry to make a fool of myself. Mr. 177 and I have an unhappy past, so it's inevitable that we bump heads when we meet. Along the way, David apologized politely. Matthew waved his hand. It's fine. I'm just curious about what happened between the two of you. David said calmly. He tore my wife apart. Matthew was full of question marks. 177 is an extremely loveless guy. I'm afraid he hates me because I often show off my love in front of him. Then, one day, my wife left the Alliance's territory to work for me. She didn't return after a long time. When I found her, she was already a pile of spare parts. All of this happened within the confines of the Cauldron House. I was in so much pain. However, 177 insisted that he didn't do it. He didn't know who killed my wife. I couldn't believe his words at all. You have to know that he is the Tower Spirit. Other than the 3 floors of the Alliance, the Cauldron House is the territory of the Tower Spirit. There is nothing he does not know. His excuse after the incident was perfunctory. As if the magic crystal at the crime scene had suddenly lost its effectiveness. Even though the Alliance managed to get my wife back, I still feel that she has changed. For this reason, half a year later, my wife and I have also separated. Mr. 177 was naturally gloating over this. From now on, I'll be alone as he wished. Therefore, I will never give him a good time. After listening to David's narration, Matthew politely said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked so much. A bright smile appeared on David's face. Al, you can ask anything you want. It is our mission to serve a big shot like you. We mechanical gnomes are happy to answer your questions, so please don't be too reserved. As he spoke, David led Matthew through a moon gate that was filled with stars. A slight spacetime distortion could be felt. The scene in front of him flashed. They arrived at a small square that was crowded with people. Above his head were lifelike portraits of well-known mages. Under his feet was the burning inferno, and there were demons that seemed to want to reach out from the fire and drag the people on the floor into it. It is said that this design helps to increase efficiency. Chapter 283, Chapter 283, This goat is a little too noisy. Chapter 283, This goat is a little too noisy. Translator, Lonely Tree. David pointed at the purgatory scene under his feet and introduced it. Then, he asked Matthew. Did you bring magic photos? Matthew shook his head. He had been living in Rolling Stone Town for a long time and rarely came into contact with the Mage Society. He had only seen magic photos in the Alliance Weekly. They were black and white photos similar to holographic projections, which belonged to the advanced application of the magic industry. Then we have to take a photo first. David walked in front and led Matthew to a crowded place. There were also a few mechanical gnomes in the hall who seemed to be of a lower level. They were originally busy talking to other mages, but when they saw David pass by, they stopped what they were doing and bowed to him. Matthew followed behind David and walked smoothly. Why are there so many people today? David asked a short and fat dwarf in the crowd. The other party replied. Today happens to be the day of registration for the senior students of the Southern Mage Academy. They are all apprentices who are about to graduate. I see. I forgot. David slapped his forehead. He brought Matthew forward, and a room appeared in front of him. There was a long line at the door of the room. Matthew looked around curiously. This was the first time he had seen so many mages. Even if they were just apprentice mages, the number was still shocking. The age of these mage apprentices varied. The youngest was only 11 or 12 years old, and the oldest was estimated to be 30 years old. At this moment, they were all lined up in the same line, giving off a subtle feeling. Make way, children. David walked to the door of the room in one breath. Under the unhappy gazes of the apprentices, he calmly said to the staff in the room. Take the picture for my handle first. He is Al. When David said the second sentence, all the dissatisfied, angry, and hateful gazes turned into amazement, envy, and flattery. A bold blonde girl rushed out of the team and ran to Matthew to ask. Hello, my name is Leslie. Can we have dinner together? I feel like I have a lot of questions to discuss with you. As she spoke, she spread her arms and combed her hair. With this action, her exaggerated chest curves left a shallow mark on her mage robe. I'm sorry, Matthew said as he tried to avoid her. The girl took another step forward. Do you think I'm not attractive enough alone? I can ask my best friend to accompany you, as long as you give me a chance. You're an Al, and you have a lot of extra project resources. You just have to give me the smallest project resource. My ability in magic theory is also very solid, and I won't let you down. As she spoke, she stuffed a piece of paper into Matthew's hand. Immediately after, several boys and girls rushed over. Matthew rushed into the room under David's cover. While dodging from the corner of his eye, he saw the blonde girl named Leslie blocking the others for him. Seeing this, the apprentice mages immediately cursed. What are you doing? Leslie? You're blocking us after you're connected to Al. You're a fucking bitch. Leslie retorted fearlessly. So what if I'm a bitch? It's 10,000 times better than you, hesitant trash. A red-haired girl pointed at her nose and scolded Leslie. What kind of mage are you that you're selling your body in exchange for magic resources? Bitch. As she spoke, she took off her high heels and was about to hit Leslie. Seeing that the crowd was agitated, Leslie said calmly. You heard it just now. I told Big Boss Al that I have a best friend. If Al contacts me, the question now is, which one of you is willing to be my best friend? In an instant, the red-haired girl threw her high heels on the ground. She took his arm affectionately. Oh, my dear Leslie, of course, I'm your best friend. Leslie sneered at her. What kind of mage are you that you're selling your body in exchange for magic resources? The girl said calmly. Those people are just jealous of you. As the door of the room closed, more and more girls gathered around Leslie, trying to curry favor with her. The male acolyte could only watch the scene. Until a slender and elegant boy took the initiative to walk up to Leslie and ask with a smile. Ms. Leslie, you don't mind that your best friend's biological sex is male, right? Leslie was stunned. In the next second, the boys looked at each other. Then, they swarmed forward. The entire hall was in chaos. The floor of the small room was covered with complicated magic incantations. Under the guidance of the two mechanical dwarfs, Matthew quickly completed the magic photo shoot. Not long after, David took out of the film. For Al, the photo service here is completely free, but if you want to find a suitable frame to frame your photo, well, the frame needs to be purchased at your own expense. He introduced. As for other mages, taking a photo would require a considerable amount of money. As they spoke, he led Matthew out of the small room through another exit. After that, the two of them passed through several moon gates in succession. They went to different rooms to go through the process. 15 minutes later. Matthew received proof that he was a new member of the Alliance of Seven Saints. It was a magic license with a magic photo. He held the license in his palm and looked at it. His smile in the photo was a little stiff. Before giving out the new member benefits, I have to explain the rules of the Alliance of Seven Saints to you, David said seriously. As a member of the OWL rank, you have higher authority and status than most people. There are 3 things you can't do. First, you can't commit serious crimes against the heavens. You will have to check the details of any serious crimes against the heavens that are clearly defined in the Alliance Encyclopedia. There will be a large book in the newbie welfare package that will be distributed later. Second, leak confidential information, especially information that can be found without clearance, which is information that meets the Alliance's Level 9 confidentiality agreement. To the Alliance, there must be a reason why a secret was a secret. Leaking a secret was a more serious crime than rebellion. Third, kill more than 5 people within a year. Matthew frowned. 5? David nodded and said. Yes, less than 5 lives can be considered a reasonable expenditure for spell research. However, if it exceeds 5 lives, even if it's an OWL, you still have the possibility of being held accountable. In fact, at the beginning, try not to hurt the innocent was the basic requirement of the Alliance for every intermediate mage. But gradually, the higher-ups realized that this was not realistic at all. Which mage doesn't kill? Hearing this, Matthew suddenly felt that the mages of the Seven Saint Alliance were a little similar to the gods of the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 284, Chapter 284, A Gift from the Mentor. Chapter 284, A Gift from the Mentor. Translator, Lonely Tree. Next up is the benefits you can enjoy. David introduced skillfully. The rights at the top of the list are naturally the application quota for advanced research projects. Every winter, you can submit your research projects for the next year to the Alliance and apply for funding for related with your current situation. You can apply for at least 1 OWL, 3 B2S or 4 BIS, and even more C or D level projects every year. Once these projects are approved, you will receive substantial funding and resources. You saw it just now, those enthusiastic apprentices. This was the most coveted aspect of OWL. The apprentices who were pre-employed were usually DI or D2, and they could only apply for topics on the level of how to change the glow color of the fireball or how to strengthen the effect of the shaving technique. Forget about the lack of funding. Even if they produced results, no one would care about them, and there was no way for them to accumulate knowledge points. Therefore, you can use this to your heart's content and squeeze out whatever value you want from those acolytes. Don't feel bad for them. Everyone does it. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you that knowledge points are a very important resource in the Alliance. They are more precious than gold. It could only be obtained by getting them from others or doing research. You can use it to exchange for any new magic theories or spell models in the Alliance's self-developed spell library. Believe me, the research results of spells within the Alliance of the Seven Saints are beyond the reach of the outside world, especially the battle spell series, which were contributed by those crazy researchers in the Forbidden Land. If you have enough knowledge points, I strongly recommend you to sign up for a combat spell crash course. No offense, but it will quickly make you realize the huge gap between a rogue mage and a mage who was trained in the orthodox path. Matthew nodded solemnly. He remembered every word David said. Although Matthew didn't intend to walk the orthodox path of a mage, it was always good to learn more. The second page of your spell license will show the real-time updated knowledge points. Look, right here, it's currently 0. David pointed to a corner of the license and said. Normally, it takes 1 to 3 knowledge points to exchange for a combat spell. For example, the latest version of Counterspell is 1.5, Rebound Spell is 2.5, and the more powerful Natasha's Wild Laughter costs 3 knowledge points. Natasha's Wild Laughter? When Matthew heard the name, he knew that its function was similar to the cough staff. He couldn't help but be curious about the Alliance's self-developed spell library. The spells that he was learning on his own were all the popular versions, which were the versions organized by the goddess of magic during the Age of Enlightenment. Although there was no such thing as outdated magic, compared to the spells developed by the Seventh Saint Alliance, his spells were probably considered ancient magic. Matthew was eager to see what modern magic looked like. Unfortunately, the balance on his spell license was 0. We can only wait until we deal with the Scar of the Dead. Matthew thought helplessly. At this moment, David took out a bunch of shiny gold keys and brought Matthew to a room full of cupboards. David shouted. The group of demons from the ceiling flew down. Such a young Lord Owl? Do you need the services of the fairies? It only costs 100 gold coins per hour, hee hee. David waved his hand and scolded. Bring the thing over. The goblins left, grimacing, and soon flew back with a trunk in their arms. David took out a crystal key and opened the box. Matthew was immediately blinded by the golden light in the box. The chest was filled with gold coins. Don't be too happy, Mr. Matthew. David chuckled and reminded him. Only the top layer has gold coins, so there isn't much in total. This form of storage originated from the bad taste of a supreme mage. He felt that he had to use gold coins to torture the ambition of the new recruits. If they wanted more money, they would work for the Alliance. Please count it yourself. This is the list of items that Al should have. By the way, your arrival is very coincidental. The spring benefits are being distributed. I'll go get them for you. As he spoke, he walked deeper into the room. Matthew bent down to count the items. In addition to the 500 gold coins, there were 2 sets of mage robes of different thicknesses in the box. What made Matthew puzzled was that the standard mage robes issued by the Alliance actually increased charm. The enchantment spells on the mage robe were also Radiance and Daily Cleansing. The former could slightly improve a person's appearance and make them look more energetic. The latter provided an automatic cleaning spell once a day. In comparison, Matthew felt that bathing was more comfortable. There was also a blank spellbook, a 100-point borrowing voucher, used in the Alliance Library, a thick Alliance encyclopedia, and an old-fashioned blanket. No, not a blanket. This was a magic carpet. Matthew shook the carpet, and the ladder floated in the air. He tried to sit on it, but the magic carpet slipped away. If Matthew weren't agile, he would have fallen. The magic carpet usually has some spunk to it. You have to train it for 2 days before you can use it. David walked over with a smile. If you don't like it, you can change it to a broomstick. The latter can accelerate faster and fly higher. It's a flying prop that young people prefer. Chapter 285 Chapter 285, A Gift from the Mentor. Chapter 285, A Gift from the Mentor. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew asked. Are magic carpets and broomsticks given out randomly? David explained. You can only choose one. BL and above have the right to choose, but the default is to get the magic carpets unless the user insists on changing. Matthew asked curiously. Why? Is it because the magic carpet is cheaper? David made an exaggerated gesture. Do you know what the death rate for broomsticks was before the Alliance introduced the speed deceleration order and the drinking restriction order? Every year, at least 15% of the mages who used broomsticks frequently died from falling to their deaths. That's not counting a large number of disabled people. Although spells could heal their wounds, most of them had developed acrophobia and could not even sit on a magic carpet. Compared to the magic carpet, it was much safer. The death rate was only 1%. Matthew asked in disbelief. You can die riding a magic carpet? David explained. Of course, the magic carpet flies very slowly. It's easy for the birds of prey or dragons in the sky to treat it as delicious food. Moreover, the magic carpet's surface area is very large, and its load capacity is also very shocking. Therefore, some mages take advantage of this. Some mages like to do it in the air. You know, the last time I heard of a magic carpet accident, people found a small elephant that fell to its death within 5 kilometers of the magic carpet and its rider. You can probably guess how crazy some mages are. At this point, David sighed. Therefore, I personally suggest that small flying props are only suitable for short-distance travel or flirting. It is dangerous to fly long distances or go to unknown areas on a magic carpet. After all, one does not know if the white cloud floating in the sky ahead is an evil cloud dragon in disguise. The skies of Ander are far more dangerous than the ground. Matthew agreed. He rarely used wilderness mode to travel because of safety considerations. Real birds had the instinct to avoid danger. However, the human-transformed birds lacked this ability, especially when they were in an unfamiliar place. If they flew over in a daze, there was a possibility of sudden death at any time. Matthew put away the magic carpet. David handed Matthew a cloth bag tied up with a rope. Here, this is the spring benefit of the owl title. Inside is 500 grams of rabbi beans. This magical food originates from the Arcana wilderness and has been processed by the great fairies of Feast Sect Lodge, making it more delicious and magical. Every time you consume a rabbi bean, your magic power will increase slightly, but there is a small chance that it will increase by a large margin. The disadvantage of rabbi beans is that it's easy to constipate after eating them. It's best to prepare some food or medicine to moisten the intestines during the few days you eat them. After saying that, David then told Matthew in detail how to use the Alliance Encyclopedia, how to buy cheaper magical tools or materials in the Crucible House, and some unspoken rules within the Alliance. Matthew was very pleased after hearing this and thanked him repeatedly. David shook his head and said, "I'm just doing my job. If you're done counting, put away your things and let's go." Matthew closed the box and picked it up. David looked at him in surprise. "Are you planning to take this box with you?" Matthew was surprised. "What's wrong? Can't I bring it?" David forced a smile. "Of course, you are Al. You can do anything." The two of them left the room. David brought Matthew to the door of a small, dark room. At this moment, the mechanical dwarf introduced in an unprecedentedly solemn tone. "This room will be your last stop in the Alliance office today. You should have heard of the concept of the supervising mentor. The higher-ups of the Alliance have already chosen a mentor for you. However, that lady is a little special. She is currently in the safest 10,000 spell tower in the northernmost floating city, so she can only meet you through a long-distance mirror image. You will understand the details once you enter. I can only tell you that this lord is very special. You must be careful with your words and actions." Matthew nodded. As he spoke, he was about to push open the door of the small black room. "Right, that lord's name is Isabel. Sorry, I was too nervous and almost forgot to mention it." David's voice came from behind when the door was pushed open halfway. "Isabel?" Matthew's thoughts stopped for half a second. Suddenly, he quivered and recalled the origin of this name. However, at this moment, a huge force pulled Matthew in. A very calm voice came from the front. "How many people of the dragon worship sect have you killed?" Bang! The door of the small black room closed automatically. A silent chill assaulted him, and Matthew couldn't help but shiver. The light in the room disappeared in an instant. Matthew felt as if he was standing on a surface of water. There was a shimmering lake beneath his feet, and there was endless darkness above his head. Only a full moon hung coldly in the sky. It shone down, and all its light fell on a beautiful woman with white hair. The woman's hair was fluffy and long, spreading out in all directions like hanging dandelions, completely covering the surface of the lake. She was wearing a thin robe. Her eyes were indifferent, and her facial features were three-dimensional and cold. On her slender and fair neck, there was a silver-gray necklace. The pendant of the necklace went deep into her chest, and one could vaguely see that it was an orange-yellow gem. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, Mentor's Gift. Chapter 286, Mentor's Gift. Translator, Lonely Tree. The white-haired woman and the bright moon in the sky were the most awing existences in TMS space. Even though the light of the moon seemed to be white and hot against the endless darkness, it was not even a 10,000th of the charm that the white-haired woman exuded. Matthew tried to calm himself down, and relevant memories flooded his mind. He knew that the woman in front of him was one of the 3 big shots of the Alliance, a former Supreme Mage. Her level was above level 28, and she had the honorific title of a Divine Mage. She was the founder of the Dragon Worship sect, Ronan and Blinken's teacher. Lady Isabel. Do I need to ask a second time? Isabel's voice was calm. Matthew hurriedly replied. I can't remember clearly. Isabel replied. If you didn't remember it, then you must have killed countless people. Matthew looked at her strangely. Isabel took the initiative to meet Matthew's gaze. Her eyes were clear and bright, as vast and deep as the Milky Way. Anyone who looked at her would be deeply fascinated by her. It wasn't a type of bewitching spell. Instead, it was the natural attraction of the knowledge condensed into a maxim to the spellcaster. Matthew hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to look any more. You don't have to be too nervous. Although I betrayed the Alliance, I'm not a villain in the traditional sense. I don't kill people easily. I'm just mentally ill. Actually, this was also the sentence they gave me. I think I'm normal. If my appearance makes you nervous, I can change my appearance and talk to you. Matthew immediately looked up and said. There's no need. However, before he could finish his sentence, the scene in front of him had already changed. The woman sitting alone on the lake suddenly put on a pair of black glasses and changed into a teacher's professional attire. Her hair was much shorter. What surprised Matthew even more was that the lower half of her body was actually a skirt and black silk. Please forgive me for randomly grabbing a little of your memories and hobbies. Although this dress isn't that comfortable to wear, it looks quite good. Isabel asked seriously. Can you relax a little with my current appearance? Matthew's embarrassment exploded. He knew that only his own mind could imagine this outfit. However, this feeling of death still made his heart beat faster. No, there's no need. It looked quite good just now. He gritted his teeth. Isabel's tone remained calm. You sure have some interesting tastes. Matthew was speechless. Fortunately, this eccentric mentor changed back in time. Matthew let out a long sigh. Let's get straight to the point. The reason why I mentioned the Dragon Worship sect first is because I want to tell you that I don't care about what happened between you and Blinken at all. In fact, I don't care, even if the entire Dragon Worship sect dies. The interesting thing about this matter was that the Dragon Worship sect also knew that I didn't care about them. Only the people in the Alliance thought that I cared about the life and death of the Dragon Worship sect. I have no interest in mentioning this to them. Didn't they like to assume? Let them. Isabel said casually. Matthew couldn't tell if this was true or not, so he could only nod. Do you know why I was locked up by them? Isabel asked. Matthew shook his head. The reminder to be cautious was still ringing in his ears. Before he fully understood the temper of this big shot, Matthew tried not to say anything. Isabel continued. Because I saw something they couldn't. This world is already dead. We are just zombies walking in a decaying world. It's just that the illusion of magic made us think that we are still alive. In fact, everyone had already become walking corpses. Humans, elves, any race, the mages, the 7 saints, and even the heavenly palace, all of them are dead. However, someone deceived our eyes. Don't you think this is a tragedy? Matthew pondered for half a minute after listening. Then he answered honestly. Sorry, I don't understand. Isabel seemed to be shocked by Matthew's answer. She was silent for half a minute before she cursed. Trash. Matthew could only lower his head and take the scolding. Forget it. I can't blame you for this. You're too weak now. Isabel said in disdain. Matthew apologized repeatedly. No need to apologize. Before entering this small dark room, you were too weak because of your background. But now that you're here, if you continue to be so weak, then it's my problem. Isabel said straightforwardly. Your main research field is undying? Matthew nodded obediently like a little chick. Give up on it. There's no future. Isabel said. Learn the domain of evocation or prophecy from me. I guarantee that you will be able to become a legend. You can learn both, but whether you can become a dual-domain legend will depend on your own talent. You'd better not reject me. That idiot Blinken messed himself up because he chose the undying domain. He was deceived by that bitch and has yet to become a legend. This is simply a disgrace to me. One had to know that his aptitude was not much worse than Ronan's. How domineering. Matthew felt a powerful pressure. He could hardly refuse. Dozens of seconds later. Matthew said breathlessly. I'm deeply rooted in the path of undying. I can't give up. Chapter 287, Chapter 287, Mentor's Gift. Chapter 287, Mentor's Gift. Translator, Lonely Tree. Isabel mocked mercilessly. Are you? Let me see. Oh, you have only entered the realm of the undying once, and it was so short. However, according to the standards of the goblins, it's indeed very deep. Matthew was sweating profusely. He was struggling to resist Isabel's pressure. That was the natural suppression of the existence at the top of the food chain on the lower ones. Do you have other domains? Isabel suddenly became interested. Nature? Plague? Temperance? You even created your own domain, Tauren. What is that? There's also the path of equilibrium at the entry level. Do you want to walk the path of the Sioux? That was a path that had once been punished by the heavens. Fortunately, the high-dimensional space of Ander has been cleansed by Een, so it isn't too dangerous for you to take this path. Matthew asked doubtfully, Een? He didn't quite understand. Isabel said calmly. Een is her name, and the Calamity Mage is her title. This title is a slander by the gods. They compared her to a calamity, which is why she has this nickname. The funny thing was that after Een left, the mages competed to spread her tainted title. As for her real name, not many people knew it. But this has nothing to do with me. I can't wait for more people to slander her. She didn't seem to have any intention of explaining how the disaster mage cleansed the high-dimensional space. She probably felt that Matthew wouldn't understand even if he explained. Is Calamity Mage a form of demeaning title? Matthew's heart skipped a beat. What about the Order of Calamity? He had noticed this detail a long time ago. At first, he thought it was just a coincidence that the names overlapped. Now, it seemed that this was very likely an effort to tarnish the Calamity Mage's reputation. After all, the Order of Calamity had done evil everywhere. Over time, people might subconsciously hate the term calamity, and even the Calamity Mage. This wasn't an exaggeration, but something that was very likely to happen. Once the information was processed by someone with ulterior motives in the transmission chain, the propaganda would spread. This was a common occurrence in Matthew's previous life. Oh. You've already started on your legendary path. Isabel's tone changed, and she sounded a little annoyed. Damn it, I thought I could nurture a little guy who completely suits my taste from the beginning. I didn't expect it to be another stinky man who was rebellious before he even started his tutelage. I'm very unhappy now. Her tone was cold and light as if she was saying that tonight's dinner was not delicious. Matthew's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he couldn't even speak. Wait for me. I'll go vent my anger. Isabel suddenly rolled up her sleeves and walked to the left. Matthew vaguely saw her open a door, and a white-robed mage immediately went up to her. He seemed to want to stop Isabel, but Isabel waved her hand, and the white-robed mage could not help but stick to the wall beside her. This scene lasted for 15 minutes. Isabel returned, covered in blood. The ends of her hair seemed to have been fished out of a pool of blood. They were dragged on the floor, brushing blood as they walked, leaving a fan-shaped mark on the starlight ground. I feel much better. As expected, killing helps with the recovery of mental illness. Don't be nervous, Edmund. I've kept my promise to you and didn't use any spells. As she spoke, she grabbed at the air, and the white-robed mage was thrown out like a cotton doll. After finishing all of this, Isabel said to Matthew as if nothing had happened. The terrifying king from the 7th level of the abyss. I've sent his heart to you as a greeting gift. Matthew was shocked. Did you kill an abyssal demon king? And without any spells? Isabel said matter-of-factly. When a holy mage advances, they can enhance themselves with 3 holy spells. The first divine spell I gave myself was the Legendary Warrior's Power. This spell gave me the same level of melee combat as a level 28 Legendary Warrior. Don't tell me you think mages can't win a melee fight? As she spoke, a huge teleportation array appeared in front of Matthew. A foul stench assaulted his face. Bang! 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 A demon's heart that was as tall as 3 people and flowed with blood and magic appeared in front of Matthew. At the same time, he could also feel the heat coming from the spell license on his chest. Matthew opened it. He saw that the knowledge points column had become 10,000 points. This is also part of the greeting gift. Isabel sucked her index finger lazily. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? How many times do you masturbate every day? Chapter 288 Chapter 288, Filey requesting battle. Chapter 288, Filey requesting battle. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew raised his head unnaturally. I don't have a girlfriend yet. As for the second question, can I not answer it? Isabel said coldly, no. Matthew was shocked. Why do you want me to answer such a question? Isabel looked a little impatient. There was a hint of contempt in her eyes. Because I want to assess your desires. People who lack desires often don't succeed. For all male humanoid creatures, masturbation is the simplest and most intuitive indicator. According to historical experience, people who do less than 3 times a day basically have no chance of success because they are too easily satisfied with the status quo. Be it mages or mortals, only by maintaining hunger and thirst can one continue to advance. Desire is the most powerful weapon bestowed upon humans by the heavens. Do you understand now? Matthew was silent for a moment before he braced himself and replied. I've learned the temperance domain a long time ago, so I'm afraid this theory doesn't apply to me. Isabel looked down on him. Even peacocks know how to attract the opposite sex by showing off their butts, but you're always hiding. Unfortunately, your rating in my heart has dropped by another level. Matthew was speechless. Isabel quickly said. Based on the domain you've mastered, I'll give you 3 suggestions. Whether you accept them or not depends on yourself. First, if it was not for the sake of better ejaculation in the future, then abstinence was meaningless. Second, stay away from the nature domain. This does not mean that you should stay away from it completely, but that you should be careful not to be assimilated by it. Nature is one of the most terrifying domains. It seemed gentle, but in fact, it had murderous intentions. Many gods related to nature in history did not have a good end. Third, the path of the Sioux was destined to be rugged. It was not impossible if one was determined to walk on it, but before entering the legendary stage, one had to explore at least 6 domains to the point of entry. Remember, a situation where only 2 forces are in a stalemate is not called equilibrium. The true equilibrium must be between all things and above all things. Matthew was stunned. He savored every word Isabel said. However, this mentor's pace was too fast. Before Matthew could come back to his senses, she urged him anxiously. Bring me your detailed plan to deal with the scar of the dead. I'll help you take a look. Matthew quickly handed over a more detailed plan of action. Isabel reached out a small hand and waved in the air. The information passed through time and space and arrived in her palm. A few seconds later, she frowned. Just this? Boring, not as good as Mordenkainen's scalpel. Forget it. With your current level, it's already a miracle that you can think of this method. How about this? Go buy a memory crystal and record the entire process of the ritual. I'm going to sleep now. You can go. As she spoke, she stood up and looked at the bed beside her. As she walked, she looked back at Matthew. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to watch me sleep? Matthew looked at the hill-sized heart in the room helplessly. How am I supposed to take this thing with me? Before Matthew could ask, all images of Isabel disappeared, and a white-robed mage walked out of the portal on the other side of the small black room. Let me help you, child. The white-robed mage pointed with his index finger, and the huge demon's heart rapidly shrank to the size of a tennis ball. The cross-section of the heart stopped bleeding. The white-robed mage took out a large piece of candy from his pocket and pasted it on the heart, wrapping it up. Here, it's very convenient to store it this way. The white-robed mage introduced himself with a smile. My name is Edmund. You should have heard of my name. Hint, Edmund has used a 100-fold shrinking spell on the demon lord's heart. Edmund had used molded amber to seal the spirituality and mana of the demon lord's heart. You have obtained an extremely precious abyssal sacred artifact, Demon's Heart. J. Matthew's heart was pounding. Although he was a countryside mage, he knew that this heart was priceless. It might even be able to buy the entire Rolling Stone town. Even the molded amber used by Ekmon to seal his heart was an extremely precious high-grade magic material. This unprecedented sense of luxury made his hands tremble slightly. Be careful, child. Edmund laughed softly. It is indeed very valuable, but since teacher gave it to you, it means that in her heart, you are much more important than all these. You should be proud. Matthew looked gratefully at Edmund. Thank you, Chief Mage. Of course, he knew the name of Edmund. In the Alliance, the most powerful figures were none other than the 7 Saints, the 3 Titans and the 4 Guardians. Other than these 7 big shots, the one who symbolized the highest level of strength and honor was the white-robed mages recognized by the Alliance headquarters in the northernmost floating city. Edmund was the leader of the white-robed mages. He was a figure who was only below the 7 Saints in terms of power. Because he was in charge of managing all the mages in the Alliance, he was also known as the Chief Mage. Edmund said gently to Matthew. You are very young and very talented. Becoming a teacher's student is your opportunity, but it is also a challenge. Chapter 289, Filey Requesting Battle. Chapter 289, Filey Requesting Battle. Translator, Lonely Tree. But you don't have to be nervous. Many people in the Alliance have experienced this kind of challenge. Ronan and I have once doubted ourselves under the high-pressure teaching methods of our mentor. But in the end, you will find that the study plan she arranged for you and the suggestions she made for your personal situation are perfect. Isabel is not only the most powerful mage in the Alliance, but she is also the only super genius who is proficient in all fields. Becoming her student is equivalent to getting an early ticket to Legend. This is also one of the reasons why I arranged L for you. Ronan arranged BL for you. But then again, Lady Isabel's mental state was not very stable. When you communicate with her, try not to provoke her, and don't be too submissive. You have to listen to her when it comes to teaching. But outside of the normal lessons, you had to listen selectively. Especially her strange world is dead theory. You'd better don't take it seriously, or you might be driven crazy by yourself. I'm not joking. You must pay attention to this, Matthew. Towards the end. Edmund's gaze was incomparably solemn. Matthew nodded slightly. Actually, I don't understand that theory at all. Edmund laughed. But you will understand one day. Don't repeat Blinken's mistakes. He was also a genius, but he had gone down the wrong path. Matthew asked curiously. Is Blinken's rebellion related to Teacher Isabel? Edmund shook his head. On the surface, there's no connection, but I can't say for sure. His eyes flickered. In short, you have to pay attention to her mental state at all times. If you feel that there's something wrong with her one day, report to me at any time, okay? Keep this bell. If teacher's condition is not right, use it to contact me immediately. Don't hesitate or delay. As he spoke, he handed over a silver bell. Matthew thought about it but did not take it. My contact with teacher should always happen in this small, dark room. You will be watching the entire process, right? If there's a problem, I'll just call your name in the room. There's no need to use such a troublesome thing like the bell. Edmund was stunned for a moment, but he quickly put away the bell and said with a smile. All right, all right. Matthew was about to leave the dark room, but before that, he asked Edmund another question. Why is teacher suffering from mental problems? Edmund sighed. No one knows the answer to this, but I guess it has something to do with Calamity Mage. Teacher was the one who had been with the Calamity Mage the longest and had the closest relationship with them. The Seven Saint Alliance had already taken shape before the catastrophe. At that time, teacher was the strongest mage in the Alliance. After the Calamity Mage arrived, she became the second. This might be an unacceptable blow to her. Especially after that, she found that she could not break through the upper limit of the Holy Mage, and she could not freely come and go in various universes like the Calamity Mage. As a result, her spirit quickly collapsed. I'm sure you've heard about what happened after that. I can only say that every mage in the Alliance should pray that teacher's mental state can remain stable. Only then would the world of Ander be at peace. There seemed to be no problem with Edmund's statement. But Matthew found it a little harsh. He did not continue asking. After saying goodbye to Edmund, Matthew strode out of the small dark room. When he returned to the front desk, 177 was nowhere to be seen. After greeting David, Matthew went to the Alliance's shopping mall on the 15th floor alone. According to David's introduction, the prices of the items here were much cheaper than those in the official store of the Cauldron House. Of course, the prices were about the same on the surface, but that was due to the mandatory requirements of the Cauldron House. In fact, the prices here could be greatly discounted through negotiation and bargaining. Matthew strolled around the 15th floor for 2 hours. After chatting with a few shop assistants for a while, he had a rough idea of the place. However, he did not buy anything. Instead, he stepped onto the magic elevator that led to the 16th floor. He did not have any magic tools that he urgently needed to buy, and he did not have much money on hand. He only had a large amount of knowledge points, so that Isabel's laboratory on the 16th floor was Matthew's real destination. Isabel's laboratory. It was the name of the organization that the Alliance had opened to the public. Not only did this place provide the latest spell research materials for inquiry and purchase, but it also had various spell training course registration channels. Matthew got off the elevator and saw an oval-shaped building. The outer shell of the building looked like a huge dinosaur egg, and the pattern on the ceiling was an endless number of Ouroboros. As soon as he entered the laboratory, a female mage greeted him warmly. Judging from the badge on her chest, she should be a laboratory worker. Hello, are you here to buy spells? The female mage smiled sweetly. My name is Susan. I guess you just registered today, right? After all, you look very young. Matthew smiled back. Yes, my name is Matthew. Then you must be a prospective graduate of the Southern Magic Academy. Susan smiled even more kindly. I graduated from there too. I can be considered your senior. Chapter 290 Chapter 290, Filey Requesting Battle. Chapter 290, Filey Requesting Battle. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew nodded awkwardly. Don't be nervous. When I first came here, I was also at a loss. Susan looked really enthusiastic. She led Matthew to a counter and pointed at the magic blackboard behind her. The knowledge points required to exchange for a popular spell will be randomly displayed there. If you want to know the price of each spell in detail, you'll have to go to the counter and ask the omniscient scroll dragons. These little dragons are not bad, but they are very greedy. Everyone only has one free consultation with Scroll Dragon per day. Therefore, if you wanted to ask about a hot topic, it was best to communicate with others in advance to save as many inquiries as possible. With Susan's introduction, Matthew noticed the little dragons wearing pince-nez glasses and blue scales sitting behind the counter. They were the Dragon of Scrolls who made a living by absorbing the elements of knowledge. The scroll dragon was a type of fairy dragon. It was a hybrid of a true dragon and a fairy. They had all the characteristics of a true dragon except for their body size, but in terms of personality, the scroll dragon was closer to a fairy. In most cases, the scroll dragons were quiet, but once they came into contact with humans, they would display the mischievous nature they inherited from the fairies. Thank you. Matthew was very grateful for Susan's enthusiastic explanation. If you just completed the pre-registration, you only have one knowledge point in your license, right? This is very important, so you shouldn't spend it recklessly. Susan said seriously. My suggestion is to buy the spells of the Get Rich Quick series. Matthew asked curiously, Get Rich Quickly series? Susan smiled and introduced. This is a general term for a type of spell that has a high economic benefit after learning it. The most famous one is the Dragon Root Sword Oil crafting spell. This spell can be used to make a kind of magic tool. As for the effect of the spell, you understand? Matthew asked in confusion. Since it has that kind of effect, why is it called sword oil? Susan said generously. It's to protect the privacy of the customers, of course. Moreover, it was indeed a kind of sword oil at first. However, later on, someone discovered that its effect as a sword oil was not very good, but it could shine in other fields. I strongly recommend that you learn this. What a mage lacks the most during their apprenticeship is money. Don't put on airs. Spend a few months to make a batch of the oil and sell it. Only then will you have the freedom to think about what to do next. There is no need to worry about sales. Sword oil is a very popular magic tool. The main target of purchase is the nobles and lords of various territories. They need it very much. In the market, this kind of sword oil is always in short supply. After listening, Matthew finally understood. I was wondering why Riegar didn't let us sell it. It turns out that he also uses. At the same time, in his heart, he also silently treated Susan as a sales guide. Matthew said, Sorry, I don't want to learn this. I came here to learn combat spells. Susan said in surprise. Combat spells? That was not something that could be bought with 1 point. Matthew said tactfully, I have more than one knowledge point. Susan rolled her eyes. Is it a gift from your parents? Matthew said vaguely. More or less. Susan said enviously. You're so lucky. If you want to learn combat spells, I'll take you to the other counter. With that, she led Matthew to an official counter. Right here, this is Henry. He can show me the price list of combat spells and the classes that you can enroll in. After saying that, Susan smiled and waved at Matthew. Then, see you next time. She turned around and left, full of energy, and took the initiative to welcome the next mage who came out of the elevator. Susan just loves her job as a volunteer. She's so passionate. I hope you don't misunderstand. Behind the counter, the male mage named Henry did not hide his hostility at all. He threw a thin booklet on the counter. Take a look at the price list yourself. Matthew did not argue with him. He opened the book and studied it for a while before saying, I want to sign up for a crash course in combat spells. It's a one-on-one series. The instructor has to be Al and above. Henry was stunned for a moment before he sneered. Although combat spells are very important, the content taught by instructors above CL is enough. Even if you have so many knowledge points, there's no need to waste them like this, right? Matthew explained. I'm afraid that instructors below L will feel burdened if they teach me one-on-one. Henry looked at Matthew in confusion. Until Matthew handed over the spell license. His expression changed drastically. L? 10,000 points? Stammered Henry. Matthew asked calmly. Can you help me register? I'm in a hurry. Yes. Of course. Henry suddenly woke up from a dream. He quickly went through the procedures and returned the license to Matthew. Done. Just wait for the instructor to contact you. Matthew looked down and saw that 12 points had been deducted, which was equivalent to 12 CL-level research projects. It was indeed not cheap. He was about to leave. Henry suddenly stammered, "Excuse me, can you shake my hand? This is the first time I've met a living owl." Chapter 291 Chapter 291, Filey requesting battle. Chapter 291, Filey requesting battle. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew said readily. Of course you can. He reached out his hand and clenched it gently. Henry's palm was cold and sweaty. Matthew wiped it on the counter without batting an eyelid. Then, he left silently. Only Henry was left standing at the counter, his face flushed. After a while, Susan, who had finished her work, walked over and looked at Henry strangely. What's with your expression? Henry said excitedly. I saw a very young Lord Owl. He has 10,000 points in his license. Susan was shocked and immediately said in annoyance. Why didn't you call me? Sigh, it's all my fault. I just went to greet another junior and missed him. By the way, what does that owl look like? Henry gulped. It's the person you just brought over. Susan's eyes widened. Didn't he say that he just registered today? He just registered, and he was already an owl? Her face was filled with disbelief. Henry did not answer her. He raised his right hand unnaturally. Susan noticed this. She asked curiously. Why are you looking at your right hand like that? Henry raised his right hand and grinned. This is the hand that I shook with Al. Hee, Susan, I don't plan to wash my hands this year. 2 days later, south of the Scar of the Dead. Near the experimental field, there were many people. While Matthew was preparing for the forbidden ritual, he took the time to complain to Riegar. Aren't there a little too many onlookers? He placed the most precious piece of realm heart stone at the center. Riegar turned around and looked at the 20 knights and more than a dozen garrison members. The familiar faces were Zeller, Blake, Richard, and even Li Weiqi, who had gone to the High Leaf territory to play but had been called back. In addition, there were 2 unfamiliar Imites, a man and a woman. Matthew could feel that their strength was very strong, not inferior to Li Weiqi. Riegar introduced them to him. These 2 were 2 of the 9 knights who had once followed him to the purgatory. The man was called Asma, and the woman was called Du Lin. Their attitude towards Matthew was not very friendly, but with Riegar around, they did not speak the entire time and just stood by the side seriously. You have to understand me, Matthew. Riegar did not have a cheeky smile, which was rare. This place is too close to Rolling Stone Town. I don't want any mishaps to happen, and I can't afford any mishaps. Your ritual needs to communicate with the negative energy plane, and you understand the risks involved. Matthew rolled his eyes helplessly and nodded in understanding. The scorched land of death indeed needed to absorb negative energy from the negative energy plane. During this process, if one was unlucky and was discovered by a powerful undead creature, there was indeed the possibility of encountering an uninvited guest. He gestured for everyone to be quiet while he picked up a thin chapter of the Undead and began to chant. The chapter of the Undead referred to a spellbook that recorded the ritual of the Undead. In order to save costs, Matthew used a blank spellbook given by the Alliance, and the contents of the ritual were written by him. Apart from saving money, Matthew could also guarantee that he knew the chapter of the Undead like the back of his hand. The disadvantage was that without a standardized spellbook as support, Matthew had to be meticulous when performing the ritual. Any mistake could lead to all his previous efforts being wasted. At this moment, Matthew was highly focused. He forgot about everyone's gaze and just sang selflessly. The Scorched Earth Ritual of Death had a total of 4 segments. Even if the venue and the materials needed for the ritual were set up in advance, it would still take 20 minutes to chant. But for some reason, Matthew's chanting speed became faster and faster, and he entered a state of selflessness. A few seconds later, his soul seemed to have left his body. An unprecedented experience grew in his heart. At that moment, Matthew seemed to have merged into the sparkling realm Heartstone during the ritual, and then he stepped into the negative energy plane. Over there, he saw a similar scene. The gray sky, endless pits, endless earth, and the miserable full moon hanging above the earth. Matthew had just taken a few steps. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a dark warrior. Matthew's heart tightened, because he noticed the dark warrior's gaze, which was a kind of undisguised malice. As expected, a few seconds later, the dark warrior charged at him with heavy steps. A sense of crisis surged in Matthew's heart. He was currently in a state between a spirit body and a corporeal body, so he could not use most of his abilities. He glanced at the data panel and found that the only thing that was effective was the summoning of the dead. Facing the menacing dark warrior, Matthew didn't dare to be negligent. He planned to summon a bone dragon to block the opponent's attack. He quickly assessed the Dark Knight's combat power. When he found that the other party was only level 13, Matthew heaved a sigh of relief and decided to summon the nameless bone dragon. But at this moment, a strong sense of longing surged into his heart. Through the undying contract, Matthew felt as if a lonely soul was acting coquettishly and asking for help. Hint: the accumulation of elements has been completed. You have entered the subdomain of death, undying. You have entered a fugue state. You were attacked by a dark knight while you were wandering in the negative energy plane. Your summoned creature, Filey, has requested to fight. Since he had already volunteered, Matthew naturally could not bear to refuse. In the next second, he chose to agree. A huge halo formed between him and the Dark Knight. The moment the halo appeared, the Dark Warrior stopped in his tracks. What made Matthew stunned was that what appeared in front of him was not one bone dragon, but 3. The one at the front was naturally Filey. This time, he was much stronger than the last time they met. All the bones in his body were emitting a silver-white glow. His body size had increased, and the soul fire in his pupils had also become stronger. What surprised Matthew the most was that a layer of translucent, half-green dragon scales had appeared on the surface of Filey's scales. That was the symbol of evolution. I haven't seen you for a while, and you've secretly reached level 16? Matthew looked at Filey in surprise. On the data panel. History: your summoned creature, Philolius, has leveled up to LV 16 through its own efforts. Filey had defeated the Skeleton King. Filey and the Queen of Banshees had been locked in a stalemate for 7 days and 7 nights. Filey had found the Immortals' holy spring, and his strength had increased greatly. After a series of hard work, Filey owns a piece of land in the negative energy plane that belongs to him. He had also subdued a bone dragon, level 14, as his vassal. During this time, your other summoned creature, Bone Dragon, Nameless, has also been brought to his territory under the influence of the contract. Now that Filey is leading 2 bone dragons and thousands of grey bone skeleton soldiers, he has the basic qualifications to become the king of bone dragons. Your summoned creature, Filey, is grateful for your permission this time. He has shared his hidden ability with you, Silent Work. Silent Work, weakened when you work hard in the dead of night, you will receive a higher concentration bonus and a longer working enthusiasm than usual. Good heavens! Matthew did not expect Filey to be such a hard-working bone dragon. This time, he could not cut Filey's salary this time. He just scared me. Matthew pointed at the Dark Warrior and said. Filey suddenly raised his head and roared. He lifted his foot and charged forward, and the 2 bone dragons behind him followed suit. The Dark Knight glared at Matthew. Then, he ran away. Chapter 292 Chapter 292, Don't be nervous, we're all together. Chapter 292, Don't be nervous, we're all together. Translator, Lonely Tree. The Dark Warrior ran very fast. His resistance was very high, and he was able to ignore Filey's dragon's might as he sprinted out. Unfortunately, the terrain of this area was not very friendly to the fleeing party. Filey's wings flapped like a living dragon. With the support of the virtual green dragon scales, Matthew felt a cool breeze. In the next second, the bone dragon rose from the ground and flew toward the direction where the dark warrior had escaped. The other two bone dragons were no match for him. They could only spread their feet and follow behind with difficulty. For a moment, dust and sand rose everywhere. Fortunately, Matthew wasn't afraid of dust in his current form. He lightly followed Filey and discovered that there was another magic halo under Filey's body other than the levitation spell. That was the symbol of sweep. However, it was different from the ordinary sweep technique. Filey's sweep technique was clearly of a higher level. Otherwise, it would not have been able to support his huge body. Goodness, not only did you level up, you took in your underlings, established your territory, and even learned draconic magic. Compared to the hard-working Filey, even Matthew, who knew he wasn't lazy, felt ashamed of himself. He completely gave up the idea of negotiating with the other party. The nameless bone dragon that he had used to keep Filey in check had become Filey's underling. If he were to forcefully negotiate the salary, Matthew would only lose his advantage. According to Matthew's experience, it was more appropriate to play to Filey's emotions this time. Not long after, using his advantage in the air, Filey successfully intercepted the Dark Knight. The two sides fought fiercely for a few rounds. Filey fearlessly bit off one of the Dark Warrior's arms, but many of his bones were also chiseled off by the enemy. Even with the protection of the virtual dragon scales, the bone dragon was still too fragile. Fortunately, the other two bone dragons also rushed over in time. The Dark Warrior was fighting 1 against 3 and was quickly defeated. Ask him if he is willing to become my slave. Matthew came to the front of the Dark Warrior, who was pressed to the ground by the two bone dragons, and told Filey. Filey obediently lowered his head, and a low whistling sound came from its soul fire. Who knew that the Dark Warrior could speak the common language? He looked at Filey in confusion and asked loudly. Your Excellency is qualified to be the king of bone dragons. Why do you have to submit to this weak and incompetent human? Filey pondered for 3 seconds. He raised his paw and gave him a slap. Paw. The Dark Knight's head was hit 180 degrees, and several bones on Filey's claws were missing. Sir. The Dark Warrior turned his head back with difficulty. Why are you protecting a human like this? Filey raised his hand and was about to hit again. Matthew stopped him. He asked the Dark Knight, you seem to have a deep prejudice against humans. The Dark Warrior laughed. I was a human before I died. Of course, I know how weak and useless humans are. You don't have to say anything more. Just kill me. After saying that, he straightened his back and looked very courageous. Matthew nodded. As you wish. Filey, I'll leave this to you. As he spoke, he quickly retreated. The Dark Knight was stunned for a moment. He seemed to want to say something, but in the next second, his head was bitten off by Filey. Hiss hiss hiss. A dark green light extended from the Dark Warrior's corpse. In the end, it entered Filey's skull. Hint, Filey has used a new ability, Soul Devour. Soul Devour, for every undead that it kills, Filey can obtain additional XP and a small amount of the original owner's memories by absorbing the source of their souls. Your summoned creature, Filey, Bone Dragon, is moving towards the next evolution, Lord/Ghost Bone Dragon. An undead that could evolve on its own. Other than the strange Peggy, the only one Matthew had seen was Filey. The world of the undead had a clear hierarchy. The vast majority of the undead had their levels, abilities, and templates fixed since the day they were born. There were very few who could improve themselves. Lilza Dilkser. Matthew couldn't help but gently caress his increasingly plump body. The virtual dragon scales felt like cowhide, and they were quite thick to the touch. Why are you working so hard? He asked with concern. Filey stopped sucking the soul for a moment. A faint sadness and obsession surged from the undead contract. Master, I was also, once, a true dragon. This was the first time Filey had expressed his thoughts so clearly to Matthew. That was all he said. He returned to his feast. Matthew understood. What Filey meant was that before he was made into a bone dragon, he was a true dragon. True dragons had their own pride. When most true dragons realized that they had been turned into bone dragons, they would be unable to accept the current situation and their soul fires would be extinguished and replaced by the soul fires of other creatures by the necromancers. In other cases, they would willingly degenerate and completely become a muddle-headed undead dragon. But Filey was different. After discovering this truth, he did not sink into it but continued to work hard through his own efforts. Matthew could sense a strong desire in his words. He desired to gradually recover as a bone dragon and finally return to the position of a true dragon. This was his obsession and his dream. It was also the only motivation that supported him to work hard day after day in this cold, desolate, and barren land. Chapter 293 Chapter 293, Don't be nervous, we're all together. Chapter 293, Don't be nervous, we're all together. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew sighed. I understand what you mean. That day will come. One day, you will have a body of flesh and blood like before, and you will be able to fly freely in the sky without the help of magic. Hint, your summoned creature, Filey, has felt your great promise. His loyalty to you has increased to 99. Filey shares his new ability with you, Fake Misery. Fake misery, empathy. You can gain a lot of sympathy from a person or a group of people by telling them about your miserable experience. Feel free to embroider your sob story. Wait, when did I make a promise? Matthew was a little confused. There was more. Did Filey use fake misery on him? The latter stood there obediently. After a while, the dark warrior's head fell off. It was sucked clean. Filey eagerly lowered his head and let Matthew ride on his neck. Then, he walked into the distance with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Until Filey walked far away. Only then did the other two bone dragons leap forward, competing to devour the remains of the dark warrior's corpse. This time, he had been in the realm of the undead for a long time. In other words, Matthew's spirit lingered in the negative energy plane for some time. Filey suggested bringing Matthew to his territory to take a look. Matthew readily agreed. Along the way, he found some remains of the undead. Under the guidance of the power of the domain, Matthew quickly discovered that he could actually possess the undead. However, this process was not easy. Creak! Creak! The sound of bones cracking rang out. Matthew managed to possess it with great difficulty, but the skeleton soldier fell apart as soon as it stood up shakily. When he wanted to possess it again, there was only a pile of bone powder left on the ground. Next, Matthew frantically searched for the remains of the undead along the way. Unfortunately, in the end, he only found 5 suitable bodies to possess. 2 of them were low-level skeleton soldiers. One was a female zombie, one was a dwarf skeleton, and the last one was a tauren skeleton of Peggy's kind. During this process, Matthew also released the nameless bone dragon from the contract slot and gave it to Filey. That wimp had already become Filey's vassal. It would only be a waste of the contract slot if he continued to work under Matthew's name. He might as well help Filey build a bone dragon army for him in the future. Regarding this, Filey was exceptionally grateful. His loyalty had reached 100 points. However, he had no ability to share it. Matthew joked. Every time you go to the prime material plane to see me, I have to give you soul crystals. Now that I've come to the negative energy plane to see you, shouldn't you also express your gratitude? Filey was stunned. He lay on the ground for a full 15 seconds before replying to Matthew with difficulty. Yes. When we return to my territory, there is the Undead Holy Spring. Undead Holy Spring? A magical relic of the undead? Matthew was also very curious about this thing. Thus, the man and the dragon continued forward. As they walked. "Master, we're here. It's on the mountain." When Filey slowly turned his head, Matthew disappeared without a trace. He stood there and thought for a full minute. Suddenly, he started running frantically. Filey released a dragon roar as he ran. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Very quickly, all the undead creatures on a small hill at the edge of the mountain range had awakened. They gathered in the direction of Filey like rivers flowing into the sea. Due to the accumulation of summoning undead creatures and the exploration of the negative energy plane, you have stepped into the subdomain of death for the second time, the Undying. As a reward for stepping into the domain, you have received the Necromancy transformation spell. You can choose one of the following 3 immortal forms. Skeleton Dwarf, Profession, Dwarf Musketeer. In this form, you have a chance to master skills from your previous life. Jumping Zombie, Profession, Unknown. In this form, you will habitually tighten your legs and love jumping. Skeletal Tauren, Profession, Shaman. In this form, you have a certain chance to master skills from your previous life and master the Tauren language. Undead Transformation? Matthew's eyes lit up as his consciousness gradually returned to his body. The greatest advantage of this ability was that it could turn a necromancer into an undead and fool the enemy. He hesitated for a moment and chose one. He had no choice. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of giving Peggy a surprise. However, a Tauren was too eye-catching and would defeat the purpose of the spell. In comparison, Matthew would rather choose a dwarf. He had already realized that these 3 changes were all the undead he had possessed in the negative energy plane. What a pity. If I had known earlier, I would have forcefully possessed a bone dragon. Matthew felt a little regretful. However, he also knew that it was almost impossible. He had not gone far in the field of the undead, and it was difficult for him to possess a high-level undead while in the fugue state. He could not even possess the corpse of a dark warrior, let alone a living bone dragon. Being a dwarf is pretty good too. As long as I stand in the sea of skeletons, no one will be able to discover me. Matthew thought. You have completed the second exploration of the undead domain. Current status, entered. You have obtained a permanent status of cemetery owner. Cemetery owner, when you own a cemetery, you can create a negative energy waymark. Every month, this waymark has a certain chance of attracting elite undead from the negative energy plane to seek refuge. Chapter 294, Chapter 294, Dawn T. Be nervous, we're all together. Chapter 294, Dawn T. Be nervous, we're all together. Translator, Lonely Tree. You have obtained a temporary status, Pale Hand, strengthened. Pale Hand, basic introduction omitted. Strengthened additional attributes. Attack range increased to 10 meters. 2.15% lifesteal effect. Your Pale Hand now has a small force field effect. Duration, 40 days. Matthew was quite pleased to see the upgrade for Pale Hand. This ability was already a little strong before being strengthened. The force field effect meant that it had a physical form that was close to solid, a bit like the strengthened version of Astrid's Claw. Matthew could arm wrestle with people from afar in the future. As for the cemetery owner, it was also powerful. After Matthew built the cemetery, it would continuously attract high-quality talents for Matthew. Matthew didn't stay on the data interface. His consciousness completely returned to his body. He opened his eyes and realized that he was still chanting, and he had just chanted the last syllable of the last paragraph. It was not difficult to tell from the expressions of the onlookers. During this period of time when he was in a trance, nothing strange happened in reality. I've just been there for so long, but only 10 minutes have passed in the material world? This did not match the time ratio between the negative energy plane and the material world. Could it be that I can twist the flow of time between the 2 planes while exploring the domain? Matthew kept this question in mind. After the chant was completed, he composed himself and continued to perfect the ritual. A few minutes later, violent negative energy gushed out from the realm Heartstone like a fountain. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. Matthew calmly guided the negative energy to cover every corner of the experimental field. This was actually not very difficult. The power of the magic ritual suppressed the violent nature of the negative energy. At the moment, they were like lumps of Play-Doh, allowing Matthew to knead them. Very quickly, the experimental field was filled with negative energy. Matthew could sense that the life essence inside was frantically escaping. The northeast was the scarier scar of the dead. Thus, Matthew's oak forest would be the only way for the life essence to escape. Is it done? Rhaegar asked uncertainly. It's done, Matthew said with certainty. The two of them looked over and saw that the tip of the scar of the dead's ashes touched the scorched earth of death and was quickly submerged under the tide of negative energy. It seems to be really useful. Even Rhaegar could tell that after the experimental plot appeared, the scar of the dead seemed to be a little lost. It had lost the direction of its spread and could only bypass this area and develop more tentacles on both sides. Looks like I was overthinking. Rhaegar patted Matthew's shoulder with emotion, but before he could finish, hundreds of red circles suddenly appeared on the scar of the dead. One by one, ashes crawled out from the ground. More than 10 ashen warriors appeared at the same time. Behind them, a burly figure as tall as a small mountain was taking shape. Warning, the second batch of troops from the Lord of Ashes is descending. You have encountered the Ashes warlord, LV-15, and the Ashes army led by him. J. I knew that I didn't prepare for nothing today. Battle stance. Rhaegar shouted angrily. Everyone quickly retreated. As the knights retreated, they pulled out their weapons and prepared to fight the Ash army to the death at a place far away from the scar of the dead. Everyone's expression was very serious. They could feel the terrifying pressure from the Ash's warlord. That wasn't something ordinary Ash creatures could do. That was a true elite monster. Matthew was also on guard. He had expected that the Lord of Ashes would not sit still and wait for death, so he had already mobilized the undead army nearby. However, just as he gave the zombies the order to surround the scar of the dead, a huge vortex of negative energy appeared on the scorched land of death. The familiar feeling surged again. Master, left suddenly. Did I do wrong? A slightly aggrieved voice sounded in Matthew's heart. Hint, your summoned creature, Filey, evolving spirit bone dragon, has requested to join the battle with its undead creatures. J. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the negative energy channel opened by the scorched earth of death ritual had a chance of attracting the undead. However, he did not expect Filey to be attracted. He agreed without hesitation. In the next second, a sharp roar came from the vortex of negative energy. It was as if there were thousands of troops rubbing their fists. No. The negative energy channel had been opened. Be careful of the undead creatures inside. One of the 9 knights, Asma, reacted very sharply. He shouted sternly. Everyone, prepare for battle. We might be facing an undying king and his army. Lord Rhaegar, do you need me to activate the implantable construct? Hearing this, Dulin also pressed her hand on her right thigh. There was a brightly colored mechanical cube. Before Rhaegar could respond, Matthew immediately turned around and stopped him. Don't be nervous. We're on the same side. Asma stared at Matthew suspiciously. He looked at Rhaegar. Rhaegar said in a deep voice, if Matthew says this is an ally, then I believe him. As soon as he finished speaking, an excited dragon roar sounded. Under everyone's vigilant and nervous gazes, a bone dragon emerged from the vortex. The second one followed. Then came the third one. Behind the 3 bone dragons was a sea of zombies and skeletons. There were also a few female demons and mummies mixed in. Very quickly, Filey led more than 500 undead creatures to break through the negative energy channel. Coincidentally, the Ashes warlord, who was the size of a small mountain, had also completed his descent. It was the image of a huge ogre. Its neck, waist, and ankles were covered with red shackles that emitted sparks. The Ashes warlord waved a thick and long spiked club in his hand. He glared at Matthew and let out a deafening roar. Those who blaspheme the void have to die. However, in the next second, a huge bone claw stepped on his face. Rumble. Filey led the other two bone dragons and charged over. The mighty undead also stepped onto the land of the Scar of the Dead, tearing the so-called Ashes army apart. Chapter 295 Chapter 295, Dissociation and Astrid's Claw. Chapter 295, Dissociation and Astrid's Claw. Translator, Lonely Tree. Earth-shattering battle. It was presented in front of everyone. There was only a one-sided massacre. Filey charged forward like a brave soldier. The huge bone claw mercilessly stepped on the Ash warlord's head, but the latter's strength was equally astonishing. Facing such a huge bone dragon, the Ash warlord only tilted his head and put his ear on his neck. Bang! He swung his spiked club with great force and ruthlessly whipped Filey's waist and abdomen. Puff! A crisp sound rang out. The negative energy shield surrounding Filey's body was mercilessly shattered. The thick and long spiked club fiercely whipped Filey's ribs and sternum, producing a grinding sound and the sound of bones shattering. At this time, the bones in Filey's body collapsed like an avalanche. A few seconds later, a large part of his chest collapsed. Bone fragments were scattered all over the Ashes warlord's body. He excitedly pursued. However, Filey did not move at all. He allowed the other party's spiked club to enter and exit his chest. He raised his neck high and burst out short syllables. Dragon language magic, multifold gravity. Boom. The moment the syllable exploded, black halos suddenly appeared on Filey's body. Under the effect of multifold gravity, the Ashes warlord, who was as strong as a mountain, was caught off guard and knelt down. He subconsciously wanted to use his mace to support himself from falling, but the two bone dragons that had been watching from the side suddenly rushed forward. One of them attacked the lower body of the Ash warlord while the other grabbed the mace and took it away. Ash's warlord let out an unwilling groan. Immediately after, his huge body was completely crushed to the ground. The next scene was not suitable for children. With Filey as the leader, the three bone dragons crazily trampled the fallen Ash warlord. The three bone dragons took turns to exert their strength, crushing the monster's body and then falling back. No one could stand this. Very quickly, the Ashen warlord was reduced to dust along with the other Ashen lifeforms amidst his miserable wails. Once the boss died, the remaining Ashes had even less chance of winning. Filey, who had clearly lost a large number of bones, was still fighting bravely. He entered and exited the enemy's formation, and the remaining Ashen warriors were all killed by him. As for Ash's pawns, when the bone dragons were fighting the Ash warlord, they were already eaten alive by the undead. The massacre soon came to an end. Ashes rained down from the Scar of the Dead. Under Matthew's command, a large number of undead creatures quickly retreated from the Scar of the Dead. During this process, Matthew also discovered that the undead creatures were also unable to resist the damage of the Scar of the Dead. Many skeletons and zombies had their limbs broken and turned into ashes. The Banshee, the Mummy, and the other two bone dragons were slightly better off, but they were not completely unharmed. The only exception was Filey. Other than the large hole in his chest that the Ash warlord had made with his mace, which caused a lot of bones to fall off, he didn't seem to have been corroded by the Scar of the Dead. Matthew glanced at the data panel. Perception, your summoned creature, Filey, has mastered the characteristic of the Lord mode, the King's temperament. This temperament is enough to lock all the elements in his body and ensure that it will not leak under the influence of external forces. This guy does have the temperament of a king. He looked at the hole in Filey's chest. Matthew laughed to himself. He had long noticed that this fellow had used magic to glue a large pile of useless bones on the outside to form a layer of artificial bone armor. This thing was extremely brittle and would fall off with a touch. In battle, it was very easy for the enemy to misunderstand. For example, the Ash Warlord. He actually had a chance to temporarily dodge the attack, but after the attack succeeded, he thought that he had really caused serious injuries to Filey, so he went head-on and fought to the end. In fact, only Matthew knew that Filey's core skeleton was inside. As long as the core was not damaged. No matter how the bones outside fell, it was just a smokescreen. No wonder he gained so much weight this time. It turns out that he has put on a circle of fat after becoming the boss. I wonder how much bone tax this guy collected from his subordinates in order to collect so many bones? At this moment, the undead army withdrew from the Scar of the Dead one after another. Only Filey remained inside. Matthew saw that he had taken a few steps deeper. Suddenly, he raised his bone wings and flapped them hard. With the help of the draconic magic, a gust of wind blew. The wind lifted the ashes on the ground of the Scar of the Dead and carried them towards the oak forest. Matthew was puzzled at first. However, he soon realized Filey's true intentions. The ashes from the Scar of the Dead flew into the forest like snowflakes. After they sank into the ground, the entire oak forest seemed to suddenly come alive. The oak trees thanked the source of the wind of ashes in unison, even though they soon realized that it was a bone dragon. However, the sound of thanks was still endless. This scene could only be seen by Matthew in the past when he activated his nature domain, but now it was happening in a non-domain state. Not only him but everyone else could hear the voices of the oak trees. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Dissociation and Astrid's Claw. Chapter 296, Dissociation and Astrid's Claw. Translator, Lonely Tree. He could not help but activate his equalized perception. Equalized perception, you have observed that the ashes of the dead ash creatures contain a large amount of life essence. The wind of ashes has injected a powerful life force into the oak forest and its land. Effect is equivalent to 0.5 nature ritual, Sanctuary of Life. You and your summoned creature, Filey, have gained domain legendary points +1, Oak Tree. So that was the case. It was only at this moment that Matthew realized that not every part of the ash creature was harmful to the outside world. Ashen warriors would drop soul crystals, and normal ashen creatures would drop life energy. Only the sparks produced by the activities of the ash creatures were the carriers of the power of destruction. This discovery made Matthew ecstatic. In his eyes, the Scar of the Dead was becoming more and more valuable. Matthew also wanted to ask how Filey knew about this characteristic, but considering the other party's anxious expression, he could only temporarily give up. After conscientiously completing the work of the humanoid fan, only then did Filey stride over to Matthew. The undead army moved upon hearing this. They followed behind Filey in an orderly manner, like an army. This scene made the people around him nervous. So Matthew also took the initiative to welcome him. After the human and dragon met, Filey eagerly crawled on the ground, lowering its head like it did when they first met. Matthew reached out and touched his neck. Master, don't, suddenly, leave. Filey's nervous voice came from the contract. That was a misunderstanding. It shouldn't happen again in the future. Matthew did not explain further. That's good. When this thought appeared, Filey, whose head was lowered to the ground, suddenly let out a sharp screech. The two bone dragons were the first to prostrate themselves on the ground. The other units of the undead army followed suit. The skeleton knelt on one knee. The zombie knelt on the ground. And the banshee sat cross-legged. Only the mummy was the most pitiful. It could only lie straight on the ground, its head and chest hitting the ground. All the undead creatures knelt in front of Matthew. The scene shocked the others. Sir Rhaegar, is he the necromancer with the bone dragon you mentioned? Asma could not help but ask in a low voice. Rhaegar, on the other hand, looked like he was used to seeing big scenes. He calmly replied. Yeah, I said he has one bone dragon, but I didn't say he only has one bone dragon. Asma was speechless. That's not the point. The point is that it's a bone dragon king. You should understand what the undead king means to the material world, right? Rhaegar glanced at him. I forgot. Just as Asma was about to speak, he was pulled back by Du Lin. The latter shook her head and said, Don't talk too much. Even if your worries are correct, didn't you see that Necromancer trained the undead king so well? Asma was about to retort. In the next second, they saw the skeletal dragon suddenly open its mouth. Walala! More than 30 high-purity soul crystals slid out of it. This is what we just seized. Master, please accept it. This time, Filey actually said it in the common language. Everyone present heard it clearly. Matthew looked at the soul crystals on the ground in surprise. Of course, he had seen the Ashen warriors that had been killed, but he was too embarrassed to ask Filey for them. In the end, this guy actually took the initiative to hand them over. Matthew muttered. Why don't you take half? Filey firmly refused. I am your most humble servant, and even I am your private property. There is no reason for a servant to take away the spoils of war from the master. Please accept it. Matthew was surprised that Filey was becoming more fluent in the common language, but he was also impressed by his loyalty. After Filey said these two sentences, Matthew could immediately feel the reverence in the eyes of the people behind him. This feeling was still a little satisfying. In the next moment, Filey elegantly and politely bid farewell to Matthew, then left through the negative energy channel with the mighty undead army. When the last undead disappeared into the vortex of negative energy, a new notification flashed before Matthew's eyes. Hint, Filey has activated the ability Flattery. You have obtained 34 soul crystals. Undead Pact, your summoned creature, Filey, has taken the initiative to go out to battle. His courage is commendable. He and his undead army have made an indelible contribution to the annihilation of the Ashes army. In this battle, not only did his undead army suffer a certain number of casualties, but he himself was also seriously injured. This was not good news for him, who was about to face the challenges of several undead lords after returning to the negative energy plane. For this reason, Filey sincerely begs you for a reward on behalf of his undead underlings. 15 soul crystals. Do you want to pay? Hint, Filey has activated his ability, Fake Misery. So that was his plan. He gave me enough face in front of outsiders, but then he turned around and asked for a salary in the name of his subordinate. The number is exactly what I offered earlier. This guy's ichi's almost full from scouring the negative energy plane. Matthew smiled in relief. When Filey asked for payment, he heaved a sigh of relief. After paying, Matthew hurriedly went to check on the condition of the experimental plot. Fortunately, the scorched land of death was not damaged. Only the realm Heartstone, which was the pillar that connected to the negative energy plane, was severely overdrawn. It probably would not last for more than a few days. Chapter 297, Chapter 297, Dissociation Spell and Astrid's Claw. Chapter 297, Dissociation Spell and Astrid's Claw. Translator, Lonely Tree. This was normal. Maintaining a plain passage was never an easy task. The cost of a single realm Heartstone was around 300 gold coins. Compared to the 19 soul crystals that he had obtained, Matthew still made a huge profit. While the ritual was still operating normally, Matthew quickly recorded the relevant information and key points. These things could be used when applying for research projects from the Alliance. In general, this ceremony could be considered a complete success. Matthew gradually verified the feasibility of using the scorched earth of death to contain the scar of the dead and accidentally discovered the secrets of ashes and sparks from Filey. Afterwards, he spent another night organizing the content into a decent proposal according to the template. The next day, Matthew used the Alliance's office in the Cauldron House to formally apply for a delay in the expansion of the Scar of Death project through his AL channel. At the same time, he did not forget to hand over the crystal ball recording the ritual to the small black room for Isabel to read. Another day passed. Matthew received the good news that the application was approved, and the project was successful. He went to the Cauldron House and received the first project fund from David. Just the initial funds allocated were 3,000 gold coins. According to David, as long as Matthew completed the preparations for the follow-up work, mainly the preparation of spell materials and the recruitment of apprentices, the follow-up funds would soon be in place. The total funding for this project was around 30,000 gold coins. Matthew could apply for more at any time. During the project, Matthew's only obligation was to recruit as many apprentices as possible and ensure their safety during the ceremony. David said, "Not every apprentice can become a useful mage for the Alliance, but the Alliance needs to nurture more talents through a large base. Recruiting apprentices will be beneficial to you, and there will be no harm. You only need to ensure their basic safety. As for the rest, you can treat them as your undead. If you recruit enough acolytes, you will even receive additional knowledge points when the project is settled. Of course, I don't recommend blindly recruiting people. After all, it's easy to get into trouble with too many people. There are very few necromancers in the Alliance, and the same goes for apprentices. There might be few apprentices who have learned necromancy. I suggest that you publicize the corresponding conditions when you start your recruitment. It will be easier for you to screen them faster. If Lord Matthew doesn't mind, I can do most of the early work, including the purchase of materials and the determination of the initial list. Of course, the final interview will still be decided by you personally." Matthew was already used to David's solicitousness. Because he had gradually realized the scarcity of AIS. There were no more than 10 AIS in the entire Alliance in the south. Even Blinken's title in the Alliance was only B2. This discovery made Matthew both happy and uneasy. He could not be sure of Edmund's intention for promoting him. It could be purely to please Isabel, but it could also be that he had other intentions. However, before Ronan returned, Matthew could only choose to work hard. In the end, Matthew handed over most of the preparatory work to David. It was only when the initial roster was confirmed that Matthew stuffed a small note into David's hand and asked him to write the name on the note into the roster in advance. Of course, Matthew didn't really want to sleep with that girl called Leslie. It was just that the other party's boldness and bravery left a deep impression on him. Anyway, he was just looking for a group of apprentices, so he might as well give her a chance. He just didn't know how well Leslie had mastered necromancy. In the next few days, Matthew spent most of his time in the oak forest, occasionally going to the Cauldron House to check on the preparations for the project. Other than planting trees, he also seized the time to learn new spells. The most important ones were the 2 Tier 3 spells, Disintegrate and Astrid's Claw. Perhaps it was because it was also related to the domain of transformation. Disintegrate spell was quite difficult for Matthew to learn. He had to admit that he lacked talent in the field of transformation. If it weren't for Rieger's help, he would probably still be tortured by the malicious shapeshifting spell. Disintegrate was the same. As far as Matthew knew, this was a controversial spell. The School of Curse and the School of Transfiguration were both fighting for the ownership of Disintegrate. The former believed that the principle of Disintegrate was to control the change of energy in the form of a curse so that any non-living object would collapse from the inside and eventually become a cloud of dust. Of course, this was a curse. The latter believed that the true principle of Disintegrate was to turn any non-living object touched by the spell energy into a cloud of dust. This should be considered a transformation. The clever thing was, whether it was from the theory of curses or from the perspective of transformation, mages had the ability to master Disintegrate. Therefore, this spell became a popular divine skill for mid- and low-level mages. After all, in a battle between mages, mana was nothing. The most important thing was the endless supply of tools and equipment. Disintegrate was a spell that specialized in melting equipment and disintegrating props. It could greatly bridge the gap between rich and poor mages. Mages who were passionate about battle naturally learned this spell. The reason why Matthew learned this spell was because the introduction of the combat spell crash course he had signed up for had mentioned that Disintegrate was one of the compulsory combat spells. Unfortunately, his talent in this area was mediocre. He had yet to complete the first step of disintegrate, which was to turn a magnet into a cloud of dust. There were a few times when he was tired from practicing his magic until late at night and accidentally turned the magnet into a goat. After experiencing the soul-stirring experience of almost being kicked, Matthew silently increased his demand for coffee at night. Compared to disintegrate, Astrid's Claw was a necromancy spell that Matthew could learn with ease. In just 2 days, he had successfully mastered this spell. The effect of this spell was to control a 4-clawed tentacle with negative energ. On the other hand, Astrid's Claw could also be used physically to grab and throw the target. In general, Astrid's Claw was the spell version of the Hand of Paleness. It had a longer attack range, up to 32 meters, and most spells had a casting range of 20 to 28 meters. The range was the thing that caught Matthew's attention. In addition, the effect of Astrid's Claw was more stable. Although it didn't apply to instant death, the attribute of being able to cause negative effects to haunt the enemy made up for it. It was a pity that spells or abilities in the same domain could not be harmonized. Otherwise, Matthew would really like to see what kind of powerful ability Astrid's Claw and Pale Hand could combine into. Time passed quickly as he was busy planting trees and learning spells. Night fell. Matthew smiled and led Renesm into the small wooden house. It was time for the weekly strengthening. This week, he did not plant many trees. He only had 11 strengthening opportunities, but he should have a chance to get purple and gold. Matthew sat by the bed. He was just about to raise his hand to strengthen Renesm. However, at this moment, Matthew suddenly saw a lonely figure outside the window. He focused his gaze. It was Soldier who was leaning against the window, silently looking at him and Renesm. There was actually a trace of grievance in the soul fire. Chapter 298 Chapter 298, Matthew's Impulse to Cast Spells. Chapter 298, Matthew's Impulse to Cast Spells. Translator, Lonely Tree. Seeing this, Matthew opened the door and let Soldier in. After Soldier entered the room, he stared at Renesm blankly. The latter looked at him with one eye. Soldier silently turned his head, the emotions in his soul fire seemed to be even more aggrieved. Matthew didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Most of the undead were actually like children. Although they looked repulsive, their souls were actually very pure. This was also the reason why many necromancers preferred to interact with the undead. Outsiders could never understand this. They would only think that necromancers were perverts, necrophiles, or violent maniacs. In reality, that was not the case. Soldier quickly understood and stood by the door obediently. However, this time, it was Renesm's turn to be unhappy. She walked over unexpectedly and bumped into Soldier. Although Soldier's level was higher, his physique was really ordinary. After being hit by Renesm, 2 bones actually fell from his body. Soldier wasn't fily. All the bones on his body were real. Renesm was pushing her luck. She looked at Soldier provocatively and slowly extended her right hand. What she meant was that she wanted to arm wrestle him. However, Soldier only took a glance at her thick arms and pulled out a pair of curved blades. Renesm was shocked and jumped back continuously. During this process, she also grabbed the bow in her hand. "Are you two trying to rebel?" Matthew asked calmly. Suddenly, the air in the room seemed to have turned 10 degrees colder. Renesm and Soldier knelt down in fear. The soul flames of the 2 immortals shook violently. Undead contract, needle spike. This was the first time Matthew had used the harsh terms of the contract against the undead. As one of the additional abilities of the contract, needle spike could cause a temporary and extremely intense stimulation to the soul fire of the undead, giving them the illusion that the soul fire was about to be extinguished, thus better intimidating them. "Is it because I'm usually too gentle? Do you want me to change the way I interact with you?" Matthew asked coldly. The 2 of them lay on the ground, the weapons in their hands thrown to the side. The undead contract was filled with fear. They kept apologizing to Matthew. Even though with their intelligence, they might not be able to understand why Matthew was angry. Matthew did not respond immediately. The stalemate in the cabin lasted for about 7 to 8 minutes before he ordered the two to stand up. Matthew didn't lecture them, and they wouldn't understand even if he did. As the master, all he needed to do was make a decision. Matthew's attitude towards the undead was very calm, but he never forgot that he was the master. It was indeed difficult to grasp the balance between being harsh and being kind. The argument between Renesm and Soldier reminded Matthew that he had to take a stance in front of the undead occasionally. With thunder and rain, the relationship between the two sides would be more stable. Matthew immediately ordered Soldier to stand guard by the door. He raised his hand and stuffed 11 enhanced lights into Renesm's body. Hint: enhancement successful. Renesm's level has increased to LV14, original LV12. Renesm received 9 new keywords. The quality of the keywords is as follows: 1 gold, 2 purple, 2 blue, 2 white, and 2 gray. In a sense, it was very balanced. The joy of drawing gold swept away the slight unhappiness in Matthew's heart. He checked it carefully. First, he looked at 1 gold, 1 purple, and 1 gray. Domain: Ocean/Gold. Your summoned creature, Renesm, has obtained the qualifications to enter the ocean domain. She has obtained the following abilities. Sea Walk: Renesm can walk on the sea as if it were flat ground, and has a 20% movement speed bonus. Note: fresh water is not included. Rapid Swimming: Renesm can move forward quickly in the sea. Her swimming speed is equivalent to 130% of her running speed. Manipulate Gale: on the surface of the sea, Renesm has gained the ability to summon a gust of wind and manipulate it in a subtle manner, 5 times per day. Power of Domain: Renesm can activate the ocean domain, which will cause intimidation and repelling effects on enemies. Multi-Shot: Purple Renesm can attack multiple targets within the range of her soul fire. When using multi-shot, her quiver must be full. Secondly, her critical hit rate will be reduced. Gambling Saint: Grey Renesm is very fond of gambling and always wins. Her gambling skills weren't superb, but she always relied on her luck to win. The only regret was that every time Renesm won, the ship she was on would rebel. This was something that Renesm had always wondered about when she was alive. After becoming an undead, Renesm may pull other undead who lack intelligence to gamble. The stakes are unknown. Good heavens! Compared to Renesm, Soldier was really a good boy. The more Matthew looked at her, the more he felt that something was wrong. Was this still the considerate big sister he met at the night of the undead ritual? This was clearly a female pirate captain who had been doing whatever she wanted because she was lucky. Looks like I have to arrange for a disciplinary committee among the undead. Matthew thought that he had to kill the grey ability of the gambling saint in the cradle. Chapter 299. Chapter 299, Matthew's Impulse to Cast Spells. Chapter 299, Matthew's Impulse to Cast Spells. Translator: Lonely Tree. The undead did not have anything valuable on them. Wouldn't they only be able to sell their organs and bones if they gambled? If such a bad habit spread, how could they fight when they lost arms and legs in a war? Fortunately, Domain, Ocean, and Multi-Shot were of high quality. Matthew remembered that Soldier had only comprehended the power of the domain at the 4th tier, while Renesm had already activated it at the 3rd tier. This meant that she had the possibility of continuing to strengthen her domain. The ocean was a very large domain, and many gods in the Age of Enlightenment were fighting for it. Its potential was astonishing. Matthew was looking forward to the next enhancement. He continued reading. Sea Monster Killer: Purple Renesm is proficient in sea monster knowledge, 20+. She knows the habits and weaknesses of these underwater monsters like the back of her hand. All her attacks will deal an additional 40% damage to the sea monster. Renesm had participated in the killing of a legendary sea monster before she died, so she had 1 legend level among the sea monsters. When the figure of the Scarlet Petrel rode the towering white waves to patrol the deep sea, deep-sea creatures that were not strong enough often chose to retreat. Stealing: Grey Renesm lacks morals. She will observe things that are temporarily ownerless for a while. There is a certain chance that she will choose to steal. Killed a legend? Then why was she just a little zombie after death? Matthew was a little puzzled. Could it be that Dania had not discovered the beauty of Renesm's body? But very quickly, his attention was attracted by the stealing skill. Renesm, if you want to continue following me, you have to change this habit, Matthew said to her seriously. Renesm drooled for a while and chuckled. Daddy. Matthew pretended to hit her. Renesm shrank back and obediently stretched her head out for Matthew to hit. This scene was both heartbreaking and funny. Matthew was helpless and could only try his best to explain. If you like something, tell me. If it's reasonable, I'll give you money to buy it, but don't take other people's things. Renesm looked at Matthew hesitantly. Daddy. Matthew said seriously, call me Master. Renesm thought for a moment. Master Daddy. Matthew broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, there was no one in the cabin. At the moment, he could only correct Renesm's pronunciation bit by bit as if he were raising a daughter. At the same time, he did not forget to instill in her the idea that stealing was wrong. Matthew's persistent efforts finally paid off. Hint, after your long teaching, Renesm has realized that stealing is a wrong behavior. Her keyboard changed from stealing to taking. Taking, Grey Renesm lacks morals. She will not hesitate to take away what she likes. Matthew covered his face with his hands, his head aching. In the end, he made a very inhumane decision. Matthew said to Soldier. Follow her wherever she goes in the future. Matthew glanced at the blue sky and white clouds. Air bubble, Blue Renesm can attach a bubble that covers the head of a willing target in her field of vision. The bubble contains a large amount of air, enough to allow the target to breathe underwater for more than 30 minutes. West wind shot, Blue Renesm summons a west wind to buff herself and her bow. Her movement speed increased by 15%. During the duration of the effect, every time her bow hits an enemy, her movement speed increases by an additional 1%, up to a maximum of 50%. J. Explosive crafting, White Renesm can craft white phosphorus explosive arrows, fuel explosive arrows, and other special arrows. Pacify the people, White a long voyage can easily lead to mental problems among sailors. As an experienced captain, Renesm has a unique set of techniques to pacify the heart. The quality of the blue and white was not bad. Matthew's blood pressure dropped slightly. Only the last keyword, pacify the people, gave him a bad feeling. Combined with Renesm's misdeeds, Matthew seemed to have guessed what her unique comforting technique was. The scar of the dead was gradually stabilizing, and the large-scale implementation of the scorched earth of death ritual was also being prepared in an orderly manner. Matthew had more free time. The next day, in the office hall of the Lord's residence, Matthew went to work with a few new magnets. Rhaegar greeted him as a rare guest, and Zeller kept looking at the magnet in confusion. However, their attention did not stay on Matthew for too long. The morning meeting soon began. 2 pieces of bad news. The merchants from the south claimed that there was friction between Red Mountain and Golden Fertile Field, causing bloodshed. It is still uncertain whether there are casualties on both sides, but if this matter is not handled well, it may trigger a war between the 2 territories. Red Mountain had just had a new lord and issued many unreasonable decrees. It was said that there were many internal conflicts, and this friction might be an opportunity. Zeller reported seriously. Rhaegar frowned and put down his coffee. You mean that the Red Mountain might start a war against the North? Once the battle started, the Golden Fertile Field would not be his match. Red Mountain's target would not be limited to the Golden Fertile Field, right? Zeller nodded. Your worries are right. Chapter 300 Matthew's Impulse to Cast Spells. Chapter 300 Matthew's Impulse to Cast Spells. Translator, Lonely Tree. As he spoke, he spread out a small map in front of the 2 of them. On it was drawn the division of the Lord's forces around Rolling Stone Town. Rolling Stone Town bordered the 2 territories in the south. One was the Highleaf territory in the southwest, and the other was the Golden Fertile Field. Further south of the Golden Fertile Fields was the Red Mountain that Matthew had passed by in his carriage. It was a very rich commercial territory with great potential for war. Once the feudal lord of Red Mountain gathers enough troops, he won't just annex the Golden Fertile Fields. Rolling Stone Town is also a thorn in their side when they go north. Zeller said. Recently, I've heard a lot of rumors. Many territories in the south have broken out in friction, and some have directly erupted into war. For example, the northern area of Deep Blue Port has long become a battlefield. All signs point to the disappearance of the civilization lock that you told us about earlier. Matthew scratched his head. He didn't expect his knowledge to lose its effectiveness so quickly. He was actually very concerned about the purpose of the gods' actions. But now, a full-scale war seemed to be about to break out in the south. He didn't know what the Seven Saint Alliance was going to do. Actually, Rolling Stone Town isn't afraid of war. Zeller suddenly looked at Rhaegar with a burning gaze. I just want to know if you're ready. Rhaegar subconsciously looked away. He gripped the newspaper tightly with both hands and said unnaturally. Of course, I'm ready to fight. Zeller looked at him deeply and didn't continue on this topic. The other bad news comes from the Highleaf territory. 2 weeks ago, the High Mountain Reservoir in the Highleaf region suddenly collapsed. The water flooded the fertile fields at the foot of the mountain and also washed away the super water wheel that the dwarves and the Highleaf City Lord had been operating for many years. Currently, the Highleaf territory was severely affected by the flood. The villagers were displaced, and the cotton production this year would definitely decline. Although we have signed a long-term supply agreement with the Highleaf territory, this kind of natural disaster is not covered by the agreement, so they can temporarily suspend the supply of cotton next year. The textile workshop in Rolling Stone Town cannot afford a shortage of cotton. You have to think of something, Rhaegar. Rhaegar covered his head in pain. It's cotton, cotton, cotton again. Can we figure this out next year? Damn it, is there no good news today? Zeller smiled and said. Of course, there's good news. The mayor of Deep Blue Port has sent us a letter of visit. If you agree, the 47-year-old mayor, who has 7 beautiful daughters, will bring her youngest daughter to visit Rolling Stone Town. This is great news for the single young people in the town. As he spoke, he glanced at Matthew. Matthew was puzzled. Do we still communicate with Deep Blue Harbor? Zeller explained. When Rhaegar was young, he had a marriage agreement with the city lord's wife. That marriage agreement was set by the parents of both parties. According to the agreement, Rhaegar should have married the gentle and virtuous city lord's wife. However, he was too rebellious when he was young and secretly broke off the engagement against his father's wishes. At that time, this matter caused quite a stir. In order to apologize, Rhaegar's father even personally went to Deep Blue Port. But even so, the relationship between the two sides had cooled down. After Rhaegar became the new lord, Rolling Stone Town and Deep Blue Port were practically strangers. It was only in these few years after Rhaegar's wife ran away and the city lord died that the two sides somehow hooked up again. I've read the letter that lady wrote to Rhaegar. It wasn't very affectionate, but it was somewhat ambiguous. Therefore, this visit from Deep Blue Harbor was not only a benefit for you single youths, but it could also be a second spring for Rhaegar. Rhaegar said with dissatisfaction. Hey, aren't you afraid that I'll deduct your salary by saying such things in front of me? Matthew spread his hands innocently. I didn't say anything. Zeller asked, why can't I say these things? Rhaegar looked around. Speak softly. Don't let Sif hear you. I'm afraid she'll misunderstand. I haven't seen Elena for many years. We've missed each other back then, and it's hard to pick up the pieces now. Besides, I won't marry her for Sif. Plus, it's very troublesome to marry the lords of 2 territories. Should she marry into Rolling Stone Town, or should I run to Deep Blue Harbor? We'll have to discuss this slowly. Soon, he seemed to realize that he had spoken too soon and changed the topic stiffly. Matthew, why did you buy so many magnets? Matthew answered truthfully about the difficulties he had encountered in learning disintegration. Disintegration? Is it the kind of spell that could strip people naked? Rhaegar suddenly became interested. He felt Matthew and Zeller's strange gazes. He explained. I mean, this spell can quickly melt the enemy's armor. It's a spell with great strategic value. We have to help Matthew master it, don't we? Zeller looked away and asked Matthew. What problem are you facing now? Matthew said in distress, I realized that casting spells in the transformation domain requires a strong impulse. Malicious transfiguration is based on malice, but disintegration feels very strange. I can't grasp it. I tried to turn my anger and malice towards the magnet, but I just couldn't turn it into dust. Impulsiveness? Some people said that the spells in the transformation domain were similar to the casting methods of warlocks. This was not a lie. Zeller said, Rhaegar, help him? Rhaegar asked inexplicably, how can I help? I'm not a mage. Zeller encouraged. Your mockery can greatly affect a person's mood. It doesn't have to be malicious as long as it can make Matthew have the urge to cast spells. Come on, you can do it. Rhaegar put down the newspaper helplessly. To be honest, I think you should pay me, he said to Matthew. Matthew smiled apologetically. Your hair looks like a big frog when you go out today. Rhaegar said suddenly. Matthew didn't feel anything. Rhaegar thought for a moment and said. I didn't finish what I said last time. That night, other than your mother, your sister and younger sister all said that I was great. Matthew scratched his head and could not help but say, why don't you push me a little further? Rhaegar could only say. I think your Tauren skeleton is pretty good. Why don't you give her to me? In an instant. A familiar emotion surged into Matthew's heart. He had grasped the urge to cast a spell in time. He raised his staff. Disintegration. It slipped. A gray light flashed. The pajamas on Rhaegar's body disappeared without a trace. Congratulations, Matthew. Zeller smiled. However, at this moment, a figure holding a dress suddenly ran out of the corridor. Daddy, what do you think of this new dress I bought? Behind the desk. The half-naked Rhaegar suddenly grabbed the newspaper on the table. However, it only covered the lump of chest hair on his chest. Sif looked at this scene in shock. Her eyes darted back and forth between Rhaegar, Matthew, and Zeller. Then, she left obediently. Chapter 301 Chapter 301, Your bread is too delicious. Chapter 301, Your bread is too delicious. Translator, Lonely Tree. Hint, you have gained a preliminary understanding of the profundity of the transformation spell. Casting Impulse. You have obtained the element of the transformation domain XIO. Casting Impulse. When casting spells related to the transformation domain, when your heart is filled with a firm casting impulse, your casting success rate will be greatly increased. Your spell learning speed, transformation domain, plus 50%. It felt good. Even though Sif's entrance was a little embarrassing, Matthew's face was still filled with joy. The transformation domain was originally a headache for him. He did not expect that with the help of Rhaegar twice, not only did he successfully master 2 spells, but he also gained domain elements. This meant that Matthew would have no obstacles when learning transformation spells in the future. In fact, even if there were obstacles, it would be fine. He was now full of confidence in Rhaegar and even considered encouraging him to open a transformation spell crash course in the Alliance. I'll go. After Sif left, Zeller said, this matter has to be explained clearly. After all, I was also at the scene. With that, he quickly chased after her. Only Rhaegar was left staring at Matthew. The smile on Matthew's face instantly disappeared. He remembered the horror of being dominated by Rhaegar's sword, so he said softly. I'm sorry, my lord. That feeling is fleeting, and I don't dare to miss it. Bullshit. Rhaegar gritted his teeth and said. Why didn't you target Zeller? Matthew said innocently. I only feel that way when I'm with you. Bastard. Rhaegar was furious. Also, why does Sif always come in at times like this? Did you secretly ask her to ambush me outside, ready to see me make a fool of myself? Matthew tried to analyze it rationally. This matter doesn't benefit me at all. Even if we take a step back, if Sif misunderstood what happened between us, wouldn't that be what you wanted? Rhaegar suddenly thought about it. It seemed to make sense. His expression softened a little. Anyway, don't ask me to practice magic with you in the future, or I'll kill you. Matthew immediately promised. If you don't agree, I will definitely not let you practice spells with me in the future. Rhaegar added. You have to compensate me for the pajamas just now. Its market price is above 50 gold coins, so I'll only charge you 50 gold coins. Matthew was stunned. What pajamas cost 50 gold coins? Rhaegar said hatefully. That was a gift from Elena last year. It was made of silk from the Far East, and the style was the most popular in Deep Blue Harbor. Matthew was enlightened. So you hooked up with the city lord lady of Deep Blue Harbor last year? Rhaegar looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Give me the money. Matthew hesitated for a moment and obediently handed over the money. Forget it. I'll just treat it as paying a fee to the NPC who teaches spells. Rhaegar's mood improved a lot after he got 50 gold coins. He went back to his bedroom to change his clothes and asked Matthew seriously. What do you think of the war? Matthew thought for a moment. According to my speculation, with the current productivity and military strength of the major city-states of Aender, it is difficult for a large-scale war to break out without the intervention of external forces. If the civilization lock was completely broken, then small-scale wars might not stop. After that, there might be a few battles between the powerful forces, but the painful price of the war would quickly wake them up. After that, all parties would enter a period of dormancy and peace. During this period, all kinds of ambitious people would work hard to learn the art of war and pave the way for their own ambitions. Human society would enter a period of rapid development. A real large-scale war would only break out in another decade or so. Rhaegar looked at him in surprise. Do you know divination? Matthew shook his head and said, I was just guessing. Rhaegar said unhappily. What I want to ask you is, if Red Mountain takes over the golden fertile fields and sends troops north to attack Rolling Stone Town, how should we deal with? Matthew replied innocently, Sir, I am only your magic consultant. I don't know more about war than you do. I think I'm more like your magic consultant. Rhaegar laughed coldly. And can't you analyze this based on your spell knowledge? Matthew thought for a moment. If the enemy really invades Rolling Stone Town, my bone dragon will make them scram. Rhaegar looked at him with a burning gaze and asked. Tell me about it. How many people can you and your undead subordinates stop? Matthew answered cautiously, It's hard to say. It depends on the intensity of the method. Rhaegar asked, I allow you to use the most intense method. Matthew said confidently. As long as the enemy doesn't have any legendary units, then I can kill whoever comes. Rhaegar said in surprise, Are you already so powerful now? Matthew said calmly. It's not that I'm powerful, but that the spell of undead calamity is powerful. Under unscrupulous circumstances, a high-level necromancer who doesn't lack money and resources will become the nightmare of all enemies. Matthew had yet to master the undead disaster, but as long as he had enough materials, the death canopy would also have the same effect. The two spells would enable Matthew to summon endless waves of undead on the battlefield. After listening to Matthew's description, Rhaegar could not help but shiver. Chapter 302 Chapter 302, Your bread is too delicious. Chapter 302, Your bread is too delicious. Translator, Lonely Tree. He hurriedly said. It hasn't reached that stage yet. Matthew smiled. Of course, I know. I really hope that Rolling Stone Town can always be peaceful so that my skeletons and zombies can only be used to plant trees. I also believe that you have the ability to protect our town. Speaking of which, I've already told you the truth. When will you tell me the truth too? Previously, the two knights, Asma and Dulan, appeared out of nowhere. Where are they now? Riker's expression was very serious. This is a secret of the Suki family. If you want to know this secret, you have to become a member of the Suki family. At the very least, you have to swear loyalty to me. Matthew nodded. I understand. Unfortunately, I'm not used to being loyal to others yet. Rhaegar said sincerely. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Matthew showed an understanding expression. Everyone had their own secrets. For Rolling Stone Town to remain prosperous after all the ores disappeared overnight, the Suki family must have something in their hands. Speaking of which, rumors about the undead near the Scar of the Dead have been spreading in the town recently. The number of zombies under your command is increasing, and the residents are very worried about this. Rhaegar took a sip of coffee and changed the topic. There's no point in hiding it. I plan to present last year's Rolling Stone Town Outstanding Citizen Medal at this summer's Potato and Dog Fighting Games. Matthew said in surprise. Is it me? Rhaegar asked. Do you want me to give it to Howard? Remember to dress up well that day and prepare a good speech. Try to leave a good impression on everyone. It's best if you can dispel everyone's doubts about the undead. Matthew was overjoyed. Does that mean I can receive the bonus for being an outstanding citizen? Rhaegar played with the 50 gold coins on the table and said disdainfully. You're a mage. Do you really have to go after such little money? Matthew cleared his throat. Coincidentally, I have a business deal here. I wonder if my lord is interested in cooperating? Rhaegar was instantly energized. Tell me in detail. At 4 a.m. On the 14th floor of the Crucible House, in the Alliance office, a long queue had formed outside a room that had been temporarily requisitioned. A few days ago, with David's help, Matthew obtained a list of 120 candidates. Today was the day of the official interview for the Scar of the Dead project. Many acolytes were nervous. This was one of the few L projects that openly recruited apprentices. Most of the L projects had already been filled with people. Therefore, they all attached great importance to today's interview. For this reason, they dressed up in high spirits and memorized their self-introductions thoroughly. Even when they were queuing up, they kept recalling the spells they were good at. Next? The mechanical dwarf shouted coldly at the door. One by one, the acolytes walked in confidently. Very quickly. They came out from another passage in the room. There were golem guards in charge of maintaining order. Those who had been interviewed were not allowed to communicate with the people in line, and they were quickly chased away. The people who were still in line could only frantically size up the faces of the people who came out. However, no matter what state they were in when they entered, the faces of the people who came out were full of doubts. Some of the acolytes had agreed to enter first to signal the others who came later. However, things were not that successful. The people who came out were often confused. The signal to his companions was often, I don't know what he's asking. He only looked at the information and told me to get lost, and Lord L doesn't have any special tendencies. The acolytes who were still queuing up were getting more and more confused and anxious. The queue kept moving forward. The acolytes were like fish and prawns that were swallowed by a giant whale as they entered the room one after another. Next? Fry Einstein. In the room. Matthew was sitting behind a long desk. David was the only one sitting next to him. When the male apprentice, who looked very shy, walked in, another mechanical dwarf standing at the door quickly read out the information about Fry. After interviewing so many people, Matthew, who was already a little tired, yawned. However, when he heard some of the information, he perked up slightly. Hello, Lord Matthew. My name is Fry. The male acolyte stuttered as he tried to introduce himself. Matthew interrupted him. There's no need to repeat yourself. I already know your basic information. Fry said nervously. I'm not very good at fighting. Matthew frowned and said. Get to T any point. Fry became even more nervous. He replied in a nearly sobbing tone. I'm very good at water-related spells. Matthew nodded. What about the water creation technique? How much clean water can you produce in a day? Fry was stunned for a moment, and then he proudly puffed out his chest. If I go all out, I can produce a ton of clean water a day. Matthew immediately decided. All right, Fry, you are the talent I need. Next to him, David immediately wrote the name Fry on a blank list. Fry looked at Matthew in surprise. When he realized what had happened, his face turned red, and the veins on his neck stood up. He was so excited that he could not say a word. Go, child. We'll group up in 3 days. Don't be late. David handed over a standard note in a friendly manner. Chapter 303, Chapter 303, Your bread is too delicious. Chapter 303, Your bread is too delicious. Translator, Lonely Tree. It was filled with the disclaimer and precautions for the Scar of the Dead project. I understand. Thank you, Lord Matthew. Fry bowed 4 times in excitement. Trembling, he took the note from David and left through the back door. Next. A new acolyte walked in. This acolyte had an excellent resume, and he was level 8. From his level, he could have established his own sect. His ability to express himself was also not bad. He introduced himself and answered routine questions without a problem. However, Matthew did not even look at him. After a few simple questions, he let the other party go. David took a deep look at Matthew. He was actually very curious about Matthew's choice of apprentices, but as an experienced old mechanical dwarf, he chose to bury his curiosity. He would do whatever Matthew told him to do. If Matthew didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. This was the duty of a servant. Just like that. The apprentices came and went, and only a few names were added to David's list. Judging from their resumes alone, it seemed that they did not have much in common. After a while, the mechanical dwarf at the door shouted. Next. Leslie Schmidt. A familiar-looking face walked in, swaying her slender waist. It was that bold blonde girl. Today, Leslie was dressed more mature than last time. Even her robe had been changed into a tight-fitting one, which accentuated her curvaceous figure. Good morning, Lord Matthew. Leslie greeted him generously. Have you had breakfast? I've specially prepared a few desserts for you. Matthew smiled and shook his head. No, let's just start the interview. A hint of regret flashed across Leslie's eyes. Then, she adjusted her condition. Leslie took out a staff from behind her and slowly walked to Matthew. Lord Matthew, I've learned a new spell. Please check it. As she spoke, she pointed her staff in the air, and the robe on her body instantly disappeared, revealing a scene that was not suitable for children. David turned his head without looking away. However, Matthew was unmoved. He just calmly looked into Leslie's eyes and said, There will be 20 apprentices participating in my project. If I hand over these 20 people to you to manage, do you dare to guarantee that they will not make any mistakes? I can tell you in advance that for half a month during the project, you can only move around in a designated area. Most of you will probably not be able to do anything directly related to the Scar of the Dead. The work I'll arrange for you may be very difficult. Before you complete my mission, you can't accept any other work. The same goes for the other project members. Under these conditions, if I appoint you as my assistant, can you manage the other apprentices for me? Leslie looked like she was thinking quickly. 2 seconds later, she said seriously, I can. Matthew nodded. If you can complete the task I give you, then after the project ends, I guarantee that you will receive 2 knowledge points. Leslie's eyes lit up. However, if anything goes wrong midway, you might become one of my skeletons. Matthew said casually. Leslie's pupils constricted as she felt a trace of fear, but this fear was quickly replaced by a firm will. She said solemnly, I can definitely do this. I hope so. Matthew gestured for David to add Leslie's name to the list. At this moment, Leslie stood awkwardly in front of Matthew. Sir, I have a good friend called Pelaya. She didn't make the list. Matthew frowned. What's your best friend's speciality? Leslie recalled, she has big tits. Matthew said angrily, not important. Forget it. Does she know how to make bread? Leslie said in surprise. She knows, and she knows baking very well. In fact, the desserts I brought you were all made by her. Matthew sighed. I'm referring to the bread spell. Leslie hesitated. She should. She definitely does. Matthew said firmly, if she doesn't, get her to learn it immediately. Try to increase her proficiency. After the project begins, I want her to be able to produce bread for 22 people every day. Leslie widened her eyes. 22 servings? Matthew said righteously. I can't let everyone starve. David, add another name, Pelaya. All right, Leslie, go back and prepare with your best friend. Next? At noon. This slightly strange interview ended. A list of the final 23 people was released. The apprentices were full of doubts about the interview process and results, but considering the title of the interviewer, they could only swallow these doubts and turn them into rumors about the Southern Magic Academy. David was the only one who looked thoughtful when he read the list. On this list, Leslie was Matthew's assistant, her best friend Pelaya was in charge of the bread spell, the shy man named Fry was good at creating water, and there was an apprentice who was good at turning mushrooms into mushroom huts. In addition, Matthew had also recruited 4 necromancy apprentices, and the rest were all apprentices in the School of Curses. Chapter 304 Chapter 304, Your bread is too delicious. Chapter 304, Your bread is too delicious. Translator, Lonely Tree. This Lord Matthew is really an extremely pragmatic person. David sighed softly. 3 days later, at 4:15 a.m. A group of apprentices in academy robes walked out of the cauldron house. They looked around curiously. If the buildings in the Mage Quarter were considered gorgeous and in line with the apprentices' knowledge as they left the town, everything in front of them seemed to be a little backwards. Matthew didn't care about the apprentices' gazes. He brought them to the wasteland north of the oak forest and said calmly, everyone must move within the area I specify. If anyone leaves without permission, I don't mind reviving them and using another method to get them to serve me. Everyone's spirits were lifted when they heard that. Leslie, I'll leave the rest to you. After saying this, Matthew left without looking back. Only the acolytes were left behind, staring blankly at the desolate scenery around them. Lambier was an apprentice of the spell class. He was very good at summoning creatures from another world with spells. After the interview, he had no confidence at all because he felt that his performance on the spot was terrible, and he did not highlight the spells he was good at. However, he soon received a notification that he had passed the interview. This made him ecstatic. He carefully prepared himself according to the instructions on the note. Even though Lord Matthew brought him to a wasteland, his enthusiasm for the project did not decrease. However, the next moment, when Leslie announced that the mission assigned to them by Lord Matthew was to dig a hole in the wasteland according to a certain pattern, everyone lost their composure. It was the same for Lambier. However, Leslie had made it very clear that this was Lord Matthew's original intention. If you are unwilling, you can withdraw now. Lord Matthew won't pursue this matter, but once you start, it won't be so easy to give up halfway. As she spoke, Leslie pointed at the slow-moving undead in the distance and said, that is the Scar of Death. Strictly speaking, we are indeed working near the project site. Lord Matthew promised that he would give each of us 0.5 knowledge points after the event. All we need to do is to obediently dig a hole for him for half a month. Is there a simpler source of points in the world than this? Not to mention that after the project is over, we will receive a recommendation letter from Lord Matthew and an excellent resume from participating in Project Owl. I've already made it very clear. Those who think digging holes are above them can go now. No one left. It was the same for Lambier. What a joke. Wasn't it just digging a hole? Could it be that digging a hole was more dangerous than participating in a real spell experiment? Everyone had done everything possible to get this opportunity, so they naturally wouldn't back down because of it. Very quickly, they received shovels from Leslie. While digging a hole according to the distribution map, a mage apprentice had an idea and summoned a bear to help him. The others followed suit. Most of the people present were mages, so which one of them didn't have one or two contracted beasts? Soon, more than a dozen contracted beasts appeared out of thin air on the barren land. These various contracted creatures worked hard to assist their masters in digging. The scene was in full swing. Lambier worked like this for an entire day, from early morning to dusk. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of slacking off and resting. However, whenever he was hungry, the girl called Pelaya always came over with a big basket of magic bread. When he was thirsty, there was always a fry guy who stuttered over and asked, "Do you want water? I can produce clean water at any time." In the evening, the exhausted Lambier was surprised to find that a cluster of mushroom huts had appeared behind them. According to Leslie and the apprentice responsible for building the mushroom hut, they would be sleeping in such a house for the next half a month. Although the mushroom hut smelled strong, it was at least safer than a tent. In the evening, however, not long after, suddenly, a commotion came from outside, and several mage apprentices screamed excitedly. Lambier went out to take a look and saw a towering skeleton pushing a cart in. As she walked, she shouted, "This is Rolling Stone Town's dining car, Rolling Stone Town's dining car. Does anyone want to try the local food of Rolling Stone Town? 3 gold coins per serving, 3 gold coins per serving." Many acolytes surrounded her, smelling the alluring fragrance of the delicacies. Lambier was very tempted. He thought about it and decided that 3 gold coins for dinner were not too expensive, so he went over and bought one set. A moment later, when Lambier, who had sweated all day and eaten bread for most of the day, was eating hot food in the mushroom hut with tears in his eyes, he suddenly felt that life was so fulfilling. This place doesn't seem to be that bad. He thought so. At night, a figure quietly appeared outside the door of a mushroom hut. This scene happened to be seen by Leslie, who was patrolling nearby. She didn't say anything but pursed her lips. "I knew it. Damn it. Why not me?" She watched Matthew's figure enter the mushroom hut where her best friend, Pelaya, was. Driven by curiosity, Leslie boldly leaned against the door and listened to the movements inside. "Lord Matthew? What are you doing?" Pelaya's voice was full of seduction. While Leslie was happy for her best friend, she couldn't help but reveal a disdainful expression. "Little bitch." In the next second, she heard Matthew's serious voice. "I have to tell you something. Your bread is too delicious." "Ah?" Pelaya was completely confused. "Did you come here in the middle of the night to eat more bread? Or something extra?" Her voice was full of temptation. Matthew said firmly, "Remember to make the bread taste worse tomorrow." As he spoke, he turned around and left the mushroom hut, bumping into Leslie. Chapter 305 Chapter 305, Merciful Matthew, Legend Rating +1. Chapter 305, Merciful Matthew, Legend Rating +1. Translator, Lonely Tree. Leslie, eavesdropping is not a good habit. Matthew frowned. "I'm sorry, Lord Matthew. I just wanted to look for Pelaya." Leslie reacted quickly. She stuck out her tongue and looked pitiful. Fortunately, Matthew did not argue with her and just left quickly. A moment later, Leslie entered the hut and found Pelaya sitting by the bed, fully dressed. She was fiddling with the expensive cosmetics. When she saw Leslie, Pelaya complained. "Why didn't you remind me that Lord Matthew would come? I didn't even have time to put on makeup." Leslie giggled as she pounced on her best friend and ravaged her for a while. Then, she asked, "Did he do anything to you?" Pelaya said in confusion. "He only asked me to make the bread a little unpalatable." Leslie nodded thoughtfully. What did you think of? Pelaia knew that her best friend was smarter than her, so she immediately said coquettishly, Tell me, tell me. Leslie revealed a perverted expression. Not until you let me have a good time first. Pelaia said bitterly, When have I said no to that? As she spoke, she could not help but laugh out loud. The two girls began to laugh and play on the bed. The next evening. After a busy day, the acolytes who returned from the wasteland used, untainted, on themselves. A bright and clear sound and light effect flashed by, and their unkempt hair and dirty faces were instantly clean and full of energy. Some of the apprentices even took out some stamina potions and swallowed them. The stamina that they had consumed during the day's work was instantly replenished. Leslie watched this scene silently. Someone complained to Pelaia. The bread you made today is too disgusting. Before Pelaia could speak, Leslie rushed forward. Feel free not to eat it. Pelaia didn't understand why her best friend was so brash, but she knew that it was always right to follow Leslie. Therefore, she said righteously, Feel free not to eat it. The apprentice was obviously a little afraid of Leslie's identity as an assistant. He only snorted coldly. It doesn't matter. There's the dining car from Rolling Stone Town anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, a busy shadow appeared in the oak forest. The dining car arrived. The one pushing the cart was still the towering skeleton. Everyone immediately rushed forward. The one at the front was none other than Leslie. Pelaia jogged behind her. The dining cart settled down, and everyone lined up. Leslie was naturally the first. Give me one. How much is it? The towering skeleton replied honestly. 3 gold coins per serving. Leslie shook her head. It's too cheap. I'll give you 5 gold coins. If you can bring me some fruits tomorrow, I'll pay 3 more gold coins for any fruit. She then took a portion of food from the dining cart, threw down 5 gold coins, and left quickly. Pelaia looked at this scene in a daze. She obviously couldn't understand Leslie's intentions, but Leslie had her own set of survival wisdom for being able to survive in the Mage Academy. I'll give you 5 gold coins. Bring me some fruits tomorrow, and I'll give you 3 more gold coins. Pelaia said confidently to Peggy, then took a portion of food and left. The people at the back of the line were all dumbfounded. Which buyer would haggle and raise the price? But very quickly, someone figured it out. After all, they were all from mage academies, so their brains were definitely good, and they were even more familiar with the ways of the world. After Lambier, who was third in line, had an epiphany, he immediately followed suit. I'll also pay 5 gold coins. And I'll take the same deal with the fruits. The people behind him were even more exaggerated. I'll pay 6 gold coins. I don't necessarily want fruits. Milk is fine too. I'll pay 10 gold coins, no fruit, and here's an extra 5 gold coins as compensation for your hard work. Please help me tell Lord Matthew that you've worked hard. Do you have more? I'll buy them all. Is this accessory beside the dining car for sale? And the horn on your head, I'm sorry, I thought it was an accessory. Is your necklace an accessory? Are you selling it? I'll pay a high price. In just 15 minutes. The food in the dining car was bought clean. All that was left was a bald Peggy. And a bare dining car. At this moment, an apprentice who had gone to relieve himself rushed over. He was extremely annoyed when he saw this scene. He could only bite the bullet and ask. Hello, do you sell dining cars? At night, Peggy shared the news with Matthew and showed him the earnings for the day. Matthew, you finally found a proper job. You don't know how rich those apprentices are. Damn it, why were you so poor when you were still an apprentice? Are you pretending to be poor? Do you actually have a small treasury outside? Peggy hugged the pile of gold coins and shouted. Matthew explained helplessly. They are mages who have been trained properly. A rogue mage like me can't compare to them. His face was also filled with surprise. These guys are even richer than I imagined. They are indeed true mages. He thought about it carefully. It made sense. Sif had 1,500 gold as pocket money, and this was based on the fact that she was not a mage, and Rolling Stone Town was not the richest territory. Those who were able to enter the Mage Academy were all either rich or noble characters. They might look ordinary among the apprentices, but outside, they might be the son of a feudal lord, the daughter of a city lord, or at least the child of a rich man. Chapter 306, Merciful Matthew, Legend Rating +1. Chapter 306, Merciful Matthew, Legend Rating +1. Translator, Lonely Tree. They might not be the most talented in magic, but they were definitely smart. They would naturally not be stingy if they could gain the favor of the project instructor with some gold coins. Return the extra money tomorrow. Matthew endured the pain and said. Since the standard has already been set, I can't charge more. This time, I made a mistake. My scale was too small. It was poverty that limited my horizons. As he spoke, he sighed deeply. Peggy strongly objected. It's not easy to have a stable income. How can I return it? Matthew shook his head and said. This is a matter of principle. Don't worry, next time I'll set the price higher and rip off those mages. Hearing that there was a next time, Peggy picked out the extra gold coins unhappily. In the following days, the acolytes' lives in the mushroom camp gradually got on track. They dug pits during the day, went back to read books at night, and occasionally watched Lord Matthew plant trees himself. Their days were extremely stable. Only the 4 necromancy apprentices had truly come into contact with part of the scorched earth of death. The scar of the dead spread for more than 80 kilometers in Rolling Stone Town. It was obviously unrealistic to completely envelop it with a ritual. Matthew's plan was to build an umbrella-shaped protective belt on the barren land in the northeast. The advantage of this design was that it was flexible and could cope with the possible changes in the scar of the dead. This protective umbrella made of scorched earth was about 20 kilometers long and 10 meters wide. In order to cover this area, he would need about 10 official versions of the scorched earth ritual. Of course, this was not a problem for Matthew. After the feasibility verification, the more important thing was to control the cost and the efficiency of the implementation. In terms of cost, the only major part was the realm heartstone used to communicate with the negative energy plane. The average price was around 350 gold, so 10 pieces would be 3,500 gold. Other than that, the total cost would not exceed 5,000 gold. This meant that Matthew had earned 25,000 gold. If it were the previous Matthew, he would definitely be very satisfied. However, after seeing the corruption within the alliance and the generous conditions of the apprentices, he doubted whether he was the Elm member with the least profit. Although 25,000 was a huge sum of money, the path of a mage was a bottomless pit. If he really wanted to spend money, the Cauldron House had priceless equipment that could make Matthew go bankrupt in an instant. Looks like I'll have to interact more with the other high-level mages to learn from them. Matthew thought to himself. In terms of efficiency, he brought 4 apprentices with him. After the initial explanations and demonstration, the project progressed quickly. 10 days later, 10 scorched earth rituals were ready. On the night of the 11th day, Matthew called Riegar and the others as backup, and he lit up the scorched earth of death that spanned 20 kilometers from north to south. A large amount of negative energy suddenly spread out. The surrounding environment produced an uneasy rhythm, but it quickly disappeared. The entire process went smoothly. Midnight. The protective umbrella was completely formed. Matthew turned into a raven and looked down from the sky. After confirming that the path of the scar of death spreading southwest was blocked, he landed with relief. The ritual was completed. The next step was to wait for time to test the effect. Considering that the Lord of Ashes and the Scar of the Dead still had the possibility of a counterattack, Matthew did not let his guard down. He stayed near the Scar of the Dead day and night. He would only stay a little further away when planting trees. But even when he was planting trees, there would be zombies and skeletons keeping an eye on the Scar. As for the mage apprentices, The project should have ended, but in order to meet the minimum requirement of 15 days for Project Owl, Matthew still kept them for 5 more days. In order to ensure that these people would not cause trouble because they were too free. In addition to the digging mission, Matthew found them some other chores to do. For example, they could enchant daily items or they could help him copy books. He had no choice. Mages were all energetic fellows. Or rather, those who were not energetic enough could not become mages. If Matthew hadn't found something to exhaust their energy and concentration, these 15 days would have been really difficult. Time passed day by day. Very quickly. Renesm also welcomed her graduation ceremony, which was the last strengthening. As the apprentices had been helping him dig the holes, Matthew's efficiency had increased a lot. The holes that the apprentices dug were much better than the zombies. Matthew almost didn't need to adjust the holes to use them. For example, Matthew remembered that there was a guy named Lambier who dug every hole into the shape of a heart. Matthew specially called Leslie over to give her a good scolding. Leslie stayed in Lambier's mushroom hut that night. After that, no one dared to play tricks on the shape of the pit. In short, Matthew planted 759 trees in one go during the last period of time and obtained a total of 15 enhancements. At the same time, the size of the North and South Oak Forest had reached 2,203 trees, which was not far from the 3,000 trees required for the side mission. After 15 enhancements, Renesm's level broke through to level 17 in one go. This meant that she had become Matthew's first Tier 5 undead. After that, there were 12 keywords. Unfortunately, most of the keywords this time were blue and white. It was not stunning enough. Fortunately, it was practical. Chapter 307, Chapter 307, Merciful Matthew, Legend Rating +1. Chapter 307, Merciful Matthew, Legend Rating +1. Translator, Lonely Tree. Blue keywords, Enhanced Shooting, Quick Bow Draw, Large Ship Control, Pirate Laws, Negotiations. White, Fishing Net Weaving and Fishing Techniques, Island Survival, Oceanic Knowledge, Summon Fish. They were all skills that were very suitable for the sea. The remaining 2 purple and 2 gray keywords were the same style. Scatter Shot, purple consumes a portion of virtual stamina. Rainsum will shoot a rain of arrows at the target area, temporarily forming a long-range fire coverage. Note, it is more effective when used with special arrows such as Fire Arrow or Frost Arrow. Body Evasion, purple Rainsum can forcibly enter a carrier with abundant water elements in battle, including springs, lakes, rivers, and seas. Even a puddle of water that is deep enough may allow her to hide, but her figure may be imprinted in the water. Evasion duration, 60 to 180 seconds, depending on the carrier. Can be used twice a day. Nose Picker, Grey Renesm loves to pick her nose. Occasionally, she will stuff it back into her mouth to taste it. Onychomyelia, Grey Renesm did not care about hygiene when she was alive. Her fingernails were contaminated with a little fungus, which made them grayish-black in color. After she became undead, her fingernails were well covered by negative energy, but this fungus still has the possibility of infecting humans. Scattershot and Body Evasion, one attacking and one defending, could unleash the strength of a Tier 5 archer to the extreme. The booger picking and gray fingernails completely destroyed the image of Miss Zombie in Matthew's heart. He looked at the giggling and drooling Rainsum. Matthew couldn't help but recall the Night of the Undead. At that time, Miss Zombie was so cute. This made Matthew suddenly understand don't judge a book by its cover. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and nothing happened during that time. Matthew asked Leslie to inform the apprentices in advance that the project had ended. The next morning, he led the apprentices away from the mushroom camp and headed towards the Crucible house. Earlier, Matthew had passed the project completion certificate and the template recommendation letter he had written to the apprentices through Leslie. In terms of knowledge points, Leslie and the other 4 Necromancer apprentices who had contributed greatly would each receive a high reward of 2 points. Palaya, Fry, and the creator of the mushroom hut each received 1.5 points. The rest of the players would also receive 1 knowledge point. the acolytes cheered. Along the way, a daring apprentice even took the initiative to ask Matthew. "Lord Matthew, can I still come to Rolling Stone Town to see you?" Matthew smiled and replied, "Of course, but I don't have any good projects on hand in the short term unless you're willing to help me dig holes and plant trees." The apprentice said confidently, "After I graduate and successfully find a suitable mage tower, I will definitely come back to see you." Matthew smiled and didn't take it to heart. At the same time, in the hall on the 14th floor of the Cauldron House, 6 or 7 mages who were not young were eagerly waiting. The mechanical dwarf David used magic to serve tea to the teachers from the Southern Magic Academy, then comforted them. "Don't worry, Mr. Doyle. Your student will be here soon. After so many years, you're still so dedicated and caring for your students." The old dean of the Southern Magic Academy smiled. "I'm just doing what I should be doing." Then, he turned around and asked, "Is the medical team ready?" A mage with a younger face coughed. "It's almost ready, but unfortunately, because we just received a batch of apprentices from Mr. Marcus yesterday, we don't have enough limb regeneration potion. If more than 3 students are seriously injured, we may have to buy some nearby. However, you know the price of the Crucible House. I suggest that we bring the injured students back to the academy first and wait for the herbalist to make another one." Doyle reprimanded. "Limb regeneration potion is such a commonly used thing. Why didn't you prepare more? There's also the spirit detection technique. Are you all ready?" The last batch of students who came back from the Cannibal Island looked normal, but they were on the verge of mental collapse. If I hadn't discovered them in time, our Southern Magic Academy would have lost several financial backers. The younger mage nodded and said, "Yes, it's ready. There's plenty of it, and we've also prepared a large amount of sleeping potions." "Sleeping potions used to treat mental illnesses? Is your medical team serious?" The young mage shrugged. "Young people recover quickly. Maybe they won't be sick after a few more sleeps." As he spoke, a teleportation light lit up in the hall, and more than 20 figures appeared in front of everyone. A loving smile immediately appeared on the old principal's face. But in the next second, the smile turned into astonishment. Behind him, the other teachers of the academy also looked at this scene in shock. Several mages rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "Is no one injured?" After a while, a teacher from the medical team asked. "Of course not." Matthew asked curiously, "I brought them to do a project, not to fight monsters. Why would they get injured?" Doyle laughed dryly. "Sorry, you must be Mr. Matthew, right? It's really rare for apprentices to be able to finish the OWL project and come back unscathed. You don't mind letting our academy's teachers check on the children, right? Let's go to the side and have a chat." Chapter 308 Chapter 308, Merciful Matthew, Legend Rating +1. Chapter 308, Merciful Matthew, Legend Rating +1. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew nodded in agreement. The two of them took a few steps away. The teachers of the Southern Magic Academy quickly surrounded the students. Rays of spells flashed. There were tests on physical integrity, mental condition, and height and weight. After a while, the young mage excitedly rushed to the old dean. "Oh my God! Not a single one was injured. We can save a lot of money for treatment." The old principal glared at him. "Are you sure you did a proper checkup? There were no other changes to the children's bodies?" The young mage thought for a moment. "There are changes." The old principal immediately became serious. "Oh? Tell me." The young mage said. "They've all gotten fatter and darker." The old principal raised his eyebrows, and the shock in his eyes intensified. At this moment, Matthew could not help but ask. "Is it common for apprentices participating in projects hosted by high-level mages to get injured?" The old principal said emotionally. "It's not very common, but it's something that will definitely happen. Yesterday, our academy accepted a batch of apprentices who came back from the BL project. Among them, there were many who were missing arms and legs. However, there was an unlucky fellow who was even more pitiful. He was deceived by the high-level mage of the project. It was said that the mage was trying to test a spell called circumcision, but in the end, it was cut off completely. Matthew was stunned. At this point, the old principal suddenly bowed deeply to Matthew. "I've worked as a dean for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen all the students returning from the L project unscathed." The other teachers also bowed. The acolytes naturally did not fall behind. For a moment, Matthew was the only one left in the hall of the Cauldron House who could stand up straight. Southern Magic Academy, Bohemia Dormitory. After half a month of hard work, Lambier pushed open the door of the dormitory tiredly. The dormitory of the Southern Magic Academy was for 2 people, which was what Lambier hated the most. He had to share the narrow space with his roommates. Whenever this happened, he would miss his Rose Manor in the Bay Area and the young and beautiful maids in the manor. Lying on the huge sofa in the living room, Lambier still felt like he was in a dream. In just half a month's time, he had already received AL's resume and recommendation letter. This didn't seem to be as difficult as the seniors said. Or maybe I'm too outstanding? Lambier thought proudly. Coincidentally, at this moment, his roommates had also returned. The 2 of them greeted each other. Normally, Lambier would not be in the mood to talk nonsense with him. But today, Lambier shared his experience in Rolling Stone Town with his roommates. "Just like that, I participated in L." Lambier concluded. "I think the teachers and seniors in the academy are exaggerating the strange fetishes of high-level mages. They are not as scary as the rumors say." His roommate listened quietly and didn't say anything. Lambier added, "But maybe I was lucky and met a very good mentor. On the way back, I heard a very interesting gossip. I heard that an unlucky guy who participated in a BL project had his penis cut off." His roommate said, "It's true. That person participated in the project of Senior Mage Marcus. The content of the project is to study the application of laser-type spells in the field of anatomy. Because the project was not going well, Mr. Marcus was in a bad mood. One day, he suddenly said to the apprentices, 'I'm going to conduct an unprecedented spell experiment. If anyone is willing to cooperate with me, I'm willing to give them 3 knowledge points after the experiment.' A male acolyte believed it and walked forward courageously. However, Marcus told him that the spell was called circumcision when the experiment was about to begin. The unlucky guy wanted to go back on his word, but Marcus tied him to the console with the excuse that he had already agreed. Of course, the experiment did not succeed. Only Marcus' prank succeeded. The unlucky guy's entire genitalia was cut off. After the incident, the academy's higher-ups strongly protested to Marcus. In the end, Marcus symbolically paid the apprentice 1 knowledge point. Lambier looked at his roommate in surprise. "I know you study divination spells, but I didn't expect your divination spells to be so powerful that you even know such details." His roommate silently lifted his crotch. "That unlucky bastard is me." Lambier fell silent. "It's all right. I just came back from the infirmary. They said that it can still grow back. It's just that it's not very convenient to pee recently." His roommate said optimistically. "It's a full 1 knowledge point. It's not a big loss. By the way, how many points did you get from L this time? It must be 0.5, right?" Haha. Lambier didn't know how to answer. Hint, you miraculously completed the L task with 22 apprentices intact. Your reputation has begun to spread throughout the Southern Magic Academy. Your regional legend level +1, Southern Magic Academy. As word of mouth spreads, you will receive the title Merciful Matthew, which is only circulated among apprentice mages. You have successfully stopped the Scar of the Dead from spreading to the southwest through the Scorched Earth Ritual of Death. You have completed the primary objective of Main Mission 2, Exterminate the Scar of the Dead. You have obtained the Demigod Persona and a large amount of XP. J. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, The Temptation of Power. Chapter 309, The Temptation of Power. Translator, Lonely Tree. Late at night. Matthew stood on the hill and looked into the distance under the moonlight. He had already activated his equalized perception. An abnormal energy field rippled into his eyes and brain. He saw a huge figure on the scar of the dead slowly turn around and leave towards the northeast. It was the Lord of Ashes. It was obvious. The scorched earth ritual of death was a success. The Lord of Ashes could not go south, so he could only brace himself and continue north. Over there was the Jade Court. I wonder if the Wood Elves can hold on. After confirming that the primary goal of main mission 2 had been achieved, Matthew slowly exhaled, and what followed was joy. In the next second, Matthew opened his hand, and a blue, smooth particle appeared in his palm. This was a demigod persona that emitted a powerful aura. It's a different color from Lorraine's. Hint, you have obtained a completely blank demigod persona. You may choose. Fusion, you need to hold a demigod ritual to advance. After the advancement, you will receive the support of the demigod template, 6 free attribute points, and more additional abilities. Harmonization, the demigod persona will be treated as equipment or item. Harmonize it through the intervention of the domain. After the harmonization is completed, you will receive a small amount of self-enhancement. The demigod persona will also become an existence similar to equipment to you. Lorraine chose fusion, but Matthew resolutely chose harmonization. It was not that he did not need the demigod persona to strengthen himself, but the path of the gods was not his path. That path had proven to be a dead end, at least under the rules set by the Calamity Mage. Although demigods would not be exiled like true gods, during the process of fusion, the demigods themselves would be deeply imprinted with the domain. Since then, their growth curve was destined to never surpass the domain itself. The path that Matthew was going to take would definitely be like that of the Calamity Mage. Therefore, harmonization was the only choice. Mages treated everything they had as a useful tool, even the precious demigod persona. At that moment, Matthew tried to use his equalized perception to touch the demigod persona. Soon, a stream of information flowed into his mind. He understood the essence of harmonizing a demigod persona. It was to use various methods to trigger resonance with certain strange or divine objects, thereby further obtaining control of the object. Usually, only very high-level items needed harmonization. Different items had different methods of harmonization. The way to harmonize a demigod persona was through the power of domain. I can first use the power of a single domain to harmonize with my demigod persona and see what the results are. He returned to the cabin and began his operation. At first, he wanted to use the power of nature to harmonize with his demigod persona. But soon, Matthew remembered Isabel's warning about the natural domain. If the nature domain is really that domineering and terrifying, then letting it take over first might cut off the possibility of other domains joining the harmony. Matthew thought for a moment and decided to use Undying. Immediately, he slowly opened his domain and injected an Undying aura into the space in his hand. The blue speck trembled. Then, there was no more movement. 20 minutes later, Matthew opened his eyes tiredly. The first harmonization had ended, and his level did not seem to have changed. Prompt: the first harmonization is successful. You have synchronized the power of the Undying domain with the demigod persona. Your element harmony, balance, +L. Current harmonization progress, 1%. Note: it is best not to spend more than 30 minutes in harmonization every day and not more than 15 minutes at a time. Otherwise, it will seriously affect your physical strength. Matthew agreed with the system. Although the harmonization only used the power of the domain to trigger the resonance of the level, this process not only consumed a lot of mental energy but also consumed a lot of physical strength. He had only spent 15 minutes, and he was a little out of breath. In the future, it's better to do it at night. After I'm done, I can sleep. He thought about it. Matthew forced himself to take out a pure lead box that he had prepared in advance and put the level into it before putting it into the magic bag. Before the first round of harmonization was completed, the aura of a demigod persona would still leak out. The lesson from the ruins on the clouds and Lorraine's warning was still ringing in his ears, so Matthew did not dare to be careless. After finishing all of this, Matthew didn't sleep immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to the Tauren domain. As an item, the demigod persona not only brought about its value, but it also brought Matthew 3 solid proof of territory. In this way, he officially had the power to open up a domain. Hint, you have successfully created your own domain. You have become the founder of the Tauren domain. The Tauren domain included the following elements: plunder, face-to-face, Tauren, race, instigation, undying, temptation, depravity, seduction. Are there actually so many elements? How come even the real Taurens are here? Matthew was pleasantly surprised. Pioneers of a domain usually had extra bonuses when dealing with related domains. This meant that Matthew would have an easier time dealing with Taurens. Other than the elements, the founder would also instantly gain 3 abilities. Chapter 310, The Temptation of Power. Chapter 310, The Temptation of Power. Translator, Lonely Tree. Hint, you have obtained the ability Instigation, Temptation of Power, Defend to the Death, and Plunder. Instigation, Temptation of Power. When you are inciting a target to defect, the target will receive additional main attribute bonuses. After successful inciting, the target will receive a random ability enhancement. There is a certain possibility of retaining the main attribute bonuses obtained during the process of inciting the target to defect. Defend to the Death. As the pioneer of the Tauren's domain, you are well versed in the techniques of defending to the death. When others use instigation on your undead, the difficulty will increase by 20%. Plunder. When you perform actions related to the Tauren domain, you will have the opportunity to infiltrate the plunder domain until you forcefully break in. All 3 abilities were very practical. The Temptation of Power was equivalent to giving the target a big lure when he was trying to persuade them to defect. As long as the target accepted the persuasion, he would become stronger. Matthew loved Defend to the Death even more. After all, if he went around instigating others, it was natural for him to gain enemies. With this ability, Matthew's undead was much safer. As for Plunder, Matthew looked at it purely as a lottery ability. How could it be easy to infiltrate another domain? Even for someone like him who had a cheat, he only had 5 subdomains. Plunder was a rather large domain overlapping with war and slaughter. It was better to hope for divine artifacts to suddenly drop from the sky than to hope for infiltration through the small Tauren domain. In the end, Matthew also received a Tauren status. Ancestor Soul, limited status. You can turn this status on or off at any time. After each activation, you will obtain the possession of the soul of a Tauren ancestor. During this period, your physical body will be blessed by the ancestor. You will obtain powerful close combat abilities, extremely high resistance, and a huge body comparable to the Tauren ancestor. Duration of each activation, 80 minutes. Number of times it can be activated, 5 times. I actually accidentally obtained the ability of a real Tauren. Matthew was very surprised. What was going on with the Taurens in this world? It was fine if the domain was at the mercy of others. Why were the ancestors helping a new domain? In a sense, it's reasonable that the Tauren's domain has been blessed by the Taurens. Matthew had a sudden idea. I wonder what I'll become after a foreign's ancestor soul takes over my body. He suddenly looked forward to this state. Morning meeting. So, the problem of the Scar of the Dead has been solved just like that? Rhaegar still looked like he couldn't believe it. Matthew replied. For now. Rhaegar was puzzled. Is it really that simple? Matthew spread his hands. You saw the effect that day. The Scar of the Dead didn't cross the border. It lost the ability to continue spreading. At least it couldn't spread in the direction of Rolling Stone Town. Of course, my plan also had a side effect. The scorched earth of death itself would also spread to the surrounding areas. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar almost choked on his coffee. You mean, we used a harmful ritual to control another harmful thing, but the ritual itself will spread like that harmful thing? Matthew blinked. You're right, but I can tell you responsibly that the overall risk of the scorched land of death is controllable. Rhaegar questioned. Controllable? Who controls it? Matthew shrugged. It's me. Rhaegar rubbed his forehead with his hand, feeling a little vexed. So, if you die, the scorched earth of death will go out of control. It will slowly swallow our land like the scar of the dead. Matthew thought for a moment. There's something different about it. The scorched earth of death that has gone out of control spreads faster than the scar of the dead. Rhaegar subconsciously grabbed the few strands of hair on his forehead, then carefully released them. His blood pressure was already full. Matthew promptly added. But as long as I'm here, its spread will be very slow. A few years or even decades won't be able to compare to the amount of land that the scar of the dead can annex in a year. Even if I really left, I would probably leave behind my sons, daughters, or acolytes. They would inherit my authority as a necromancer and continue to control and protect this land. The gloominess on Rhaegar's face instantly dissipated. However, he still couldn't help but complain. At this rate of development, the streets of Rolling Stone Town will soon be filled with necromancers. In a few hundred years, perhaps the Suki family will become a vassal of the necromancers. At this moment, Zeller, who was sorting out documents, suddenly interrupted. Don't be silly, Rhaegar. The situation you're talking about isn't realistic. Rhaegar was instantly energized. You mean that the Suki family can resist the infiltration of necromancers? Zeller put a stack of documents together and aligned the bottom of the document with the table. The paper rubbed against each other and made a crisp sound. You're mistaken. What I meant was that it wouldn't take hundreds of years at all. As long as Sif marries Matthew, it'll only take a few years for the necromancer you hate the most to become the ruler of the Suki family. Chapter 311 Chapter 311, The Temptation of Power. Chapter 311, The Temptation of Power. Translator, Lonely Tree. Rhaegar clenched his fists and roared in a low voice. No, Sif won't be doing that. As he spoke, he stared at Matthew seriously. Sif is still young. I won't allow you to have any ideas about her. Matthew slowly picked up a newspaper on the table and scanned it. He replied. She's not as young as you think, Rhaegar. Rhaegar snatched the newspaper and looked at Matthew seriously. Listen, Matthew, if I find out that you're secretly dating Sif, don't even think about entering the liege's manor, let alone reading my newspapers. Seeing this, Matthew could only say. Don't worry, Rhaegar. I understand you. I've already made a promise to you before, and now I can repeat it. That promise is still valid. Rhaegar looked at him suspiciously. In the end, under Matthew's innocent gaze, he snorted heavily and handed the tabloid that was dedicated to the scandal to him. Matthew read it happily. Madam Wesley. Another cup of coffee, Mrs. Wesley. Where is she? This damned old woman, I must fire her. Rhaegar angrily took the empty cup and walked towards the corridor. Before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by Zeller. Get the madam to make 2 cups. I'm a little sleepy too. Does Matthew need a cup too? Matthew didn't say anything. He just turned his back to Rhaegar and silently raised his index finger. What is the meaning of this? Rhaegar asked in confusion. 1 finger is the number 1, and 1 means approval, Matthew said casually. Zeller asked curiously, what is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Matthew replied without raising his head. This is knowledge from another world. Ordinary mages wouldn't be able to come into contact with it. Rhaegar sounded very satisfied. I see. 1 finger meant agreement. That's right, Matthew. You should share more useful knowledge with us so that you can live up to your status as a magic consultant. I'm willing to serve you coffee just for this knowledge, but this won't happen again. Madam Wesley? With that, Rieger's loud voice came from the corridor again. After a while, he brought back 3 cups of coffee on a tray. Zeller organized all the documents and asked Rieger, "Did Li Weiqi find anything in the High Leaf territory?" Matthew perked up his ears as he read the newspaper. He knew that Li Weiqi had been running to the High Leaf territory every few days recently. He only came back once during the Scorched Field of Death ceremony and then ran away again not long after. This made him curious about the situation in the High Leaf territory. Rieger replied. He told me about some things. The situation in the High Leaf territory is not good. The flood has caused a huge impact and caused chaos. To make matters worse, there were rumors that the dragon had attacked the mountain reservoir. Although no one witnessed that scene, this rumor was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Currently, the people of the High Leaf territory are in a state of panic. Some of the residents have even defected to our territory. This will cause a lot of pressure on the security work in the southwest. The most important thing was that Li Weiqi really found some traces of dragon activity near the high mountain reservoir. Zeller frowned and said, "What kind of dragon?" Rieger sighed. "I'm not sure. It can't be a white dragon or a green dragon, and it can't be a blue dragon either. So, they are either red dragons or black dragons." Zeller nodded. It seems that the astrologers were right about the dragons entering their active phase. I'm afraid we have to make preparations in advance to deal with the dragon disaster. Rieger replied. I've already asked Asma and the others to make preparations. If it were an ordinary dragon, I don't think they would dare to attack Rolling Stone Town. After all, Mr. Ronan's reputation is still there. Then, he asked. I've already written a reply letter to Elena, no, the wife of the mayor of Deep Blue Port. When should I send it? Zeller thought for a moment. As soon as possible. Deep Blue Port is quite far from here. If they really want to visit, they will need some time to prepare. If they are a little later, it will be midsummer, which is not very friendly to travel. If they drag it out until early autumn, I'm afraid that your dream will turn into bubbles by then. Rieger glared at him and complained. Ever since Matthew came to work, you seem to like teasing me more and more. Zeller pouted innocently. At this moment, Matthew finally finished reading all the gossip. He looked up and asked, Is the meeting over? Zeller nodded. Matthew looked at Rieger with anticipation. Excuse me, can you practice a spell with me? My lord? Rieger laughed coldly. Don't even think about it. Ding. 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 Matthew slapped 5 gold coins on the table and said confidently, I'll pay you. Rieger glanced and quickly put the 5 gold coins into the pocket of his pajamas. Sure. But not here. Come, follow me into the room. Then, he led Matthew to the room behind the office. In the corridor, Madam Wesley appeared at the door with a broom in her hand. When she saw what happened just now, she couldn't help but ask Zeller, Are they official? Zeller smiled and said. Let it go, madam. You must have heard that they were going to practice magic and not do anything else. Seeing that her trick had been seen through, Madam Wesley replied without blushing, Oh, I'm not sure. There are a lot of tricks up their sleeves these days. Maybe they were talking in slang. In the northernmost floating city. In the magnificent library. Huge shadows spread from the floor to the bookshelves and finally gathered on the starry dome. The white-robed Edmund said respectfully. Teacher, according to your instructions, the 6 lords have arrived. Behind him, the 6 shadows were silent. They represented the highest power in the alliance, which was the current 7 saints. Isabel glanced at the shadow and suddenly asked unhappily. How did the 7 saints become 6? Haven't you already found someone to replace me? Embarrassment appeared on Edmund's face as he reminded her softly, Sir Ronan is not here. Hearing this, Isabel's white hair floated upside down. She looked furious. Where's Ronan? What was he doing? Why didn't you come to see me? Is he afraid that I'll give him a 0? Edmund continued in a low voice. Lord Ronan is trapped in the astral plane. Oh. Isabel's emotions eased a little, and then she asked in confusion, who is capable enough to trap Ronan in the astral plane? Edmund coughed heavily twice. Under Isabel's displeased gaze, she urged. He then braced himself and said, didn't you use divine spells to lock him up in the astral plane? Isabel was enlightened. So it's me. Oh, I forgot. Soon after. As if nothing had happened, she threw an ordinary crystal ball into the air and said. A problem that you guys couldn't solve even after decades, but a rogue mage solved it all at once. Take a good look. As soon as she finished speaking, the crystal ball began to play images related to the scar of the dead. Chapter 312 Chapter 312, Naga said it was good. Chapter 312, Naga said it was good. Translator, Lonely Tree. The first thing that appeared on the screen was a mushroom hut. There was a group of acolytes near the cabin, looking bewildered. There was a handsome man standing in the middle of the acolytes, commanding something. He looked approachable. 10 seconds later. The man brought the apprentices to a barren land. He took out a shovel from somewhere and began to dig skillfully. The acolyte beside him was focused on learning the digging technique. After a while, the man took out another 20 shovels and gestured for the apprentices to follow his example. The scene shook violently. In the next second, everyone saw that the man was planting trees, and there were still many acolytes watching. At first, the big shots were rather patient. They just silently watched the apprentices watch the man plant the trees. But gradually, everyone noticed that something was wrong. Why were they still planting trees after such a long time? Everyone looked at Isabel. Isabel propped her hands up and pulled back her white hair. Don't look at me. That's how I finished watching it. Matthew obviously doesn't know how to use a crystal ball, so he recorded a lot of miscellaneous things. The big shots had a subtle look in their eyes. Edmund reminded. Can you fast forward it? Isabel thought for a moment. Yes, but this crystal ball is the cheapest version. It might not be easy to use. Edmund heaved a sigh of relief. Let me try. Then, he extended his right index finger and pointed at the crystal ball. Then, he pulled. In the next second, the screen changed to a bird's-eye view. They could clearly see a gully that looked like a protective umbrella at the end of the scar of the dead. That was the scorched earth of death. The scene stopped abruptly. Is it over? Edmund asked in surprise. Isabel nodded. You fast-forwarded too much. This is the last scene. Among the 6 phantoms, someone slowly said. Pull it back a little, Edmund. We want to see how it goes. Edmund slid his index finger again and said confidently, no problem. I can adjust whatever you want to see for you. What? The reason why he was interrupted was because. It was because a woman's scream suddenly came from the crystal ball. Aha! Her voice almost interrupted Edmund. The next scene was also shocking. The scene suddenly changed to a dark cellar. There were many wine barrels in the background, probably the wine cellar of a tavern. In the center of the scene, on the shelf of the wine cellar, a man and a woman were indulging in a strange posture. The man's expression was tense, and he gritted his teeth. The woman's face was twisted, and she looked like she was in pain. Is this Matthew? Why does he look uglier than before? A shadow asked. It's time you changed your glasses, Roderick. Fortunately, you didn't mistake the woman below for Matthew. Another shadow teased. Roderick was shocked. Is that a woman down there? This sentence made everyone silent. Isabel looked at the scene with relish and said. Test your prophecy, Roderick. If your prophecy is accurate, there is no need to wear glasses. Roderick was silent for 3 seconds before he quickly said. The man is called Rhaegar, and the woman is called Jenny. The location of the incident was a private winery in the craftsman's district of Rolling Stone Town. Rhaegar was the lord of Rolling Stone Town, and he and Jenny had been lovers for a long time. Jenny's nominal husband was called Bryce. On the surface, he was an honest shoemaker, but in fact, he was a spy sent by the Highleaf territory to Rolling Stone Town. He knew that his wife had an affair with Rhaegar, but he had been holding back. His goal was to one day strike gold and make a great contribution. Jenny had a bad reputation in Rolling Stone Town. Everyone thought she was a slut. The reason was that every time Rhaegar went to have an affair with her, he would pretend to be a different person. Sometimes, he was the coachman of the Lord's mansion, sometimes, he was the coachman, sometimes, he was the cook, and sometimes, he was the gardener. Later on, the rumor that Jenny did not reject anyone from the liege's residence became more and more widespread. There were really people who came to her house in the middle of the night, and the result was naturally that they were beaten up by Jenny and thrown out the door. This woman had extraordinary combat abilities among mortals. She had many admirers, but she fell in love with Rhaegar. No one knew if she was lucky or unlucky. Ah, I say, fate. Isabel stretched out her hand and gestured for Roderick to stop. The reason was simple. It wasn't that she didn't want to listen to the gossip anymore, but the scene had been quickly pulled to the setting ceremony of the scorched earth of death by Edmund. Very quickly. Everyone watched the entire process of Matthew constructing the protective umbrella. Is it that simple? Edmund looked incredulous. It's that simple. Isabel said calmly. A scorched earth of death can stop the spread of the scar of the dead. You should have thought of this earlier. The undead and ashes have always been competing for the position. The necromancer is the best tool to deal with the scar of the dead. Hearing this, a hint of recollection appeared on Edmund's face. Back then, we all thought of it, but someone forcefully stopped the necromancers from getting involved in the scar of the dead. Isabel was surprised. Who did this? Edmund could not help but say. It's you, madam. Weren't you the one who opposed it the most back then? You've always claimed that Mordenkainen's scalpel is a better plan. Chapter 313 Chapter 313, Naga said it was good. Chapter 313, Naga said it was good. Translator, Lonely Tree. Isabel said blankly. Was it me? Immediately, a trace of anger appeared on her face. Is it because my memory is bad that you guys are planning to push all the blame on me? Edmund was anxious. I have evidence. Isabel said. Then what was my reason for opposing it at that time? Was it just because I wanted to use Mordenkainen's scalpel? Edmund replied. That's not it. Back then, our opinions were also quite ambiguous, just not as strong as yours. The main reason was that those necromancers were too much of a bastard. On the surface, they are willing to support us in managing the scar of the dead, but in the end, they all have their own ulterior motives. At that time, the Lord of Bayern City wanted to resurrect the scar of the dead into a huge ghost touch. I suspect that he wanted to use this thing to destroy the world. The necromancers from the north wanted to cultivate the scar of the dead as a resource for plundering life energy. The necromancers in our alliance are relatively clean. They only want to swindle more funds and then take advantage of everyone's attention in the south to launch several small undead calamities in the north. If they hadn't massacred the village near Roderick's home, we wouldn't even have noticed it. In the end, the main reason why we terminated the project was because of your strong opposition and the fact that the Scar of the Dead project involved too much power struggle within the alliance. Because of the above, you have always been biased against necromancers. You even specifically told us, especially Ronan, that necromancers should not be trusted. But how could Ronan listen to you at that time? At that time, he was in a relationship with a necromancer from the spirit race. Both of them were in the heat of their relationship. You quarreled with Ronan and ended up parting on bad terms. Later on. Enough. Isabel waved her hand impatiently. Edmund, it seems like you've reached menopause. You're as talkative as an old man. Edmund's mouth moved, and his eyes were filled with grievance. The problem now is that Matthew has already brought out the results. What are you going to do with them? Isabel asked. Everyone was still silent. It was still Edmund who stood out. Then let Matthew solve it, come a little. We can launch an SL direct and let Matthew be in charge. As the supervisor, you can assist from the side. Because it's SL, the overall person in charge of this project will still be you. Isabel looked at the 6 shadows and said. You heard what Edmund said. Are you willing to give the SL project to a wild mage? I have no objections. Roderick, the Guardian of the North, answered first. I'm not interested. I'll listen to you, the Western Guardian said coldly. Cough cough cough. When it was the Guardian of the East's turn to speak, he suddenly coughed violently. The phantom he had transformed into was also twisting crazily on the ceiling and walls like a giant snake. I'm fine, I'm fine. It was that evil dragon just now. He came to harass me again. Cough, cough, cough. However, his voice did not sound that optimistic. Are you okay, Chen? Why do I hear you coughing up blood? Isabel showed a rare expression of concern. I'm fine. The evil dragon of the sea is no match for me. You know my strength. Of course, I agree to let Matthew be the person in charge of Project SL. I can even arrange for some of my students to help him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Eastern Guardian's voice stopped abruptly. His shadow suddenly disappeared from the library. Is he really all right? I heard that he has been fighting with that evil dragon for the past few years. Isabel asked. Edmund said calmly. It's okay. If Chin dies, Roderick will tell us, and we'll know Roderick. Is he dead? Roderick replied. Not yet. Edmund said with satisfaction. Look, the Alliance has a very comprehensive mechanism to pay attention to high-level mages. He's dead now, said Roderick suddenly. Edmund was slightly surprised. He's resurrected again. Roderick said. Edmund frowned. He died a second time, said Roderick. Edmund coughed heavily. It's fine. He can still be resurrected. Roderick said. Shut up, Roderick. Inform me when he's really dead. Isabel looked troubled. Why are you men still so childish when you're already a guardian or a supreme mage? Since none of you object, then Matthew and the Scar of the Dead project is confirmed. Of course, I don't think that Matthew has the ability to complete the entire project now. I will give him some time to grow. During this period, the Alliance can arrange for some mages to observe and learn, mainly to learn Matthew's ideas. Remember to go in batches and report to Matthew in advance, understand? Edmund nodded heavily. Oh right, Edmund, tell Matthew to buy a few better crystal balls. Don't borrow second-hand goods from others. After saying this, Isabel stood up in satisfaction. Class dismissed. Remember to ask Ronan to come to my office later. I'll make him understand the consequences of truancy. It was already the middle of May. Chapter 314. Chapter 314, Naga said it was good. Chapter 314, Naga said it was good. Translator, Lonely Tree. After the incident with the Scar of the Dead came to an end, Matthew was able to allocate his energy to other areas. In addition to planting trees, catching up on spells, and slacking at work, he also did 2 things. The first incident happened in the first half of May. A magic item store named Mystery of the Deep Sea officially opened in the North Trading Station of Rolling Stone Town. Other than the name of the shop, there was also a huge advertising slogan outside. Underwater breathing potion on sale, Naga has used it and said it's good. The huge slogan and strange advertising slogan immediately attracted the attention of many people. It was said that on the day of the opening, the door was trampled by businessmen or idlers who heard the news. However, after a day of trouble, not a single bottle of the potion on the shelf was sold. Most of them were just here to watch the show and were willing to buy some small items. However, other than the underwater breathing potion, there were only higher-level frogman potions on the shelves. There were very few items to buy, and the unit price of the items on sale was ridiculously high. Therefore, the flow of people on the opening day could not be converted into any sales. However, the joke of Naga uses it and says it's good successfully became a topic of conversation among passers-by. Did the Nagas need the underwater breathing potion? The answer was, of course, no. Many people used this point to tease the shop assistant. Although the shop assistant was teased by the idle people until his face turned red, he insisted that their potion was approved by the Naga. Anyway, Rolling Stone Town was in the inland area, and the Nagas had no chance to refute, right? The North Trade Post was built mainly for the merchants of Jiliu City, Jade Court, and the northern cities. Very quickly, this joke spread to the north. A few days later, 2 mages came to check the goods and found that the quality of the underwater breathing potion was indeed amazing. The most terrible thing was that its price was a little cheaper than the normal price. However, the shop assistant told them that because the shop had just opened and the goods were limited, they were temporarily implementing a purchase restriction plan based on the number of people. If they needed more underwater breathing potions, they could get more from the next batch of goods through pre-order. Of course, one had to pay 1/3 of the purchase price as a deposit. The 2 mages argued with the shop assistant for a while, but the latter still refused to give in. In the end, they could only quietly place a deposit. At this point, the business of mystery of the deep sea was gradually on the right track. In the North Trade Station, there were also many people eyeing the high-end goods in the room, but more people gave up the idea of doing evil after noticing the big and exaggerated advertising slogan. Everyone knew that the Lord of Rolling Stone Town attached great importance to the order of the trading station and was also very strict with the management of the shops. Last year, there was a shop that did not clean up the rubbish in time and was fined 3 months' rent. In the first half of the year, a shop moved its billboard 3 steps away from the door, but it was quickly removed by the guards who heard the news. Only this deep-sea mystery, which was said to be backed by the Oak Chamber of Commerce, had its advertising boards almost squeezed into the alleys on both ends. However, the guards, who had always been known as the street demolition team for their efficient actions, did not appear for a long time. On the contrary, the next morning, a few guards openly took out 2 thieves from the shop. After a terrifying whipping, even the local tyrants and hooligans clearly gave up on the idea of scamming the shop. After more than 10 days, the underwater breathing potion didn't sell very quickly, but the shipping speed was relatively stable. Matthew could feel the pleasure of having high profits in his pocket at all times. However, he himself only stood guard at the North Trade Station for about a week before handing over the chores and security to Rieger's people. Doing business was only a small part of his plan in May. The most important thing was the other thing. He was ready to officially start building the cemetery. The cemetery in the Undying Domain was different from the secular concept. It was actually a kind of materialized ritual field. The undead who lived in the cemetery for a long time would gain stronger combat ability. If the size of the cemetery continued to expand and the Well of the Dead was born, then the cemetery would continuously hatch new undead. Moreover, Matthew still had the ability of cemetery owner. He planned to develop the cemetery in the coming summer while planting trees. The location used to recruit the elite undead had to be established. The ability, tombstone making, also had to shine. Matthew hoped that this place could become a paradise for the undead to live and work in peace. The first step to turning the cemetery into a ceremonial field in the real sense was to expand the boundaries of the cemetery according to the specifications of the ceremonial field and plan the construction of the core buildings and auxiliary buildings of the cemetery. This step was not that easy. When Matthew chose the location for the cemetery, he had taken into account the subsequent ritual. He had deliberately chosen an open underground space with suitable soil. However, this space still needed to be modified. Renovating an underground city required a lot of manpower. Although the zombies were good free labor, they were too stupid. They could dig holes, but they couldn't tell the direction underground. During the busy days, Matthew often thought, If only I had a Duergar construction team. The Duergar had always been known for their ability to carve out a perfect underground city from rocks of any texture. Unfortunately, although Matthew's cemetery was also underground, it was too close to the surface. There were not many Duergars there. He could only let the zombies work step by step. This was very inefficient. The only thing that made Matthew feel gratified was that the troll Sinwak was indeed very useful in the process of establishing the cemetery. He did not even use the remote control. Sinwak obediently obeyed his orders. He would eat whatever Matthew told him to. As a type of earth monster, the trolls had a strong destructive ability against rocks. No matter how hard the place was, as long as Sinwak went over and gnawed on it, it would quickly be eaten clean. With the help of Sinwak, the reclamation of the cemetery went smoothly. Other than the occasional collapse that buried a few zombies, there was no accident. Everything else was good. That night, Matthew finished his hard work of commanding the cemetery reclamation and crawled out of the cave with a face full of dust. The moonlight shone on the ground, and everything was so quiet and peaceful. He quickly walked into the oak forest. At this moment, someone was already waiting for Matthew in the forest. The woman was wrapped in white cloth, and her exposed skin was frighteningly pale. "Good evening, Lord Matthew," the drow warrior greeted. Then, she hesitated. "Can I really get in there?" Matthew smiled. "Don't worry. You have to believe that the goddess of moonlight is a very kind god." As he spoke, he was using his ability to bring Lara into the domain under the moonlight. Prompt: You and your partner Lara have entered the moonlight woodlands. Do you wish to consume a servant slot to convert Shadow Oathbreaker Lara into your moonlight servant, J? Chapter 315 Chapter 315, Undead Construct. Chapter 315, Undead Construct. Translator, Lonely Tree. In the moonlight woodlands. A beam of moonlight shone down and focused on Lara's body. In an instant, white steam rose from her skin. Lara's body stiffened, and her eyes turned white. Matthew instantly noticed that the moonlight he attracted not only failed to turn Lara into a servant of the moon, but it also had a burning effect on her body. He reacted quickly and cancelled the moonlight in time. Prompt: The goddess of moonlight, Asha, has rejected your request to transform Lara into a moon servant. He was rejected. Matthew felt a little regretful. Perhaps it was because he had been doing too little recently that Asha was a little dissatisfied, so she refused to provide further help. Originally, Lila joining the Moonlight faction was the best choice. Because of their power and territory, Asha and the Midnight God were natural enemies. Generally speaking, the goddess of moonlight would accept Lara. The Moonlight Woodlands was the goddess kingdom, and Galen's power could not reach here. He wouldn't know what happened to Lara inside the forest. This was also one of the reasons why Matthew was bold enough to try. Unfortunately, the result was not satisfactory. However, Matthew was not discouraged. Although the goddess rejected him directly, she gave him something else. Matthew noticed. After the moonlight disappeared, a picture of a bright moon half covered by dark clouds appeared on Lara's forehead. It was another mark of the goddess of moonlight. Hint: your partner Lila has received the basic blessing of the goddess of moon, Asha, the traveler's mark. Traveler's seal: the holder of this seal will be blessed by the moonlight. Recite any one of the 333 hymns of the moon for 5 minutes under the moonlight, and you will have the opportunity to apply to enter the moonlight woodlight. After obtaining the goddess' permission, one will have the opportunity to enter the forest to rest for a moment. Traveler. It was also one of Asha's responsibilities. Her response was very clever. She rejected Matthew's exorbitant price and gave him a little benefit. Lara, who had obtained the traveler's mark, would have the opportunity to enter the forest on her own. But the premise was that Matthew had to do more things to please the goddess. This mark would not affect the relationship between Lara and Galen. At the same time, this also preserved the possibility of transforming Lara into Matthew's personal servant in the future. As expected of an old demon who has lived for who knows how many years. She played hard to get and grasped it to perfection. This method of handling was also flawless. Matthew sighed inwardly. At this moment, Lara had also come back to her senses. She touched the mark on her forehead, and her emotions rose a little, which was rare. Can the Oak Chamber of Commerce's north-south trade route start operating? Matthew led her to the altar and said, "There's no rush. How's your study of human society and culture?" Lara answered honestly, learning that knowledge was very difficult for me. I felt that I was even dumber than an underground warthog, so I could only do my best. However, Lady Jeanley said that I did a good job. I don't know if she was sincerely praising me or just comforting me. Matthew replied. Miss Jeanley has always been objective. She won't easily praise a student. Since she said you did well, then you really did well. Lara didn't say anything for a while. However, her footsteps had obviously become lighter. The two of them came to the altar. Under Matthew's call, Ella quickly appeared. Matthew, I didn't expect you to come so early this time. Samantha and Clegg are still on the way. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a while. Ella happily stopped on Matthew's shoulder. However, very quickly, she jumped to the other shoulder. Ella quickly glanced at the drow warrior wrapped in bandages and whispered in Matthew's ear, I don't like her. Her voice was not loud. But Lara could clearly hear it. Matthew tilted his head and reminded. You didn't like me when you first met me. Ella subconsciously argued. You are different. You are a very special existence, but drows are born with the original sin. Matthew was planning to give the stubborn nature soul a lesson on ideology. Who knew that at this moment, Lara actually took the initiative to say. She's right. Drows are born evil. Nature soul, I apologize to you for my own life and for drows. I've always wanted to completely shed this layer of skin and change my identity, but unfortunately, I can't do so. At this point, she paused for a moment, pain and frustration flashing across her eyes. She said in a low voice. If the god's fire of retribution could wash away the original sin in my blood, I should be burned alive. However, I couldn't get rid of my longing for life. At the critical moment of life and death, I was weak. I sold my soul again in exchange for a night of sleep. I'm still alive, and I'm living quite well, so this nature soul is right. I'm living in this world with sin. Matthew knew that Lara's heart was always filled with pain and struggle, but he did not expect it to be this serious. He patted Ella gently and comforted her. After experiencing that divine punishment, you have been reborn from the ashes. Lara, you are no longer the person you were in the past. You don't have to be obsessed with the memories of the past. You should embrace a new life and a new world. Chapter 316 Undead Construction Technique. Chapter 316 Undead Construction Technique. Translator, Lonely Tree. Lara nodded. Of course, I understand everything you said, Matthew. I'm doing exactly that. It's just that I can't accept the life you've given me with a clear conscience. It's the kind of life I yearned for the most when I was underground, but every time in the dead of night, my heart is always suffering. You don't know what it means behind the growth of every drow warrior. In Deep City, in order to please evil Queen Baba Shah, the drows went crazy, killing, plotting, incest, and tyranny. Too many sins were engraved on my body. I walked out from there, and those sins will accompany me for the rest of my life. Do you know what you need to do to become a high-level drow warrior? Training day and night, being beaten and whipped day and night, always on guard against sneak attacks from one's peers, this was not the most difficult part. To me, the most difficult part was the last part of the advancement ritual. After every high-level drow warrior passed the first few stages of the ritual, they would be asked by the evil queen to go to the surface. She would tell us to find a human village and choose a family with children from the village. Then, we must kill their children in front of their parents. At this point, Lara closed her eyes in pain. Ella asked in a daze, so, did you do it? Yes. Lara replied with difficulty, I remember it very clearly. At that time, my instructor brought me to a very remote village. It was daytime at that time, and all the men in the village had gone out to work, leaving only the old, young, women and children to do some simple work in their homes. The instructor found me a house. There was only a baby and his mother in the house. He tied her up and made her watch as I strangled her child. I did it since my instructor threatened me. When the baby was carried by me, his eyes were wide open, and he even smiled at me. I couldn't forget his smile, nor could I forget the howling of his mother in my ear. After that, I left the house in a daze. When I woke up, the instructor had already killed all the other people in the village. He regarded this as an honor and planned to use this matter as a merit to pray for blessings from the evil empress. I had an argument with him on the way back to the underground. In the end, I killed him. I wanted to leave, but Drow's identity meant that I couldn't survive on the surface, and there was no place for me in other underground cities. In the end, I could only take the instructor's head back to Deep City and confess to the matriarch that I had killed him. I thought that I would be punished, but I was personally rewarded by evil Empress Baba Shah. After that, I lived numbled in Deep City for a while until I became a training instructor for high-level Drow warriors. Soon, I received a mission. The evil empress ordered me to lead a Drow warrior to the surface to attack the human village and assist him in completing the last part of the advancement ceremony. I couldn't convince myself to accept this mission, so in the end, I could only choose to defect. After that, I wandered around the Underdark. At this point, Lara's recollection was interrupted by a rude voice. If I were you, I would go back to that city and kill everyone who forced you to do evil. On the other side of the altar, Samantha and Clegg walked over. They seemed to have heard a lot, and the one who spoke was the latter. Clegg looked very angry, her thick nostrils unique to orc, shooting out steam. Instead of living in guilt, it's better to do something practical. Lara was stunned for a moment before she smiled bitterly. How can my power shake the rule of Deep City? They were too powerful. Whether it was the matriarch or the spider-like elves raised by the evil Empress Baba Shah, they were not something I could fight against alone. The orc sword saintess said without changing her expression. Then let's make killing our way back our goal for cultivation, just like what I'm doing now. Many years ago, my hometown, Storluck, was invaded by the evil empire. Now, it has been reduced to ruins. I am the last orc to walk out of Storluck. I came to the Aender continent alone to find an opportunity to kill my way back. Every time I thought of my companions who had fled with me but died halfway, I would feel anger and guilt in my heart. I would often ask the heavens why they only let me live. However, these excess emotions would only hinder my progress. I learned to live with them and even turned them into nourishment for me. I firmly believe that one day, I will be able to kill my way back to Storluck and avenge my hometown and family. Lara stared at her blankly. Clegg met her gaze without any guilt. You're amazing. Lara praised sincerely. Inspired by Clegg's words. She looked much better. Matthew greeted Samantha, then turned around and said. Evil Empire? Which empire? Was Storluck a guardian planet in the astral world? Clegg was much colder towards Matthew. She only nodded. Samantha explained. Storluck is a subplane in the astral plane, a part of a guardian planet. Clegg went through a lot of hardships to break through the encirclement of the Undead Empire's vanguard and arrive at Aender alive. Chapter 317 Chapter 317, Undead Construct. Chapter 317, Undead Construct. Translator, Lonely Tree. Hearing the last sentence, Clegg corrected her seriously. It's not that I'm amazing, but my clansmen are. You can't imagine how much they sacrificed to protect me. No, everyone sacrificed. In front of that terrifying and evil fleet, our tribe was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. My clan leader, the leader of Storluck, the great legendary sword saint, Prockert, once went alone to stop the huge starship from landing on the ground in order to protect the tribe. That's right, there was an entire fleet on the other side, with thousands of soldiers and horses. And he was all alone. This was because no one in the tribe could ascend to the heavens with him. He was an extraordinary existence. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. However, he chose to die brazenly. I saw with my own eyes that Lord Prockert used his ultimate technique and cut the starship in half with one sword. At that time, everyone in the tribe was cheering. Everyone was praising Lord Prockert's power, which was comparable to a god. Only he was still solemn. Soon, we knew why. After the starship broke, countless shadows flew out from within. They surrounded Lord Prockert like locusts and eventually devoured him. As far as I know, Lord Prockert was already immune to magic. Even physical damage could only cause very little damage to him. However, those locust-like monsters are creatives that we have never seen before. They were like flying spirits, their bodies covered in steel and constructs. Their bodies were filled with the unique negative energy of the undead, but they were not as fragile as the ordinary undead. Purify and Dispel were ineffective against them. It was only after a long time that I found out that this was a technique that the Undead Empire was proud of and used to conquer the other planets. Undead Construct. After Lord Prockert was defeated, my hometown was completely turned into a sea of fire. Large areas of farmland were burned to ruins, and all the orcs were exterminated. Their bones were made into terrifying undead and covered with all kinds of strange constructs. When I left Storluck, that planet had become another branch base of the Undead Empire. Tall buildings rose from the ground, and they erected chimneys on the plains. Countless steel beasts that could spew black fog and steam drove on the plains, and groups of space spirits that could fly wandered between the mountains and above the clouds like nightmares. When the sun set, I saw the colorful lights in the steel forest. That was an unforgettable scene in my life. It also reminded me that I must avenge my clansmen. I'm saying this for no other reason than to remind you that you're not the only one in this world who has suffered the injustice of fate. Don't give up. From beginning to end. Clegg was talking to Lara. She seemed to treat Matthew as heir. However, Matthew did not mind. From the other party's words, he had already learned too much shocking information. Although his version was still at the stage of traditional undead. The Undead Empire, which loved to seek death, had evolved into a power that knew how to deal with steel constructs. I wonder if the Undead Empire has truly fallen at this point in time. According to the timeline in the game, the one who invaded Clegg's hometown should be a space undead army that was wandering outside. But if it weren't, then it would be troublesome. Forget it. Ander is in the prime material plane, after all. The plane barrier was extremely thick, and it was not as easy to invade as the guardian planes hanging in the astral plane. Besides, even if the sky falls, there will be tall people holding it up. With my current strength, it's useless to think too much. Although he thought so. However, Matthew was still very interested in the Undead Empire's undead construct. In his previous life, he had encountered such troops when he was playing the game. Unfortunately, he was a player who rarely looked at background introductions. He only liked to farm. In his impression, other than the fact that such troops were easy to drop gold coins, he knew nothing else. As far as I know, this hive is also related to the Undead Empire. Matthew said. The Orc Sword Saintess glanced at him, and this time, she actually said. Yes, that's why I agreed to Samantha's request to help us eliminate the Zergs. The violent Zither insect race isn't a powerful race. My hometown has been invaded by them several times, but they have been successfully expelled. I want to know what secrets are hidden in the Undead Empire base that was attacked by the Zergs. Seeing that she was finally willing to talk to him, Matthew quickly struck while the iron was hot. Since you came to Ander to seek help, have you contacted the Seventh Saint Alliance regarding the Undead Empire? Clegg's expression darkened. Of course I did, but the Seventh Saint Alliance didn't care about me at all. They left me in an abandoned stronghold on the east coast for more than a month. It was only when I repeatedly went to ask for an answer that a kind mage told me that the Seventh Saint Alliance didn't care about what happened outside of Ander. The higher-ups of the Alliance couldn't possibly provide me with any support. After that, they even chased me out like I was a beggar. This is the shame of my life. Matthew shook his head silently. Perhaps the Seven Saint Alliance doesn't even care about anger. Mages are the most refined and selfish creatures. They only care about themselves. Samantha looked at him in surprise. Are you mocking yourself? Matthew smiled and didn't say much. Let's go. Samantha changed the topic with a smile and reminded everyone of the purpose of tonight. In the past half a month, Clegg and I have already cleared the outer perimeter of the hive. Tonight, we will go straight into the inner part. According to Clegg, we will be able to eliminate all the violent Zergs by killing the Zerg Queen, who is hiding in the depths and controlling all the Zergs. Our goal this time is to find her and kill her. As she spoke, she activated the power of the altar. The gentle moonlight enveloped everyone. Very quickly. In a flash, they appeared on the 33rd level of the hive. Under Samantha's lead, they left the area of the shrine of the goddess of moonlight. Not long after, a huge iron gate appeared in front of them. The iron door and the underground space of the hive were integrated into one, and the surrounding stone walls were covered with thick, luminous moss. Matthew noticed. There was a shiny device next to the iron door. It looked like a card reader. He took out the access card he found on the body of the Undead Empire researcher from his inventory. Do I need to use this thing? However, Samantha had already walked slowly to the card reader, took out another identical card from the inner lining of her shirt, and inserted it gently. She smiled and said, When we were cleaning up the bugs on the outside, we found a dozen of these cards. Matthew shrugged. However, after inserting the access card, there was no movement at the door. Samantha looked confused. At this moment, Matthew stepped forward and took the card from her hand. He flipped it in one direction and then naturally swiped it from top to bottom. Beep beep beep. A crisp electronic sound rang out. Dark green lights lit up on both sides. The door creaked open. Samantha looked at Matthew in surprise. Why are you so skilled? Clegg looked at him suspiciously. Matthew could only explain. As a mage, we are also well-versed in otherworldly knowledge. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut. It left a gap for the two of them to enter and exit. A stale aura gushed out from within. Everyone could not help but cover their mouths and noses. Then, they looked inside curiously. Chapter 318 Chapter 318, Is this other world knowledge? Chapter 318, Is this other world knowledge? Translator, Lonely Tree. Buzz. 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 The sharp sound of friction came before the image. At that moment, it was as if there were thousands of brushes brushing the smooth floor. Matthew immediately reminded them. Be careful. It's a swarm of Zerg. Samantha and Clegg reacted quickly. Almost at the same time, Samantha's body began to expand. 2 seconds later, a muscular, feathered owl beast was stuck at the door. She took the initiative to face the first wave of the violent zither larvae. Meanwhile, Clegg's body was glowing with two strange lights, red and blue. The red light was the unique characteristic of the orc's berserk spell. Berserk could make an orc stronger. The blue light was something Matthew had never seen before. Insight, you have detected that Clegg, Blademaster substitute, has used level 1, Berserk and Sword Saint meditation. Level 1 Berserk, Clegg's strength +2/agility +1, relevant judgment increases by 20%, and gains susceptible and reckless. Reckless, Clegg may gradually lose her mind in battle. Sword Saint meditation, practitioners of the Sword Saint's path have stronger self-control than ordinary orcs. Even during the Berserk period, they can maintain their calm mind and clear state of mind during meditation. Clegg's recklessness was removed. This was equivalent to enjoying the high attribute bonuses brought by the Berserk transformation and being immune to the biggest side effect of the Berserk transformation. As for the susceptible, the Sword Saint profession was not a tank. It was a class with high damage, high resistance, high immunity, and good melee skills. Although Clegg was an orc and looked burly, her health points were not much higher than Matthew's. The real strength of the Sword Saint was that she was a warrior with full dodging, resistance, and damage output. Therefore, among the group of people, the only one who could take the heat was Samantha, who had transformed into an L beast. The two girls had obviously cooperated for a long time. The L beast was stuck near the door and withstood the first wave of impact. Clegg then waved her two long and thin knives and shuttled back and forth among the Zerg. Her efficiency in killing bugs was extremely high, just like a meat grinder chopping meat. After a while, the first wave of Zerg was completely wiped out by her. However, no one relaxed because the commotion inside the door was still going on. Not only were there violent Zither larvae approaching, but there was also a high chance that many infected bodies and even violent Zither guards were gathering in this direction. In order to relieve the pressure on the female orc Clegg, Lara and Soldier stepped forward, each holding a corner. While they were covering for Samantha and Clegg, they were also responsible for killing some of the Zerg that had escaped. Of course, Matthew didn't stay idle. As soon as Samantha transformed, he started tearing the scrolls. Bear's tenacity, bull's strength, cat's grace, owl's wisdom. As long as it could increase her attributes, he would cast them to the Orc Sword Saint. Sword protection, negative energy shield, thorn shield. As for tankiness, Matthew had also buffed Samantha. In addition, Samantha had the buff of hardened feather. This L beast's natural armor was close to 13 points, almost close to the Guardian with a small shield. However, the use of scrolls cost Matthew 200 gold coins. It would be a lie to say that his heart didn't ache. However, once the battle broke out, Matthew would never save money. Moreover, because of the L project, his pocket was quite full. A few days ago, he went to the Alliance Mall to stock up and found that the items there were indeed cheaper than the Cauldron House, and the quality was good. Other than adding a bunch of battle scrolls, Matthew even took the Dragon Fire talisman that he had been longing for. With this thing, Matthew's chances of winning against mages would increase greatly. However, after tearing the scroll, Matthew suddenly realized that he had nothing to do. The door was too blocked by the Owl Beast, and his vision was limited. Other than buffing his teammates and symbolically throwing a frost path on the ground to slow down the Zergs, he really couldn't do much. Of course, Matthew didn't feel guilty about it. He knew that the scrolls he had torn off would greatly increase the combat strength of the front row. A true spellcaster's combat style should be this boring but elegant, Matthew thought with a clear conscience. However, this scene was quickly captured by Ella. "Matthew, you seem to be as relaxed as me." She stopped on Matthew's shoulder and whispered. Matthew immediately retorted, "That's not true." Coincidentally, a guard covered in a few rusty pieces of door rushed out. Although the doors were rusted, they were unexpectedly sturdy. In addition to the terrain, the Orc Sword Saint was unable to kill it for a while. Samantha, who had transformed into an owl beast, struggled against it for a while and staggered. Druids were not natural tanks. Even with the protection of hardened feathers, Samantha was a little overwhelmed. Seeing this, Matthew immediately raised his hand and aimed the tip of the withered wood staff at the enemy. In the next second, he tried hard to recall Rieger's face in his mind. Whoosh! A gray light shot out smoothly. Disintegration. The gray light hit a door, and the door melted silently. A large piece of red and white flesh was revealed on the guard's chest. Clegg seized the opportunity to pounce forward, stabbing both her blades into the guard's chest and then slashing out in two directions. Chapter 319 Chapter 319, Is this other world knowledge? Chapter 319, Is this other world knowledge? Translator, Lonely Tree. Whoosh! 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 In a flash of white light, the violent Zither guard was dismembered into pieces by her. From the looks of it, she was indeed very skilled. However, in the end, Matthew's Astrid's claw ended the life of the guard. Look, critical damage. Matthew joked with Ella. Ella curled her lips in disdain. On the contrary, Clegg took the time to turn around and praise. Well done. Matthew was flattered. However, he also felt that these two spells were released at the right time. Disintegration broke through the armor, and Astrid's claw retracted its head. In Ella's opinion, this process was a breeze, but only the teammates in the front row knew how timely this spell support could be. Matthew was also satisfied with his performance. He gradually grasped the rhythm of releasing the spells he had learned in battle. For Matthew, the spells given by the system were like skills in games. They were easy to understand, such as the low-level druid spells obtained from completing missions. However, the spells he learned had to follow the laws of reality when he cast them. Just like what he had described to Rhaegar. He had to maintain a high level of concentration in battle and overcome all kinds of discomfort in order to successfully cast the spell. This process was not simple. That was why he was more willing to use his wilderness form to fight the enemy. However, it was not Matthew's personality to stay idle. He wanted to master something that belonged to him. He did not want to become a useless person without the system. At the moment, he was already on the right path. All that was left was time and experience. I hope that the next time I cast disintegration, I won't need to recall Rhaegar's face. Matthew thought from the bottom of his heart. With everyone working together, the battle near the gate gradually came to an end. One by one, the violent Zerg guards and the infected fell. Only a large number of larvae crawled out of the passage, trying to infect the life form in front of them. Although the violent Zither larva could not cause any damage to the group, it did slow down their progress. As more and more Zergs gathered near the door, some Zergs even squeezed towards Matthew. Matthew watched for a while and decided to clean up the mess. I'll count to 3. As he spoke, he took out a thumb-sized black umbrella from his inventory and flicked it. The small umbrella floated in the air and flipped over a dozen times. Its body also grew larger and larger. Not long after, the black umbrella transformed into a translucent, bullet-shaped, single-sided defensive shield that could cover 5 to 10 people. Hint: you have used Roderick's magic umbrella. You have obtained a 180-degree magic shield, strength equivalent to a Tier 4 spell. Roderick's magic umbrella. This was Matthew's second magic tool that he had recently bought. Together with the Dragon Fire Talisman, it had cost Matthew tens of thousands of gold coins. This magical item originated from the hands of the Guardian of the North, Roderick. Roderick was a master of both prophecy and defensive spells. The magic umbrella that he had originally made could resist legendary spells. Matthew had bought a high-quality imitation made by the apprentices in Roderick's factory who were responsible for making imitations. However, this thing still cost 5,000 gold. The magic umbrella was imbued with shrinking and enlarging spells, so it was easy to carry. When it was activated, it could resist 5 Tier 4 pure attack spells, and the effect was very solid. The magic umbrella also had a camping function. After opening it, a tent with spatial folding technology would appear on the spot. The space in the tent was not small, and it was convenient. In addition, Matthew also had a discount when he bought it. Buy a magic umbrella and get 3 free tickets to Roderick's Prophecy Castle. Matthew had long heard of this. He naturally wouldn't miss out on the chance to witness 3 free prophecy spells. After the reminder, the rest of the team agreed. Only the orc swordswoman said proudly, "I know you want to use magic to clear the area, but I'm not afraid of magic. Just do it." Matthew didn't try to persuade her. After shouting 321, Lara and Soldier immediately hid in the shadows. Samantha, who had the experience from last time, also transformed into a leopard and jumped back in time. Ella hid behind Matthew. In the next second. Hint: you have cast a blended spell. Corpse explosion, moonfire harmonization. During each corpse explosion, the corpse will spray a ball of moonfire in all directions, causing burning damage to all attached objects. Bang! The white light representing the moonfire and the gray light representing the corpse explosion blended together. Immediately, a pleasant melody was composed near the door. Crackling. Large amounts of blood and bodily fluid sprayed into the air. 10 minutes later. The magic umbrella in front of Matthew was painted with red and green abstract paintings. On the ground, there was not a single living Zerg left. Hint, you have released a perfect corpse explosion. You have obtained the following elements. Corpse explosion x6, death domain, blasphemy x2, divine domain. Blasphemy is actually from the divine domain? Matthew was puzzled. However, what confused him even more was that he had used a spell to harmonize the corpse explosion and the moon fire, but in the end, he was judged to have blasphemed. It was the corpse explosion that had defiled the moon fire. Or did the moonfire desecrate the corpse explosion? Matthew had never liked to think about such philosophical questions, so he only took a glance and pulled his attention back to reality. Chapter 320 Chapter 320, Is this other world knowledge? Chapter 320, Is this other world knowledge? Translator, Lonely Tree. He put away Roderick's magic umbrella. He walked towards the door. When he passed by the Orc Sword Saintess, Matthew didn't forget to cast Untainted on her. The slightly awkward expression on the latter's face immediately eased. Samantha chuckled and whispered to her. Matthew stood at the door and looked inside. There was a hall in front of him. The Zergs in the hall had been killed clean. There was a passage on both sides of the hall. The passage on the right was deeply stuck in the underground rock stratum. It was probably impossible to go through. The only path they could take was the one on the left. The passage looked more like a corridor. The rooms were arranged on both sides. Some of the doors were open, while others were closed. The corridor was filled with the smell of decay. However, there were not many corpses here, probably because all the flesh that could be parasitized had already become a part of the violent Zerg. Everyone discussed this for a while and decided to take things step by step. They would first clean up the rooms on both sides of the corridor to ensure that no Zerg escaped. Clegg and Samantha were on the left. Matthew and Lara were on the right. Soldier and Ella were responsible for keeping watch. The four of them quickly began their operation. Matthew pushed open the first door in the corridor. The room was neatly furnished, but the furniture was covered in a layer of dust. This was probably the staff dormitory of the laboratory. After entering the room, there was a separate shower room. There was a small cooking table on the left. A few steps forward, there was a single bed, a small bookcase, and a 1.5-meter tall desk. These made up most of the furnishings in the room. Lara did a quick search. Other than some personal items, there was nothing else. Matthew found a stack of green notes in the drawer. This was obviously the currency of the Unto Empire. It was not useful in Ander for the time being, but Matthew still kept it in his pocket. Perhaps he would need it in the future. The two of them quickly left and went to the second room. Then the third and fourth. They walked past the rooms one by one. He didn't see any Zergs. Other than a few stacks of green paper money, there were very few rewards. However, Matthew was very patient. He knew that this was part of the battle. He had to ensure that his defense was safe in order to advance further. Finally, things took a turn for the better when he arrived at the ninth room. As soon as he entered, Matthew noticed that this room was much bigger, almost 2 to 3 times the size of the previous rooms. There was a bathtub in the shower room, and a few steps ahead was a living room. There were several flower pots in the middle of the living room. The flowers in the pots had naturally withered, but the 2 oil paintings hanging on the wall showed the status of the owner of the room. In the master bedroom, the bed was also a double bed. It looked like he was at least a senior researcher. Matthew searched with anticipation and found something. In the open safe, he found a large bundle of green notes, 2 gold bars the thickness of a thumb, and many dusty jewels. Matthew put them in his pocket, knowing that the 200 gold coins he had just torn off had returned. At the same time, he did not forget to ask Lara to take away the safe. Other than that, he also found a very small flashlight, a fountain pen without ink, a diary, and a very small figure of a fully constructed undead on the desk. Matthew knew that these things were extraordinary. Hint, you have obtained a psionic torchlight, unidentified/smart knowledge. You have received a fully automatic fountain pen, 100th anniversary of the Undead Empire. You have obtained the diary of the deputy director of the laboratory. You have obtained Undead construct, shrinking spell is in progress. This thing was not a figurine. This was a true undead construct. Matthew looked at him carefully and found that he was a skeleton soldier with a thin layer of exoskeleton armor on the outside. There were construction runes on the armor. It was unclear whether it was magic or technology, but it gave off the beauty of a stitched monster. If the shrinking spell is active, I have the opportunity to enlarge it and study its specific structure. Matthew was extremely excited. Then, he studied the flashlight and fountain pen. Unfortunately, like the psionic staff, the former would require an advanced identification scroll to see its use, while the latter would require more knowledge of the Undead Empire to determine its value. In the end, Matthew opened the diary. Unlike the previous researcher, this deputy director of the laboratory, Standron obviously took a concise approach. He kept a diary, but he was often lazy. His handwriting was scarily sloppy, and at the same time, there were many typos. Matthew often had to read it carefully and combine it with the context to know what he was saying. Corrupted Science Agency. I had just made some progress in my research on the undead construct when those bastards from the Imperial planet stole the results. They sent a new project leader out of nowhere and directly transferred me away. I was clearly an expert in constructing undead, but now I was sent here to study some *T psionic power. Psionic power? I don't know any psionic power. I have to write a letter and report those bastards who use their official positions for personal gain. Otherwise, it will be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. Forget it. I'll just remain anonymous. I'm a married man after all. I can't be as reckless as young people. Forget it. I'd better not write it. If they find out that it's me, I might lose this job. Chapter 321. Chapter 321, is this other world knowledge? Chapter 321, is this other world knowledge? Translator, Lonely Tree. My children might not be able to afford a good school because of this, my wife would leave me, and I would become a space vagrant. In the end, I might be captured by the space undead force that I developed myself. After I die, I will also become a part of them. How ironic. Fuck the Empire. Die. A new batch of monkeys came to the laboratory today. Forget it. Although they were called monkeys, they were actually a group of space refugees with no identity. Because they had been wandering around the Imperial Star Sector, they were captured and used as experimental subjects. In the beginning, the Empire would still be secretive, calling them volunteers or death row prisoners. Now, they stopped pretending and directly said that this group of people was a special breed of monkeys. They told us to be bold and not have any psychological burden to carry out the experiment. Have you ever seen a monkey that speaks as fluently as a human? I haven't. Fuck the Empire. Die. It said that a big monkey will come tomorrow. I don't know what kind of slang this is. I am in a bad mood today. Fuck the Empire directly. Oh my god. That wasn't a monkey. It was a divine creation. I feel like I've got some inspiration. We seem to have found a shortcut on the Giza's psionic path. God bless. I am in a good mood today, so no fucking the Empire. But this is an exception. It won't happen again. The second half of the diary was empty. Matthew did not know what had happened to the associate director. But things seemed to have changed during that time. What divine object allowed them to find a shortcut to study psionic power? Matthew was very curious. He knew that the Undead Empire must have made some progress. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find these psionic items. However, he did not know why they were attacked by the swarm and wiped out. Matthew closed his diary and walked out of the door. Suddenly, a leisurely singing voice came from the end of the corridor. It was dark there as if a gentle and pitiful woman was calling out to him. Matthew quivered and successfully avoided the charm and mind control effects of the song. But in the next second, he heard movement from the opposite room. Samantha suddenly opened the door and walked out. Her eyes were bright as she said to Matthew, "Did you hear that? The goddess is summoning us." As she spoke, she walked steadily into the darkness. Matthew and Clegg, who had come out of the door behind her, looked at each other. The Blade Master rushed to Samantha's back and slapped her. Samantha fainted. Well, that's one way to do it. Although Matthew felt that she had gone a little overboard, he secretly praised Clegg for his decisiveness. "It must be the Zerg Queen," Clegg said confidently. "That is a monster that is very good at mind control. Without sufficient immunity, it is very easy to be controlled. We have to find a room to tie Samantha up. I'm afraid she'll still lose control when she wakes up." Matthew nodded. "Leave it to me." Then, he and Clegg brought Samantha to the deputy director's room. Matthew took out a piece of magic rope and threw it to Soldier. With the rope in his hand, Soldier's soul fire burned. He took a step forward, bent down, and tied Samantha up in less than 10 seconds. Hint, your summoned creature, Soldier, has used the ability Bondage Master. Clegg silently looked at the tied Samantha, feeling that something was amiss. Ella asked directly, "Why do your skeleton soldiers know this binding technique? Could it be that this is also knowledge from another world?" Matthew was about to answer. At this moment, the song sounded again. Matthew and Clegg's expressions changed. Because that voice seemed to be getting closer and closer to everyone. "I'll go kill her." Clegg pulled out her twin blades and rushed out. Matthew immediately asked Ella and Lara to stay there and guard Samantha while he and Soldier followed Clegg. Chapter 322 Chapter 322, Deity's Artifact and Evil Demon Seal. Chapter 322, Deity's Artifact and Evil Demon Seal. Translator, Lonely Tree. The corridor was very long, but under the attraction of the song, they gradually reached the end. In the darkness ahead, a dark red halo lit up. Matthew lit a ball of magic fire, illuminating the outline of that corner. He saw a door that was as wide as the main door. However, the door itself had been completely removed by some kind of force. The top of the door frame was fused with a rock-like material. There was a hall that was symmetrical to the front door by the door, but there was nothing in the hall. The red light and singing came from outside the door. The two of them slowly approached the door and looked outside. It was an extremely spacious underground space. The dark red light shone from below, reflecting layers of halos on the rocks about 20 to 30 meters away from the horizon. There was a cliff not far from the door. There was boiling lava 7 to 8 meters below the cliff. There was a 10-meter-long suspension bridge above the lava. At the end of the suspension bridge was a platform that stood high above the lava. The view behind the platform was blocked by the terrain, making it difficult for people to see clearly. But Matthew was sure that the mesmerizing song came from there. Matthew gestured to Clegg not to be rash. The two of them stretched their necks along the line of the door and looked at the situation near the lava pool. Very quickly, Matthew could vaguely see the remains of some buildings on the east side of the lava pool. He turned into a raven and looked up from the ceiling. In the end, he only saw 2 rooms on the wreckage. According to the distribution of the buildings, more rooms should have been submerged in the lava. Hint, you have discovered the psionic energy laboratory of the Undead Empire. Matthew realized that the building wreckage was the real laboratory. But what was going on with this lava pool? This was the Moonlight Woodlands. Even if it had been hit by the Undead Empire's starship, it would not have formed such a terrain. A strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. However, Clegg appeared a little impatient. "I will find the source of the song and kill Queen Zerg. This Queen Zerg can only be at the 5th rank because once she advances to legend, she will transform into the ultimate weapon of the Zither Zerg, the Mother Nest. The Mother Nest is one of the most terrifying units in the astral space, but with the number of Zergs here, it's impossible to afford the consumption of a Mother Nest, so you don't have to worry too much. I'm very experienced in killing zergs. However, Matthew stopped her. Wait for me, okay? Clegg glared at him with her thick nostrils. She looked like she wanted to save Samantha from her charmed state as soon as possible, but in the face of Matthew's sincere request, she nodded and agreed. Matthew took half a step back and knelt on one knee, gently touching the ground with both hands. Equalized perception. Matthew's vision instantly changed. He saw that the energy field in front of him was like a piece of newspaper that had been torn apart and pasted back together. The outline was complete, but the inside was fragmented. I see. The area inside the door is still within the Moonlight Woodlands. Outside the door is the derivative space formed by the collision between the material world and outer space. Many fragments of the outer planes were attracted here by the gravitational force formed by the collision. That's how the lava pool came about. 2 seconds later. Matthew opened his eyes, looking a little tired. The Moonlight Woodlands was the projection of Ash's divine kingdom. It was a half-plane attached to the prime material plane. In a battle in the forest, no matter how bad the situation was, there would always be a home ground advantage. But once they went outside, it was hard to say. At the same time, he also noticed an extremely abnormal energy field in the faintly visible laboratory. Although the space outside the door was showing signs of cracking, their physical form was still stable. Only a huge gap appeared in the laboratory, both in the elemental plane and the physical plane. This made Matthew curious. He jumped up and looked down a few times. Through a blurry glass wall in the laboratory, Matthew vaguely saw the outline of a cuboid. It was a huge cement box. The reason why it was described as huge was that it occupied nearly 2/3 of the space in the center of the laboratory. Around the cement box were some operation desks. A sealed cement box? Memories from his previous life gushed out. Matthew's heart began to beat faster. As far as he knew, when the Undead Empire dealt with failed experimental organisms, the first step was to pour a large amount of black technology cement into the laboratory. The effect of this cement was almost as good as magic. Most creatures would not be able to escape this calamity. Of course, once this mechanism, which seemed to be used to prevent the spread of disasters, was actually used to prevent the leakage of technology, most of the people in the laboratory would not be able to escape. What was sealed in this cement box? Violent Zerg? Could it be that the Zerg did not invade the starship named Dawn by chance but that the people in the Empire's laboratory had released the Zerg? In the end, even the blocking mechanism tailed, and the entire starship turned into a hive, leading to the tragedy of the ship being destroyed and the people dying? Matthew didn't know. He stared at the platform in front of him. The song became more and more sorrowful, like a girl asking for help. Clegg's patience was reaching its limit. Matthew suddenly said. Chapter 323, Chapter 323, The Deity's Artifact and the Evil Demon Seal. Chapter 323, The Deity's Artifact and the Evil Demon Seal. Translator, Lonely Tree. Let me take a look first. A few minutes later, Matthew and Soldier walked out of the door and looked around the edge of the cliff. From this angle, they could see the real situation of the underground space more clearly. There were more than a dozen laboratory rooms beside the lava pool. Half of them had been swallowed by the lava, and the rest were filled with a large amount of cement. Only the first few rooms had some items other than the cement box. On the platform at the end of the suspension bridge, an oval-shaped rock protruded high. The song came from behind the rock. Matthew kept walking on the edge of the cliff, but there was always a blind spot. On the other side of the platform was a smooth ground. Matthew saw strands of golden sand, like an open-air gold mine. He strode forward and crossed the suspension bridge with Soldier, arriving at the platform. Following the direction of the song, they went around to the back of the rock. In the next second, a black shadow suddenly pounced over. However, before he could get close, Soldier killed it with 2 slashes. The dead body fell to the ground, choking. It was an infected body. Matthew focused his eyes. The source of the song was a crystal ball on the ground, probably released by the infected. In the next second, the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. Hiss hiss hiss. A sharp voice came from below the lava pool. The suspension bridge connecting the two opposite banks suddenly contracted, turning into two thick tentacles. At the same time, the platform collapsed violently, and the stones disappeared layer by layer. What appeared next was a round mouthpart with sharp teeth and barbs on the edge. At the critical moment, Soldier jumped to the side and disappeared. Matthew was left alone as he quickly fell into the circular mouthpart. Along with this process, the terrifying monster disguised as a platform finally slowly floated up from the lava. Above the mouthpart, the body of a woman with delicate features rolled forward. Behind her were countless tentacles and spider-like appendages. One after another, black, red, and extremely slender limbs rose from the lava, making the monster's body look extremely bloated. She was like a deformed creature with ridiculously long legs and a messy upper body. Two tendrils that were more than 10 meters long seemed out of place among a pile of insect-type organs. Prompt: your mirror image has been destroyed. You have encountered a highly mutated Queen of Wild Zerg, level 17/mutation mode. Because of your teasing, Queen Zerg is very angry. J. Mirror image is indeed one of the best spells. I didn't waste my 10 days of hard work. This spell was also the only spell that Matthew had diligently cultivated in the first half of May. He did not expect this to come in handy. Near the entrance, Matthew and Clegg walked out from both sides. The latter looked at the monster with long legs and a fat body in surprise. I have never seen Queen Zerg like this. There's a frenzied aura on her. Matthew only glanced at it a few times and said decisively, "Retreat." Clegg did not question him. She took a few steps back and gripped her twin blades tightly. "Tell them to take Samantha away. I'll catch up." Matthew didn't act pretentious and directly turned into a raven and flew away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Queen Zerg suddenly opened her mouth, and dozens of sharp tongues shot towards Clegg. Clegg did not panic in the face of danger. She fought and retreated, the two sabers in her hands weaving into a chaotic dance. Whoosh! 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 As the white light flashed, pieces of bloody flesh fell to the ground. Queen Zerg hurriedly retracted her tongue in pain. Clegg's attack was successful, but she did not continue fighting. She turned around and chased after Matthew. She retreated as she fought, bringing out the high mobility of the Sword Saint to the extreme. Soon, she caught up with Matthew and the others. The group quickly retreated toward the gate. Lara carried Samantha on her back and rushed to the front. Matthew followed closely behind. Clegg and Soldier covered each other. Not long after, they crossed 1/3 of the corridor. They were not far from the main gate. However, at this moment, an extremely strange sound suddenly came from the depths of the corridor. Grunt! Grunt! An intense sense of danger came from behind. Matthew! Clegg suddenly raised her voice. In an instant, a fiery red light flashed from the depths of the corridor, and a stream of hot lava erupted from Queen Zerg's body. This lava was clearly not something Clegg could withstand. At the crucial moment, Matthew pushed Clegg away, and with a flick of his right hand, he instantly grabbed the handle of the magic umbrella that had enlarged. Hide behind me. Before he could finish shouting the last word, the scorching lava flow ruthlessly washed against the protective shield of the magic umbrella. Matthew felt a huge force crash into his shoulder. He was forced to fall backwards, but a strong shoulder held his back. He turned around and saw that it was Clegg. Matthew didn't have time to thank her. He grabbed the end of the umbrella handle and focused. There was a small umbrella-shaped pattern above the magic shield. As the lava continued to wash away, the pattern gradually glowed. At first, it was translucent gray, then light yellow, and finally orange-red. It was now. An extremely magnetic syllable suddenly erupted from Matthew's throat. Chapter 324, Deity's Artifact and the Evil Demon Seal. Chapter 324, Deity's Artifact and the Evil Demon Seal. Translator, Lonely Tree. Roderick's Magic Umbrella, High Imitation Charge completed. Do you wish to activate Spell Backlash? Spell Backlash, when the Magic Umbrella receives a certain amount of, below legendary, energy impact or physical damage, the user can return the damage. Number of times left, 4 out of 5. Remark, after the number of Spell Backlash is used up, you can perform a second enchantment at any of Roderick's spell workshops. The price is reasonable, 1,000 gold coins / 5 times. The tip of the magic umbrella suddenly spun at high speed. Immediately after, the lava flow was suddenly reversed 180 degrees. The lava was sent back with the same force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Queen Zurg was pushed back by the lava. Using this opportunity, everyone tried their best to escape. They finally rushed out of the outer gate before Queen Zurg caught up. Let's go. Take Samantha to the shrine. Matthew instructed Lara. Lara didn't say anything and ran away with the person on her shoulder. What about us? Unknowingly, Clegg had already taken the initiative to consult Matthew. Let's send her to the afterlife. Matthew stared at Queen Zurg, who was quickly squirming out of the door with an unfriendly gaze. He chose to retreat not because he couldn't win. It was because Matthew felt that the edge of the demiplane was too unstable. If he stayed out there for too long, he might encounter another great demon. Retreating to this point should be stable enough. You like to chase after us, right? Matthew raised his staff and aimed it at Queen Zurg, who was about to rush out of the door. Undead summoning spell, Bone Dragon. The negative energy array flashed clearly. Perhaps it was because they were close to the outer plane, but the Bone Dragon trio arrived even faster than before. Matthew raised his hand, and the three of them smashed down. Ability, Fixed Drop. In an instant, Filey brought 2 of his men and pressed them down on Queen Zurg. The weight of 3 bone dragons was no joke. As the latter screamed, her bloated body collapsed visibly. A large number of blisters were squeezed out, and in an instant, the ground was filled with juice. Hold her down. Matthew put away his staff and cast disintegration on her. The gray light shot onto her upper body and instantly melted half of Queen Zurg's natural armor. Matthew immediately put away his staff and focused. Then, he grabbed at the air with his left hand. Astrid's Claw. Then, he threw off the goatskin glove on his right hand and used the same move in the air. Pale Hand. In the next moment, Matthew attacked from both sides. The Pale Hand turned into a white iron fist and hit Queen Zurg's head. Astrid's Claw was more like a nimble giant hand. It grabbed the tentacles or appendages on the queen's body and pulled fiercely. She was pressed down by the 3 bone dragons. Queen Zurg could not move at all. Matthew's hands were extremely nimble as he controlled 2 virtual hands at the same time. A brand new combat experience assaulted his nerves. He was clearly fighting from a distance, but it was as if he was experiencing the pleasure of punching flesh. After a while, all the limbs on Queen Zurg's body were gone, and she looked like she was on her last breath. But Matthew was not careless. He used Astrid's Claw to twist off Queen Zurg's head. Then, the Pale Hand hammered the remaining body. This scene lasted for a full minute and a half. Until there was only a puddle of mud left near the door. Matthew was finally willing to stop. You're right, Queen Zurg isn't that powerful. Matthew said to Clegg beside him. The latter did not reply, but there was still a trace of shock in her eyes when he looked at Matthew. Was that scene too bloody and violent? I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. And I'm a necromancer, UMO. Matthew tried to explain. Clegg's expression immediately turned serious. Are all the necromancers in Aender like you? Matthew wanted to restore the reputation of the necromancer. At this moment, he suddenly felt dizzy. Immediately after, the world in front of him seemed to begin to distort, and a violent sense of disgust surged into his heart. From the corner of his eye, Matthew saw that Clegg was the same as him. He barely managed to calm his mind. An unprecedented sense of oppression came from the depths of the corridor behind the door. Matthew saw a piece of rotten meat suddenly emerge from the mud. The piece of rotten meat jumped up and made a giggle sound. His brain wanted to explode. But suddenly, a powerful force pressed the pressure in his brain back. A nosebleed gushed out of Matthew's nose. In an instant, he saw a silhouette in the darkness. It was a mess of flesh and blood. As soon as it got close, countless ravings surged into Matthew's mind, and waves of distorted power tried to tamper with his thoughts. Matthew made a prompt decision and took out the demigod persona and put it under his tongue. For a moment, he was much more clear-headed. At this moment, he finally understood what kind of monster he had encountered. If he guessed correctly, the monster that was crawling slowly in the darkness was the divine creation mentioned in the diary of the deputy director of the laboratory. No. It was not something created by the gods. It was a divine abomination. Warning, you have encountered a divine creature. Chapter 325 Chapter 325, Deity's Artifact and the Evil Demon Seal. Chapter 325, Deity's Artifact and the Evil Demon Seal. Translator, Lonely Tree. You have used your demigod status to complete a partial exemption. Divine Abomination. A terrifying creature that existed in the astral plane. He represented the distortion and pain of the gods, and a divine abomination was usually born in two ways. When a god was born, a wisp of pain or distortion separated from his body and soul would often give birth to a divine abomination without a physical body if it could not be resolved. After the death of a god, a wisp of resentment born from his corpse would fuse with the remains of the god and other creatures. At this time, a chaotic but divine flesh and blood would be born. It was this divine abomination that Matthew had encountered in front of him. The abomination's level was very high, but the most terrifying thing was its ability to interfere with the will and the mind. Only those with legendary or demigod power could be immune to it. Matthew and Clegg were confident that they could kill all monsters below legend. However, not the legend rank and above. The legend rank was a huge chasm that separated mortals from saints. Anyone who tried to challenge this gap would end up with a miserable ending. Therefore, the moment his consciousness returned, Matthew was ready to escape. However, before he escaped, he suddenly noticed that the cool divine power badge had become hot. Matthew's heart skipped a beat as he patted the badge lightly. Moonlight. A large patch of pure white moonlight shone near the door. The moment the moonlight shone down, time seemed to have stopped. Even the divine abomination's movements became extremely slow. Matthew saw the moonlight flowing slowly like a waterfall. They washed down from top to bottom and finally formed a human figure on the wall. The projection of the goddess of moonlight, Asha, descended. The projection waved her right hand gently, and endless moonlight spread out. A portion of the moonlight shone on Matthew and Clegg. All the discomfort in their bodies disappeared, replaced by abundant strength and high-pitched emotions. You have done well. I will give you enough rewards. There was joy in Asha's voice as if she had found her prey. As she spoke, the projection walked towards the door without looking back. Matthew saw the divine abomination try to shrink back into the laboratory, but its already slow movements became even more sluggish under the influence of the goddess of moon's domain. Asha grabbed at the air. The rotten meat was taken near the door. In the next second, Asha opened her mouth happily. A bright white light extended from the divine abomination's body and slowly poured into the mouth of the goddess of moonlight. The latter kept twitching. He was originally just a pile of rotten meat. With the constant trembling, pieces of minced meat fell from the edge of his body. And that bright white light was always connected between Asha's mouth and the divine abomination. Her eyes narrowed. It was as if she was drinking a delicious dessert drink. At this moment, the goddess of moonlight's entire body was enveloped in a holy white light. The ugly and evil divine abomination seemed to be the source of all the original sins and ugliness in the universe. However, it made Matthew feel abnormally absurd and evil. This absorption lasted for more than 10 minutes. Until all the rotten flesh on the divine abomination's body fell to the ground. Only then did she end this action in satisfaction. The goddess of moonlight turned her head with a smile. She subconsciously licked her lips, her actions full of temptation but also charming and cute. Matthew forced a smile. The hair on his back stood up. Why are you so nervous? You don't have divinity or divine power on you, so I won't come and absorb you. Or do you want me to suck you? Asha looked to be in a good mood and actually took the initiative to joke with Matthew. Matthew's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. So, was this your goal? You knew there was a divine abomination inside. His words were interrupted by Asha. Don't think so badly of me, Necromancer. I don't know anything about what's behind the gate, and my power is not enough to maintain the long-term existence of the projection, so I can only watch you all at all times. I won't let those who work for me die easily. Even if you didn't scatter that piece of moonlight in the end, I still had other ways to get here. As she spoke, she gently pointed at Matthew's shoulder. Matthew turned around and saw that Ella had fallen asleep. You can possess Ella and descend in that manner? Matthew asked in a deep voice. Yes. However, doing so will cause nature's soul to fall into a deep sleep for a long time. However, I can't just stand by and watch you all die. The goddess of moonlight said in a relaxed tone. Then, she winked at Matthew. Next is the reward time. A white light entered Matthew's mouth and quickly fused into his demigod persona. Hint, you have completed the side quest Kill All the Violent Zerg. You have received the reward ability, Combat Casting. You have received the reward Goddess of Moonlight's Grace. The Goddess of Moonlight's Grace. Your demigod persona has been injected with the Moonlight domain and a large amount of Moonlight essence. The demigod persona had obtained the ability bestowed by the Goddess of Moon, Evil Demon Seal. Evil Demon Seal, you can use this ability to try to seal some evil demons from the outer planes. For every evil demon successfully sealed, you will have a chance to obtain a random attribute point. During the process of the evil demon being sealed, you will receive a small but continuous amount of XP. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, Isabel's Guardian God. Chapter 326, Isabel's Guardian God. Translator, Lonely Tree. Evil Demon Seal. This was an ability that originated from the true God domain. Only existences who had mastered the plane laws had the opportunity to use the power of the plane to expel and seal the visitors from the outer plane. This ability might not be used often. But it was indeed very powerful. Asha still showed her sincerity. What was worth mentioning was, Matthew happened to have the heart of a demon lord in his hand. I don't need that heart now. I can seal it first. The sealed heart is isolated from the world, and it can be preserved and frozen. Matthew thought to himself. He just didn't know if he could get some attributes from that. As for XP, that would definitely happen. In addition to the seal, Asha also generously gave a small part of her domain to Matthew. Moonlight became the first domain in the demigod persona. Demigod level, harmonization, undying. Moonlight, injected. Current mastery level, beginner. Effect 1, you will be able to move freely under the moonlight. Every 10 steps, you can use spatial bending. Spatial bending, under the moonlight, you can reach any place within your effective field of vision, i.e., clearly visible/limited to the horizontal plane, with normal steps. Effect 2, at night, you can summon a full moon to cast moonlight and set up a moonlight shelter within a 5-meter radius around you. Moonlight Shelter has a comprehensive and powerful divine spell defense effect. There is a certain chance that celestial creatures blessed by the Goddess of Moon will appear in the shelter. You can use Moonlight Shelter once every 3 nights. Spatial Bending and Moonlight Shelter were both extremely useful abilities. The former could often have an unexpected effect in battle. The latter was a powerful defensive divine spell. Moonlight Shelter plus Roderick's Magic Umbrella was a powerful defensive combo. Other than that, the completion of the side quest also allowed Matthew to finally get the combat spellcasting that he had been longing for. Combat spellcasting I. In battle, you will gain greater focus and smoother chanting speed. As the number of battles increases, the proficiency of combat casting will gradually increase, and the effect will also have a chance to become stronger. Matthew's spellcasting process in battle was as slow as constipation because he lacked this ability. With it, all spellcasting actions would become smoother. Especially when it came to linking spells. For a spellcaster, combat spellcasting was an ability that was worth more than 100,000 gold coins. Moreover, it had the potential to grow. He could feel the gradual increase in his strength. Matthew was in a better mood. He came back to his senses. Ash's projection had disappeared from this underground space. Only the divine power badge on Matthew's chest was still burning hot. You will have 15 days to choose whether to explore the outer planes outside the door. What Asha meant was that in 15 days, this door would be sealed. Matthew was not surprised. A territory like the Moonlight Woodlands was extremely valuable to the goddess of moonlight. If it weren't for the accidental collision of a starship, it would not have been damaged to such a degree. She would probably have to repair this place in the long time to come. To Matthew, the greatest value of this place was the laboratory of the Undead Empire. He wanted to go out to explore. But he didn't dare. He was afraid that the evil spirit Lord Omidochi and the great evil demon Trier, who was the incarnation of the god of midnight, would join forces to capture him. Just as he was in a dilemma, Matthew suddenly noticed that Filey was sucking on the remaining rotten meat of the divine abomination. That's right. Although the divinity and power of the divine abomination have been sucked dry by Asha, this flesh is also a divine remains. Matthew's eyes lit up. The remains of a god, even if they had been reduced to minced meat, were still valuable. He went over to observe and was surprised to find that apart from divinity, Asha had also absorbed the madness and distortion from the divine abomination. I don't know if she is confident that she can suppress the madness and distortion or she is so thirsty that she sucked everything. He recalled the scene of Asha sucking the abominations. Matthew still had lingering fears. Even Lorraine, a mortal, knew to separate the craziness from the persona during the demigod ritual. It was impossible for Asha not to know. It seemed that the days in the heavenly palace were really not good. But this was exactly what Matthew wanted. The remaining rotten meat was purer and easier to deal with. Matthew gave a piece of the rotten meat to Filey and put the rest in the body bag. The rotten meat could be used as sacrificial materials. It could also be added during the process of creating a dark warrior to strengthen its physical strength. It could also be used to create undead sludge monsters. Although the sludge monsters moved slowly, they were suitable as meat shields. Sludge monsters made from the rotten flesh of divine abominations would have incredible defensive and recovery abilities. In anticipation, Matthew silently put this matter at the top of his to-do list. At this point, the entire story of the Dawn Vessel incident was now clear. The Undead Empire was indeed an expert at courting death. They had actually captured a living divine abomination to study psionic energy. The key was that Matthew thought that divine abomination and psionic power were completely unrelated. However, they managed to produce some results. Chapter 327, Chapter 327, Isabel's Guardian God. Chapter 327, Isabel's Guardian God. Translator, Lonely Tree. This was ridiculous. The attack on the Dawn Vessel by the swarm of Zerg might have something to do with the abnormal signal released by the divine abomination. The violent Zerg clan attacked the starship and occupied the laboratory. They had wanted to develop this place into a new space mother nest, but they became the nourishment for the divine abomination instead. Even the queen was highly mutated. This was also the reason why the scale of the Zergs had not developed. The outer planes are too dangerous. We shouldn't even get close. Matthew secretly made up his mind. Even if he wanted to explore, he had to ensure his absolute safety first. At this moment, the orc suddenly woke up from her meditative state. Matthew knew. She must have been rewarded by the goddess of moonlight. How do you feel? Matthew asked. She gave me a secret to practice swordsmanship under the moonlight, which is very helpful for my path to legend. She also told me about a place called Phalai Island. There are many orcs like me living there, and it's the origin of my tribe. She even invited me to join the Moonlight Society. Clegg replied. Matthew nodded. At first, I thought you came from the Phalai Island. The orcs there do indeed control the inheritance of the Sword Saint's way. Clegg looked a little happy but also a little hesitant. I'm guessing that Storlux orcs might have originated from Ainder's Phalai Island, but the relationship between the two sides might not be harmonious. If I go to ask for help now, the result might not be better than the Seven Saint Alliance. However, since I have a clue, I must try it. I wondered if Deep Blue Harbor was far from the island. Matthew was surprised. Are you also staying in Deep Blue Harbor? Clegg nodded honestly. The cost of living there is very expensive. I can only go back and forth between the dock and the suburbs. I work hard at the dock during the day and sleep in Samantha's forest at night. I still haven't gotten used to life in Ainder. The city here is so prosperous that it's dazzling. A sword saint doing manual labor? Matthew sighed. This was only because Samantha was a druid who did not understand the ways of the world. Otherwise, Clegg would have been sold long ago. However, with her strength, those who wanted to betray her would have to consider the consequences. The two of them chatted for a while. Matthew asked. Are you going to join the Moonlight Society? Clegg shook her head firmly. I don't trust her. Even though she looks so elegant and holy, my instincts still remind me not to trust a god from another world. I don't want to believe her superficial attitude, especially when she has a favor to ask of you. This attitude is even less trustworthy. Matthew didn't say much, but he nodded in his heart. Clegg was still very clear-headed. She was thinking the same thing as him. An existence like the goddess of moonlight could only be held in a cooperative relationship at most, and when cooperating, one had to be careful if the other party would stab you in the back. Matthew even suspected that Asha knew about the existence of the divine abomination. The reason why she didn't directly send down the projection was that she didn't want to alert the enemy. Perhaps she had the ability to clean up the hive herself. The reason why they were chosen was purely to act as bait to attract the divine abomination. Matthew could still remember the evil thought that exploded in his mind when he looked at the divine abomination. That feeling of danger made his heart palpitate. If not for another force suppressing that evil thought, his spirit might have been damaged. That should be the guardian that Ronan had placed on him. It was a mysterious spell that even the system could not detect. Matthew didn't know how many times the guardian god's power could take effect, but he had made up his mind that he only needed to maintain a minimum level of friendship with the goddess of moonlight in the future. As soon as possible, he would squeeze out the value of the special existence of the moonlight woodlands. This was what Matthew should do. As for missions like clearing hives, he would never work hard again. Let's go see Samantha, Matthew suggested. Clegg agreed. The two of them came to the shrine and saw Lara. Lara said that Samantha was still asleep, but her condition was stable under the divine power of the goddess of moonlight. Matthew looked at his shoulder. Ella the owl was also sleeping. This might have something to do with the descent of Ash's projection. The three of them stood guard at the side. He waited patiently for Samantha and Ella to wake up. During this period, Matthew and Clegg chatted more and more fervently. The orc sword saintess was actually a cold-faced but warm-hearted person. In the beginning, her attitude towards Matthew wasn't very good because he was a necromancer and a stranger. After fighting side by side, the distance between the two sides immediately narrowed greatly. As for Lara, Clegg was kind to her. She sympathized with Lara's experience and hoped that she could cheer her up and find the meaning of her life through her encouragement. Every word Clegg said was sincere. Her appearance was ugly, but her words were very heartwarming. Lara didn't say much, but Matthew could feel that she was encouraged. This made Matthew very emotional. It had been 3 years since he came to Ander, and he had met many different kinds of people, but he had never thought that the one with the most positive energy would be a female orc. Of course, he also knew that not every female orc had Clegg's awareness. This was closely related to the path of the Sword Saint that she cultivated day and night. Chapter 328 Chapter 328, Isabel's Guardian God. Chapter 328, Isabel's Guardian God. Translator, Lonely Tree. Her unique personal charm also originated from this. Lara didn't like to talk. Matthew, on the other hand, loved chatting with Clegg. He was very interested in what was happening outside the outer layer, so he grabbed Clegg and asked her a lot of questions. Clegg didn't hide anything. She talked a lot about her hometown, Storluck. The two of them chatted more and more fervently. Their friendship was also growing. When the two sides talked, they did not notice that Samantha, who was lying near the altar, had woken up. Samantha opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Clegg's side profile, so she was filled with joy. The next second, she saw Matthew's side profile and felt very gratified. However, she realized that the two of them were discussing something intensely and did not notice that she had woken up. She observed silently for a while. Then, she couldn't help but cough lightly. "You're awake?" Matthew and Clegg looked at Samantha in surprise. They turned their heads at almost the same angle and spoke at the same time. Samantha suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. This feeling was familiar. The mission to clear the hive had come to an end, and Matthew left the Moonlight Woodlands. The risk of exploring the outer plane was extremely high. Even if he used the undead to pave the way, Matthew planned to make more preparations. If he really couldn't do it, he would give up. Safety was the top priority. In the following time, Matthew planned to speed up the construction of the cemetery. While learning spells, he also studied the few psionic items he had fished out from the laboratory's deputy director's room. However, early the next morning, someone found the oak forest. It was the Alliance mage Fandral who was previously in charge of Matthew's recruitment assessment. As soon as he saw Matthew, he smiled and said, "Mr. Matthew is indeed an genius mage." In such a short time, he solved the problem of the Scar of the Dead for the Alliance. After a round of flattery, only then did Fandral reveal his intentions. "I'm here for 2 things. First, Lord Matthew, your Scorched Umbrella of Death project has been approved by the Alliance as an excellent example. In the following period of time, there will be several batches of mages applying to visit your project. They are mainly from the various mage towers in the south of the continent. Currently, the Alliance has given a quota of 4 episodes. There would be about 10 to 20 people in each episode. They will be all Tier 3 to Tier 4 mages. Occasionally, there might be Tier 5 great mages who will come to watch the show, but they are not included in the list of visitors. For these visitors, you can freely arrange their daily schedule and general work. Of course, they are different from apprentices, so you'd better arrange them carefully. The Alliance needs you to set a specific time for the tour. How many days do you think is better for a tour?" Organizing a tour? Matthew was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. However, he did not make a decision blindly. Instead, he revealed a troubled expression. "I'm a newcomer to the Alliance, so I don't know much about the rules. I'm usually quite busy, so I'm afraid I can't handle too many mages." Fandral chuckled and said, "It's fine. You just need to arrange for them to be at a specific location. Intermediate mages are very good at finding fun for themselves. Of course, they also know that they shouldn't cause trouble for you. As for how many days you need to visit, it depends on the capacity of the project. If you can't make a decision, I suggest 5 to 7 days." Matthew said without hesitation. 7 days then. Then, he hesitated and said, "In these 7 days, will I need to provide the food and accommodation for the visiting mages?" Fandral narrowed his eyes. "I'm afraid intermediate mages don't need you to arrange their food and accommodation. They have their own ways. If you don't think I'm being presumptuous, I have a stable way to make money here. It's not really a way to make money, and it's just an unspoken rule of the Alliance. Matthew nodded and said. Tell me. Just charge the entrance fee for the event. Don't be shy. What mages lack the most is money, so it's only right for mages to earn money. No one cares about their reputation when it comes to earning money. Fandral said righteously. Speaking of which, it's not easy for you to resist the scar of the dead. Doesn't activating the scorched earth of death consume mana and energy? Didn't you need to put in a lot of effort to show them all this? It is reasonable to take a small amount of money from these visitors. Matthew was still a little embarrassed. After all, he was thin-skinned, unlike these old foxes. Isn't this a bad idea to basically sell them tickets? Matthew muttered. Fandral explained. I'll be frank with you. Your case is rather unique, and there isn't any like yours. You can understand this just by looking at the crystal ball. The mages all have a crystal ball, but why did they come all the way here for a few days? On one hand, it was to gain experience on the spot, and on the other hand, it was to accumulate experience for the next SL project. You might not know this, but even though the higher-ups of the Alliance have already issued a confidentiality order, the news that you are the person in charge of the next SL project has already spread like wildfire. They're actually here to get a resume and get acquainted with you. This is a tacit agreement. What they spend money on are not the tickets, but their resumes and the potential opportunities to participate in the future SL project. Chapter 329, Chapter 329, Isabel's Guardian God. Chapter 329, Isabel's Guardian God. Translator, Lonely Tree. Seeing how Fandral had made things so obvious, Matthew stopped pretending. Should I set the price higher? Fandral said firmly. As high as you can. Just set it to the limit of your imagination. Matthew smiled bitterly. I'm just afraid that my reputation will be completely ruined after this. Fandral disagreed. Lord Roderick sells imitation props every day. Who dares to say that his reputation is bad? Lord Edric had married 100 wives and had 800 children. Who would dare to say anything more about him in public? Lady Isabel had created the dragon worship sect and caused countless troubles for the Alliance. Isn't she still resting comfortably in the northernmost floating city? In most cases, reputation is the most hypocritical and useless thing. Matthew did not agree with him. He changed the topic and said, What's the second thing? Fandral took out 3 crystal balls and handed them to Matthew. One of them was a second-hand item that Matthew had borrowed from Rhaegar. The remaining 2 were brand new. This is the highest grade recording crystal ball. Lord Edmund specifically told me that this is for Lady Isabel to contact you. Please activate it as soon as possible. Oh right, these 2 crystal balls were bought by Lord Edmund himself. He wanted me to tell you not to use second-hand goods from others in the future. That would make the Alliance lose face, said Fandral, chuckling. Matthew didn't mind. He took the communication crystal ball and injected a trace of magic power into it. Who knew that in the next second? A beautiful woman with a head full of white hair appeared on the screen. I order you to arrive at the Court of Stars within 10 minutes. If you miss the deadline, I will lock you up in the astral plane to accompany Ronan. Isabel said fiercely. Matthew's eyelids twitched as he looked at Fandral. Do you have a ride? I have to go to the Cauldron House. It's urgent. Fandral decisively took out a 3-meter-long broomstick. Hop on, I'll show you. I was a 3-time champion of the broomstick race when I was younger, but I've never had an accident in my life because I'm always careful. Fandral said confidently. 3 minutes later. Cauldron House, Alliance Office, Court of Stars. Matthew saw Isabel's projection again. Why are there so many mud marks on your face? Isabel asked unhappily. Matthew quickly cast Untainted for himself. He didn't explain because he couldn't tell Isabel. That Fandral, who was known as the 3-time champion of the broomstick competition, had not ridden a broom for more than 10 years, right? When the middle-aged man, who was addicted to the comfort of the magic carpet, once again rode the broomstick that symbolized the passion of youth, the impulse made him think that he had returned to the past. Reality had proven that even though he had been a 3-time champion, he had not flown for many years and was flying too fast. He crashed into a tree. Matthew was glad that he had only fallen on mud. Meanwhile, Fandral was already on his way to treat his waist. Forget it. Since you arrive within 10 minutes, I won't argue with you. Today, I'm going to infuse a powerful otherworldly spell into your body, and that is the Patronus. This spell can save your life at a critical moment. Now, relax your mind and don't resist. I'm going to cast a pre-spell on you. This spell can help you accept the Patronus better. The only side effect was that it would show the person you had been thinking about recently. However, this shouldn't matter. Don't be shy. It's your freedom to miss anyone. I won't interfere. Edmund will assist me in long-range casting. Isabel said forcefully. Patronus? Matthew hurriedly said. I seem to have the great mage Ronan's Patronus on me already. Isabel said disdainfully, how dares he? My Patronus will whip him until he screams. As soon as she finished speaking, Edmund's figure appeared beside Matthew. He smiled and nodded at Matthew. In the darkness, a gentle light shone on Matthew's forehead. For a moment, he felt warm all over. An indescribable sense of comfort filled his limbs and other parts of his body. However, in the next second, the outline of a human figure was gradually taking shape in the light. Matthew suddenly felt a little nervous. Because he suddenly realized who the person he had been missing recently was. Chapter 330 Transmigrators are not something rare. Chapter 330 Transmigrators are not something rare. Translator, Lonely Tree. In the small black room named Court of Stars, the light and shadow effects of the spell were ever-changing. Not long after, a clear image of a middle-aged man appeared. It was the Lord of Rolling Stone Town, Mr. Riegar. Matthew closed his eyes silently. The room was silent for a while. Matthew mustered up his courage. I can explain. Isabel encouraged him in a lively tone. There's no need to explain. I've said it before. It's your freedom to like whoever you like. Edmund said in surprise. Isn't this the male lead in the crystal ball last time? He's the Lord of Rolling Stone Town. I remember that Matthew is his magic consultant. Isabel frowned. Is that so? Then it's an office romance. That's a little bad. Matthew hurriedly said. I only used Riegar to practice my spellcasting. Isabel turned to look at Edmund in confusion. Is that what the youths call it these days? Spellcasting? Edmund shrugged. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm also going through menopause. Of course, I don't know what young people think. Isabel squinted at him. You're indeed going through menopause. Last time, I dropped a casual comment, and you are so petty that you remember it. Edmund pursed his lips and did not say anything. He only expressed his grievances in his eyes. All right, Matthew, I'll say it again. You don't have to explain too much. To a mage, these things are unimportant. At the very least, you still miss someone. You must know that when I tested Edmund 100 years ago. Isabel said, and Edmund was sweating profusely. Fortunately, she stopped halfway and changed the topic. In short, hobbies are not a big deal. According to the feedback from the spell, your body has a good acceptance for Patronus. This is very good. It will be very convenient for me to go in later. In addition, your soul is several times stronger than an ordinary person's. This should be because you're a transmigrator. No wonder Ronan took a fancy to you. Hearing this, Matthew trembled slightly. He looked at Isabel in shock and found that she was very calm. Matthew glanced at Edmund again, and the white-robed mage only gave him a kind smile. What's with your expression? Transmigrators are not rare. The crystal wall system of Ainder was like a brothel keeper who had been on the streets for 20 years, riddled with holes by all kinds of extraterrestrial visitors. Isabel explained calmly. Edmund added. There is no shortage of transmigrators in Ainder. In fact, the spell Isabel is about to use, the Patronus, is also brought over by a transmigrator from another universe. This was a spell that was completely independent of the current plane rules of Ainder. All of our magical knowledge cannot explain this spell. Because of this, a brand new school of spells was born within the Alliance. Otherworld spells. It was undeniable that many transmigrators were very outstanding existences. Therefore, in the Age of Enlightenment, the early conservative gods even persecuted extraterrestrial visitors like you. However, when a person who transmigrated from the Ice Crown Nebula became a god, everything was different. After that, several divine wars broke out in the Heaven Realm. The current structure of the Heavenly Palace was set in those wars. Unfortunately, the transmigrator who had become a god was betrayed by his subordinates in the last battle and eventually died. His body turned into a meteor and fell everywhere. Due to his unique authority, the fragments of these corpses had formed the spectacle of the Cloud Ruins after hitting Ainder. Cloud Ruins? Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Didn't Lorraine pick up his divine persona from the ruins above the clouds? He didn't expect this to be related to a transmigrator. Edmund probably knew that Matthew's basic skills were not solid, so he explained further. In the history of the Alliance, there were 120 transmigrators. You are the 2121st. According to our rough estimation, in the past 3,000 years, Ainder has welcomed nearly 2,000 visitors from outer space. They have injected a lot of vitality into this land. However, due to their age and background, under the gaze of the gods, they did not appear to be more outstanding than the natives of Ainder. Of course, this is excluding the 120th transmigrator recorded by the Alliance. That person is the Calamity Mage. At this point, Isabel suddenly added coldly. She's different from ordinary transmigrators. She came to this world through another method. Matthew reacted quickly. Was she here with her physical body? Isabel nodded. More than 99% of transmigrators use their souls to transmigrate. This is a relatively simple and convenient method. After all, there were too many random factors in the multiverse, and the soul domain even involved high-dimensional levels. It was quite common for accidental transmigration to happen. Usually, the soul of a transmigrator is very powerful. This was not because the process of transmigration made your soul stronger. It was because if your soul were not strong enough, your consciousness would have long been obliterated in the dimensional turbulence during the process of passing through the crystal wall system. There was no chance for you to find the landing point. But even so, people like you are just lucky. But Ian is different. She's a completely different life form. Do you know? Matthew? Chapter 331, Chapter 331, Transmigrators are not something rare. Chapter 331, Transmigrators are not something rare. Translator, Lonely Tree. As she spoke, Isabel seemed to have fallen into a long memory. She stared blankly at Matthew. Matthew was in a dilemma. He couldn't be sure if Isabel was asking a question or a statement. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and say, I don't know. Isabel's hair trembled, and she said unhappily, I didn't expect you to answer. Next time, if you don't know, don't speak. Your voice interrupted my thoughts. I'm in a bad mood now. Matthew was instantly silenced. Isabel suddenly turned to Edmund. Do you know? Who knew that Edmund would actually hesitate and say, if I don't know, should I say I don't know or not say anything? Isabel's white hair flew up. Seeing this, Matthew hurriedly said, Teacher, I recently met an orc from Storluck. She told me that her hometown was destroyed by a space undead force from the Undead Empire. Now, that force has taken root in Storluck, which doesn't seem to be far from Ainder. Isabel's attention was slightly diverted. She pondered for a moment. Unto Empire? This name sounds familiar. I remember that it had already self-destructed, so there should be no need to worry. Edmund also joined in the discussion. The Undead Empire has indeed been proven to have self-destructed. It used to be a powerful force from the depths of the astral world. It was once the imaginary enemy of the gods of the heavenly palace. However, before the two sides had any friction, the Undead Empire was done for. We've also received reports about the space undead army you mentioned. Hearing this, Isabel choked. I'm afraid your alliance will never grow to that stage. Before that happens, it will decay, collapse, and even self-destruct like the Undead Empire. Edmund could only smile bitterly. Isabel looked impatient. Stop dilly-dallying, let's start. As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely dazzling spell of light shone down from the starry sky and focused on Matthew. He felt his body floating. Everything in front of him was white. In a daze, he felt as if something was running out of his chest. It jumped from Matthew's chest to his shoulder and then ran around Matthew's body. Let me see where Ronan's Patronus is hiding. Heh, little fellow, let's see where you can hide. How did someone break your first layer? Isabel's voice came from the white light. Matthew couldn't see her face, but he could hear her voice. Under the stimulation of the white light, his eyes could not help but shed tears. In a daze, he heard a crisp wail. Caught you. Isabel smiled proudly. Matthew could sense that the little thing was being pulled out of his body. He squinted his eyes hard and finally saw what the thing looked like. It was a miniature, holy buck. So this is what Ronan's Patronus looks like, Matthew thought. Seeing that the buck was getting further and further away, Isabel reminded him. I'm coming in, Matthew. Immediately after, it was a terrifying dragon roar. White light filled the sky. A huge, pitch-black, ferocious dragon appeared in front of Matthew. The dragon's head was the size of a small mountain. It opened its mouth as if it could swallow Matthew whole. Go. Defend. Snatch. Isabel chanted a few spells in an orderly manner. The dragon turned into smoke. It drilled into Matthew's chest domineeringly. He lowered his head and realized that there was no symbol on his chest. The system didn't give any notifications. This spell called Patronus was indeed magical. In an instant, the white light completely vanished. Matthew found that he was still standing firmly on the floor. The scene just now seemed to be an illusion. Ronan's Patronus can only be activated twice, and it has already been used up once, so it's not a loss for me to chase him away. My Patronus will not only protect your life at the critical moment, but it will also launch a fierce counterattack against the enemy. It can be effective up to 5 times. Isabel explained cheerfully. If you use up all 5 chances, my Patronus will appear in front of the enemy and eat your soul when your life is in danger for the 6th time. Even if you haven't used up all 5 times, after 50 years, he will still appear and eat your soul. Matthew looked at her in shock. The only solution is that you have to become a legend within the next 50 years, or you can curse me to die within the next 50 years, but that's very difficult. Instead of doing that, why don't you pray that I'll kill myself one day when I'm bored? The probability of the latter is higher. He looked at Isabel's smile. Matthew felt a little pressure. He asked curiously. Ronan and Blinken, do they also have your Patronus? Isabel replied lazily. Ronan, that rebellious guy, he had already replaced the Patronus I gave him with his wife's. As for Blinken, he does have it, but it's about 50 years for him soon. Chapter 332 Chapter 332, Transmigrators are not something rare. Chapter 332, Transmigrators are not something rare. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew thought to himself that he was lucky. Fortunately, he didn't fight with Blinken last time. He didn't expect this guy to carry a Patronus of the same model as him. That evil dragon was not to be trifled with. It needed at least the power of a legend to resist. After pouring in the Patronus, Isabel looked clearly disinterested. Edmund revealed a part of the content of the SL project to Matthew. Matthew nodded repeatedly. It just so happened that his main mission was to get rid of the scar of the dead. With the support of the Alliance, it would definitely be 100 times better than doing it alone. After Edmund finished speaking, Matthew hurriedly asked, "I have an urgent project now. The content is to explore the outer plane. I wonder if I can apply to the Alliance to recruit some colleagues and apprentices as my assistants?" Isabel yawned. "Okay, I'm going to sleep." With that, she disappeared from Matthew's sight. Matthew looked at Edmund. Under the latter's gaze, Matthew explained the situation in the moonlight. Woodlands. So it's a dimensional rift formed under such circumstances. That's not very dangerous. If it's an emergency project, we might not be able to recruit enough people. Don't you have a tour to plan? I've given you special permission. Let them help you explore the outer layer during the tours. The funds will be allocated to you according to Project BL. How about it? Matthew nodded happily. As expected, he still had to join a large organization. He left the Cauldron House. Matthew proceeded to reclaim the cemetery, or rather, he directed Sinwak to reclaim the cemetery. One day and one night later. The underground space of the oak forest had been widened by Matthew more than twice. At this point, the range of the cemetery had been determined. The underground space was a long strip, and so was the cemetery. The cemetery was about 600 meters long from north to south and 80 meters wide from east to west, covering an area of more than 70 acres. After that, Matthew carefully formulated the renovation plan for the cemetery. In order to speed up the progress, Matthew even spent money to hire the workers and the garrison team from the town to do some fine work that the zombies couldn't do. Of course, when the workers were working, the undead was sent away. Under the stimulation of the gold coins, the workers were very efficient. In less than a week, the soft and hard decorations of the cemetery were completed. At night, Matthew and Peggy walked into the cemetery, occasionally greeting the zombies and skeletons that passed by. Their hearts were filled with joy. This is the zombie zone, and that is the skeleton zone. In the future, there will be the ghost zone, the banshee zone, the mummy zone, and the vampire zone. In the center of all the undead functional areas is this negative energy fountain. The water here is flowing and is directly connected to the negative energy plane through the base below. Peggy, if you feel that your negative energy is insufficient in the future, you don't have to buy stones anymore. Just come here and lie down for a while. Matthew stood in front of the beautiful small fountain in the center of the cemetery and introduced it. Wow, you really got lucky this time, Matthew. Peggy looked pleasantly surprised. Immediately, she pointed at the 6 extremely high-quality realm heart stones on the base of the negative energy fountain and asked, "These stones are not cheap, right? I think it costs at least 100 gold coins each." Matthew smiled calmly. "It is slightly more expensive than 100 gold coins." Peggy suddenly tilted her head and stared at him. "Ever since you joined the Seven Saint Alliance, you no longer let me handle the accounts like before. Your actions make me very worried, Matthew. Many boys turn bad just because they suddenly have a large sum of money. I suggest you leave your money with me, and I'll spend it for you." "No, it's safer for me to keep it for you." Matthew spread his hands. "Actually, I didn't earn much from the Alliance project. After buying 2 magic tools, the rest of the money was spent on this cemetery." Peggy said calmly. "Just tell me how much you spent. I'm already mentally prepared." Matthew confessed. 15,674 gold coins. With a thud, the towering skeleton lay in the fountain of negative energy. She could not say a word. After a long time, only then did she recover. Peggy covered her chest with both hands, her soul fire dancing like a flea. 10,000 gold coins? I don't even know what 1,000 gold coins look like. Perhaps you have your own intentions, but, woo-woo. Damn Necromancer. Before you spend money next time, can you let me see how much 10,000 gold coins are? The cost of the cemetery had indeed exceeded Matthew's expectations. But he kept all the designs that he thought were necessary. Most of the area in the cemetery was reserved for the undead in the future. In addition, Matthew had also asked someone to build a few stone houses here for him to use as his studio. This was a nearly complete ritual venue. Matthew could clearly sense that the zombies and skeletons had become stronger. Their bodies and soul fires were nourished at the same time. In the long run, this was absolutely necessary. In fact, other than the realm heartstones and labor costs used to build the negative energy fountain, the cemetery's biggest expense came from the surrounding black locust trees. Matthew asked around and found that there was no black locust tree or its seeds that could be bought from the Alliance or the Cauldron House. Even in Bayan City, they could only buy expensive mature plants and not seeds. In the end, Matthew could only grit his teeth and buy the minimum amount of black locust trees needed to maintain the ritual venue. These special plants that came from the border between the underworld and the negative energy plane had the effect of locking in negative energy. They could help form a perfect negative energy loop inside the cemetery. This sum of money was about 6,000 gold coins. At first, Matthew's heart ached for a few days. However, when the ritual field was formed, his mentality immediately changed. Prompt: you have successfully built the ritual ground, cemetery of the Undying. Graveyard owner, you can place a sign to recruit elite undead. Tombstone crafting: the tombstones made in the cemetery will have 150% of the original effect. The ritual ground gives you the unique abilities of the owner of the cemetery. Return of all resentment and forced captivity. Return of all resentment: when you activate this ability on an outsider, he will be haunted by the resentment of all the undead in the cemetery. Every second, the other party will have to endure the judgment of will. After the judgment is successful, the enemy's soul will be scattered. After failing the judgment, the enemy's HP will be forcibly deducted. Forced captivity: you can use the negative energy of the entire cemetery to attack the target with endless negative energy tentacles until you completely capture them. Once these two abilities were used, it meant that Matthew was almost invincible in the cemetery. Coupled with his powerful strength and domain power, even a legendary creature would be captured if it barged in. This was the power of the ritual field. Other than that, cemetery and ritual field were standard equipment for summoning many intermediate undead units. This also meant that Matthew could finally start making the dark warrior that he had been longing for. The next morning, Matthew, who had been excited for the whole night, and Peggy, who had been heartbroken for the whole night, returned to their house in Rolling Stone Town listlessly. He opened the door. Peggy ran into the kitchen. Matthew wanted to lie down on the sofa for a while. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed that there were a few more letters in his mailbox. Matthew went forward to get the letters and found that there were 3 letters in total from different people in different places. The first letter didn't specify the address, but there was an albatross feather on it. It was naturally from Lorraine of Deep Blue Harbor. The second letter clearly stated that it was from Jade Court, so it should have been written by Bina. The address of the third letter was very strange. It was a place called Blackstone Mine. The sender's name was Lumiere. Matthew's eyes darted between the 3 letters. 3 seconds later, he folded the 3 letters in the order he was going to open them. The letter from Jade Court was placed at the bottom. Lorraine and Lumi and Ree were on top. Matthew returned to his room. He opened the envelope at the top and read it carefully. Chapter 333, Chapter 333, 3 letters. Chapter 333, 3 letters. Translator, Lonely Tree. Hello, Matt HEW. I'm Lumiere. I'm sorry you can't help me continue to bloom the oak chamber of commerce. Matthew felt his scalp go numb after only scanning 3 lines. Lumiere's handwriting was not very nice, but it was obvious that he was writing very seriously. Every word was written very clearly. However, the large number of typos and loopholes in the grammar made Matthew, who was good at picking out the main points from the junk messages, a little confused. Matthew tried hard to decipher it for a long time. With the help of language proficiency and text order identification, he gradually translated the encrypted letter into smooth and readable content. Hello, Matthew. I am Lumiere. I'm sorry, but I can't continue to help the Oak Chamber of Commerce. After you left, I tried to lead more clansmen to the city of Condor, but this action was strongly rejected by the people of Condor. We were chased out. Due to the headhunter tribe's aggressive actions in the past, the natives of the Gold Coast are not very friendly to us. Mr. Yu Lian had tried his best to mediate, but it seemed that the results were not great. In the end, we could only retreat to the rainforest. Fortunately, the Oak Trade Union wasn't implicated. This was the only thing that made me feel gratified. The city of Condor cannot tolerate us, so we can only find another way out. This made me realize that it was impossible to bring my people out of the rainforest all at once. I had to make a way and then replicate it for them. The south was not the way out. The west was barren deserts and high mountains, and the east was the sea. I can only go north alone. After leaving the rainforest, I went to several cities. However, those cities, such as Lake Water City, had more or less rejected the Jangos. When I passed by Marsh Water City, I even got a plague. I had a stomachache for 2 days, and I plucked all the leaves on the side of the road. Fortunately, my physique was not bad, and I managed to endure it. Since then, I've planned to go further. I want to go to a place where people don't know about the Jangos, slowly integrate into their society, and learn their knowledge and way of life. At the same time, I have to work hard to earn money too. When I left the rainforest, about 6 or 7 girls told me that they were pregnant. Of course, this was great news. How could the future king of the rainforest not have a bunch of children? They are going to inherit my throne. Even though I don't have a throne yet, I'm working hard to build one. The cost of raising a child was not an unsolvable problem. It did not cost much to raise a child in the tribe. Moreover, in the tradition of the Black Banyan tribe, the children born by the woman were raised by her uncles. But I don't like this tradition. I prefer to be like you Northerners, where the father bears the cost and responsibility of raising the child. I spent a lot of money on the elders of the tribe. I gave the rest of the money to my women. The money you gave me is almost spent. So, I walked north along the coastline while looking for a suitable job. This was not an easy task. I didn't have the skills to make a living in society, so I could only sell myself as a laborer. Many places that hired people would deliberately lower the price because they saw that I was a foreigner. I worked as a porter at Deep Blue Harbor for 3 days. In the end, when the bill was settled, the other party only paid half of my salary. I was so angry that I really wanted to throw that fat guy into the sea to feed the fish. However, when I think of my clansmen, my women, and my unborn children, I feel like I'm going to die. I chose to swallow my anger. I remembered his face. The future king of the rainforest was not to be bullied. I swear I will soak him in the water prison for 3 days and 3 nights. That day would come. After leaving Deep Blue Harbor, I walked along the small roads inland for a while. I happened to hear the news of recruiting workers in a tavern. They offered high salaries. I went to try and found that it was really not bad. I'm writing to you from this working level called the Black Rock Mine. The work here was very hard, but the money was really a lot. I work 15 hours a day, and the most I can do is 19 hours. Normally, I could earn 4 gold, but at most, I could earn 6 gold. The welfare in the mine was very good, and they even provided food and accommodation. I've done some calculations. As long as I work here for a year, I'll be able to save up close to 2,000 gold. 10,000 gold in 5 years. Heavens! This was really a good place to earn money. I can't wait to share this news with my clansmen. Unfortunately, the place where they lived didn't have any mail, so I had nowhere to share my joy. At this moment, I thought of you, my friend Matthew. I think it's time to write you a letter. To apologize and to share the joy. Unfortunately, my mastery of the common language is not very good. The first half of this letter was written under the guidance of the supervisor. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. The supervisor in the mine was very good to me and never whipped me, but I often saw him whip others. I guess that's because the others are always slacking off. She not only taught me to read and write the common language but also always invited me to visit her house on the days when I was out of the mine. I dare not go. At present, the child support fees for those 6 or 7 children are already making me feel a little strained. I have to restrain myself. In comparison, my relationship with my colleagues is not very harmonious. Chapter 334, 3 letters. Chapter 334, 3 letters. Translator, Lonely Tree. They said I broke the rules. Hee, how ridiculous. They were obviously the ones who were lazy and unwilling to work. The supervisor said it clearly. How could they not understand the principle of more work, more pay? I won't say any more. I'm going to sleep. I would strive to get up early tomorrow and work a few more hours to anger those lazy people. Finally, I apologize again. I didn't manage to fulfill my promise to help the Oak Chamber of Commerce. This letter has been written back and forth for 2 weeks. If there is a place where the word order is reversed, please point it out and send it back to me. Thank you. After reading it, Matthew was silent for a minute. There were too many flaws in this letter, but when he thought about it in detail, it was so reasonable. He had mixed feelings. It was not surprising that the Jangos were ostracized by the people of Condor. Not everyone could accept the barbaric habits of the rainforest people. If Matthew had been there when this happened, there might have been room for negotiation. But now, the dust had settled. Matthew felt a little regretful. As for what Lumiere had mentioned in his letter, Yu Lian had tried his best to mediate. Matthew did not believe it at all. The rejection might have been caused by that black-bellied man. However, Matthew couldn't possibly fall out with Yu Lian over this matter. After all, he was just a friend of Lumiere. Lumiere was the future king of the rainforest, and the fate of the Django was in his own hands. The most Matthew could provide was some advice and help. The content of this letter really made him unable to hold it in. It was the part where Lumiere worked his way up north and lamented the high wages and benefits in the mines. Deep Blue Harbor's dock is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Any porter you encounter in a few steps might be a Tier 4 or Tier 5 boss. Matthew shook his head. The East Coast was indeed a prosperous place. There was an orc sword saint moving bricks at the dock in front and the king of the rainforest mining in the well behind. Matthew's first reaction was to write a letter asking Lumiere to come to Rolling Stone Town so that he could arrange a job for him in the Alliance. But soon, he stopped thinking about it. Matthew played with the quill in his hand, and his eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. Lumiere was not Eli. Although he didn't know much about human society, he was actually very smart and had extremely strong insight. He had clearly given him the address of Rolling Stone Town. Lumiere had traveled so far north. If he really wanted to ask for help, he would reach Rolling Stone Town in a few more steps. It should not be difficult for him. He wasn't someone who cared about his reputation. There was probably only one reason why Lumiere didn't come looking for Matthew. He wanted to continue to be friends with Matthew and get along with him as equals. Matthew recalled that when he had arranged for Lumiere to take up a position in the Oak Chamber of Commerce, the other party had also refused in every possible way. He did not want a salary and only said that he would come and help. This was obviously not because of vanity. Lumiere had his own persistence. It was precisely because of this persistence that he was unwilling to seek refuge with Matthew, even if he had to go down to mine and work for others. No matter how little money he earned, he wouldn't feel inferior when facing his friends. This was the ambition of the future king of the rainforest. He figured out the key points. Matthew picked up his pen and began to write a reply. He shared his life in Rolling Stone Town with Lumiere in a few words and tactfully reminded him of the safety risks of working in the well. After that, he talked about some suggestions for the future development of the Django tribe. In the letter, he tried his best to avoid using high-level vocabulary and only communicated with Lumiere in a very conversational manner. Only at the very end of the letter, Matthew had tactfully hinted that Lumiere had some resources and connections in the Alliance. If he needed it, he could arrange a job for him at any time. This was to prevent him from misunderstanding the other party's thoughts. What if Lumiere really did not think of joining him? After writing the reply, Matthew took a break and opened the second letter. Unexpectedly. This time, Lorraine's letter was very brief. Catching wind and shadows tells me that something big is about to happen in Rolling Stone Town or its surroundings. I'm not too sure about the details. Please pay more attention to the abnormal news around you. If you need help, light this feather, and Sweetie will take you away. Something big was going to happen in Rolling Stone Town? Matthew's heart tightened. Lorraine was a demigod and a legendary poet, and he had seen his fair share of miraculous performances. If the other party was not lying, things would be troublesome. Matthew held the letter and thought for a while. After hiding Sweetie's feather, Matthew adjusted his mood and took a sip of water before slowly opening the beautiful envelope with a green border. What greeted her eyes was a line of beautiful and meaningful handwriting. It was a stark contrast to Lumiere's chicken scrawl. Matthew suddenly felt a spring breeze blowing on his face, and his spirit improved a little. Dear Matthew. In May, the Jade Court looked like a ball of fire from afar. The ancient city wall was covered with brightly colored phoenix flowers. They spread out from both ends of the city wall and surrounded the ancient war trees that had been dormant for many years on both sides. They looked like a divine bird that was about to fly. It was a beautiful scene. Unfortunately, my painting skills are lacking, and my ability to describe words is also poor, so I can't share this beautiful scenery with you in its entirety. Chapter 335, Chapter 335, 3 letters. Chapter 335, 3 letters. Translator, Lonely Tree. This was really regrettable. The brocade phoenix flower was a type of bright yellow or orange flower. In the early summer, it covered every corner of the Jade Court. The wood elves used its roots to make medicine. After boiling it with water and taking it, it was said to be able to cure all diseases. I tried it, and it really worked. It didn't even hurt much when it came. I like this flower even more now, and at the same time, I'm also interested in the phoenix in the flower's name. Tarani told me that humans have a huge misunderstanding about phoenixes. They always confuse phoenixes with immortal birds, but they are actually two different creatures. Thousands of years ago, the wood elves had summoned a divine phoenix from the east in the previous generation's palace. The divine phoenix had incredible power and compassion that could save all living beings. Note, the word compassion is in the elven language. I couldn't find a similar word in the common language of humans. I hope it's not because I wasn't serious in language class. This should be a word from the East. If there's any mistake, please criticize me. At that time, the divine phoenix had been seriously injured. The wood elf had let it recuperate in the city and take good care of it. A few hundred years later, only then did the divine phoenix recover. After that, he became the patron saint of the wood elves. According to records, the divine phoenix had protected the elven court for 1,000 years. When he left, he said to the wood elves, "My homeland is being invaded by demons. I have to go back and lend them a hand." With that, he spread his wings and flew away, disappearing into the eastern sky. After the flames fell to the ground, they ignited a plant called the brocade flower by the roadside, burning a brand new brocade phoenix flower. The wood elves believed that the brocade phoenix flower represented the blessing of the divine phoenix. Therefore, even after the change of the royal court, these plants were still planted all over the city walls. This was truly a romantic story. Every year at this time, the elven couples would make a wish to the phoenix flower on the city wall. That scene was actually very beautiful. If not for the scar of the dead that ruined the mood. I used the method you taught me to be honest with Tarani. But she was a very stubborn person. She promised that she wouldn't force me and would give me freedom, but she still came to look for me from time to time. She was really domineering. There were a few times when she wanted to secretly kiss my face. After I rejected her, she wanted to force herself on me. Fortunately, I was strong enough, so she never succeeded. But most of the time, she still respected me. With Tarani's presence, I didn't suffer any more harassment during class or between classes. However, I soon realized that I had become completely alone. Except for Tarani. None of the elves wanted to talk to me. The teachers were the same. They avoided me as much as they could after completing their duty in class. This feeling of being isolated by everyone was really terrible. More and more, I felt that it was a mistake to listen to my father's advice and come here to study. After 2 months of hard work, my dance is still in first place. My swordsmanship was still ranked last. It was no different from 2 months ago. Well, there was still a difference. Yesterday, I realized that I had gained a pound. Perhaps it was because I had eaten too much elf barbecue recently. I'm afraid I'll have to eat vegetarian for half a year to offset the debt of eating meat for the past 2 months. Matthew. I miss Rolling Stone Town. Yesterday, when I was writing to my father, mother, and brothers, I secretly cried a few times. I want to say to my father, take me back. I don't want to learn the elven sword chant anymore. I want to tell my mother. Please persuade father. I'd rather go home and study Oriental embroidery with you than continue to dance with a thick chest wrap. However, in the end, what was written on the paper was nothing more than I'm doing well here, dancing is my forte, and I'm also very good at swordsmanship. I know father spent a lot of money. Part of it is my future dowry. I can't waste too much of our family's money. So I can't give up halfway. But this is really difficult, Matthew. I can't hold on much longer. Who can tell me how to learn a sword technique that will cause adverse effects if the posture deviation exceeds 2 centimeters? At this point, the green dragon outside the city was shouting again. I'm so annoyed by that fat Tina. She should be fighting with the elf shadow leopard troop and windseeker troop. Tarani said that she was very cunning and wouldn't attack the city easily, but I was still a little afraid. The Astrologer Society had announced that this year would be the year when the giant dragons would be active. That was a giant dragon. Every time I imagined the image of a dragon in my mind, I would feel especially small. Jade Court is really not a good place. If it was Rolling Stone Town, there definitely wouldn't be such a terrifying thing as a dragon, right? It must be. This is all I can write in this letter. Tomorrow is the swordsmanship test. If I can barely pass it, then I can go and learn the magic of the sword chant. I hate swordsmanship. However, I am looking forward to the spell called Summon Pet. I heard that after learning it, I can summon a messenger for myself. This way, it will be very convenient to communicate with Rolling Stone Town. Right, at the end of the letter, I want to ask you for a favor. Although it's hard to say, I haven't received a reply to the letter I sent home last time. I'm not sure if my father and mother have received my letter. I can only hope that you. My chest cloth wears out very quickly during practice and is now completely used up. The wood elves don't have a size suitable for me. No one was willing to help me change it. I hope you can go to a clothing store in Rolling Stone Town called Ruth Taylor and buy some for me. Buy a few more, silk ones, size S8. I hid a piece of gold paper in the envelope, which should be enough to cover the cost. Please. Matthew. Urbina, May 2nd, Jade Court. After reading it, Matthew was silent for half a minute. A moment later, he called Peggy from the kitchen. Do you know anything about chest wraps? Peggy proudly puffed out her chest. Of course. After all, my breasts are very big. Matthew nodded and said. Then help me buy a few. Remember to buy them in silk. The size is S8. Peggy looked at Matthew in surprise. Then, she asked hesitantly. How do you know my size? And you want to buy me a chest wrap? Am I being too explicit? In the morning. Matthew had just entered the Lord Main Hall and was about to share Lorraine's news with the other two when Rhaegar announced. The war has begun. Chapter 336, Chapter 336, The Secret of the Suki Family. Chapter 336, The Secret of the Suki Family. Translator, Lonely Tree. Just like what we were worried about a few days ago, Red Mountain invaded the Golden Fertile Field. A mixed army from the south destroyed the fertile fields of the Golden Fertile Field and burned down a large number of houses. They violated the verbal promise of not invading each other. After occupying the main city of the Golden Fertile Field, Barley City, the army split into two. One of them headed northwest. The other troop headed north on the spot. In the name of hunting down the remaining troops of the Lord of Barley City, they quickly approached the South Trade Station. Their movements are astonishingly fast. Although they haven't stepped into Rolling Stone Town's territory yet, according to this trend, Red Mountain's army could strike at any time. Rhaegar explained the military situation at the front line clearly. Matthew was a little surprised. Did they really make a move? How dare they approach the southern trade post? Are they not afraid of the great wizard Ronan? Zeller shook his head. Legendary mages usually don't interfere in the wars between mortals unless the Red Mountain army has done something that is beyond the wrath of the heavens or has hurt their family. Moreover, the South has been spreading the news that Master Ronan is lost in the astral world. Although many people are skeptical about this news, we can't guarantee that the new Lord of Red Mountain isn't a hothead. Matthew nodded. What Zeller said made sense. Ronan's reputation was part of the reason Rolling Stone Town was safe, but they couldn't place all their hopes on him. The Golden Fertile Field has no way to fight back. It's an agricultural territory that mainly produces food. The largest military organization in the territory is the militia. These militia are usually used to drive away wild boars and wolverines, but they're not enough to deal with bandits, let alone war. Rhaegar took an empty coffee cup and sipped it, not noticing that his mouth was still dry. Perhaps this is the function of the civilization lock that you mentioned before. It protects these small territories from the scourge of war, but it's different now. I bet that the lock must have disappeared. All of a sudden, the lords were awakened to the awareness of war. They realized that there were such methods of plundering from the outside world, so they no longer restrained themselves. As for territories like the Golden Fertile Fields, their masters were used to the benefits brought by the civilization lock and were not on guard against war. They were simply lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Red Mountain was different. The newly appointed small lord was very organized. He had planned it beforehand. The so-called tax reform was just to divert the attention of others. In the past few months, he had been secretly recruiting mercenaries. It was said that on the battlefield of the raid on Barley City, there were even troops from the Underdark. They were truly elite mercenaries and well-trained assassins. After hearing the news, Hua Wen, who had gone to Barley City to check on the situation, told me that those drows were very ruthless. Long before the war began, the entire family of the Lord of Barley City had been wiped out. Damn it, these guys don't care about ethics at all. When the concept of war begins to awaken in the hearts of the people, this continent will soon usher in high-frequency small-scale wars. This is a reshuffling of forces, and no one can stop this trend. Zeller sat on the table next to him, his hands crossed under his nose, his eyes shining. I've already sent a team of Lord's Guards to station at the Southern Trade Station. Fortunately, our scouts can still lock onto the general location of the Red Mountain's main force. Theoretically, they should take some time to digest the spoils of the Golden Fertile Fields, but we can't guarantee that they won't suddenly launch a sneak attack. The truth before us is that the war has come. Matthew took a deep breath. From the serious attitude of Zeller and Rhaegar, he could feel the pressure and nervousness. War was never a joke. Once it erupted, no matter what the outcome was, it meant that people would die. He gently bit his lips. Rhaegar took another sip of his empty coffee, his eyes looking very anxious. What do you think, Matthew? Matthew muttered. A group of mages from the Seven Saint Alliance will be visiting soon. The location of the visit is near the Scar of the Dead. I originally arranged for them to visit Rolling Stone Town, but now it seems like it has to be cancelled. Rieger's eyes lit up. A group of mages? Can they be of any use in this war? Matthew shook his head. It's hard to say. In the current Ander continent, the relationship between the Alliance, mages, and local forces was complicated. The Alliance was transcendental, and so were the legendary mages in the Alliance. They had the power to destroy the world and were existences that mortal forces could not provoke. However, there were only a few legendary mages, and most mages were not interested in secular power. They would not interfere in a war for no reason unless the war threatened their interests. For ordinary mages, they could not be so detached. They still had emotions and desires and lacked the power to rule everything. Therefore, it was very normal for them to rely on local forces. Whether it was the 100 City Division of the Seven Saint Alliance or becoming the magic consultant of a small territory like Matthew, it was all a way for mages to cooperate with local forces. Chapter 337, The Secret of the Suki Family. Chapter 337, The Secret of the Suki Family. Translator, Lonely Tree. Mages were also cunning and cherished their lives. Matthew could make them work for him in the name of the Alliance project. Whether it was planting trees or exploring the outer plane, they were willing to accept it. But once it involved war, it was hard to say. In the end, they were just a group of intermediate mages. If they worked together, they would definitely have a great impact on the war, but why would they do that? Matthew knew very well that he was not Ronan or Isabel. No one would risk their lives for a few knowledge points. Spending money was one thing, and risking one's life was another. Rennie mages were very clear out CMS. But thinking about it carefully, this project could have a positive impact on the upcoming war. We can spread some news, just like how I pretended to be the great mage Ronan last time. At least we can distract the enemy. Matthew suggested, no matter how reckless the new Lord of Red Mountain is, he should still be wary of the mages of the Seven Saint Alliance. Zeller nodded. I'll get someone to spread the news, but we have to enter a state of war. The Lord's guards and garrison are ready. Next, we have to mobilize the militia in some villages in the north. We need more labor and reserves. If necessary, we have to build some fortifications in the south. At this point, he glanced at Riegar and suddenly shouted. Madam Wesley. Coffee. A moment later, 3 cups of fragrant coffee were served in the office hall. Only then did Riegar realize that he was holding an empty cup. He pursed his lips helplessly and sat back in his chair stiffly. Zeller looked at him silently as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Matthew didn't say anything. He was thinking about the impact the war might have on Rolling Stone Town and himself. There's another piece of bad news. Zeller said. Jade Court has sent another urgent letter. The Shadow Leopard unit that was used to capture the arsonists encountered another attack on the road. This time, the one who attacked was confirmed to be the Green Dragon, Fat Tina, who was active in the Court of Fallen Leaves. Although the Shadow Leopard unit wasn't completely wiped out, they suffered heavy losses. That Green Dragon is very cunning. In the short term, Jade Court probably won't be able to take in this batch of prisoners. This is bad news for us. Matthew smelled a conspiracy. Every time they send someone over, they will be attacked. This doesn't sound like a coincidence. Zeller also looked like he had a headache. The problem is, how should we deal with these arsonists now? It would be a waste and inhumane to kill them directly. Some of them don't deserve to die, but it's not right to keep them like this. Once the war breaks out, the prison will become a hidden danger. Matthew thought for a moment. Why don't you leave it to me first? I happen to need manpower for a project. I don't need you to provide food. I can solve their meals myself. If you want them back, just let me know in advance. How about that? Zeller and Riegar looked at each other. The latter asked, Are you sure they won't run away from you? Matthew smiled. Don't underestimate me. I'm an evil necromancer. The two of them discussed for a while and finally agreed to Matthew's request. They handed over the more than 20 arsonists in the prison to Matthew to deal with. There was an extra group of hands. Matthew was naturally delighted. It would be best if these arsonists were obedient. If there were any troublemakers, he did not mind asking Big Brother 177 to come out to meet them. The two news just now were bad news. I have another piece of news. Zeller's tone suddenly became lighter. After receiving Rieger's letter, the city lord of Deep Blue Harbor, Lady Elena, pay a visit. This time, she will be traveling light and will arrive at our territory in 5 to 3 days. Rieger was shocked. Why is she in such a hurry? Didn't I tell Elena to take it slow? Coincidentally, we're in the midst of a war in the south. I'm afraid I don't have time to accompany her. Zeller suddenly said sarcastically. Maybe she's afraid that her stomach won't be able to cover it if she's too late. Rieger immediately rolled his eyes. Don't listen to the rumors. Elena is a very traditional woman. After she broke off the engagement with me, she remained single for the rest of her life. Her 7 daughters are all adopted daughters, and Lady Elena is still a virgin. It's really rude to joke about this. Zeller couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Oh my God, Rieger, has your Ike been eaten by moles recently? I've already hinted so clearly, and you still haven't realized the truth? You're not really planning to continue your relationship with that lady, are you? Looking at Rieger's anxious and slightly confused expression, Matthew couldn't help but remind him. There's something wrong with Lady Elena. We know a thing or two about the current situation of Deep Blue Harbor. Lion City in the north is preparing its troops. A large amount of territory has been annexed by Lion City. Therefore, Deep Blue Harbor is facing a much bigger war than us. Under such circumstances, as soon as you replied, she dared to come to Rolling Stone Town alone at the risk of something happening in Deep Blue Harbor. This is obviously not right. Zeller added coldly. Any normal person would be able to tell that something is wrong. The only explanation is that her position as the city lord is probably in danger. She is coming to ask for your help, Rieger. Chapter 338 Chapter 338, The Secret of the Suki Family. Chapter 338, The Secret of the Suki Family. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew looked at Zeller in surprise. He didn't understand why the owner of a city like Deep Blue Harbor would come to the countryside like Rolling Stone Town to seek help. It's time to make a decision. Rieger. Zeller said in a low voice. Rieger's lips moved slightly. I hate war. Zeller said calmly. War won't let you off just because you hate him. It's time to return to red and black. Take back what originally belonged to you, and then see how far you plan to. Rieger was silent. Matthew was confused. Is there something I don't understand? Zeller glanced at Matthew. It's time to let Matthew know about that. Rieger pondered for a few minutes before slowly raising his head. I know. Let's go. Take Matthew to take a look. 10 minutes later. In the depths of the military camp beside the Lord's Manor. After passing through 3 tightly guarded checkpoints and 2 secret doors and illusion walls made of magic, a staircase leading to the underground space appeared in front of Matthew. The 3 of them walked along the stairs. They walked for about 7 to 8 minutes. A relatively spacious underground space appeared in front of them. Huge braziers were lit in the 4 corners of the underground space, and black and red flames danced in the braziers. From time to time, ferocious faces would jump out of the brazier, but they would soon disappear. Matthew recognized that it was the fire of sin from purgatory. Because of its eternal nature, this flame was also known as the eternal flame. In the center of the eternal flame, a magnificent arched stone door stood in the darkness. A huge demon head hung above the stone door. Its 6 eyes looked down at all visitors as if they were alive, giving people a creepy feeling. Both sides of the stone door were engraved with purgatory inscriptions. Matthew noticed that the ground was also engraved with a dark red ritual pattern. Everything here was in line with the needs of the ritual venue. He noticed that the ritual field was in a strange half-activated state. The three of them stood in front of the door. There seemed to be a breeze blowing in the darkness as if the devil was caressing one's face. This is the true secret of the Suki family, Rhaegar introduced without much emotion. This is also the fundamental reason why Rolling Stone Town has been developing quite well. Yes, we have a portal to purgatory. As for myself, I'm lucky to be the 27th successor of the Suki kingdom on the 19th floor of purgatory. Hearing this, Matthew recalled the little things he had done with Rhaegar during this period of time. Matthew couldn't help but ask, have I been a little rude recently? Rhaegar glared at him. He looked at Matthew's complicated expression. Zeller smiled and blinked. You're still all right. When I first met Rhaegar when I was young, he very stiffly ordered me, call me your highness. At that time, Rhaegar was in high spirits and ambitious. He swore to become the ruler of the world. However, after the incident in Purgatory Town, everything has changed. Rhaegar said in a muffled voice. Don't repeat anything you hear or see here, Matthew. This secret is related to the Suki kingdom and the Purgatory. I hope you can keep it a secret. Matthew nodded solemnly. Then, he asked. So, what will happen if the portal is fully activated? Rhaegar calmly replied. And this world might face true purgatory. This is what I have been hesitating about. They left the underground space. Matthew's heart was still filled with shock. He knew that the Suki had secrets, but he didn't expect them to be so shocking. It was a portal to purgatory. Just the incomplete ritual ground near the teleportation gate was worth a fortune. Its existence could attract many little devils to approach it unconsciously. These imps were common in purgatory, but they were rare in the prime material plane. According to Zeller, Rhaegar had made his fortune by selling materials from imps to the Seven Saint Alliance. In a half-activated state. The area near the portal was like a monster farm, and there were some small demons spawning regularly. However, once it was fully activated, it would welcome the full flame of purgatory. Listening to Zeller's narration. Rhaegar had a deep history with the Suki kingdom and a certain purgatory town in purgatory. This made him unwilling to fully activate the portal. But now, Rolling Stone Town was facing an unprecedented war threat. Even though Rhaegar was still very unwilling. However, reality might force him to make a worse choice. This series of unforeseen events had a strong impact on Matthew's nerves. He had received too much information in the first half of the day. It was as if his stable and peaceful life was about to leave him overnight. This made Matthew feel a deep sense of crisis, but at the same time, he felt a little absurd and powerless. Rhaegar hoped to live a peaceful and stable life. And so was Matthew. After leaving the Liege's manor, his mind was filled with war, so much so that he was a little dizzy when he planted the trees. This situation continued until 2 days later. It was in the afternoon. When Matthew was inserting saplings into the holes, he accidentally stuffed 2 saplings into one of the holes. In the end, he didn't even realize it. That scene looked rather indecent. You seem a little absent-minded. Until a familiar voice sounded in Matthew's ears. Only then did Matthew realize that he had stepped into the wrong pit. As he dug, he slowly pulled out one of the saplings. He looked up. A tall and sturdy young man who exuded a pheromone aura was standing 20 meters away from Matthew with a smile. Matthew was pleasantly surprised. Have you successfully advanced? The two of them hugged each other when they met. I followed the call of the path of the wilderness and killed that evil dragon, completing my advancement. I'm back, Matthew. I'm now a Tier 4 transformation master. Elated, Eli said, not only did I increase my strength in the north, but I also successfully explored my legendary path. At the moment I advanced, the will of nature told me that I was the natural successor of the wilderness path, but I had a fatal flaw. My emotions are too abundant. It's easy for me to fall in love with a woman, then I'll be touched and fall for her. This is my weakness, and it's something I have to overcome. Matthew, I came back to look for you. On the one hand, I wanted to fulfill my promise to protect the oak forest for you. On the other hand, I wanted to continue my contact with you. I wanted to come into contact with human society more, temper my will, and make up for my last weakness. I swear. I will never fall in love with a woman again. Any one of them. This is my promise to practice the path of legend. Eli's declaration was sonorous and forceful. Matthew couldn't help but be impressed. However, he also reminded him at the right time. There's no need to be so extreme. There's still beautiful love in this world. If you meet a suitable girl, you might as well give it a try. Impossible. Eli said confidently. Then he asked Matthew excitedly. Don't you want to know what new wilderness form I obtained during the advancement ritual? Matthew was about to ask him. Who knew that at this moment? Peggy suddenly rushed out of the forest and shouted. Matthew, let's go to watch the show. Matthew asked curiously, what show? Peggy said excitedly. I've heard some news. The mayor of Deep Blue Harbor and her most beautiful youngest daughter will be passing by on the official road in a carriage this afternoon. It's said that someone from the farm has already seen their appearances. Whether it's the mayor's wife or her daughter, I heard that they're all first class. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't interested in the beauties, but rather, he was interested in the two visitors from Deep Blue Harbor. There was nothing much to do, so he took it as a form of relaxation to watch the show. So he asked for Eli's opinion. Do you want to go and take a look together? Eli said lightly. It doesn't matter. But, why not? It doesn't hurt to look. Chapter 339, The Little Tiger's View of Love. Chapter 339, The Little Tiger's View of Love. Translator, Lonely Tree. Southeast of the oak forest, the two sides of the official road and the farm area were bustling with activity. The news of the visitors from Deep Blue Harbor spread like wildfire, attracting a group of residents who loved to watch the show. Most of them gathered at the bridgehead and the end of the Golden Lion Bridge. It was one of the few bridges in Rolling Stone Town, and it was built by Rieger's father's generation. It was said that on the day it was built, a lion emitting golden light suddenly appeared and drank water at the bridgehead. Hence the name. Several tall water banyan trees were planted on the shore of Golden Lion's bridgehead. In the midsummer evening, many people enjoyed the shade under the banyan tree. The Old Woman River that crossed the arched stone bridge formed a small shallow bay in that area. The river was smooth, and the water was not deep, so it was common to see nearby farmers swimming in the river with their children. It was early summer afternoon. The banyan tree was already packed with people. Because of Peggy's identity, Matthew's group didn't get too close. Instead, they found a hidden spot in the oak forest and looked from afar. I heard that the convoy from Deep Blue Harbor passed the checkpoint on the east side at noon. It will take them at least 10 minutes to half an hour. They will definitely pass by here. Peggy said expectantly. Matthew didn't ask her where she heard about it. After all, Peggy was indeed good at gathering information. In the entire Rolling Stone town, the only person who could surpass her in this aspect was probably Zeller, who could handle all the big and small matters in the town. Mid-May. The chirping of cicadas gradually sounded in the wilderness. Under the shade of a tree, Matthew moved a small stool and sat down. A warm breeze brushed past his eyes and chin. Not far away, the residents gathered together and discussed something. Some loafers were pushing and shoving by the river. Suddenly, someone screamed, and the water splashed. An unlucky young man was pushed into the water. He obviously knew how to swim. He flopped in the water a few times and cursed. The crowd first gathered around nervously. After realizing that there was nothing serious, they laughed for a while. Matthew looked at this scene silently and felt a little touched. The dark clouds of war were approaching, but most people in Rolling Stone Town were still unaware. Perhaps, the moment before the Red Mountain Army entered the golden fertile field, The people living on that land were the same as these people. When peace became the norm, the scars caused by the war would become more and more obvious. No wonder Rhaegar has been under so much pressure recently. This kind of choice is indeed not that easy to make. Matthew sighed softly. He rested his elbows on his knees and rested his chin on his palm. He seemed to be looking into the distance, but his eyes gradually lost focus. Until a strange blue flag with red clouds appeared at the end of the official road. The people on both sides of the bridge had cheered. Matthew suddenly woke up. Coming, coming. Peggy looked extremely excited. Matthew, hurry up and see how beautiful the little princess of Deep Blue Harbor is. If she's half as beautiful as Sif, we'll take her home and make her your second wife. There were too many flaws in her words. Matthew couldn't take it. Only Eli replied in a daze. Matthew already has a wife? Matthew was about to explain when the sound of hooves came from the forest behind him. You're really here to watch the show? A low voice came from the horse's back. Matthew turned around and saw that it was the captain of the garrison, Big Bear Die Blake. Blake didn't get off his horse. Instead, he said hurriedly, Matthew, hurry up and get on the horse with me. Rhaegar is looking for you. He looks very anxious. Peggy said unhappily. Is your lord afraid that Matthew will forget about Sif after marrying his second wife? Do you want him to go to work at such a critical moment? Will they pay overtime? Blake smiled awkwardly. However, he had a way of dealing with fierce women like Peggy. I'm just a messenger. Matthew stretched his neck regretfully. The convoy didn't move fast. They would probably cross the bridgehead in 5 to 6 minutes, and it would be even slower when they reached the forest. I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave first, Matthew said to Eli apologetically. Before Eli could reply, Peggy put her arm around Eli's shoulders and said, It's fine. You go ahead, Matthew. I'll take good care of your little brother. There was an unnatural look on Eli's face. Okay, go ahead and do what you need to do. Matthew immediately climbed onto his horse and followed Blake in the direction of Rolling Stone Town. Matthew's back disappeared into the forest. Eli struggled a little unnaturally. Peggy? Can you relax? However, Peggy acted as if she did not hear him. She hugged Eli and walked towards the stone bridge at the foot of the hill. Let's go. You cover me, I can use stealth, they won't be able to find me. We'll go for a closer look. A 2-meter-tall Tauren was sneaking around in broad daylight? This was ridiculous. Eli wanted to yell at her. However, for some reason, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The two of them quickly came to the roadside. Eli was prepared to explain if he was discovered, but he soon realized that no one around him had noticed him and Peggy. Everyone was looking forward to the convoy. Finally, the convoy with blue flags crossed the stone bridge at a pleasant rhythm. At the very front were 2 knights who were leading the way. After that, there were 3 luxurious carriages. The carriage was moving very slowly across the bridge, and everyone could see it clearly. The window of the first carriage was tightly shut. Chapter 340, The Little Tiger's View of Love. Chapter 340, The Little Tiger's View of Love. Translator, Lonely Tree. The window of the second carriage was open, but there seemed to be no one inside. The third carriage was filled with people, but the windows were half covered, so people could only see vaguely. Just like that. The 3 carriages and the 2 ox carts that followed them crossed the bridge one after another. The crowd followed in disappointment. Peggy shouted anxiously. Where's the city lady? Where was the little princess of Deep Blue Harbor? Didn't they say we could see them in person? The rest of the people also made similar complaints. Eli couldn't help but pull Peggy. Be careful. Don't expose yourself. It's not a big deal if you can't see them. In the next second, the person in the third carriage seemed to have heard the call from the people outside. The windows on both sides were pushed open, and a young and beautiful face flashed past the window. Her face was still a little shy. "All right, Judy, let's go after saying goodbye to everyone. We have to get to Rolling Stone Town before sunset. I want to take a good shower." A lazy woman's voice came from the carriage. The girl named Judy excitedly extended her small hands and greeted the people on both sides of the road. People cheered enthusiastically. A few rascals followed the carriage for a while and whistled wildly. It seemed that if it weren't for the knights guarding them, they would have climbed up the carriage. The convoy gradually left. Peggy dragged Eli back to the oak forest. "Wow. That girl named Judy is too cute. She should be the little princess of Deep Blue Harbor. Although she's not as good as Sif, she's barely qualified to be Matthew's second wife. What do you think of her? Aren't you Matthew's friend? What's your thoughts?" Peggy said to herself. Suddenly, she noticed that Eli hadn't said anything. Hence, she poked him. "What's wrong with you?" Only then did Eli come back to his senses. He muttered in a daze. It's fine, it's fine." Peggy asked suspiciously. "Don't tell me you've fallen in love with Judy? That's a little disloyal." Eli blushed and retorted loudly. "Impossible. If it's a woman Matthew likes, I definitely won't take another look. I have no interest in that Judy." Peggy nodded and let go of her hand. A moment later, she heard Eli ask carefully. I want to ask. Don't think too much. I just want to know who the older woman beside Judy is. You seem a little absent-minded." The next morning, Matthew was about to plant some trees when he ran into the aimless Eli at the edge of the forest. Eli volunteered to help, and Matthew naturally would not refuse. In the end, the two of them had only planted a few trees when Eli, who was in a daze, inserted 2 saplings into the same hole. This scene seemed familiar. "Oh, sorry, Matthew." Eli hurriedly pulled out one of the saplings. He scratched his head, looking troubled. This guy couldn't hide anything at all. Matthew found it funny. Yesterday afternoon, he had gone to the Liege's manor with Blake and bumped into Rhaegar. The latter's condition was very similar to the current Eli. However, apart from being surprised that Lady Elena had arrived so quickly, Rhaegar was also troubled about whether he should fully activate the door of purgatory. He had been burning with rage because of this matter for the past few days. He was clearly in his 40s, but his face had started to break out in pimples. It could be seen that his hormonal imbalance was severe. In this regard, Matthew could understand Rhaegar. Because once the war machine started to operate, it would not be easy to stop it. It would be best if Rolling Stone Town could eliminate the haze of war with its own strength. If the door of purgatory were opened, the devil's army would kill more than just the enemies. Yesterday, Rhaegar called Matthew over to discuss how to deal with the possible request for help from Elena. Matthew and Zeller gave their opinions. In the end, the 3 magnates in the main hall of Rolling Stone Town had reached an agreement. Reinforcements were possible, but it would depend on what price Elena could offer. If the only thing she could offer were herself, she would probably be rejected. However, the subsequent development of the matter was still beyond the expectations of the 3 men. In the evening, the fleet from Deep Blue Harbor arrived at the official relay station in Rolling Stone Town. Rhaegar had thought that Elena would be eager to see him. He had even taken a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. He even put on some perfume. However, Lady Elena sent a message from her knight, saying that she and her daughter were exhausted after traveling for several days. They couldn't even straighten their backs when they arrived at the relay station. They just wanted to take a bath and have a good sleep. They would come to visit the respected lord tomorrow or the day after. This move of playing hard to get allowed the 3 men to see the tactics of the lady. Rhaegar looked a little disappointed. However, Madame Wesley led Sif in at the right time. The latter showed Rhaegar an oil painting that she had recently painted. The portrait on the oil painting was Rhaegar himself. This made Rhaegar extremely moved, and his mind quickly calmed down. In the end, when Matthew returned to the oak forest to work, he did not bump into Lady Elena and her so-called beautiful little daughter. On the other hand, when Matthew was maintaining the negative energy fountain at night, Peggy, who had jumped out of the pool, shared what she had seen yesterday with Matthew. Chapter 341, The Little Tiger's View of Love. Chapter 341, The Little Tiger's View of Love. Translator, Lonely Tree. Therefore, when he met Eli in the morning and saw how distracted he was, Matthew had an idea. The only thing that puzzled him was, why was his target, not the supposedly prettier Judy but Lady Elena? After the small incident, Eli's attention was slightly focused. Matthew planted 5 or 6 trees in one breath and stopped. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The oak trees were becoming less active, and the saplings were listless. Forcefully planting trees in this weather would only backfire. Matthew would only plant a few trees in the morning. He was getting closer and closer to his second goal of 3,000 trees. He was looking forward to what would happen after he completed it. Seeing Matthew packing his things and walking back, Eli followed suit. The two of them came to a place where the oak trees were dense. Matthew patiently checked the growth of the oak trees. As they walked, Eli finally couldn't hold it in and asked out of the blue, Matthew, didn't you say yesterday that there is still a beautiful love in this world? If I meet the right girl, I should give it a try? Matthew smiled and turned around to ask. But you also swore yesterday that you would never fall in love with any woman again. Eli's face turned red. But she's different. She gives me a very special feeling. Her voice is very lazy and has a hint of affection. It's a little like, LT looks a little like. He suddenly stammered. Matthew asked thoughtfully. Does Lady Elena sound like your mother? Eli was shocked. How did you know I was talking about Lady Elena? Matthew shrugged. It's obvious that you can't resist older women who have the attributes of a good wife and mother. Samantha is actually a little older than you. She looks very mature. Eli said honestly, she's 12 years older than me. Matthew was surprised. Then how old are you this year? Eli thought for a moment. 17 or 18, I can't remember. Matthew scratched his head. Remember to call me brother when we meet in the future. I'm about 10 years older than you. He had always thought that Eli was about the same age as him. He did not expect the little tiger to be a little brat. Matthew couldn't be blamed for this. Eli's looks and temperament gave off a very mature feeling. The wildness and beauty that came from the wilderness were actually a part of his charm. Matthew even felt that Eli was a little older than him. Love has nothing to do with age, right? Eli seemed to be very resistant to others calling him young. He deliberately said in a deep and magnetic voice. I do prefer older women, but I don't remember my mother's voice anymore. It's just a very vague feeling. I accidentally heard Miss Elena's voice yesterday, and then I felt inexplicably relieved. To be honest, I'm very troubled right now. The will of nature tells me not to indulge in the feelings of men and women. But I really can't seem to control my emotions. When I met the right person, it could not help but gush out. I don't know what to do now. Matthew nodded secretly. He had heard Ella talk about what had happened to Eli. Eli was a human who was raised by a tigress. Later on, he met the Druid elder of the Earth Society. That elder was also a male, and his usual style was probably rough and barbaric. His idea of raising children was to keep them alive. It was obvious that Eli lacked the love of his parents and, perhaps even more so, motherly love. This had influenced his concept of love. No wonder he had a good impression of Peggy because of a few meals. When Matthew thought about it, he felt that the little tiger was quite pitiful. Just like I said yesterday, there must still be beautiful love in this world. Now, you should ask yourself if your so-called love really exists and whether it will continue for a period of time in the future. If so, then I don't object to you getting close to Lady Elena. Although the success rate is very low, it's worth encouraging you to make a bold attempt for your own feelings, as long as you don't lose yourself and your dignity in the process. Matthew sincerely gave his suggestion. After listening, Eli said thoughtfully. So the key is bold and attempt, right? Matthew shook his head. Wrong, the key is self and dignity. Eli frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he finally caught up with Matthew at the other end of the oak forest. I've thought it through. I'll find an opportunity to get close to Lady Elena. I need to confirm my feelings first before taking action. He looked very excited. Of course, I'll remember the key points you drew for me. Be bold and make an attempt. I mean, be myself and be dignified. Matthew nodded, not surprised. After finding out about Eli's age, he gave up on persuading him, even though he knew that Lady Elena's rank was enough to kill Eli. It was normal for young people to yearn for love. If he didn't suffer a few more beatings, it was impossible for him to listen to the persuasion of others. Matthew wiped his sweat and changed the topic. Do you know where I can buy oak seeds? Eli thought for a moment. Oak seeds are regarded as one of the most precious secret plants by the nature guardians. The Earth Society will collect a batch of seeds every year as backup. Some time ago, someone discovered that there was a problem with the seed bank. A considerable number of eliminated seeds had been stolen and exposed to the market. As a result, the Earth Society had launched a strict internal reorganization. Chapter 342 Chapter 342, The Little Tiger's View of Love. Chapter 342, The Little Tiger's View of Love. Translator, Lonely Tree. Originally, you could have bought a portion of the seeds in the Guardian Highland, but now, due to the reorganization, you won't have the chance to buy them. As far as I know, the Earth Society's higher-ups are very determined this time. They will strictly control the whereabouts of the oak seeds for the next few years. If I were the one who came forward, I should be able to help you secretly get a portion, but I definitely can't get more than that. Matthew was keenly aware of the hidden message in the other party's words. You mean, other than me, there are other people who are buying oak seeds on the market? Eli said uncertainly. Probably. Since someone stole it, someone should be buying it. But if you go now, you definitely won't be able to buy anything. The situation in the Guardian Highland has been very unstable recently due to the influence of the remnants of the Scar of the Dead. This time I encountered quite a bit of resistance when I went to the south. Fortunately, the Great Elder acknowledged my potential and did not stop me from pursuing my legendary path. Matthew asked curiously. What is your legend path? Eli coughed twice and did not reply. A few seconds later, he stiffly changed the topic and said. Speaking of which, this oak forest still has the problem I mentioned before. There are only oak trees, not a forest. There are too few other creatures. In the long run, it will affect the ecological balance. Matthew nodded and asked. Do you have any ideas? Eli muttered. Our Earth Society has a ritual ground called the Sanctuary of Life. Not only can it maintain the vitality of the earth, but it can also slowly enrich the ecology of the land. Matthew knew about this ritual. He asked. Then can you help me host one? I can pay you. Eli said awkwardly. I'm sorry, Matthew. I'm a master of transformation who's proficient in shape-shifting. The ritual field isn't my main focus. Moreover, it requires a lot of effort to build. I'm afraid I don't have that much time recently. What he meant was that he wanted to pick up girls and didn't have time. Matthew was not particularly disappointed. He just checked the last oak tree and suddenly jumped into the hole next to it. What are you going to do? Eli stood at the entrance of the cave and looked down. The eerie aura below was terrifying. I'm done planting the trees. Now, I'm going to build the grave. Matthew's voice echoed in the underground space for a long time. Of course, building a grave was a joke. Matthew was referring to them making tombstones. He had found this ability to be very useful and cheap. It required a lot of stone materials. Sinwak provided them easily. The troll's mouth was quite good. If Matthew wanted him to chew it into a square, Sinwak would do it. He could even ask for lace or something. Of course, Matthew was not that heartless. Sinwak was actually doing quite well under him. He had 6 meals a day and enough vegetables. Other than construction, he slept casually and occasionally drank milk. It was definitely much better than being in 177's hands. Passing through the center of the cemetery and passing by the negative energy fountain, Matthew found that Peggy was drinking again. He could not help but tease. "Don't drink it all, Peggy. Leave some for the zombies next to you." The negative energy fountain was the favorite snack of the undead, so there were usually a large number of cemetery residents gathered there. Matthew had set a rule for them that each person could drink for up to 3 minutes and that they had to line up. All the undead had to abide by it. Of course, the undead who occupied the contract slot was an exception. Therefore, he could often see Peggy drinking alone in the fountain in the cemetery while the zombies and skeletons behind her lined up to watch. "Matthew, you've changed." Peggy walked out of the spring and said sullenly. "You said before that when you build a cemetery, you will let me be the owner of the cemetery. All the undead in the cemetery will have to listen to me. You're already feeling heartache after I drank a few mouthfuls of water from you." Matthew skillfully comforted her. "Well, the cemetery is too small now. Don't you think it's a waste of your management skills to only have 100 or 200 undead?" Peggy thought about it and felt that Matthew's words were not without reason. Matthew continued. "Sooner or later, our cemetery will become a real city of the undead. When the time comes, I'll make you the captain of the city enforcement officers. You'll be below 1 person and above 10,000 people. All the undead on the street will have to listen to you." Peggy said. "What's the position of a captain of the city enforcement officers? It sounds very powerful." "Are you serious?" Matthew smiled. "When have I ever lied to you?" Peggy was instantly amused. "All right, I'll cook for you. What do you want to eat today?" Matthew pondered and said, "Steak then. Fry a few more eggs." "All right." Peggy happily ran to the newly built kitchen in the stone house next door and busied herself. Matthew looked in the direction of the fountain and was relieved when he confirmed that the zombies, whose skin was cracking, could finally drink a mouthful of fresh negative energy spring water. It's hard to be the head of the family. He shook his head and walked quickly to his work area. Today. It was the day Matthew officially started making Dark Warriors. Chapter 343, Chapter 343, Divine Oil of Darkness and Immortal Holy Spring. Chapter 343, Divine Oil of Darkness and Immortal Holy Spring. Translator, Lonely Tree. In the spacious workshop on the west side of the cemetery, Matthew took out the 5 wax-sealed bodies from the body bags and placed them in a row on the ground. He was checking the degree of decay of the corpse. Life and death were the most magnificent proposition in the world and also the most irreversible law. Even though Matthew had handled them properly, the insides of these corpses had decayed. Matthew poked open the swollen blisters on the Draken's forehead, and a foul stench filled the workshop. His nose tightened, and he could not help but ring the bell beside him. When Sinwak, who was sleeping soundly outside the house, heard this sound, he did not even open his eyes. He only pulled the rope in his hand with all his might. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the troll's efforts, the giant fan placed in the middle of the workshop immediately started to run fiercely. A strong MNCL blew across T&E ground. The air instantly became fresher. Matthew began to breathe freely. He had been dealing with the undead for a long time, but he did not have enough experience in making undead creatures. This fan was bought by Lara out of her own pocket for Matthew after visiting the craftsman's workshop at the North-South trade station. "It looks like I have to cast a spell to keep the air fresh and get rid of the smell in the workshop." The corpse that had not been injected with negative energy was indeed very smelly. Matthew could only endure the stench and work. Among the 5 corpses, the best quality ones were naturally the Draken-cursed swordsman and the wild Borman warrior, followed by the 3 dragon blood warriors that he had obtained from the dragon worship cult. Among them, the Draken-cursed swordsman was the best. Unlike people's impressions, a real dark warrior was actually an undead unit that could fight with melee weapons and also knew magic. The most suitable materials for creating dark warriors were the corpses of warlocks, priests, and other professions. They would have a chance to retain some of their spirituality from when they were alive, as well as their instinctive proficiency in magic. The Draken had excellent physical attributes, and the cursed swordsman class was proficient in magic. The dark warrior that was transformed from this foundation was very likely to be a small masterpiece. Of course, because it was his first time making it, his craftsmanship was rusty. Matthew didn't have much expectations about whether his dark warrior knew magic or not. In his opinion, as long as these 5 guys could graduate smoothly, they would obediently become his meat shields. I will need a tank eventually. After checking the integrity of the bodies, Matthew summoned a team of zombies and carried the 5 bodies to a corner of the workshop. There, a row of mud tanks as tall as a person was neatly placed. Matthew went to the next room to get a ladder, put it against the wall, and climbed up. He lifted the layer of black flannel on the mud tank, and a strong negative energy rushed into his face. The tank was filled with black liquid. This was the extract of the negative energy spring water. The necromancers called it the death serum. With the help of the zombies, Matthew carefully soaked the 5 corpses in the death serum. They would be soaked in the mud tank for more than 10 days until every corner of their bodies was filled with negative energy. This segment was known as the injection of negative energy. It was a step that most intermediate undead creatures had to go through. The soaking time of a dark warrior was considered short. Mummies needed to be soaked for at least 49 days, and ghouls needed to be soaked for more than 19 days. The creation and summoning of intermediate undead creatures was much more troublesome than that of beginner undead creatures. The injection of negative energy was only the first step in creating a dark warrior. 10 days later, he entered the second and third steps. These 2 steps were unique to the dark warrior, namely grease and unbind. Grease referred to using an undead domain potion called dark divine oil to carefully smear the body of the dark warrior. This process must be carried out by the necromancer himself, and no one else could do it for him. It was said that this was also the process of the necromancer establishing a relationship with the dark warrior. The most important part of the oiling process was not the necromancer's technique. It was the quality of the dark divine oil. This thing directly determined the grade of the dark warrior and the number of dark magic he could use in the future. Unbind referred to the summoning of the dead to awaken the remaining spirituality in the corpse and ignite its soul fire, allowing it to become the host and breed a new consciousness that belonged to the undead. After successfully tying himself back, the production of the dark warrior was already more than half successful. The 4th step of the curse seal ceremony and the 5th step of the master identification ceremony were both effortless. They only needed to spend some time to practice. Matthew estimated that the production time of the Dark Knight would be about a month to a month and a half. The most important item was the dark divine oil. Matthew had wanted to buy it from the market, but he couldn't find much dark divine oil in Bayan City. There were some in the Alliance Mall and the Cauldron House, but they were ridiculously expensive. After finishing the renovation of the cemetery, Matthew was extremely short of money. Therefore, he could only prepare it himself. The brewing method of the dark divine oil was not complicated. The difficulty lay in obtaining the ingredients. Matthew glanced at the list of materials and frowned slightly. High-grade corpse oil, rose, lilac, lily of the valley, jasmine, black locust tree, bone flower, ghoul's liver. 4 of the natural ingredients were not difficult to obtain. There were some beside the black locust tree cemetery. High-grade corpse oil and the liver of a ghoul were a little troublesome, but Matthew should be able to get them. But this bone flower was something that only existed in the negative energy plane. Chapter 344, Chapter 344, Divine Oil of Darkness and Immortal Holy Spring. Chapter 344, Divine Oil of Darkness and Immortal Holy Spring. Translator, Lonely Tree. Why does every undead ritual need the liver of a ghoul? Should I get a few ghouls to raise? This way, it'll be easier to obtain materials locally in the future. Matthew cursed in his heart. He remembered that the night of the undead ritual had also used the liver of a ghoul as a special material. However, he was only thinking about it. Ghouls were undead creatures that were difficult to control. Very few necromancers would raise them. The reason was that the ghouls were born with the deadly hunger troubles. Even if they were not hungry at all. This flaw was not unique to ghouls. In fact, middle-level undead creatures were publicly recognized as the hardest to raise. Ghouls eat everything. Vampires were bloodthirsty. Banshees liked to tear things apart. Only mummies were the most obedient, but their hobby of secretly hoarding cloth would occasionally cause their owners to trip and fall. This kind of flaw was not unique to the intermediate undead. In fact, among the low-level undead creatures, zombies also loved to gnaw on people, skeletons had a strong obsession with piecing bones together, and ghosts could not resist the urge to absorb the energy of living people. But their flaws were easily suppressed and easily satisfied. As long as Matthew gave the order, the low-level undead would be able to restrain their flaws. Bathing in the negative energy fountain could quickly dispel all their obsessions, which was one of the reasons why Matthew was in a hurry to build a cemetery. As the high-level undead were generally more intelligent, their flaws were not obvious. Only the intermediate undead was the most troublesome. They each had their own obsessions that were not easy to satisfy. Sometimes, necromancers had to sign stricter contracts with them to better control them. Under such circumstances, dark warriors naturally became the most popular mid-level undead creatures among necromancers. This was because the Dark Knight's weakness was self-harm. Usually, they would quietly hide in a corner and harm themselves, not disturbing anyone. They could still charge forward on the battlefield. What was not to love? It was also because of this, coupled with the fact that the production process of dark warriors was also very difficult, that every dark warrior was precious to the necromancer. Matthew even had the evil thought of disguising himself and going to the vicinity of Bayan City to instigate a few dark warriors to come back. Fortunately, the Temperance Domain stopped him in time. He looked at the list of ingredients for the dark divine oil and his brows gradually relaxed. Now that things have come to this, I can only ask Filey for help. After hesitating for a while, Matthew still made this decision. It was not a shameful thing to ask for help from the undeads under his command. The premise was that after the Filey's gang found enough materials, he had to give them a reward of equal value or even more. He thought about how Filey, who was now the overlord of the negative energy plane, was still scamming him. Matthew felt pressured. He had to work harder. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be a match for a bone dragon. A moment later, Matthew called out to Filey through the undying contract. In order to give Filey space, he even deliberately left the workshop and went to the cemetery. A huge and familiar negative energy circle appeared in the air. In the next second, the outline collapsed rapidly. The expected bone dragon did not appear. Only a bald bone lump jumped out of the teleportation array and came to Matthew. Matthew looked at it hesitantly. That seemed to be a pigeon? Greetings, Master's Master. My name is Portatron. I'm a bone pigeon. You can call me Popo, or you can call me Bone Pigeon. When you summoned Master, Master was fighting with another bone dragon king from the King's Mountain. Master sensed that there was not much danger on your side, so he asked me to come over. I'm Master's military advisor. It's the same if you have anything to say to me. The bone lump spoke fluently and clearly, which made Matthew a little interested. When did you become Filey's military advisor? Matthew asked. The bone pigeon tilted its head in confusion. Filey? Oh, you mean Lord Philolius? It was hard to explain. The negative energy plane had no concept of time, and the undead were not good at keeping time. It could have been yesterday, the day before yesterday, or a week ago. In short, I was now a loyal subject of Lord Philolius. Before I followed him, I was the loyal subject of 7 or 8 quasi-undead kings. Matthew joked. Then your resume is vibrant. Bone Pigeon said exaggeratedly. You are right. I'm indeed experienced. I have a unique understanding of the negative energy plane. Unfortunately, the quasi-kings that I served were all headstrong. I told them many times that the King's Mountain was unlucky, but they didn't listen. They insisted on occupying that place and becoming kings. Lord Philolius was the same. It didn't take long for the enemy to attack. Sigh. Seeing him sigh, Matthew couldn't help but ask. Who was Philolius fighting with? What was the cause? Was it related to the King's Mountain? Tell me in detail. The Bone Pigeon immediately perked up. The enemy is an old bone dragon wandering around the vicinity of the King's Mountain. That old fellow has always harbored ulterior motives for this mountain, but he's too timid to make a move. A while ago, Sir Philolius displayed his might and took down the original owner of the King's Mountain. He openly moved in and prepared to become the 6th undead king of the ring-shaped mountain. However, the other 5 undead kings were all listless. They were the Demigod Lich, the Dark General, the Tomb Colossus, the Pharaoh, and the Queen of Banshees. The weakest of the 5 was a half-step legendary. The Demigod Lich and the Tomb Colossus were true legendary characters. They controlled the authority of the Silver Land around the mountain and had been secretly obstructing the birth of the 6th undead king. Chapter 345 Chapter 345, Divine Oil of Darkness and Immortal Holy Spring. Chapter 345, Divine Oil of Darkness and Immortal Holy Spring. Translator, Lonely Tree. Lord Philolius had just made a name for himself. The other 5 undead kings secretly instigated that old bone dragon to start a war with Master. I know very well what kind of courage the old bone dragon has. Without the support of others, he definitely wouldn't dare to do so. My suggestion to Lord Philolius is to retreat in order to advance. Leave the King's Mountain and give it to the old bone dragon, pretending to run away. Let's see if the 5 kings can tolerate him. Unfortunately, Lord Philolius didn't listen. I admit that he's a very hard-working bone dragon, but he doesn't understand strategies at all. I've already tried my best to translate it for him in various languages, but he still doesn't understand. In the end, the 2 bone dragons started fighting in a daze. They were still fighting, and it was likely that the 5 kings would come to grab the final rewards. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Why don't you take me in? I don't think Lord Philolius will be able to enjoy his glory for long. I can see that you are a person who listens to advice. I have a whole set of plans to assist you in becoming an undead king. As long as you believe in my plan, I guarantee that you will become the #1 figure on the Crater Mountain. It will be just a matter of time before you set foot on the 4th roundabout. But before that, you have to transform yourself into a lich through a ritual. After all, a living human can't become an undead king. The more Matthew listened, the more shocked he became. He didn't expect this little bone pigeon to be so capable. He pondered and asked, what do the Crater Mountain, the Land of Silver, and the 4th roundabout mean? The bone pigeon replied. Crater Mountain is the name of the negative energy plane that Lord Philomex is currently in. The Land of Silver corresponds to the Land of Gold, which is a relatively barren land. Legend has it that there is also the Land of Diamond and the Land of Dark Gold. The undead there are glowing with golden light. Of course, this was just a legend. As for the 4th roundabout, it refers to the composition of the entire negative energy plane. We all know that the negative energy plane is composed of 9 roundabout circles. The higher you go, the higher the level of negative energy and the stronger the power of the undead. The king of the 9th roundabout might only be a general at the 8th roundabout, but at the 7th and 6th roundabout, he could only be an elite character. The goal of all intelligent undead creatures was to climb as high as possible. We are now at the 5th roundabout. Speaking of which, it was strange. According to the legends, as long as 6 undead kings were gathered in the Crater Mountain, they would have a chance to receive the heavenly stairway descending from the 4th roundabout. However, those 5 fellows had been obstructing the birth of the 6th king. They were really short-sighted. Do you think there's a conspiracy behind this? For example, the legend of the fifth roundabout was actually just a trap. Some forces tricked the kings into going into a trap. The 5 kings knew about this, which was why they had been secretly plotting to prevent the birth of the 6th king. Do you think my guess makes sense? The bone pigeon chattered nonstop. Matthew was amazed at his thinking ability. It was really rare among the undead. He had really thought about signing a contract with the bone dragon, but considering that it was somewhat disgraceful to snatch his underling, he said, "I'm very interested in the stories of the negative energy plane. If you're willing to tell me these stories, and your boss doesn't mind, I can sign a separate communication contract for you. You'll be the messenger between me and Filey to pass on information. How about that?" Bone Pigeon did not say anything else and bowed. "Of course. I'll tell Filey later that I've hooked up with Master's master now. I don't have to suffer from him every day. Speaking of which, Master is already in existence close to tier 5. Master's master, you must be a legend, right?" Matthew muttered. "Not legendary yet, but soon." The bone pigeon asked curiously. "What level is it exactly?" Matthew replied. "Level 12. The bone pigeon was silent for a moment. "I think it's good to run errands for Lord Philolius. Of course, you can call me at any time. After all, your levels are much higher than mine." Matthew glanced at the data panel. Prompt, "You are chatting with Bone Pigeon, LVI. Speaking of which, why did Master's master call Master this time?" Bone Pigeon asked. Matthew told him about his lack of corpse oil, bone flour, and the liver of the ghoul. Bone Pigeon was overjoyed. These things can be seen everywhere, especially the liver of a ghoul. Master has a ghoul under his command. I've long disliked him. In a while I'll go over and see if he's dead. Even if he's not dead, I'll slander Master and kill him to offer to Master's master. With that, it disappeared into thin air. Several hours later, Matthew was making a tombstone. The bone pigeon took the initiative to appear beside him. It had a grayish-brown bag in its mouth, filled with the materials Matthew needed. Master said that if you need anything next time, just say the word. Not to mention the ghoul's liver, even if it's his own liver, as long as you say the word, he'll take it out for you. The bone pigeon imitated Philolius' words passionately. Master also said that if his battle delays Master's matters, it will be a sin that cannot be forgiven. Please rest assured that he will do his best to kill that old bone dragon as soon as possible. It doesn't matter, even if he is seriously injured. The next time you summon him, he will drag his broken body to participate in the battle. Chapter 346, Divine Oil of Darkness and Immortal Holy Spring. Chapter 346, Divine Oil of Darkness and Immortal Holy Spring. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew found it funny. Philolius, this fellow, was starting to play this trick with him again. "Tell me, what kind of support does he want?" Matthew asked bluntly. The bone pigeon immediately replied. "You yourself. Lord Philolius said that there's a strange skeleton mage in the old bone dragon camp that's very difficult to deal with. If you join the battle yourself, you'll definitely be able to capture him easily." Matthew rolled his eyes. He thought for a moment. "It's not that there's no room for negotiation if you want me to go. It's just that." The bone pigeon lifted the bag. "Master said that there is something in here that will satisfy you. It's a tribute that will be paid in advance. After this war is over, there will be more tributes for you. I hope you can accept it." Matthew opened the bag and found a small earthen jar inside. The earthen jar contained a pool of golden liquid. Immortal Holy Spring, the sacred object of the undead. There are several ways to use it. After mixing it with water and consuming a small amount, it can give the undead a large amount of XP. Mixed in the negative energy fountain, it could greatly increase the overall attributes of the undead. Create Undead Creature, grants the undead creature the ability to resurrect. Keep the Immortal Holy Spring in a bottle and carry it with you. You will have the opportunity to further understand the undying domain. Alright, as long as the time doesn't conflict, you can call me in advance if you want to fight next time. Matthew silently accepted the fact that he had become Filey's summoned creature. After sending the bone pigeon away, he quickly took out the materials to make darkness and set up a large cauldron in the workshop. He added firewood to the cauldron and began the brewing of the dark divine oil. In the afternoon, the soup base of the divine oil was initially boiled, and it was about to enter the stage of collecting the juice over a large fire. At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the cemetery. Matthew rushed over. He saw a middle-aged man pulling and tugging at the zombies. He quickly dismissed the zombie and asked curiously, "Rhaegar? What are you doing here?" Rhaegar pointed at the tear on his clothes and said righteously, "Your zombie's behavior is indecent. You'll definitely have to pay for the clothes. In fact, if I didn't give you face, I would have cut them all down with my sword." As he spoke, he stuffed an invitation letter into Matthew's hands. "I saw Elena in the morning. Unfortunately, we only had a few words before she left with the excuse that she was having a stomachache, leaving only the Minister of Deep Blue Port and Zeller there to exchange pleasantries. She rushed over in a hurry, but she was hiding from me. This feeling is very unpleasant. I plan to hold a ball in the name of Elena at the hotel tonight. You have to come." Matthew pondered and said, "You saw Lady Elena? Do you feel anything special?" Rhaegar recalled. "She's changed a lot. She's different from before, but I can't tell exactly what's different. After all, I didn't see her many times when I was young." Matthew asked, "If you can't tell the difference rationally, why don't you consult your intuition? What was your first reaction when you saw her again?" Rhaegar thought for a moment. "She has become more beautiful than before. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. I don't know if you can understand it. She still looks the same, even a little older, but she has become more tasteful and charismatic." Matthew was speechless. "I'm not interested in balls." He pushed the invitation card. "You must come," Rhaegar said seriously. "Elena is old and intelligent. It's difficult for us to get any useful information from her quickly, but her adopted daughter, Judy, is different. She's still young and likes balls very much. She's interested in everything. You can take the opportunity to get close to her at the ball and find out the true purpose of their trip from Judy. You're not allowed to refuse. This is work." Matthew couldn't help but roll his eyes. "The job of a spell consultant includes seducing little girls?" Rhaegar replied as if it was a matter of course. "My job as a lord also includes being your spell target, right? This is the speciality of working at Rolling Stone Town. You have to get used to it." Chapter 347, Chapter 347, Ball. Chapter 347, Ball. Translator, Lonely Tree. Even so, no matter how you look at it, it's more appropriate for Zeller to seduce a girl, right? He's a real warlock. Matthew wanted to decline again. Rhaegar looked like he was in pain. "How could you bear to do that? Zeller has to worry about so many things in Rolling Stone Town. Shouldn't we help him? Besides, the war in the south is still uncertain." He went to the South Trade Station today to observe the situation. He might not be back in time tonight. "It's settled then. I'll deal with Lady Elena, and you deal with little Judy." Rhaegar said so. Matthew couldn't find any other excuse, so he had to agree. "Speaking of which, this cemetery of yours is quite stylish. It's just that the location of the toilet isn't quite right. How can there be a toilet in the middle?" Rhaegar looked as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden as he casually said. Matthew tensed up. "Which toilet are you referring to?" Rhaegar turned around and pointed at the negative energy fountain behind him. "Isn't that the toilet?" Only then did Matthew notice that this fellow was holding his belt with one hand, and his face was slightly red. "Did you drink?" Matthew couldn't help but raise his voice an octave. Yeah, I drank a little in the afternoon. I've been too busy recently, and I'm too frustrated. Rhaegar patted his cheek. But don't worry, I'm very clear-headed. Speaking of which, I just walked to the toilet and wanted to pee. Before I could pee, those zombies pounced on me. I was so scared that I quickly ran away. You have to teach your underlings what manners are. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief and said seriously. That place isn't a toilet, but a fountain from the negative energy plane. You should thank my zombies. Otherwise, if you stay there longer, you won't have to think about Lady Elena at all. And if it was Peggy and not a zombie guarding the fountain, you wouldn't even have the chance to take it out. He personally sent off the slightly tipsy Rhaegar. Matthew took the invitation and walked back. When he passed by the oak forest, he met Eli. Matthew, I heard everything just now. That uncultured old hooligan invited you to the ball? I heard that Lady Elena will be there too. Can you take me there? Eli looked at Matthew expectantly. Matthew looked troubled. There's no problem in theory, but this matter involves the political dealings between Rolling Stone Town and Deep Blue Harbor. Eli asked blankly. Your politics is about toying with women? Matthew choked, but after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't refute it. He could only say, the interaction between humans contains many complicated actions and meanings. And tonight's situation is very special. I can't cause trouble for Rhaegar. Do you understand? I'm afraid that you'll do something drastic when you see Lady Elena or someone else after you go in. Eli said confidently. I'm a druid. I won't go overboard. And if you're worried about me, I can turn into a kitten. You just have to bring me in. I just want to know what kind of person Miss Elena is up close. I won't cause you any trouble. Please believe me, Matthew. Matthew thought for a moment and finally agreed. That's fine, but I have to add one more condition. Tonight at the ball, you have to maintain your cat form from beginning to end, no matter what happens. Can you do that? Eli nodded vigorously. By the way, I have to remind you that Lady Elena is the city lord of Deep Blue Port. She has a lot of power and wealth on the East Coast. It's said that she's also a little bit beautiful. There are many people in the entire South who covet her. You have to be mentally prepared. Since he had promised to bring Eli along, Matthew had to give him a heads up. Eli said seriously, you are wrong. Matthew was surprised. What's wrong? Eli corrected him. Lady Elena is as beautiful as a fairy, not a little beautiful. Matthew was speechless. He felt his heart thump, and this feeling had become more frequent recently. So, will I have many competitors in the entire South? Eli asked enthusiastically. Seeing his optimistic look, Matthew simply attacked him. Yes, there's one in Rolling Stone Town. He's more mature than you, more powerful than you, richer than you, and more handsome than you. Even in terms of fighting ability, the two of you are probably on par. The only thing he's inferior to you in is that he's much older than you. The more Eli listened, the more serious his expression became. In the end, he looked at Matthew in despair. I knew you would go after Miss Elena too. Matthew said in surprise. Why do you think that person is me? Eli blurted out. My intuition was bestowed by the wilderness path. Matthew said angrily. I have no interest in Lady Elena. You can rest assured about that. Eli heaved a sigh of relief. He looked unusually excited. Really? If you also like Ms. Elena, we can compete fairly. Matthew was too lazy to waste his breath on him. Remember to transform into a cute kitten at night. 8 p.m. Lights lit up outside the official post house in Rolling Stone Town. Several carriages lined up on the street outside the door. Occasionally, a couple dressed in luxurious clothes would walk through the main door. Chapter 348 Chapter 348, Ball. Chapter 348, Ball. Translator, Lonely Tree. The invited guests secretly adjusted the corners of their clothes or accessories when no one was paying attention. The waiter at the door smiled cautiously. Above the door, 2 brand-new lanterns dispelled the darkness. The remaining light shone on the steps of the side door more than 10 meters away from the main door, revealing a thick layer of dust. It was obvious. The people of Rolling Stone Town were relatively unfamiliar with social activities such as balls. Those who were invited by Rhaegar were all decent people in the territory, but even they were constantly making eye contact with each other to determine if there was anything wrong with their etiquette and trying to make it look like they often attended balls. Matthew carried a cute little black cat into the front door. A waiter wanted to come up and lead the way, but Matthew declined with a smile. He quickly walked into the magnificent stone building, and the heat of early summer was instantly swept away. Matthew shuttled between the castle-like corridors and halls, and the lanterns and embossed on both sides quickly fell back. It was said that the post house in Rolling Stone Town was originally built according to the specifications of the castle. The southern part of the place resembled a palace, and its architectural style was simple and rough. This could also be seen from the embossing on the stone walls on both sides of the first hall and the stone sculpture of the demon's head hanging on the ceiling. The moment Matthew entered, he felt a wild and passionate aura. However, the temperature here was very low. Perhaps the height of the building was too exaggerated. Even though the lights were burning, the surroundings of the post house were still cold. This place was supposed to be the Lord's residence of Rolling Stone Town. However, when Rhaegar's father was building this place, he had only started half of it. Later on, for some unknown reason, the project was abandoned. After Rhaegar inherited it, he started all over again and built a liege's manor without much heirs. This place was treated as a post house that was only used a few times a year. Matthew also knew. The second half of the post house, which was the northern part, was actually a construction site filled with stones and wood. It was only half a block away from the bustling agricultural products street. When everyone was buying vegetables in the morning, standing at the construction site, he could still hear the shouts of the vegetable vendors on the street. Fortunately, the ball was held at night. There was also a huge stone wall in the north of the construction site, which could more or less block the view. Otherwise, this post house would probably look shabby in the eyes of the visitors. How can Peggy even find gossip in such a place? In the midst of his thoughts, Matthew came to the second hall where the ball was held. It was very close to the courtyard where the people of Deep Blue Harbor stayed, and it was also a building near the south. He went to the corner and placed Eli on the ground. "Do you remember our promise?" The little black cat said decisively. "Yes. I'll stay a cat." Matthew reminded him. "What else?" The little black cat replied impatiently. "Bold and attempt?" Matthew's face darkened. "It's about self and dignity." Right. Can I go now, Matthew?" Eli was as excited as a wild dog that was about to escape its reins. Matthew waved his hand weakly. The little black cat jumped agilely and slipped into the dance venue from the beam. A moment later, Matthew also adjusted his clothes. He smiled and walked towards the wooden door that was filled with light. He greeted the members of the garrison at the door. Matthew's eyes quickly adapted to the light in the hall. He looked around and found that this place was indeed more suitable for a ball. The first hall was too big, and the empty dance floor made it difficult to create the appropriate atmosphere. Not only was this hall much narrower, but there were also rows of rooms on both sides of the corridor. Other than the area in the middle that could be used as a dance floor, the rest of the hall was filled with stone sculptures, cabinets, and other things that could block one's view. Rhaegar still put in some effort. The sofa, bar counter, snack cabinet, and everything else that should have been added were basically there. At this moment, there were quite a few people in the hall. At first, everyone was a little reserved, but everyone was familiar with Rolling Stone Town. A few people who were good at adjusting the atmosphere warmed up the place, and the other guests also took the opportunity to relax. The two bards were playing the harp not far from the dance floor. The beautiful music led people to dance happily. Matthew saw that some brave men and women had already started dancing on the dance floor. Their dance steps might not be particularly standard, and their movements could hardly be called elegant, but their passion and emotion were the perfect interpretation of their dance. Matthew walked along the edge of the dance floor. A few young men and women were talking in a corner. A boy with many freckles was provoked by a friend's dirty joke next to him. He was so angry that his face turned red. The others burst into laughter. A little black cat ran agilely over the wall, jumped into the garden behind it, and soon disappeared. When he passed by a shelf with purgatory-style armor, Matthew saw Mrs. Liz, one of the 5 members of the committee, and another middle-aged woman introducing girls to Blake. The bearded man looked very uneasy. He kept his head down. When Ms. Liz or the girl opposite him asked him a question, he looked up and replied. Matthew was amazed. Every young man who is being urged to get married will subconsciously feel that Blake is very pitiful when they see this scene, but I don't sympathize with him at all. I'm even annoyed by his stubborn look. Chapter 349, Chapter 349, Ball. Chapter 349, Ball. Translator, Lonely Tree. At this moment, a young man in his early 20s raised a glass of red wine and came to Matthew's side. Because there's a tradition in our family. If the eldest son isn't married, then no matter how passionate the second son is with a woman outside, he will be asked to postpone his marriage indefinitely. Because of this reason, I've lost at least 2 girls who love me. I can wait, but they can't. Then, he smiled helplessly at Matthew and extended his left hand. Patton, the northern tax collector of Rolling Stone Town. You should have heard of my name. I also know you very well. You are a mage who loves planting trees, a strong competitor for outstanding citizens, the new legal advisor of the Lord Main Hall, and the current hot favorite of Rhaegar. Matthew, right? Let's get to know each other. Matthew shook hands with little Patton very kindly. Not long ago, Zeller had mentioned him when he was dealing with the case of the West Village refusing to pay taxes. Little Patton, the tax collector, was the party involved in that case. He was also the younger brother of the garrison captain, Blake, and the second son of Madame Liz. Currently, it was said that he was recuperating at home because of a sexually transmitted disease. It seems that your resentment runs deep. The people from Deep Blue Harbor had not arrived yet, so Matthew casually chatted with little Patton. Of course, I lost love because of this, and it wasn't just once. Little Patton pursed his lips. When I was very young, I knew that my parents would only have their eldest son and youngest son in their eyes. People like me who are neither good nor bad are destined to be forgotten. But did they really care about Blake? I also suspect it. I know that Blake has someone he likes. She's a widow from a private winery in the south of town. Oh, Blake loved her so much. He often visited her business and brought his brothers from the garrison with him, but Blake did not dare to look her in the eye. He could only silently like her and then watch her change male partners one after another in the past 3 years. Sometimes, I really want to help him kidnap the little widow back home so that he can get married as soon as possible. After that, my mother worries about my marriage. But thinking about it carefully, it's impossible. That little widow isn't worthy of our family. If I really did that, even if it was Blake's idea, my mother would only break my legs. Matthew asked curiously, how do you know so much? Little Patton shrugged. This is what the little widow told me in bed. She had always known that Blake liked him and had been waiting for him to confess. However, years flew by. Blake had not made a move. Which woman could wait for so long? She had lost her husband and 3 children. It was very difficult for one person to support a private winery. Blake's cowardice disappointed her so much that she had no choice but to fall for other men, such as me. Matthew could not help but frown. Didn't you feel bad doing that? Little Patton said honestly. A little. To be honest, I don't have any feelings for that widow. She wants my power to manage taxes, and I want her to have a moment of pleasure. After that, it's a boring exchange of bodily fluids. Maybe I just want to take revenge on Blake. He stole all my parents' love and attention. I came here today because I wanted to see Blake's successful blind date. But from tonight's performance, no woman would be willing to spend the rest of her life with a guy who only stares at his toes when he's talking to her. I'm so unlucky. After saying that, he downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp and seemed to be ready to leave. Matthew asked curiously. Are you leaving just like that? Aren't you going to stay a little longer? Little Patton waved his hand. Forget it. You should have heard about me. I got some scabies in the north. I'm still eating herbs. I won't harm others. Judging from today's situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to get married in this lifetime. Sad, really sad. He sighed and walked towards the exit. Matthew looked at his back with interest. After taking a few steps, little Patton suddenly turned back and placed a small paper bag in Matthew's hand. I won't be able to use this thing in the short term. I'll give it to you. With your face, I'm afraid it'll be very tiring for you tonight. Don't forget to protect yourself and your partner. I hope you can put in a good word for Blake in front of Rhaegar so that he can find a wife for Blake and get married as soon as possible. This time, he left without looking back. Matthew opened the paper bag curiously and found 3 well-washed and well-made sheep intestines lying quietly inside. Matthew, what's that in your hand? A pleasant voice sounded. Matthew turned his head and saw Sif wearing a light green fluffy dress with a few beautiful diamonds on her forehead. She was smiling at him warmly and shyly. With lightning speed, he stuffed the paper bag into the magic bag. Nothing much, just some casting tools. He coughed. Sif walked over with a smile. She raised her chin slightly and asked expectantly. Can you dance with me? Matthew. Matthew hesitated. I'm not very good at dancing. Sif held his hand generously and pulled him to the dance floor with a smile in her eyes. Chapter 350, Ball. Chapter 350, Ball. Translator, Lonely Tree. It's okay. I don't know how to dance either. We'll just dance casually. As they spoke, the light on the dance floor dimmed slightly. 2 more bards walked over. They exchanged hand gestures with their companions, and the accompaniment music suddenly became soothing and gentle. Everyone on the dance floor moved slowly and elegantly. Early summer. On the dance floor, the sound of crickets in the garden could be faintly heard. It was the surging movement of life which began to play gently on this land. In a narrow secret room in the east corridor of the second hall, Rhaegar kept adjusting the angle of the crystal ball, and he could see every corner of the ball. Why didn't you stop them? Zeller's voice came from the shadows of the secret chamber. Rhaegar was silent for a moment. I really wanted to catch Matthew and beat him up, but before the ball started, Sif found me and talked to me for a long time. We talked about a lot of topics, some of which I had never thought of talking to her about. She even took the initiative to talk to me about marrying. Zeller sighed. Have you finally realized that your daughter has grown up? Rhaegar couldn't help but clench his fists. After a while, he slowly loosened them. I just don't want to be the kind of father that she hates. Taking a step back, if she really wants to get married, Matthew is indeed a good choice. Zeller chuckled and reminded, don't forget how they met. Don't you mind? Rhaegar laughed. You mean Seaver School? Are you kidding me? Do you think Matthew needs a teacher position in a mortal school to support his excellence? This guy is a beloved child of the heavens. I bet that even if Matthew didn't go to that school to be a teacher, with Sif's personality and preferences, as long as she sees him once, she might still fall for him. Zeller said. That's true. Sif and her mother have the same taste in men. Rhaegar pretended to be surprised. Could it be that Matthew is very similar to me when I was young? Zeller thought for a moment. In some aspects, Matthew is still inferior to you. Rhaegar had a smug look on his face. Of course. Zeller smiled and said. His mouth is not as cutting as yours when you were young. Rhaegar chuckled, indicating that he was completely immune to this mockery. However, the next second, he could not help but punch the table. "What are you doing with your hands? Damn it, I'll go beat him up right now." Zeller glanced at the crystal ball. He has been deliberately keeping a distance from Sif. This is not good news. I heard that he has already rejected a student's confession. He seems to mind this very much. If Sif's confession is also rejected by him, she will be very sad. Rieker's expression froze, and he could not help but smash his fist on the table. That won't do. If Sif really likes her, I won't allow him to reject her. Even if I have to kidnap him, I'll tie him up and put him on Sif's bed. The man my daughter fancies, even if I'm 10,000 times more unhappy, I have to give her what she wants. Zeller smiled. Have you been agitated by your troubles these past few days? Are you finally ready to shed your mediocre disguise and reveal your true nature? How dare you say something like kidnapping a mage from the Seventh Saint Alliance? Riegar snorted heavily, and 2 burning flames suddenly appeared in his eyes. Every member of the Suki family has the blood of a superior devil flowing in their veins. Even in purgatory, we are the most special and rebellious kind. For Sif, what is the Seventh Saint Alliance? At worst, I'll tie Matthew up and bring the 2 of them back to purgatory. I'll force him to have a few more babies. Would the Seventh Saint Alliance chase him all the way to purgatory? Wait, why would I say such nonsense to you? Riegar suddenly reacted. I'm clearly very unhappy that Matthew is taking advantage of my daughter. Zeller reminded, your daughter is taking advantage of Matthew. And you have to get ready. Elena will be here soon. Look, her adopted daughter, Judy, has already appeared in the corridor. I'll take over the crystal ball here. Do you want me to congratulate you in advance on your successful remarriage? Inside the crystal ball, a young girl with curious eyes walked into the hall. She was carrying a black cat in her arms. Chapter 351, Chapter 351, Ball. Chapter 351, Ball. Translator, Lonely Tree. The music on the dance floor was soothing. Matthew followed Sif's rhythm stiffly, struggling to move his limbs that suddenly didn't belong to him. They were currently dancing a dance style that was somewhere between tango and the blues. His movements were not fast, but there was a sense of rhythm and strength. Matthew knew nothing about it. He was like a marionette, being led by Sif, who was as agile as an elf, into various poses. Sif danced happily. She didn't care about Matthew's clumsiness at all. She just smiled and showed off her exquisite dance moves. At first, neither of them spoke. After a relatively intense movement, the rhythm became even slower. At this moment, Matthew noticed that Sif would occasionally turn her head and quietly cover her mouth and nose with one hand. She was secretly yawning. This discovery made Matthew instinctively feel a little disappointed, but soon, he asked with concern. Are you sleepy? Sif turned around in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I'm not sleepy. It's just an instinctive reaction of my body. I've been going to bed early these past few days. I'm usually already asleep by this time. It's strange. Since May, I've become more and more sleepy. On average, I sleep about 14 hours a day. Actually, I'm not sleepy at all. Not only that, but I'm also very excited. Then, she yawned loudly in front of Matthew. This time, Sif didn't hide anything. She just looked at Matthew with innocent eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. The rhythm of the music suddenly became much faster. Sif gently grabbed Matthew's waist and motioned for him to lean forward to hold her. Matthew did as he was told. The next dance caught him off guard, but it was also pleasing to the eye. As the rhythm continued to accelerate, Sif's movements were getting bigger and bigger. She was like a butterfly spinning around Matthew. It was unknown whether it was the fragrance of a young girl or the hormones floating on the dance floor that seeped into Matthew's mouth and nose. His heart began to beat slightly faster. Sif had her makeup on tonight. She looked much more mature. Especially the temperament between her eyebrows. Her usual quiet and obedient disguise was gone, and she became wild and restless. This gave Matthew a very novel experience. When he first entered the dance floor, he felt like he was being led by a good girl to learn dance steps. Soon, the dance partner beside her inadvertently revealed her fangs and claws, and the obedient girl turned into a little wild cat. The accompanying music also sounded like a little wild cat grinding its teeth. And at the climax, Sif's movements became more and more unrestrained, and her strength became more and more brutal. In a trance, Matthew felt like he had become a broken sailboat in a storm. As for the other party, it was the Ocean Queen, who only revealed half of her body from the sea and occupied most of the background. Sif's eyes became even wilder and more unbridled. After completing the last few difficult turns and low throws, her hands were tightly wrapped around Matthew's waist, and a faint pain came from under his skin. Matthew endured the pain and did not cry out as he helped her complete the last movement. The music stopped abruptly. The dance floor became darker. Hoo. His short breathing was mixed with the sound of his heartbeat. However, the activation of heart like still water in a moment of desperation revealed that his heart was actually not that calm. In the dim light, he could see the beads of sweat on her forehead. Her big eyes were more dazzling than the stars and more beautiful than diamonds. At that moment, there seemed to be 1,000 words in her eyes. The cricket chirped even louder in the backyard. Suddenly, the lights lit up. Men and women held each other's hands and retreated to the edge of the dance floor. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief and followed Sif out. He went to the beverage cabinet, took 2 glasses of juice, and handed one to Sif. The girl took a light sip, and 2 horizontal lines immediately appeared on her nose. "Ah, it's too sour." Matthew took a sip and found that it was fine. He was about to say something. Sif suddenly asked, "Matthew, what kind of girl do you like?" Matthew was stunned. The memories of his previous life were flipped open like an old photo album. Images of his ex-girlfriends flashed through his mind. He had already forgotten what they looked like. Before he transmigrated, he was 25 years old and had a few girlfriends, but those relationships seemed to have come and gone in a hurry. It was as if both of them were in a formula of loneliness, a formula of love, and finally, a formula of breaking up. These experiences could only leave a small trace in his vast memory. When he was younger, Matthew had also torn his heart out for some girls. It was a story that seemed to be touching at the time, but later on, it felt childish and ignorant. Other than the memories of how he was betrayed by the girls, he couldn't remember anything else. "Matthew?" Sif asked expectantly. Matthew turned half his face and looked at the men and women on the dance floor. "To be honest, I don't know. Things between men and women are still a little complicated for me, and I just want to focus on something simple now." Sif's face was filled with curiosity. "For example, planting trees?" Matthew smiled. He wanted to tell the other party that the undead were actually very simple creatures. But at this moment. Chapter 352 Chapter 352, Ball. Chapter 352, Ball. Translator, Lonely Tree. A burst of applause and cheers suddenly came from the entrance of the hall. Matthew immediately looked over. The visitors were naturally Lady Elena and her adopted daughter, Judy. Matthew looked at them curiously. Lady Elena was indeed very elegant. Her dress was not something that could be seen in a remote place like Rolling Stone Town. She was wearing a long, white, tight-fitting dress. The dress was divided into 9 layers, and the silver thread on each layer was inlaid with pearls. The curves formed by the pearls formed a perfect ratio between her waist and hips. Further up, there was a pile of colorful feathers stuck to her chest, which made her skin even fairer and her temperament even more graceful. She was also wearing a large lady's sun hat. The ribbon hanging from the brim of the hat was also full of pearls. Lady Elena walked over. She greeted the person next to her warmly. Everyone sincerely praised her. As for her adopted daughter, Judy, she was clearly more beautiful, but her temperament was completely suppressed by her mother, and she did not receive more attention from the public. During this period, there was a small interlude. Perhaps he wanted to grab everyone's attention. The kitten in Judy's arms became restless. Judy moved closer to Lady Elena and said obediently, "Mommy, this kitten has been trying to get close to you. He seems to like you very much." "Is that so?" Ms. Elena took the cat from Judy's arms with a smile. "Do you want to follow me, little cutie?" Elena asked with a smile. The little black cat nodded frantically. "Then, from now on, you are my cat. You can't go out and do whatever you want with other kittens." Elena smiled and patted the little black cat's head. The latter looked so happy that he was about to faint. However, in the next second, Elena's right hand suddenly reached between the cat's hind legs. "Aya, it's a little tomcat." Elena suddenly turned around and said to the knight who was following closely behind her, "Take him out and castrate him. Then, lock him in a cage." With that, she ignored the kitten's vehement objection and stuffed it into the knight's arms. The knight didn't say anything else and walked out with the black cat. This scene made Matthew's scalp tingle. He really wanted to go over and help Eli out of the predicament, but the task that Rhaegar had given him had not been completed, and Matthew could not leave. At this moment, in the corridor, Rhaegar had already brought some of the local nobles of Rolling Stone Town to welcome them. Sif's slightly sour voice sounded in Matthew's ear. "Mature women are indeed more attractive, right?" Matthew quickly denied. "It's not that." Sif habitually placed her hands behind her back, and the smile on her face was still very bright. "There's no need to hide it, Matthew. This is human nature. Look, my father and the others are all stunned. Miss Elena is indeed very elegant. Even I can't help but want to take a few more glances at her." Hearing Sif's words, Matthew suddenly muttered, "I just feel that she looks a little like someone I know, but for some reason, I can't remember who that person is." Sif joked, "So, is this a common excuse for men to hit on each other? Do you want to practice it with me first?" Matthew shook his head. Sif pouted her lips in disappointment and said calmly, "If you think Miss Elena looks familiar, it's not surprising. The Raunchy family has a lot of influence on the East Coast. You might have accidentally seen her photo or portrait." Matthew nodded hesitantly. "Perhaps." After Lady Elena entered, the atmosphere became even more lively. The previous dance was just a warm-up. After the arrival of the most important guest, the ball officially began. Rhaegar led Elena and introduced her to a few people in Rolling Stone Town. Matthew and Sif were naturally among them. Elena politely shook hands with them. However, Matthew could clearly feel that there was a kind of high and mighty reserve and unintentional contempt in that kind of politeness. This greatly reduced Matthew's impression of Elena. On the other hand, her adopted daughter, Judy, did not put on any airs. She greeted Matthew very vivaciously and seemed to have a good impression of Matthew. Matthew composed himself and prepared to follow Rhaegar's instructions to find a breakthrough from Judy and figure out the true purpose of the visitors from Deep Blue Harbor. The greetings and introductions soon ended. As the music changed, everyone came to the dance floor. Rhaegar introduced Lady Elena's noble background to everyone with great magnanimity, then smiled and said, "I remember that according to the custom of Deep Blue Harbor, the first dance is for the lady to choose a male partner, and the chosen male partner cannot refuse. Elena, you'll be the first to choose, then Judy. You don't have to be so formal. Just treat this place as Deep Blue Harbor. You can choose all the men in Rolling Stone Town." As he spoke, he could not help but straighten his chest. Today, Rhaegar was also dressed in fancy clothes. He had some oil on his head, and his hair was black and shiny. There were a few strands of unknown animal fur on his chest, which looked a little similar to the clothes of Lady Elena. "Is that so? I thought we would follow the rules of your Rolling Stone Town." "Oh, Rhaegar, you're so considerate." Lady Elena smiled and said, "But if I don't choose you for the first dance, you'll be sad, right?" Chapter 353, Ball. Chapter 353, Ball. Translator, Lonely Tree. Rhaegar denied. How could I? All the men here are the elites of Rolling Stone Town. You're giving me face by picking any one of them. You don't have to care about me. Just have fun. Lady Elena raised her eyebrows. Really? Rhaegar's expression was a little ugly, but he still said firmly. Of course. Thus, Elena's gaze began to wander back and forth between the row of men next to her. Many people subconsciously straightened their backs. Some of the more confident ones even winked at Elena. However, Elena ignored them. Finally, she walked to Sif with a smile. Can I borrow your male companion? Sif seemed to have expected this. She bit her lip subconsciously but soon smiled and said, of course. It's Matthew's honor. As she spoke, she pushed Matthew out forcefully. Matthew looked at Ms. Elena in surprise. The others looked at Matthew with envy and jealousy. Madam, I don't really know how to dance. Matthew gave Rhaegar a look that said, I don't know what's going on either. Elena smiled gently. Oh? I happen to be a good dancer. It looks like we'll be a match made in heaven. Matthew felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard that. Countless murderous gazes were focused on him. At this moment, Judy said unhappily, Mom, I wanted to choose him, but you took my dance partner away. Lady Elena giggled without turning her head. Is that so? Baby, then I have to choose him even more. She pulled Matthew onto the dance floor without any explanation. Only Judy was left looking at the group of men angrily. Finally, she walked up to Sif and reached out her hand. Why don't you be my dance partner? As the music started, the lights on the dance floor quickly dimmed. The remaining people quickly completed their pairing and crowded onto the dance floor. In the end, only Rhaegar was left standing at the edge of the dance floor with a smile, looking at the dark shadows inside. Not far away, a black cat that had survived a disaster was leaning on the windowsill and looking in. Suddenly, his body trembled violently. Matthew and Miss Elena's intense dance moves were reflected in his green pupils. Lady Elena's dancing skills were obviously better than Sif's. Matthew did not need to move at all. He understood what to do when the other party nudged him lightly. Under Elena's guidance, Matthew danced even better than before. Lady Elena was very charming, and the strong fragrance that wafted from her body was easy to intoxicate others. However, Matthew's heart did not waver at all. He felt like he was in jail. Rhaegar was like a warden, standing on the steps of the dance floor and looking down at him. Sif and Judy were dancing beside them. They were not bad, but they were obviously distracted. The two girls looked at Matthew. As for the black cat on the windowsill, Matthew saw it too, but he was unable to explain. Perhaps opening up the Tauren domain was a mistake. It was different from the stiffness and numbness of his body. His thoughts were constantly wandering, thinking about strange things. But at this moment, when Elena was completing a dance move, she suddenly put her head close to Matthew's ear and said in a very low voice, There are two groups of assassins at the ball tonight. Their targets are Rhaegar and me. Matthew was shocked. He stared at the other party's face. Lady Elena continued to dance as if nothing had happened. She would only blink at Matthew when she was doing something that others could not see. Matthew asked in a low voice. What do you mean? If someone wanted to assassinate you, why didn't you tell Rhaegar earlier? I'm not afraid of assassination, said Elena. Little Matthew, don't tell me you still don't recognize me? In an instant, Matthew was surprised to find that this voice actually sounded from the bottom of his heart. Hint, your partner, Lorraine, has temporarily deactivated his ability, vividly. Imitation, acting domain. Lorraine used mind language on you. Lorraine? Lady Elena had become Lorraine? Matthew felt his head buzz. Suddenly, he remembered Lorraine's signature in the previous letter. Lothal Ranchi. Are you from the Ranchi clan? Matthew couldn't telepathize, so he could only ask in a low voice. Elena is my little cousin. Lorraine giggled and said in his heart. Her situation in Deep Blue Harbor can be said to be troublesome from both internal and external attacks. Her mother gave me a lot of financial aid when she was alive. Whether it's because of blood relations or courtesy, I have to help her. I disguised myself as her so that outsiders would think that she really came to Rolling Stone Town while she hid in the dark of Deep Blue Harbor, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Of course, she did entrust me to negotiate with the Lord of Rolling Stone Town. The content of the negotiations included the marriage between Judy and even Elena herself and Rolling Stone Town. Matthew wanted to ask more, but Lorraine stopped him in time. There are too many people and too many eyes. Don't say too much. The assassins might discover you. Don't be nervous. According to my judgment, they are still in the infiltration stage. The real attack should be in the second half of the ball. Matthew nodded. After learning the true identity of Lady Elena and the news that there might be assassins at the ball, Matthew was shocked and confused. The remaining half of the dance seemed to be so difficult to endure. Finally, the music ended. Matthew pulled Elena to the dance floor. Sif and Judy followed closely behind. On the other side, Rhaegar and the other men also crowded over. Matthew's eyes were sharp, and he noticed that there was a kitten with an eager look in the crowd. He suddenly had a headache. At this moment, Elena suddenly cried out and threw herself onto Matthew. I think I sprained my ankle. Matthew, can you help me to the changing room next door to rest? Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Then, Elena looked up at Rhaegar with an apologetic expression. I might not be able to dance tonight. Is it convenient for me to borrow your magic consultant? Rhaegar was able to maintain his proper demeanor. He waved his hand in a seemingly generous manner. It's okay. Please order Matthew around as you please. Then it would be impolite to refuse. With Rhaegar's permission, Elena held her dress in one hand and Matthew in the other as she jogged into the changing room. Bang! The door of the room was slammed shut. Are they already in the changing room? I didn't think Matthew even did anything. In the crowd, Blake stroked his beard and asked in surprise. Beside him stood the young man who had returned. Little Patton downed the red wine in his goblet. I knew that he would be able to use what I gave him. Pay up, brother. I-oh. Who tripped me? Silly cat, why are you running so fast? Are you going to witness the adultery? Chapter 354 Chapter 354, Which Big Shot's illegitimate son are you? Chapter 354, Which Big Shot's illegitimate son are you? Translator, Lonely Tree. To make a long story short, I heard from the grapevine that a team of drow assassins sneaked into Rolling Stone Town this evening. I'm not sure of their exact location, but considering the special nature of the drow, they will definitely make a move tonight. Besides, from the moment I left Deep Blue Harbor, 2 assassins from the Church of the Underworld followed me. I thought they would make a move on the road, but they didn't. It wasn't until I entered Rolling Stone Town, especially when the ball just started, that I felt a strong killing intent. It seems that they wanted to kill Elena here and achieve their goal. At the same time, they could also frame Rolling Stone Town. According to my deduction, they will make their move in the latter half of the ball, which is between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Of course, this time is not absolutely accurate. After all, I'm not a prophet. Lorraine said quickly in the changing room. Matthew nodded solemnly. If it was a drow assassin, then the South must be facing a threat. According to Red Mountain's methods, they would often eliminate the leader before mobilizing their army to attack. Since the assassins were already on their way, the army was definitely not far away. If Lorraine's information were true, it would be of great significance to Rolling Stone Town. So, other than reminding us of the assassin crisis, are you also the representative of Lady Elena? Matthew asked. Lorraine shrugged. Not entirely. I have my own will. The negotiation with Elena is just one of the reasons why I came to Rolling Stone Town. Once I'm done with this, the matter at Deep Blue Harbor will have nothing to do with me. In fact, Elena wanted to come personally. She wanted me to stay to guard Deep Blue Harbor instead. She did have some feelings for your lord, but I rejected her suggestion. That place was really boring. Playing with a group of old men in dark politics was not something I was keen on. In comparison, Rolling Stone Town, where a major incident could happen at any time, was my preferred place. I could feel that this place was full of vitality. Is there a better place for a bard? Oh, I'm sorry, Matthew. I'm not looking forward to something big happening in Rolling Stone Town, but this is the general trend. The news that Ronan had fallen into the astral plane had spread like wildfire in the south. At first, people did not believe it, but now they had received further confirmation from all sides. After losing the Southern Guardian, the entire southern continent will fall into chaos. I'm afraid that Rolling Stone Town will not be able to remain unscathed. As far as I know, many criminal organizations from the East Coast regard Rolling Stone Town as a fat sheep. They have sent spies to your place to inquire about the situation. Without the protection of a legendary mage, the future of Rolling Stone Town can be described as unstable. However, don't be afraid. For your sake, Rolling Stone Town is about to welcome a great legendary bard. Lorraine was still using Elena's female voice. However, the pompous tone in his words was familiar to Matthew. Seeing how confident he was, Matthew couldn't help but tease him. May I ask, Mr. Legendary Bard, who is better at fighting, you or Mr. Ronan? Lorraine said decisively, him. I'm not even 1/10 of him. Then, he complained. You want a bard to compete with a mage in terms of combat power? This was not fair. I'm good at other fields. Matthew retorted. Do you mean fraud? Lorraine did not seem to hear the sarcasm in Matthew's words and continued shamelessly. I'm talking about art. Bards are born for art. There's no reason for us to compete with those vulgar mages in the field of combat. That's blasphemy against art. Matthew smiled as he recalled. I remember that even in the Age of Enlightenment, the goddess of art eventually became one of the harem members of the god of war. It seems that art really can't be profaned. Lorraine rubbed his chin. Is that true? This means that war may be a higher level of art. While the two of them were chatting, a little black cat suddenly jumped in through the glass window of the changing room. It didn't say anything. Its hind legs were on the ground, and its forelimbs were upright. It raised its head and looked at the two of them eagerly. Is it your cat? Lorraine asked casually. Matthew didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Eli. He wanted to go up and pick up the little black cat, but as soon as Matthew approached, it quickly took a few steps back. It still didn't say anything and just looked at Matthew and Lorraine. Did you two have a conflict? Lorraine asked curiously. Matthew sighed and said. He's a druid. He has a slight fondness for the Lady Elena you're dressed as. Lorraine's expression turned cold. He reached out his palm to the kitten, trying to cover its eyes. He warned sternly. Don't be in heat with me. Young man. I know you druids are wild, but I'm a conservative person. This time, he used a male voice. Eli looked at him in surprise. He turned to look at Matthew. Matthew shrugged helplessly. I just found out that Lady Elena was disguised by a man. This guy happens to be a friend of mine. He brought important information to Rolling Stone Town. I'm afraid I've disappointed you again, Eli. The little black cat shook his head violently. No, I don't believe it. Lady Elena, can you let me come closer? Before he finished speaking, Lorraine impatiently unzipped the side of her dress, and the top of his dress suddenly slipped off. Chapter 355 Chapter 355, Whose illegitimate son are you? Chapter 355, Whose illegitimate son are you? Translator, Lonely Tree. Ah, is this something I can see? The little black cat's voice was trembling slightly, and his nose became abnormally moist. However, in the next second, a heart-shaped chest hair entered his sight. I told you not to be in heat with me. Young man, I'm a man, and I have more capital than you. Lorraine quickly put on his clothes and fixed his wig. His action was extremely flirtatious. However, the little black cat was completely frozen on the spot. This is impossible. He let out a hysterical scream. Are you okay, Eli? Matthew asked with concern. I'm fine, Matthew, the little black cat replied. As he spoke, his limbs went limp, and he fell flat on the floor with his tail. Are you serious? Even if your love fantasies are shattered, you shouldn't be so depressed, right? Lorraine looked at the little black cat with interest. Matthew coughed. Eli is still very young. He's only 17 or 18 years old. Recently, strictly speaking, his love life hasn't been very smooth. Lorraine suddenly realized. That's indeed the age to be in heat. When I was his age, I would lick every beautiful woman I saw. This is human nature. You don't have to feel inferior. When you've experienced more women, you won't be as sad as you are now. I'm very tolerant of boys your age. If you need help, please let me know. Matthew's friend is also considered half a friend of mine. I'm a very loyal person. The little black cat perked up when he heard that. Really? Lorraine nodded. Of course. The little black cat asked anxiously, then can you maintain the appearance and voice of Lady Elena forever? I don't intend to do anything. I just want to stay by her side. Get lost. Lorraine almost kicked him away. Then he complained to Matthew. I knew that the druids were womanizers. I shouldn't have had a heart of pity. He saw that Eli had collapsed again. Matthew got down to business with Lorraine. We have to let Rhaegar know about the assassin, but if I'm the only one who tells him, I'm afraid he won't be able to react in time. Lorraine agreed. It's best if we can find someone to wake him up. The two of them looked at each other and then looked at the little black cat on the ground. Matthew coughed. Eli, are you okay? The little black cat replied weakly. I'm fine, Matthew. I'm a person who has long sealed my heart. The fact that I almost fell in love with a man doesn't make me depressed. I'm much stronger than you think. I'm fine. Matthew asked. Then can you help me call Rhaegar in? The little black cat replied stiffly. Matthew asked. Why? The little black cat replied weakly, because my heart hurts. Do you have to expose me? Let me take a break, oh, my Lady Elena. Why? A low sobbing sound could be heard. Matthew couldn't bear it, so he gently activated the oak tree domain, wanting to use the power of nature to heal Eli. However, in the next second, Eli's body trembled, and he froze on the spot as if his soul had ascended to heaven. Hint, with your help, your partner, Eli, has successfully visited the subdomain of nature, the oak tree. Current status, visiting/first exploration. What? Matthew was shocked at first, but after thinking about it, it made sense. After all, during the incident with Samantha, Eli had accidentally obtained the resonance of the oak tree domain. His state of mind this time was very similar to the last time. Breaking through the shackles of the domain in one go was also something that went with the flow. It was a blessing in disguise for Eli to enter the domain. In that case, Matthew would have to inform Rhaegar himself. He and Lorraine tidied their clothes. Matthew carefully pushed open the door of the changing room. He had wanted to sneak out when no one was paying attention. However, the moment the door was pushed open, he knew that he had miscalculated. Although the entrance was not crowded, almost all the men of Rolling Stone Town were squeezed into the porch between the dance floor and the corridor. They seemed to be talking to each other, but in fact, pairs of sharp eyes were constantly sizing up the changing room door. When Matthew pushed the door open, everyone stared at him, including Rhaegar. Matthew had no choice but to make a last-ditch effort. He waved at Rhaegar and said, Lady Elena's foot injury is more serious than I thought. I can't handle it alone. Rhaegar, can you come over and help me? When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up like wolves in the night. What kind of slang is that? Don't look at what he said. Look at what he did. To sum it up, he said he couldn't handle it and wanted Rhaegar to help. Matthew looks very young. Is he that useless? Matthew ignored the ear-piercing whispers and looked at Rhaegar silently. Rhaegar clearly looked like he wanted to come in, but he was still hesitating. Matthew was so angry that he rushed forward. Get in here. Bang. The changing room door was slammed shut again. Everyone subconsciously shrunk their necks. A moment later. The sign hanging on the door trembled slightly. Everyone revealed a meaningful expression. Behind the door. Matthew gently tapped the door frame as he explained the ins and outs of the matter to Rhaegar as quickly as possible. He added. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, Whose illegitimate son are you? Chapter 356, Whose illegitimate son are you? Translator, Lonely Tree. In order not to arouse the assassin's suspicion, I can only sacrifice my reputation. Rhaegar looked at the two of them in a daze. What are you talking about? What is it about assassins and a man? After a long time. Under Matthew's incessant chatter and Lorraine's undressing display, he finally understood the situation. You mean that Elena sent her cousin to dress up as her to divert the trouble and negotiate with me, but in the end, her cousin just happens to be your friend? And your friend here claims that our ball will be attacked by assassins? Is that right? Rhaegar stared at Lorraine suspiciously. Lorraine waved his hand. That's what happened. I apologize on behalf of Elena. I believe you can understand her difficulties. Rhaegar thought for a moment. I can understand Elena's difficulties, but I doubt your intelligence. The security of Rolling Stone Town has always been very good. I've never seen any assassins or killers. Matthew reminded. The Drow assassin troop that Lorraine mentioned matches the rumors about Red Mountain that we discussed before. We have to be on guard. Rhaegar nodded. You're right. Then what should we do? Lorraine replied. It's very simple. The targets of the assassins on both sides are you and me. Then let's stay together for the rest of the night. We can't stay in the changing room all the time. The assassins will get suspicious, but we can't mix in the crowd either. That might hurt others. Is there any open space nearby that is suitable for assassins to attack? Rhaegar immediately replied. The back garden is next to here, but no one usually takes care of it. Most of the landscape has been abandoned. There are only some weeds. It looks okay at night, not too dilapidated. Lorraine said decisively. That's it then. The two of us will go to the back garden to lure the assassin. Matthew, go and inform the other reliable helpers to get ready. The three of them quickly discussed for a while. Not long after. The three of them deliberately wrinkled some of the details of their clothes and then left the changing room one after another under everyone's watchful eyes. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing Eli, who was comprehending the mysteries of the domain. Matthew even thoughtfully locked the glass door and the main door of the changing room. After that, the ball went on as usual. However, the people's gazes on Matthew, Rhaegar, and Elena became slightly ambiguous. Not long after leaving the locker room. In front of everyone, Rhaegar asked Lady Elena to take a walk in the back garden. Everyone tactfully did not follow. They could only watch their blurry backs through the gap between the second hall and the back garden and then marvel at Lady Elena's playfulness. Time slowly passed. Matthew danced with Judy. After being found boring by the latter, he was finally free. He sat alone on the sofa by the dance floor and quietly observed the flow of people in the hall. Sif had left the ball an hour ago. She looked extremely sleepy. She only hurriedly greeted Matthew and left. Before she left, she still seemed a little unhappy. Matthew could only sigh. At this moment, the clock opposite the sofa pointed to 11 o'clock. Matthew narrowed his eyes slightly. If there are assassins, it's about time to make a move. He didn't use any skills and was only using his perception to search for suspicious people. But this process had little effect. After all, Matthew was not a professional rogue, so it was difficult to tell who was proficient in transformation or makeup. I should have brought Lara here. She's familiar with the scent of drow. If Eli hadn't entered the domain, he would have the same ability. Matthew thought regretfully. The hands on the clock moved diligently. An hour later. The number of people on the dance floor decreased. Some of them went to the other changing rooms in the corridor, while the older ones left one after another. Matthew looked at the audience in confusion. He had yet to find any trace of the assassin. Could it be that Lorraine's information was wrong? That's not possible. Matthew had seen the power of alley gossip before. After the incident in Marsh City, Lorraine had successfully advanced to become a demigod. His related abilities must have been further strengthened. Besides, he had no reason to lie about such things. But where did the assassin go? Matthew's eyes revealed a hint of determination. What a patient assassin. Let me see how long you are willing to hide. He turned around and looked in the direction of the backyard. I should get them in here soon. There aren't many people on the dance floor. If they keep walking around in one place, it will arouse suspicion. Matthew yawned and thought. Another hour passed. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. There was still no sign of the assassin. The interaction between Rhaegar and Lorraine had shifted from the back garden to the dance floor. The two of them danced all kinds of dances that Matthew had never seen before. It had to be said. Rhaegar's acting skills were also considered professional. He looked as if he was really mesmerized by Elena's beauty. The two of them danced until they were exhausted. In the end, they lay on Matthew's sofa without any regard for their images. The three of them stared at each other on the sofa. Matthew rubbed his eyes in a daze and asked, "What time is it?" Chapter 357, Chapter 357, Which big shot's illegitimate son are you? Chapter 357, Which big shot's illegitimate son are you? Translator, Lonely Tree. Rhaegar replied weakly, 3:30 in the morning. So, where is the assassin? Lorraine still looked energetic, but his eyes were filled with doubt. That's impossible. My alley gossip has never been wrong. There must be a team of drow assassins and 2 killers from the Church of the Underworld who have entered Rolling Stone Town and are planning to take action tonight. The three of them looked around. There was no one else in the hall except for the guards, who were also yawning, and a few young men from the town who were having fun with Judy. I'm afraid we've alerted the enemy. Lorraine said seriously. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. The assassins chose to retreat because they were exposed. Rhaegar stared at him unhappily. That must be because of you. You obviously can't act as a woman. Lorraine asked. If I can't do it, can you? Rhaegar replied as if it was a matter of course. I'm very good at acting as a man. Lorraine was speechless. After a while, even the young men who were having fun had dispersed. Judy was escorted by 2 knights back to the hotel to rest. It was also time for the garrison to change shifts. Only the 3 of them were left in the hall. Matthew yawned heavily. Do you think the 3 of us can deal with a team of assassins if they come out of the shadows at this time? Rhaegar suddenly asked. Lorraine was about to mock him, but at this moment, the 3 of them felt their hearts tighten because they heard a series of intense footsteps coming from the direction of the corridor. Someone was jogging. The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately stood up. In the next second, they saw a garrison member rushing over from the entrance. He came in front of Rhaegar and hurriedly reported. My lord, Mr. Richard is outside with a group of black people. When I went out to buy vegetables tonight, I passed by the back wall of the post house and found a few little thieves poking their heads out from behind, so I caught them. I was worried that they still had helpers, so I followed the clues and caught the remaining few. I originally wanted to send them directly to prison, but considering that the skin color of these little thieves is not right, I'd better let the Lord take a look first. At the entrance of the courier station, Richard, who was dressed in a tuxedo, was still leaning on his exquisite cane. His back was straight, and his tone was as serious as ever. At this moment, he was still holding a long rope in his right hand. There were 6 drows and 2 humans tied to the rope. They knelt on the ground in unison. After hearing this, not only Matthew but even the thieves on the ground were speechless. Going out to buy groceries in the middle of the night, this excuse was too casual. Without waiting for Rhaegar to speak, Lorraine suddenly said in surprise, "So the assassins are all with you? Are you Silver Snake?" Richard also looked at him in surprise. He subconsciously gripped his cane. A new demigod? Dusk chant. The two of them suddenly stopped talking and only looked at each other. Matthew could see the deep fear in their eyes. A moment later, Lorraine suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect Rolling Stone Town to be full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons." After losing the protection of legendary Master Ronan, a legendary rogue at the level of Silver Snake has arrived. Richard looked at Matthew and complimented him. "Is this your friend? You have a lot of connections." Even during the era of Heavenly Palace, it was difficult to meet a demigod. Lorraine also looked at Matthew with a smile. "I was worried about you and Rolling Stone Town's safety, so I rushed over. Now, it seems that I was worried too much. You don't know other legends, do you?" Matthew was about to answer. At this moment, a snowy owl flew over with a letter in its mouth. It was a magic letter. A white light condensed between the dancing feathers. Very quickly, the image of a white-robed mage appeared inside. The man smiled and said to Matthew, "Hello, Matthew. The first batch of visitors to the Scar of the Dead project has been confirmed. The specific time is in the paper letter. I will personally lead the team. You won't not welcome me, right? It is quite lively at your place. Then I won't disturb you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed wizard's figure slowly dissipated. The remaining feathers gathered into a paper letter and fell into Matthew's hand. "Matthew?" Lorraine's voice sounded a little dry. "If I'm not mistaken, that person just now couldn't be." Richard had the same doubts. Matthew could only answer truthfully, "His name is Edmund, the head mage of the northernmost floating city." But then, Richard added the rest of the title. Level 26 Superior Legend. He is an existence which is only below the Seven Saint Alliance. The white-robed guardian, the Archmage of Light, the #1 killer of the fallen, the creator of the floating city, the creator of the Aurora Blade, the master of the giant beast Leviathan, the astral Archmage, the resident traveler of the arcane wilderness, the gatekeeper of the abyss, the prisoner of the holy mage. Yes, we all know he's Edmund. The question now is, Matthew, which big shot's illegitimate son are you? Chapter 358 Chapter 358, Domain, Transformation. Chapter 358, Domain, Transformation. Translator, Lonely Tree. It was close to 4 in the morning, and there were already people selling fresh vegetables on the agricultural products street behind the post house. Everyone was just staring at each other on the street. Therefore, under Zeller's suggestion, they went to the office hall of the Liege's residence. Based on Matthew's understanding of Zeller, this arrangement was probably to wait for the negotiations here to be completed and seamlessly connect to the morning meeting later. He yawned from sleepiness, but in this situation, he could only ask Madame Wesley, who had been hurriedly woken up, to brew a few more cups of coffee. In the office hall, the atmosphere was a little strange. The 3 giants of Rolling Stone Town had their own duties, and Lorraine sat in the guest seat. Richard, on the other hand, was leaning on his cane. He was the only one who was not seated. He claimed that he liked to stand. The confrontation between the 2 legends could not be more obvious. But Rhaegar and the others were obviously happy to see this happen. Matthew knew that Lorraine's appearance was still a little stressful for them. If it weren't for Richard, they might have been at a disadvantage before the negotiations began. But even if it was Richard, Rhaegar usually could not order him around. This old gentleman seemed to only care about the work of the 5-member council. Of course, he had also done a lot of thief catching. Matthew suspected that Richard had contributed to the good security of Rolling Stone Town. The silence was broken by Lorraine. He smiled and looked at the others. Don't look at me like you're looking at a poisonous snake. Matthew and I are very good friends. After fighting side by side last night, I thought I was already considered half of your friend. Everyone looked at Matthew with questioning eyes. Matthew nodded slightly and asked Lorraine, do you still need to act as Lady Elena? There's no need for that anymore. The assassins of the Church of the Underworld have been captured, and Elena has probably already taken action against the situation at Deep Blue Harbor. My performance should come to an end. Lorraine explained. The Church of the Underworld is one of the more active criminal organizations on the East Coast. They are also very interested in Rolling Stone Town. I originally came to warn you, but since Silver Snake is here, there's no need for that. As he spoke, he could not help but complain. Matthew, you should have told me that the Silver Snake was here. Then, I wouldn't have been so nervous. After all, Silver Snake is a legendary rogue class, and its greatest feature is that it was good at dealing with its own. By that, I mean other rouges. After all, rogues are little mice, and silver snakes are best at eating mice. Where the silver snakes live, it's normal for the rogues within 100 miles to be wiped out. Am I right? Then, he looked at Richard provocatively. Richard's expression was calm. He said unhurriedly, what a coincidence. I also know some of the abilities of the Dusk Chant. I heard that you can draw power from the destruction and desolation of grand events. Wherever bad things happen, you will rush there. Although the bad things are not caused by you, no one welcomes your arrival. That's why, in the Age of Enlightenment, the gods called you crows. I have a more vicious guess. Since you can draw power from destruction, why don't you create your own destruction? Isn't that easier? Lorraine revealed a fearful expression. Snakes are indeed the most vicious life forms. It was true that I could draw power from the destruction and fall of major figures, organizations, and even worlds. However, the core of a bard was to observe and sing, but never participate. If you want to accuse me of bringing disaster to Rolling Stone Town, then I can only say that you are gravely mistaken. But I can understand. After all, snakes generally don't have a large brain capacity. Klknarkle sneered. But your demigod domain is deception and performance. It's not too much for me to suspect that these drows are part of your performance. Lorraine did not back down. Is that so? Do you think you have the value to be cheated? I don't think you're qualified to be my audience. The two of you, don't be angry. Zeller took the initiative to be the peacemaker. I'm willing to believe that Mr. Lorraine has no ill intentions towards Rolling Stone Town. If it weren't for Mr. Richard, the information he brought might have come in handy. I just received a secret message from the scouts at the front line. At around 3 a.m., the Red Mountain troops stationed at the border of the South Trade Station have withdrawn. This is most likely because the Drow assassins were captured. There are about 300 people in that army. If they really attack the Southern Trade Station, we may suffer some losses. As he spoke, he unfolded the note in his hand. Matthew noticed that when Zeller entered the office with him, he did not have this note in his hand. It seemed that Zeller had a secret way of communicating with his scouts, and it was quite efficient. More than 300 people. So many? Rhaegar was shocked. Zeller nodded solemnly. For the current situation in the south of Aender, a 300-man army, if well equipped and with good morale, would be a force to be reckoned with. The true elites of Rolling Stone Town were only about 40 Lord's Guards. Adding the same number of garrison members, there were less than 100 people in total. Chapter 359 Chapter 359, Domain, Transformation. Chapter 359, Domain, Transformation. Translator, Lonely Tree. There were 170 attendants like the Lord's Guards. The militia of each village added up to more than 100 people. Considering that the permanent population of Rolling Stone Town was between 6,000 and 8,000 and adding the villages at the border, the number could barely exceed 10,000. Without considering the Purgatory Teleportation Gate, 1,000 people were the threshold for regular army conscription. The Red Mountain was 3 to 5 times the size of the Rolling Stones, and so was its wealth. According to the previous intelligence, their main force was attacking the Highleaf territory and sweeping the Golden Fertile Field. Only a quarter of their forces were threatening the southern trade station. It seemed that the new Lord of Red Mountain had organized a regular army of more than 1,200 people in a very short period of time. This was not an easy task. From this, it could be seen that even if they managed to scare off an army from Red Mountain this time, there would still be a lot of hidden dangers in the future. The Red Mountain has terrifying war potential. The fall of the Golden Fertile Field will cause the price of food in the south to rise sharply this year. If they occupy the Highleaf territory, the economy of Rolling Stone Town will be severely affected. Of course, the most important thing is the threat they pose to us. Even with the deterrence of a legendary mage, they might still test us from time to time. This is a very troublesome matter. Zeller concluded seriously. The other three also wore grim expressions. Only Lorraine still looked calm. An army of 300 mortals? I can chase them all away by myself. Richard asked. With your mouth? Lorraine shrugged. I have to use my hands occasionally. Rhaegar asked in confusion. If you're so powerful, why don't you help Aelina pacify Deep Blue Harbor? Lorraine replied, I'm just her cousin, not her father. I don't have the obligation to settle everything for her. After becoming a legend, you will understand that other than the many necessary entanglements, the less you touch mortal matters, the better. It will distract you and become a burden to you. Moreover, I personally hate fighting and killing. It is not elegant at all. Compared to fighting, I prefer clapping and singing. Speaking of which, I almost forgot that I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of Aelina. Zeller and Rhaegar looked at each other. What are your conditions? Lorraine immediately started talking non-stop. After Zeller heard this, he carefully replied with 3 or 4 sentences. Lorraine gave another long speech. This time, Zeller replied a lot more, but most of the content was vague and ambiguous. Just like that. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Let alone, Matthew. Richard and Rhaegar couldn't get a word in. There was naturally nothing interesting. Matthew stretched and quietly went to his office. He believed that the two of them could come to a good conclusion. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of this time to continue learning spells. Recently, Matthew had been learning 2 spells, which were the Alluring Gaze in the field of necromancy and the Petrification in the field of transformation. Matthew had mastered the former very smoothly. He sat on a soft chair and crushed a squirrel's spleen. In the next second, his eyes seemed to have turned into 2 terrifying black holes. Hint, you have used the spell Alluring Gaze. Alluring Gaze, during the effective time of the spell, 60 seconds, your eyes will become empty holes filled with terrifying power. You can specify a unit within an 18-meter range that comes into contact with your gaze to undergo perception authentication. The loser will be exempted. You can force him to enter one of the following 3 outcomes. 1. Slumber. The target will fall into a coma until he is injured or shaken violently by another creature. Fear. The target is caught in an uncontrollable fear. He will lose part of his rationality and run away from you. The fear effect will only disappear when the target is out of your line of sight. Illness. The target will fall into a sickly state of weakness. All actions will be severely punished. In the state of illness, the target will undergo an additional sensory authentication every 60 seconds. Once the immunity check is successful, the target will be free from the state of illness. This was a powerful single-target control spell, mainly used to deal with advancing units. However, Matthew felt that it was not a bad idea to transform into his wilderness form and rush to the enemy's side to give him a reassuring look. After a period of practice, Matthew was able to control the switch of the Eye of Insight with ease. The only bad news was that it was not easy to find the casting materials for this thing. It had to be a squirrel's spleen. The only good news was that a spleen could be reused. In comparison, the learning of petrification was not very smooth. But Matthew didn't care. He was now full of confidence in the transformation domain. It wasn't that he had confidence in himself but that he had confidence in Rhaegar. He took out a piece of meat and tried to petrify it. After several failures, he calmly looked outside and found that Zeller and Lorraine were still tugging at each other. On the surface, Rhaegar seemed to be listening, but he was actually drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. Hence, he raised his voice. Rhaegar? Is it convenient for you to come in? Rhaegar didn't even raise his head and said. You have to pay me more. Matthew thought for a moment. It's about Sif. I want to talk to you. Chapter 360, Domain, Transformation. Chapter 360, Domain, Transformation. Translator, Lonely Tree. Rhaegar immediately put down the newspaper and rushed to Matthew's office. What happened to you guys last night? His eyes were fixed on Matthew. If Matthew gave a wrong answer, he might have to go back to his room and take out his big sword. No, I just noticed that Sif kept yawning. Has she been sleeping a lot recently? Matthew asked. Rhaegar instantly heaved a sigh of relief. I thought it was something else. This is the influence of the family bloodline. It's not a big problem. Matthew asked curiously. Is she going to awaken an ability related to purgatory? Is that why you don't let Sif come into contact with magic? Rhaegar nodded. For the people of the Suki clan, it is harmful to learn spells on their own initiative. The power of a superior devil flows in our blood. As long as the time is right, this power will automatically awaken. In a sense, we are no different from warlocks. I see. Matthew nodded in relief, then skillfully slapped 5 gold coins on the table. Since you're already here, practice a spell with me. A few minutes later. Madam Wesley walked in from the corridor with a broom. She came to Matthew's office and looked at the stone statue in the middle of the room in surprise. Oh my God, is this the statue you carved for Rhaegar? It's really lifelike. As she spoke, she gently patted the stone statue's face and forcefully pulled its ears. Without waiting for Matthew to speak, she hurriedly ran out. Don't move the stone statue yet. I'll call Sif over to watch the show. Matthew quickly cancelled the petrification spell and said. The case has been solved. I told you it wasn't me who sent Sif here every time we practice spells. Rhaegar rubbed his red ears and said angrily. I knew it was her. This old woman is too detestable. I have to fire her. Matthew's ears were already filled with calluses from hearing the same sentence. He asked. When will you fire her? Rhaegar said firmly. Next Monday. Let her get another week's salary. When Matthew left the liege's residence, the battle between Zeller and Lorraine was still ongoing. Matthew couldn't get involved in this matter. He was in a hurry to go back to plant trees and repair graves, so he finally asked for leave in advance. On the way to the oak forest. Matthew shuddered. I knew it. I seem to have forgotten something. Eli. Thinking of this. He quickly returned to the official post house. When he was about to reach the entrance of the courier station, a strange power surged into Matthew's body. He could not help but stop in his tracks. Hint, comprehending the profoundness of the transformation domain many times has allowed you to accumulate a large number of relevant elements. You have successfully stepped into the subdomain of magic, transformation, and have completed a short stay in it. As a reward for stepping into the field, you can choose one of the following 3 abilities. Material-free casting. When you cast spells related to the transformation domain below legendary, you will not need any casting materials. Materials above legendary will be halved. Second shapeshift. Your malicious shapeshifting has been strengthened. After turning a target into a sheep, you can cast a second shapeshifting on it. In the second sheep transformation state, the target will return to the first sheep transformation state after receiving the first damage. It would only return to its original form after receiving excessive damage again. In addition, in the second stage, the damage received by the target will be reflected in the physical body after the transformation. Note, the difficulty of mastering the second stage is about 3 times that of the first stage. True transformation, stone. You can turn yourself into a real stone and experience the same experience as the stone. Material-free casting was really alluring. However, Matthew chose the second shapeshift spell without hesitation. This ability was too strong. Under normal circumstances, the injury sustained by the target in shapeshifting had nothing to do with the target's body. However, the second shapeshift was different. The fact that it could cause damage to the enemy was enough to make Matthew make a choice. Not to mention that there were many tricks that could be used when the target was affected by second shapeshift. As for the true transformation, this spell was also very powerful. It would give a person the ability to completely transform into another form. The druid shapeshifting form could only be said to be a great imitation of animal form, and there was still a certain gap from real transformation. Unfortunately, his true transformation form was a stone. Matthew wasn't Lorraine. He didn't plan to develop a relationship with the stone elemental beauty, so he could only give up. Unfortunately, there are no status rewards. Matthew noticed that the rewards for breakthroughs in small domains were relatively average. This might also be related to his breakthrough method. When he entered the oak tree or the undead, he experienced the feeling of his consciousness leaving his body. As for temperance, Tauren, and transformation, he didn't have an out-of-body experience. Correspondingly, the rewards were also much less. Matthew's gaze shifted away from the gains in the transformation domain. He looked at the door of the official post house and instinctively wanted to walk inside. Who knew that at this moment, an owl would fly over? Matthew took a silver envelope from the owl. After opening it, it was a short message. Respected Lord Matthew, your application for the combat spell crash course has been approved. The training method is IVI, and the instructor is Lady Margaret, with the owl rank. At present, Lady Margaret has enough free time. If you are free in the near future, please go to the Alliance office to contact her as soon as possible. The specific contact details are as follows. The combat spell class that Matthew had been looking forward to was finally here. He no longer hesitated. He strode toward the Cauldron House. For ordinary mages, the Cauldron House was only opened at 4:15. But he was Al. He could go if he wanted to. I seem to have forgotten something. Forget it. I'll think about it after seeing that Lady Margaret. Matthew's back gradually disappeared from the entrance of the post house. Meanwhile, in a glass window of a changing room in the second hall, a little black cat was staring blankly at the blue sky and white clouds outside. At the same time, not far from him on the agricultural products street, a woman dressed as a farmer quietly put down the white cat in her arms under a corner of the wall. Go, Chuka. I can feel Eli's weakness and confusion. This is the best time for you to take advantage of the situation. Don't disappoint Mother. The white cat crawled a few steps on the dirty ground. She turned around and glanced at the woman. She quickly jumped a few times on the wall and disappeared behind the high wall. Chapter 361, Chapter 361, Platinum Shield that Consumes Capital. Chapter 361, Platinum Shield that Consumes Capital. Translator, Lonely Tree. The 15th floor of the Cauldron House. In a classroom the size of a basketball court, Matthew met his personal instructor, Ms. Margaret. According to David's introduction, this lady was famous for her vicious combat spells. In the Battle Mage competition held within the Alliance, she had won the championship in different levels of events. Margaret was also the only high-level mage with the OWL rank who was still active as an instructor for a long time. She was level 20, only one step away from legendary. When Matthew saw her, she was wearing ordinary home clothes and slippers. Her 10 white and tender toes were painted with crystal clear rose-red nail polish. She wore a pair of half-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose. The rose-red frame made her skin look even fairer. Compared to her reputation, Margaret was rather petite. Even when she stood on the stairs, she could only reach Matthew's chin. However, this did not damage her dignity at all. Matthew had just walked into the classroom, and Margaret's glance made him feel as if he had been targeted by a top predator. That feeling came from the depths of his soul. "Hello, Miss Margaret. My name is Matthew." Before Matthew could finish his self-introduction, the other party rudely interrupted. "I know your name is Matthew, and you know my name is Margaret. That's enough. Don't talk so much nonsense. My time is precious, and the time in this magic classroom is even more precious. If it were someone else, they would have to spend at least 20,000 gold coins or 1 knowledge point to activate a full class of Soria's magic classroom. For me, the bill is halved, but I still have to race against time. Let's cut to the chase. I know you have some background, but your other identities don't count here. You are my student and must obey all my commands unconditionally, even if I ask you to kneel down and lick my toes. Do you understand?" Matthew was stunned. He did not like Margaret's domineering style, but high-level mages more or less had strange flaws. Margaret was famous, so she definitely had something up her sleeves. In order to learn spells, Matthew decided to swallow his pride. "I understand." Margaret pushed up the right side of her glasses. "If you make a stupid mistake, I will make you kneel down and lick my toes. However, if I find out that you deliberately made such a mistake, I will give you an even more unforgettable experience. I hope that I won't find any flaws, my dear student." After saying that, she signaled Matthew to sit down with her eyes, then took out a magic staff from her ear and tapped it gently. In the next second, something that shocked Matthew happened. A beautiful magic light circled around Margaret's body. The casual clothes on her body instantly disappeared. What replaced it was a white shirt, a black tight-fitting uniform, and a familiar skirt. Her outfit and her glasses made Matthew's heart flutter. "I heard that you like this kind of attire, so I deliberately changed into this. Don't misunderstand. Being happy helps to improve the efficiency of the class. In order to make the students more focused, I will take all measures," Margaret said calmly. Matthew asked shyly, "Where did you hear that from?" Margaret replied, "Edmund. I heard that bu ist in the Alliance. You probably don't know that, but our master mage is a super gossip king. He was very keen on finding gossip and was also very willing to share the gossip he saw with others. What was even more terrifying was that he had extremely powerful observation abilities. It was precisely because of Sir Edmund's existence that there was almost no gossip within the Alliance that was banned. A blessing in disguise is that when Lord Edmund goes around collecting gossip, he will always catch many spies from the Outer Planes or other factions that are planted within the Alliance. In short, if you have a secret, it's best to stay away from that kind-looking old pervert. Of course, not everyone knows about your fetish. Edmund only shares it with a few of his friends. He told the news to my teacher, Soria, who told me about it." Margaret spoke very quickly. Fortunately, Matthew's attention was highly focused, so he heard every word. "Soria." He noticed a very important name. No wonder Margaret said that she didn't care about my identity. She's Soria's student. Matthew suddenly understood. Soria was one of the 3 heavenly mages of the Alliance. She was said to have been on par with Isabel. Her current level could be a superior legend or a holy mage. No one could be sure. In short, she was on the same level as Isabel. "I understand, but why don't you change back?" "I think it's more comfortable that way," Matthew said painfully. He had no choice. The temperance domain told him that he was there to learn practical skills. He shouldn't be distracted. Margaret didn't say anything and swiftly changed back into her original form. In the next second, Margaret tapped lightly with her staff again. A clear wall of light appeared behind her. There were words and pictures on the light wall, giving people the feeling of a slideshow. My crash course is divided into two parts, theory and practical. The first two classes will be theoretical. Chapter 362 Chapter 362, Platinum Shield. Chapter 362, Platinum Shield. Translator, Lonely Tree. Before we engage in an official battle, we must learn to judge what kind of enemies we cannot provoke. In other words, we must learn to measure the combat strength of our enemies. As a mage, what attribute do you think is the most important? Margaret's sonorous and forceful narration continued as a few words with similar or repeated meanings also popped up on the slide behind her. Money. Gold coins. All resources or power that can be converted into gold coins. Matthew listened silently. Margaret said firmly. Any mage who tells you that money isn't important or that money isn't the most important thing can be classified as a battle loser. I can tell you with certainty that for mages below legend, gold coins can be converted into combat power almost equally. As for those above legend rank, I will only encourage you to earn more money. The most important attribute of a mage is wealth. There is no doubt about it. If you still have doubts, then let me give you an example. As she spoke, something shiny suddenly appeared in Margaret's hand. At the same time, thousands of gold coins floated behind her. These gold coins grew wings like butterflies and flew around her at high speed. In an instant, the scene of the magic classroom where the two of them were was quickly replaced by mountains and lava that covered the sky. Matthew couldn't help but stand up. He realized that he was standing at the mouth of a volcano. The lava in the belly of the mountain was brewing, and thick smoke billowed in the surroundings. What was even more terrifying was, he also saw a red dragon glaring at him on the other side of the mountain pass. What a realistic illusion! Matthew was surprised by the realism of the scene. All the illusion scenes you see are based on real-life data simulations. This is also the most valuable part of Soria's magic classroom. If you are willing to invest, you can even write the enemy's information into the storage scroll in this classroom. Then, you can conduct simulation training here. Look carefully. Margaret introduced it in a clear voice as she strode toward the red dragon. Sensing that the tiny creature dared to walk towards it, the red dragon raised its head angrily. A bright yellow light bulged out of its chest, clearly brewing dragon breath. Margaret was fearless. She threw the dragon scale in her hand into the sky, and the tens of thousands of gold coins collided with the dragon scale. In the end, these things dissipated into the air. Along with Margaret's loud incantation, a platinum magic shield appeared beside her. Matthew noticed. The floating shield seemed to only be able to defend in one direction, but the shield emitted rays of light from all directions. These rays of light intertwined with each other, forming a huge translucent egg-shaped structure that tightly wrapped Margaret inside. Scorching dragon breath sprayed over. The shield blocked it head-on. The scene was like a pillar of water hitting a rock. The flames were forced to scatter in the surroundings. And Margaret herself was not affected at all. She was still striding towards the crater of the volcano. Platinum Shield of Capital. This spell can block 360-degree attacks without blind spots. It is immune to all spells below the 5th rank and physical attacks equivalent to the power of the 5th rank. Even if the enemy breaks it with a legendary spell, as long as the Platinum Shield is not completely destroyed, it can slowly repair itself. It has a powerful force field inside. Anyone who tries to get close to you will be pushed away, including matter and fluid. With this spell activated, you can even lay in the lava and use Mage's Hand. After saying this, Margaret jumped straight into the crater. Matthew looked at it. With the egg-shaped structure around her, she landed in the lava lake lightly and walked on it as if it were flat ground. The red dragon flew down angrily. He bit the shell of the platinum shield and raised his head, wanting to swallow it, but his jaw was stuck by the egg-shaped structure. Margaret sat leisurely in the red dragon's mouth and explained to Matthew. This spell isn't difficult to learn. Under normal circumstances, a 4th-tier mage can learn it. If you have some knowledge of the defensive domain or the evocation domain, you can even learn it in advance at the 3rd tier. Once the platinum shield is released, it will provide you with an endless supply of protection for 24 hours. Its cooldown time is 1 hour, so in theory, you can activate the shield permanently. The pain point for most people is that the casting materials for the platinum shield are very expensive. Every time it was used, it would cost 10,000 gold coins or gold of the same value, plus a dragon scale. In addition, this spell is not affected by material-free casting, so don't expect it to give you a discount. Similarly, as long as you have enough money, you can also learn a legendary spell at tier 5, and that is the Dragon-Slaying Spear of Capital. As the name suggests, the effect of this spell is to kill a dragon. Margaret slowly took out her staff and tapped the air a few times. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of times more gold coins than before danced in the red dragon's mouth. The red dragon was stunned and dazzled by the scene. Chapter 363, Chapter 363, Platinum Shield. Chapter 363, Platinum Shield. Translator, Lonely Tree. Under the guidance of the magic incantation, the gold coins in the sky instantly turned into dust. Immediately after, a thick golden spear descended from the sky. It pierced through the sky and stabbed straight into the crater of the volcano. Bang! The golden spear nailed the red dragon to death in the belly of the volcano. The illusion around him began to slowly disappear. The familiar background of the magic classroom appeared before Matthew's eyes again. In the history of the Alliance, the famous Mr. Capital once used this spell to kill a black dragon that claimed to be immune to all magic. In the end, not only did he successfully prove that the black dragon's magic immunity was a joke, but he also proved that in his magic system, gold coin was indeed invincible. If you are proficient in spells that cost a lot of money and are very rich, then even a legend might be defeated by you. Of course, this spell is also famous for being uneconomical. At that time in history, Mr. Capital sacrificed a small gold mine he found in a subplane. In the end, the profits from killing the black dragon provided him with about 60,000 gold coins. This was not proportional to his efforts. After that, he went to calculate the wealth of the dragons and found that most of the dragons had between 20,000 and 200,000 gold coins. Even an ancient dragon would only have 200,000 gold coins at most. Because they lacked the ability to accumulate interest, it was difficult for them to truly become rich. In comparison, the archdevils of Inferno or certain monsters of the astral plane were much wealthier than dragons. If you are interested in this part of the content, you can buy the magic textbook written by Mr. Capital. Of course, his textbooks are the same as his name. They are not very cheap. After saying all this, I just want you to understand one thing. If you meet a very rich mage who belongs to the Alliance, try not to go against him unless you are richer than him. In addition, if you want to quickly improve your combat strength, then making money is the best way. Open the spell textbook that costs money, and you will discover a whole new world. After saying this, Margaret made herself a cup of black tea and downed it in one gulp. Matthew smiled bitterly. Margaret immediately asked, "What's wrong? Are you looking down on this kind of fighting style?" Matthew shook his head and said, "I'm not very rich." Margaret didn't mind. No one is born rich. Mages are a profession that can create miracles. I'm just telling you the importance of money. It's almost everything to a mage, but it can't completely replace the mage himself. Throughout the history of the Alliance, every legendary mage is an expert at making money. If you're not sensitive to money, I'm afraid your path as a legendary mage will be very bumpy. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Then what about you? I heard that you are also entering the legendary stage. A helpless expression appeared on Margaret's face for the first time. I've been rejected by the Gate of Legends for 10 years, and I still haven't found the right opportunity. I might talk the talk, but I'm not good at making money at all. The relationship between legendary mages and money that I mentioned just now. It is my story. I'm a magic genius, a true genius. But I really don't know how to earn money. Even after I got to Al, I still had to rely on the help of my teachers. I also had to rely on teaching others to earn some knowledge points. You might think that I'm making excuses, but this is from my experience. So, Matthew, if you want to become a legendary mage, make yourself rich first. No wonder the mages in the Alliance were so corrupt. He didn't expect there to be a heaven-defying mage like Capital who equated gold coins with combat power. Matthew nodded with mixed feelings. That's all for today's class. Be here at the same time tomorrow. I don't like waiting for people. As for your homework, write an article on how to make money. Hand it to me tomorrow. Margaret said hurriedly. Matthew was stunned. Is it over just like that? Margaret asked. What else? Every lesson of mine is the essence. Of course, I can continue, but can you digest it? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Remember to do your homework well. If I use your method to earn money, I'll give you a reward. Her attitude was honest. Matthew asked curiously. What's the reward? Margaret immediately showed a disgusted expression. Don't tell me you really want to lick my toes? Matthew quickly denied it. Unexpectedly, Margaret muttered to herself. It's not impossible. Matthew was full of question marks. I heard that you had a conflict with Blinken. Margaret suddenly commented. Matthew thought for a moment and replied cautiously. There were a few small conflicts, but we didn't really fight. That's a pity. Margaret said to him. If you see him next time, please beat him to death. If you can agree to my request, I can even give you detailed information about Blinken and his combat habits. Matthew asked. Do you have a grudge against him? Margaret replied indifferently, it's not a deep hatred. But he's my ex-boyfriend. If you can kill him, I will give you a real reward. As he left the cauldron house, Matthew's head was still buzzing. He had long realized the importance of money to mages. However, Margaret's explanation today had opened the door to a new world for him. After class, Matthew went straight to Isabel's laboratory and used a large sum of points to exchange for a few spell textbooks written by Capital, including a list of Capital's series of spells. What was worth mentioning was, he glanced at the list. The cost of learning a single spell was not higher than other spells. However, the cost of gold coins to cast a spell was still something that most people would not dare to do. Matthew had no intention or ability to take a path that cost money. However, he still understood the principle of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. He was researching these spells now so that he would have a chance to resist when he met a pay-to-win player one day. Walking on the streets of the Mage District. The early summer wind blew on Matthew's face. As he walked, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh no! Matthew suddenly remembered what he had forgotten. Chapter 364, Chapter 364, Margaret's Teaching. Chapter 364, Margaret's Teaching. Translator, Lonely Tree. In the second hall of the official courier station. In front of a stained glass window, a dark shadow clung to the inner glass surface. Through the red and blue filter, he could see some of the outside world. Eli looked at the scenery outside in a daze and bored. The summer sun shone on a towering oak tree in the courtyard, forming a circle of shade on the dusty stone path. A gentle breeze blew past. A leaf swayed on the branch, looking like a person stretching. The little black cat looked at it for a very long time. Then, he couldn't help but yawn. He rested his head on the windowsill and pressed one ear against the glass, quietly enjoying the unique quietness of a summer afternoon. Being a kitten doesn't seem too bad, Eli thought. It wasn't that he couldn't leave, but he lacked the urge to. Ever since he woke up, he knew that he had once again taken advantage of Matthew. This time, he directly set foot in the oak tree domain and walked a very long way in it, reaching the entry level in one breath. He had obtained 3 permanent abilities. Such a generous gift was a miracle for any druid. But Eli couldn't be happy. He knew that his path to becoming a legend was in Matthew's hands. In fact, he would always gain some benefits from following Matthew. 11 Lyle Essence 01 Power LO exclamation il Willie I Unnapness, are you LDL 11 or not? He thought angrily. Soon after, he reconciled with himself again. There was nothing wrong with power. He was already injured, so it would be a waste not to take it. But he still didn't want to turn back into a human. A little black cat would find a stream to drink water when it was thirsty, squat down to eat leftovers when it was hungry and sleep when it was bored. It seemed pretty good. Moreover, he felt that he had a natural advantage as a little kitten. Because he was a high-level druid, he did not have any other abilities, but he was very good at not eating. Even if I'm locked up in a place like this, I can starve for more than 10 days without any problems. Eli thought proudly. I'll sleep. Wait for Matthew to come and find me. He couldn't help but lick his furry paws, then closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. At this moment, a squeaking sound came from outside the window. There were rats. Eli perked up a little and looked out of the window. Under the shade of a tree, a shockingly fat rat ran past in a panic. A white cat was chasing after it. Eli watched silently for a while before yawning out of boredom again. Only the most retarded cat would think of catching mice. And this white cat is really bad. She couldn't catch it even after half a day. He commented in his heart. The white cat's skills were indeed worrying. She almost caught the mouse several times, but the latter shook it off slyly. Not long after, the rat burrowed into the grass and ran toward the east. The white cat chased after them, and the two disappeared from Eli's sight. The scene in front of him became static again. Eli was even more sleepy. He felt that his eyelids were so heavy that he could fall asleep immediately. However, not long after he dozed off, an ear-piercing squeak sounded again. Eli slapped the glass angrily. Outside, the white cat appeared in his vision again. However, what surprised Eli was that the fat rat actually called for help. Under the shade of the tree, an extremely absurd scene happened. A total of 5 to 6 fat rats were chasing after the white cat in groups. These mice were very big, almost 2/3 the size of the white cat. At this time, they had the advantage in numbers, and their aura completely suppressed the poor little white cat. The latter was forced into a corner by the rats. In the end, she could only meow twice and hopped onto the tree helplessly. But those fat rats were also good at climbing trees. They chased after the white cat fiercely. The white cat dodged left and right pitifully, like a weak woman in danger, being chased and intercepted by a group of black and fat men. Meow. The exhausted white cat hurriedly jumped onto the branch and jumped toward the glass window. Puff. She gracefully landed on the other side of the windowsill and came face to face with Eli, who was behind the glass mirror. The white cat was startled by the black charcoal head behind the glass. She paced uneasily on the windowsill. The rats were still in hot pursuit. They quickly climbed onto the windowsill and began to surround the little white cat. The little white cat was shivering against the glass. Her forelimbs slapped the enemy on the windowsill, but she was outnumbered. The rats were about to complete the last step. Suddenly, a low meow came from the glass window. The rats trembled when they heard that. They looked at the black charcoal head in the stained glass in horror. With a bang, they jumped off the windowsill and fled in all directions. The white cat stood on the windowsill in a daze. No need to thank me. Charcoal raised his chin proudly. He was waiting for the little white cat's reaction. But who knew that the white cat only glanced at him and then jumped away without saying a word. The last scene left for him was a tail that was wagging wildly. She might have been too flustered and frightened by me. Eli comforted himself. After the white cat left, the scenery in front of him became static again. He wanted to continue sleeping, but he found that he could not fall asleep no matter what. His originally dead but calm heart seemed to have an additional hint of impetuousness. Charcoal once again looked at the scenery outside in boredom. However, this time. Chapter 365 Margaret's teaching. Chapter 365, Margaret's Teaching. Translator, Lonely Tree. He was secretly anticipating something. 10 minutes later. A figure hurriedly appeared in front of the glass window. Not long after. The locker room door was opened. "I'm sorry, Eli. I had something urgent to attend to. At that time you were comprehending the domain, so." Matthew explained in embarrassment. Eli listened quietly, and his reaction was dull. "No worries." Matthew looked at the little black cat. "Why don't you transform back, and we'll leave?" Eli said firmly. "I don't want to." Matthew was surprised. "Why?" Eli thought for a moment. "I want to experience the life of a cat. It will be very beneficial to my path in the wilderness. I'll be staying here for the time being. If it's convenient for you, just open a small crack in the glass window for me." Matthew rolled his eyes. "Sure, but do you need anything to eat?" Eli shook his head. "It's okay. I'm very resistant to hunger." Matthew took out all kinds of food from his inventory. "I have some emergency food. What do you want to eat?" Eli replied calmly, "You're too polite. As long as there's food, it's fine." "I'm not picky." Matthew asked directly, "Water or milk?" Eli said decisively, "Milk." Matthew asked again, "I still have some biscuits and sausages. Which one do you want?" Eli was no longer reserved. "Sausage, please. I love it." After confirming that Eli was safe and sound, Matthew left in relief. The young man's ability to withstand blows was still very strong. Matthew vaguely sensed that he seemed to have recovered from the depression of falling in love with a man. This was good news. As for turning into an animal to experience life, it was not uncommon for druids. Matthew didn't mind. Half a day later. He was still planting trees and repairing graves. He even took the time to look at the dark warriors in the vats. The results of the negative energy infusion were quite good. It was estimated that they would be able to leave the vats smoothly in a few days. The next morning. Matthew arrived at Soria's magic classroom 10 minutes earlier. He didn't expect Margaret to come earlier. "Very good. It looks like you have at least the self-awareness of a student. Let's start early." Today, Margaret had changed into a black silk nightgown. This kind of clothing was very loose, and when she raised her hand, a large piece of snow swayed in the air. Her nail polish had changed to dark green. Matthew felt that it was a little old-fashioned. She had a good foundation, but she still looked good. Matthew's attention was only diverted for a few seconds. As soon as Margaret opened her mouth, he instantly focused on her teaching content. "What I'm going to tell you today is all real stuff. You must remember every single one of them. They might save your life in the future. First of all, let's continue yesterday's topic. Other than wealth, how should we measure an enemy's combat effectiveness? To be honest, there is no universal standard. It depended on one's experience. However, some rules could be summed up. The most basic way was through the feedback of the environment or others. For example, you met a mage with average mana in a dangerous place near purgatory. He was accompanied by several beautiful elven maids. He looked like he had some money, but he was not rich enough to use a series of spells that cost money. If you think that this mage is not worthy of his wealth and women, then you are in danger. I'm talking about you being in danger. According to historical experience, with the exception of a few, most of the characters who did not seem to be worthy of the wealth or women they had were often truly ruthless characters. It was like an ordinary mage in the Alliance suddenly getting promoted. When you hear this news, you might feel unbalanced in your heart, but you should never target him. Because you know that everything in the world has its own logic behind it. The mage who was promoted might be the illegitimate son of some big shot. Many seemingly illogical phenomena might just be someone hiding the logic. It is the same logic. The elderly and children who ventured alone in the Undercity, the seemingly weak and beautiful woman who appeared in the wilderness, the ascetic monk who wore shackles and walked weakly but had pious eyes. All of them could be hidden experts. The surface information didn't have enough logic to support their strength, but that was only because you didn't dig deeper. The old man and the child who walked alone might be the incarnation of a god, but that was not the main point. The fact that they could adventure in the Undercity all year round without becoming food for the monsters showed their strength. The woman who appeared in the wilderness was the same. As for the ascetics, they were searching for another path. The abundance of spiritual energy allowed them to explode with incredible power at any time. This power could surpass their level and domain. To sum it up, if things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. Therefore, I advise you to observe the enemy. Apart from the surface information, try your best to understand the hidden information of the enemy. Of course, this is not a simple matter, but as long as you understand this, at least the probability of you offending a big shot will be greatly reduced. At this point, Margaret paused. Have you memorized it? Matthew nodded. He even placed a recording crystal ball beside him. Margaret stuffed the crystal ball back into Matthew's luggage domineeringly. Filming is not allowed in my class. Chapter 366, Chapter 366, Margaret's Teaching. Chapter 366, Margaret's Teaching. Translator, Lonely Tree. You can only review the contents of the class through your own memory. Let's continue. After measuring the enemy's combat ability and confirming that you haven't provoked any rich people or hidden big shots, it's time for the real battle. My battle rules were very simple. The core concept is just 1 inch be cunning and unscrupulous. If you can defeat more people, you will never fight one-on-one. Don't show your face in advance if you can sneak attack in secret. If you can poison, don't use fireballs to attack. If you can curse, refuse to fight head-on. If you can use items, don't consume your mana. If you can bluff, don't fight head-on. There is only one goal in battles. That is victory. The means of victory were only tools, and there was no distinction between high and low tools. You should treat all means of victory equally. This is the attitude that a battle mage should have. Killing your enemy in the most efficient way is also the greatest respect a battle mage has for their enemy. Matthew nodded excitedly. Margaret's ideas actually coincided with his. As a pragmatic person, he realized that he was actually quite suitable to become a battle mage. Very good. It seems that you don't reject my point of view. Now that we've finished talking about the concepts, let's talk about some real details. Margaret continued. The unscrupulous battle strategy can be divided into 4 areas. First, strategy. Strategy includes covert schemes and overt schemes. I don't care what method you use. It doesn't matter if you kill someone with a borrowed knife or if you use someone else's influence. A strategy that can kill the enemy is a good strategy. I won't go into detail about this because I'm not good at strategy. I prefer to fight with real weapons. Second, assassination. There are many ways to assassinate someone. The most common ones were hiring assassins, poisoning, or cursing. This method is very effective in situations where the target is unaware. However, if the enemy were on guard, the success rate of the assassination would be greatly reduced. At this point, I must mention an unconventional assassination method. This involves the transformation parabole. I don't know if you've studied it in advance. Matthew nodded. I know a little. The so-called transformation spells are all used to temporarily transform the target into a special magical form through a fixed medium. This form did not mean that the target had really turned into a sheep or a stone. The physical attributes of the target were actually unchanged, so instead of calling it a transformation, it was more like trapping them in a special medium. The strength of the transformation spell determined the stability of the medium. The so-called transformation parabole is that if you turned a person into a frog and swallowed it into your stomach, the frog should be damaged by gastric acid corrosion in your stomach. Due to insufficient stability, it should be beaten back to its original form. Logically speaking, that person should have appeared in my stomach. However, that would not be the case. He would only appear at a random location beside me without any damage. This won't cause my stomach to explode. This phenomenon is the transformation parabole. Margaret nodded approvingly. This is a common problem with all transformation spells because it doesn't change the basic properties of the material. It was the same for the druid's wilderness form. They were just more stable and more realistic. However, there was a certain type of spell that was an exception. That is the true transformation. True transformation could break through the transformation parabole to kill people. You can turn into a sugar cube and wait for the enemy to swallow you into their mouth before suddenly canceling the spell. At this moment, his head would definitely be blown apart by you. I'm quite skilled in true transformation, and I've killed quite a few people with it. If you have the ability to learn true transformation, don't hesitate. No matter what the form of the transformation is, you have to take it. This is the type with the highest success rate among all assassination methods. You can't miss it. Matthew's face turned slightly green after hearing this. He felt a little regretful. If he had attended Margaret's class a few days earlier, he might have chosen true transformation from the abilities in the domain of transformation. Although it seemed difficult for the enemy to swallow a stone, he could also stuff the stone into bread or something. Margaret had given him a lot of information in class. Before Matthew could digest it, she continued speaking in a swift and decisive manner. Third, make the first move. If there must be a magic showdown, then the first move is very important. I suggest that you buy a dragon fire amulet. This thing can break all spells and is a necessary tool for making the first move without pressure. The fourth piece of content was also related to the spell showdown, which was a game or a feint. Remember, you can predict the enemy's movements, but don't predict too much. I'm not questioning your intelligence, but my teacher taught me a saying a long time ago. This saying has been fully tested in my combat career. Rookies die from feints, while experts die from prediction. Any combat game with an enemy higher than 3 tiers is foolish. The kind of battle where I predicted your prediction only existed in the scripts of third-rate bards. It is not a joke that experts die from predictions. This sentence is the essence extracted from countless corpses. I'm not asking you to completely reject prediction. Chapter 367, Chapter 367, Margaret's Teaching. Chapter 367, Margaret's Teaching. Translator, Lonely Tree. But you have to recognize a fact. Too much prediction would definitely do more harm than good. In my case, there are only 2 levels to the game. The first level is deception, which is also feint. The second level is double deception, which is counter-psychology. After that, forget about it. When you try to use the mind tricks to fight against enemies above the 3rd tier, it means that you are already at an extreme disadvantage. The enemy could completely reject your gamble and crush you head-on. If you have the time to play mind tricks with others, why don't you think about escaping? And if your strength far exceeds the enemy's, and you want to play with the enemy like a cat and mouse through prediction, then your arrogance is very likely to make you pay the price with your life. Swoosh. 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 The only sound left in the classroom was Matthew's rapid writing. Margaret's explanation was simple and direct. It wasn't that Matthew didn't understand these principles. It was because he did not have a clear concept and system in his mind. After Margaret's reminder, he felt like he had been enlightened. In his previous life, when he was reading online novels, he especially liked to watch this kind of plot twists. He felt that it was especially satisfying. Now, he suddenly realized. In reality, these plots were unnecessary. Margaret made herself another cup of black tea. As she drank, she said, "After the theory, I'll give you a practical case." Half of her but was sitting on the desk, and her little feet were swaying. The floating staff pointed at the air. The surroundings began to change. Matthew and her seemed to have arrived in the forest, and the scene of 2 mages fighting appeared in front of them. One of them was Margaret, who was wearing a fiery red mage robe. Her opponent was a black-robed mage. His level did not seem low. He was either tier 4 or tier 5. This was an actual battle that happened last year. My enemy was an advanced wizard who defected from the Alliance and joined the Underworld sect. He's good at evocation spells, and he's better at fireballs and force fields than anyone else. I tracked him for 3 days and 3 nights. I fought him head-on for more than 40 minutes. I was suppressed by him for a while, but in the end, I still succeeded in killing him. Do you know how I did it? Margaret asked calmly. Matthew guessed. True transformation? Margaret smiled gently and tapped Matthew's head with her staff. Correct. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Then let's watch the last scene in slow motion. Watch carefully. Because 15 minutes ago, I just finished a fight with him. He used the teleportation door to escape, so I secretly chased after him. I knew that I might not be his match in a direct confrontation, so I decided to use my signature true transformation to complete the assassination. Before I made my move, I lured a swarm of bees to cover me. Then I turned into a mosquito and tried to get close to him. However, the enemy was also very vigilant. Look, here, he used the spell detection of micro-life. It seems that he knows my tricks, so he is on guard. In order to prevent me from flying into his nostrils, mouth, ears, and even eyes. He used the air bubble spell to protect his head. Once a creature barged in, the bubble would burst. At that time, he would use an all-round resistance spell that did not distinguish between friend and foe. He was really smart. In addition to the bubble spell, he was also using spells to quickly repel the bees. You see, in the end, there was not a single flying creature around him. Margaret explained. Matthew stared intently at the ultra-clear image that was comparable to VR. In the next second, the black-robed mage's body suddenly exploded, and a large amount of blood and flesh splattered onto the trees beside him. The scene was bloody and terrifying. Wait, how did he die? Matthew was shocked. Did you go into him? Margaret said leisurely. Of course. Matthew hesitated and said. But hasn't he already? Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped. Margaret said calmly. It's the anus. If you look closely, you'll see that I used mosquitoes to fly onto his mage robe, then turned into fleas, and took advantage of the opportunity when he was chasing away the bees to burrow into his anus. I successfully blew up his lower body. Margaret's combat spells are simple and unadorned. There's no need to throw fireballs back and forth, and there's no need to play a game of prediction and counter-prediction. As long as you learn 2 or 3 true transformations and use them appropriately, you can kill almost everyone you want to kill. Alright, that's all for today's class. The homework is if you are this black-robed mage and know that your enemy is good at true shapeshifting and can turn into mosquitoes and fleas, how would you deal with them? Oh right, there's also yesterday's homework. Let me take a look. Chapter 368 Chapter 368, True Alchemy. Chapter 368, True Alchemy. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew handed in his homework obediently. Margaret glanced at the few lines, and her eyebrows immediately twitched. Matthew wrote. Making money is never easy. The fastest way is always to use money to grow money. I'm short of money, and I don't have that many gold coins. However, I have a large number of knowledge points, so I can make use of this. I've asked David and the other Alliance staff. The fair value of knowledge points to gold coins is about 1 point to 10,000 gold coins. Within the Alliance, exchanging knowledge points for gold coins was strictly prohibited. However, I can at least use the following 3 methods to convert a large number of knowledge points into cash. The first was a mortgage loan. According to the rules of the Alliance, knowledge points could not be sold, but they could be used as collateral to borrow a large amount of money from the Alliance, the various mage towers, or high-level mages. According to David, knowledge points could be used to borrow a large sum of money, and the annual interest was usually around 6 points. I can borrow a large amount of gold coins and then lend them to others to make a profit. Of course, there was a certain risk in this method, and a more rigorous implementation strategy was needed. The second method was to illegal points laundering. Knowledge points could not be directly converted into gold coins, but there would always be some mages in the alliance who had more gold coins than points. I can start a shell project and recruit these mages into the project. After the project is completed, I can give some of my points to them by distributing the project rewards. They can also give me enough gold coins through gifts or other means. This method should be the safest. If an empty shell project is against the rules, I can open a real project. At most, it will take some effort. The drawback was that it could only be done project by project. Not only was the efficiency limited, but if a large number of points were to flow out in a short period of time, it would definitely cause a huge impact on the existing point gap. At that time, the number of gold coins that could be exchanged for knowledge points from the mages would definitely decrease. Of course, this was all for later. Third, investment. In short, I could use his knowledge points to invest in certain magic projects and receive dividends and rewards in the form of gold coins. It was a bit long, so I won't explain it here. Matthew's homework. Is this how you earn money? Margaret asked in disbelief, but this will only work for you. Matthew replied innocently. You didn't say that you want a way for everyone to earn money. Margaret looked furious. Her flat chest was so angry that it was like a mountain. But she quickly asked, where did you get so many knowledge points? Matthew replied, teacher gave it to me. Margaret immediately revealed an envious expression. Your teacher is so nice. Matthew asked, didn't your teacher give some to you? Margaret sighed. She did, but I spent it very quickly. You know, I'm a spell fanatic. I've learned all the spells in the Alliance's spell library. Lord Soria is actually very generous, but 100 knowledge points is really not a big deal. Matthew's expression began to change. Margaret noticed this. Have your knowledge points exceeded 100? How much did your teacher give you? Could it be 200? She stared at Matthew impatiently. In order to avoid further provoking her, he could not be too far away from the truth. Matthew could only bite the bullet and answer. 1,000 points. Margaret suddenly stopped talking. She looked at Matthew with a very ambiguous gaze. After a moment, she forcefully leaned on Matthew's shoulder and pulled open the straps of her silk shirt, revealing a large piece of snow-white skin. Do you still lack mistresses? How about me? Margaret tried her best to act coquettish. However, when Matthew thought about how the person on his chest was a ruthless character who could crawl into his anus and blow him up, Matthew immediately woke up. Lady Margaret, isn't this a little inappropriate? We're still in the classroom. Margaret said with a burning gaze. It's class time now. Really, what do you think of my conditions? Since you're in my class, I can give you a discount. Matthew was dizzy and could only try to change the topic. But why mistress? Margaret took half a step back and looked at Matthew with interest. It's safer to be a mistress. It's a win-win situation. You pay money, and I pay body. The rights and responsibilities are especially fair. If you want to get married, it's not impossible, but the alliance rules don't allow domestic violence. Matthew asked curiously. Are you afraid of domestic violence? Margaret nodded. Of course. I'm always afraid that I'll be too harsh. Matthew fell silent. Are you really not going to consider it? She looked at Matthew eagerly. Are you short of money? Matthew asked curiously. Margaret nodded her little head vigorously. Lacking. Extremely lacking. Do you still remember what I told you? My path to becoming a legend is blocked by money. Because of an experiment, I owe my teacher and my best friend a huge debt. This experiment is related to whether or not I can become a legend. It still has a little funding gap. Even if you're not willing to support me, you should at least invest a little. If I succeed, you'll be able to gain the friendship of a legendary mage. Chapter 369, Chapter 369, True Alchemy. Chapter 369, True Alchemy. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew asked. What experiment? It's about the development of true alchemy. Margaret's eyes lit up as she introduced. You already know about the capital series of spells, and you also know that my signature is true transformation. This experiment is to combine these two fields. I want to turn ordinary substances into gold to maintain the huge consumption of the capital series of spells. It did sound quite promising. If Matthew had some spare money, he might really agree to invest after Margaret's repeated requests. Unfortunately, he was really poor now. In the end, he could only look at Margaret with a helpless expression before explaining seriously. I'm sorry, I'm just a small mage who just joined the alliance. I really don't have any gold coins. As for the knowledge points, they were all given to me by my teacher. I'm not sure if there's a limit to the use of these knowledge points. Currently, my way of earning money is only on paper, and I can't convert them into actual gold coins. Margaret stared at him with wide eyes. So you admit that your homework was to fool me? Do you want me to punish you? Kneel down. Matthew rolled his eyes and said. But class time is over now. It was still early to leave the Cauldron House. Matthew thought about it and decided to go to the Liege's residence to waste some time. As expected, Lorraine and Zeller were still tugging at each other when they walked into the office hall. Both of them were skilled in negotiations. Both sides had been going back and forth for more than 10 hours. It seemed that it would be difficult to reach a conclusion in the short term. Matthew and Rhaegar exchanged glances. The latter said to Matthew. News came from Red Mountain this morning. They want to form an alliance with us. The negotiation venue is Barley City in the Golden Fertile Fields. Matthew sneered. Golden Fertile Field. Isn't that their territory? Rhaegar nodded. Exactly. That's why in my reply to them, I strongly requested that the negotiation venue be West Cove Farm, which is not far from the southern trade station. Matthew asked seriously, do you plan to form an alliance with them? Rhaegar shook his head. Of course not. They obviously don't really want to form an alliance with us. This negotiation is just to test each other. Matthew pondered and said. Do you need my help? Rhaegar teased. Isn't this too much trouble for you? I heard that it's not easy to be the illegitimate son of a big shot. The pressure is usually very high. Matthew rolled his eyes at him. At this moment, Zeller and Lorraine stopped in unison. Madame Wesley handed them a cup of tea each. From the empty cups beside them, it was not difficult to tell that they had been fighting for a long time in the early morning. Matthew smiled and asked them. Have the two of you made any progress in your negotiations? Zeller took a sip of ginger water and cleared his throat. Based on the premise of equality and respect, we have fully exchanged our opinions. Matthew said regretfully, so you didn't come to an agreement? Zeller also said helplessly. Your friend is offering a too high of a price. Lorraine immediately raised his hands. I'm not asking for an exorbitant price. All the prices were given to me by Elena herself. This was her request. There were only two ways to achieve cooperation between the two parties. The first was for Rolling Stone Town to send out a troop of no less than 30 elites. This elite force had to go to Deep Blue Harbor as soon as possible and stay there permanently. Elena requested to be given the command of this unit. In return, she would marry Judy to Rhaegar. A brand new trade route would be opened between Deep Blue Harbor and Rolling Stone Town. She promised that the merchants of Rolling Stone Town would be exempted from all taxes if they shipped through the cargo terminal of Deep Blue Harbor. There are also many preferential policies. I can't remember them, but those are all minor details. The second way of cooperation is for you to directly send out your army to help her suppress the rebellion in Deep Blue Port and resist the invasion of Lion City. In return, she would marry Rhaegar and give half of Deep Blue Port's ownership and profit rights to Rhaegar. When Rolling Stone Town and Deep Blue Harbor became one, they would become a family. But for Matthew's sake, I can tell you more details. Elena was not only negotiating with Rolling Stone Town, she was also negotiating with another noble in the Azure Islands and Lion City. Rolling Stone Town was her preferred partner, but she didn't plan to place all her hopes on you. If you continue to drag this out, I'm afraid she'll already be in someone else's bed. Zeller and Rhaegar looked at each other. The latter said calmly, "If that's the case, Rolling Stone Town will send a small gift to Castellan. Elena's wedding ceremony." The meaning of this sentence couldn't be more obvious. The cooperation method proposed by Lady Elena was unacceptable to Rhaegar. After a few days of careful consideration, he basically decided to reject her. This was undoubtedly the right decision. Matthew was very pleased. Although Rhaegar usually looked unreliable, his mind was still very clear at critical moments. Lorraine obviously understood. He revealed a relieved smile. "In that case, I'll let Judy play for 2 more days before throwing her back to Deep Blue Harbor. My mission has been successfully completed. Now, for Matthew's sake, we're family. How about a hug, family?" Chapter 370, True Alchemy. Chapter 370, True Alchemy. Translator, Lonely Tree. Zeller was sorting out the documents and didn't say anything. Rhaegar silently raised the Alliance Weekly and focused on reading. Only Matthew smiled at Lorraine. However, the distance between the two of them was quite far, so it was not convenient for them to hug. Lorraine didn't mind. He sat lazily on the sofa and put his legs on the table in front of Zeller. The latter raised his eyebrows and remained silent. "Is there any interesting news?" Lorraine asked Rhaegar. Rhaegar hated being disturbed when he was reading the newspaper, but out of courtesy, he still replied in a muffled voice. "I just read an interesting piece of news. A group of gnolls attacked the army camp in Lion City. The gnolls were old, weak, sick, and weak. They couldn't withstand a single blow. There were less than 20 of them, but they actually caused the loss of members of the Lion City army. Guess what happened?" Lorraine replied casually. "I'm guessing that a soldier got drunk and mistook the gnolls for bugbears. Then, he ignored the gnolls' wishes and forced himself onto them. In the end, he broke his back because of his intense behavior after getting drunk and was killed by the gnolls, who were ashamed and angry." Rhaegar frowned. "How did you know? I didn't get it wrong, right? This is the Alliance Weekly that just arrived today." As he said that, he especially flipped through the front page to confirm the date. Lorraine smiled. "Is there any other news?" Books to CILIL Late Celio 111 LIL to you. There's a rather interesting piece of information about fundraising. To be specific, there's a high-level mage from the Seven Saint Alliance who's trying to raise funds for her experimental project. The target is 100,000 gold coins. The mage claimed that she was willing to share the results of her spell research with investors after the matter was settled. Guess what she's researching? Before Rhaegar finished his sentence, Lorraine replied fluently. "That must be true alchemy. I also know some historical information about this mage. In her last round of experiments, she used real alchemy and successfully refined a pile of sand into gold worth 100,000 gold coins." "True alchemy? Wasn't that Margaret?" Matthew asked with interest. "Isn't she very successful? Why does it sound like she's in need of investors?" This time, without waiting for Lorraine to reply, Rhaegar cut to the chase. "Because her stupid experiment cost a total of 1 million gold coins." "Ha ha 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 ha." Rhaegar looked overjoyed. Lorraine elegantly picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He asked, "Is there no other explosive news?" Rhaegar frowned as he scanned the newspaper. Half a minute later, he said in surprise, "What? My favorite author has released a new work. You definitely won't be able to guess the name of this work this time." Even though he said that. But he still looked nervously at Lorraine. However, this time, Lorraine just drank his tea and did not say a word. Rhaegar heaved a sigh of relief and then revealed a smug expression. He greeted Matthew, who curiously leaned over and found the words on a large board in the supplement. Try out Rainforest Fever, the untold story of the Necromancer and I. Author, Deep Blue Harbor's #1 affection. A semi-autobiographical masterpiece. Best reservation of the year. A production by a veteran screenwriter. One of the 10 must-read books this summer. There were also many comments from the book reviewers below, all of which were full of praise. It felt like they had spent a lot of money to buy the reviews. Matthew felt his cheeks burning. Rhaegar glanced at the text and said in surprise. Matthew, the main character of this work actually has the same name as you. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Lorraine, who was sitting on the sofa, could not help but stretch. There was a hint of embarrassment in his smile. I didn't expect to meet a reader who likes me here. This can't be considered a coincidence. Rhaegar looked at Lorraine, then looked down at the newspaper in his hand. Suddenly, he understood everything. In the next moment, a feeling of disillusionment appeared in his eyes. The atmosphere in the office was a little awkward. Rhaegar's gaze was no longer on the newspaper. He looked at Lorraine with a complicated and bashful gaze. Matthew coughed. So, are the contents of Alliance Weekly related to you? Lorraine said with certainty. I'm one of the senior writers of this newspaper and one of the important sources of information. Generally speaking, if the reason for the report is an authoritative person who does not wish to be named, it is basically the information provided by me. You know what I'm capable of. It's very useful to use alley gossip to provide materials for Alliance Weekly. They're also willing to pay a high price for these materials. Matthew revealed an envious expression. Soon after, he asked curiously. Did you catch any news about Rolling Stone Town? Lorraine closed his eyes and focused. His ears twitched slightly. A moment later, he opened his eyes, snapped his fingers, and chanted. I have it. An unpopular rumor. There was a disheartened druid. He turned into a kitten. He was playing with a white cat. He didn't know that the white cat was his enemy. She was a spy sent by the cult of withering. She came with ill intentions. She approached the kitten, just to win the opportunity to occupy the oak forest. Before he could finish singing, Matthew rushed out. Chapter 371, Chapter 371, I'm just looking. Chapter 371, I'm just looking. Translator, Lonely Tree. The official post house was not far from the Lord's Manor. Matthew's footsteps were like flying, and he quickly arrived at the entrance of the post house. He was about to rush in, but after thinking for a moment, he calmed down and chose another method. In an unnoticed corner, Matthew turned into a raven and flew over the high wall of the post house. The weeds by the wall and the dust on the ground came into view. A few stone statues were piled up at the corner of the corridor. The gargoyles on the eaves of the second hall were funny-looking. It was obvious that they were made by apprentices. Matthew flew near the courtyard and soon found 2 figures, one black and one white, playing with each other. He stopped on a higher cornice and silently watched the scene below. Charcoal was teaching the little white cat how to deal with mice. He was nimble. With a stride, he pressed a fat rat to the ground. The little white cat wagged its tail and squeaked unwillingly. Charcoal tilted his head and meowed a few times. Then, he slowly released his claws. Whoosh! The fat rat displayed a lightning speed that did not match its body and rushed past the little white cat. The latter chased after him, unwilling to be outdone. Her speed was obviously not slow. In a few breaths, she was about to catch up to the rat. However, at the critical moment, Fat Rat made a nimble turn and gave himself some space to survive. Then, he plunged into the grass. The little white cat rushed over anxiously, but she bumped into a rock with a bang. She was dizzy from the impact, and a bump quickly swelled on her forehead. Charcoal revealed an expression that said, "You silly." While the little white cat was moaning on the ground, he quickly went behind the grass. There was a shallow nest. He didn't care how deep the nest was. He waved his claws and patted them randomly. Then, he reached in and dug for a while. He actually directly dug out the fat rat. There were also 5 or 6 accomplices. These fat rats were forced into a desperate situation by charcoal. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, wanting to fight to the death. In the end, charcoal raised his paw and slapped each of them. They all fainted. At this moment. Only then did the little white cat walk over with elegant steps, feeling wronged. Charcoal straightened his chest. The little white cat meowed. It was as if she was praising his strength and wisdom. The summer sun shone on them through the gaps in the leaves. A few strands of cat fur fell off and were picked up by the breeze, flying into the unknown distance. This scene was so warm and harmonious. Matthew watched all this silently, then flapped his wings and flew away. He couldn't bear it. It wasn't easy for Eli to get rid of the pain of falling in love with a man. If he told him that he had fallen in love with another enemy, this was too cruel. However, the shadow of the Order of Withering still lingered. This made Matthew a little unhappy. The Withering Order aimed to destroy everything. Apart from the Scar of the Dead, there was nothing they didn't target. The Silver Frost Brotherhood set fires not only in the forest but also in the city. The Witherers were the natural enemies of nature. As a necromancer, Matthew would never allow a Witherer to appear near his territory. Itne appeared. He had to kill them all. The little white cat was obviously not a Witherer. If she were, Eli would have smelled it long ago. Matthew speculated that the Witherers had changed their methods. They were still thinking about their oak forest, but they wanted to achieve this goal by corrupting Eli. Matthew felt that they were delusional. He was very confident in Eli. No matter how much pain this child suffered, he would never vent his anger on others, let alone the nature he loved. If this white cat has no misdeeds before, why don't I find a way to recruit her? She'll be valuable to deal with the Withering Order and to keep Eli happy. Matthew thought to himself. It was a pity that the other party was not undead. Otherwise, he would have used incitation. He paced back and forth outside the post house. Not long after, Lorraine rushed over. You're walking too fast, Matthew. You haven't finished listening to my ballad. There was also a necromancy technique in the story that allowed one to turn into a raven. He couldn't bear to see his companion get hurt again. So the beloved bard came to the rescue. The clever Losalin made a small plan. The Witherer's scheme would be ruined. Haha, how was my singing? Matthew forced a smile. You sang well, but next time you're on the streets, it's better to cover your chest hair. Rolling Stone Town's culture is relatively conservative, so don't let others misunderstand. As he spoke, he noticed the content of Lorraine's chant, so he asked. Do you have any plans? Lorraine shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. The part with Losalin's plan was to finish the rhyme. Otherwise, people will think that I'm a bard who can't even make up the rhyme. Why? Didn't you tell your little brother the truth? Matthew sighed. He's been through a lot, or rather, he's been through a lot since he's known me. Sometimes, I think that if I told him to stay away from me, he might be happier. Lorraine nodded, seemingly understanding. It sounds quite complicated. How did you guys meet? Matthew recalled, I met him through his ex-girlfriend. Lorraine's eyes lit up. Chapter 372 Chapter 372, I'm just taking a random look. Chapter 372, I'm just taking a random look. Translator, Lonely Tree. Understood. Matthew's head was full of question marks. What do you understand? Lorraine smiled ambiguously. Matthew was afraid that he would misunderstand, so he told him the story of himself and Eli. Lorraine was enlightened after hearing this. Then, he slapped his thigh. I could have played him hard. Matthew, you shouldn't have exposed my identity. Matthew said in surprise. Are you a demon? Lorraine shook his head and explained. In my opinion, the biggest reason why your little brother is still so easily moved is that his experience is not painful enough. According to my experience, young boys more or less have this kind of problem, but as long as they experience real pain, they have a chance to wake up. Leave him to me, Matthew. I'm very good at helping boys grow in my own way. Matthew looked at him suspiciously. You won't do anything reckless, will you? Lorraine showed a dissatisfied expression. Have some faith in me, okay? I am the most reliable demigod in the South. Matthew hurriedly asked. How many demigods are there in the South? Lorraine said uncertainly. 2.5? Matthew was puzzled. Why is there half of it? Lorraine explained, the half one has gone mad. He's wandering in the barren lands of the Southwest, saying stupid things about doomsday all day long. Matthew asked again. What about the other one? Why do you think he's not as reliable as you? Lorraine smiled and said. Oh, the other demigod's mental state is also not very stable. He has a misunderstanding of his race's identity. He lived in the woods south of Eversong Forest. In recent years, he would often meet outsiders with his half-deer, half-human appearance. He sometimes claims to be a human. Matthew said worriedly. Sometimes? In other words, there were other times when he thought he wasn't human? Did he lose his sense of being a human because he had been in the form of a deer for a long time? Lorraine shook his head and said. No, in fact, he has never been a human to begin with. He's just a deer. Matthew was speechless. You demigods are really chaotic. He then discussed it with Lorraine for a while. The latter swore to Matthew with his divinity that he would help Eli without hurting him. In the end, he would help Eli complete his growth. Kindness. He also considered that Lorraine was indeed knowledgeable and had the strength of a demigod. If he could really enlighten Eli successfully, it would be a good story. In the end, Matthew agreed. After that, he asked Lorraine if he knew any traces of the Withering Order. Matthew temporarily let the little white cat go, but he did not intend to let the mastermind behind her go. It was a pity. Lorraine's alley gossip was random to a certain extent, and the content of the news had to be dramatic. The other members of the Withering Order didn't create much fuss. Therefore, Lorraine could not get any more useful information. But Matthew was not discouraged. He planned to use other methods to find the Witherers. The next half of the day was still planting trees and repairing graves. During this period of time, Lara came to the cemetery and said goodbye to Matthew. She was carrying a cargo bag, which contained 4 main products of the Oak Chamber of Commerce. Grass potion, sulfur essence, dust of reflection, ice storm scroll. In addition, there was also a set of sword oil specially provided by Riegar. Most of these items were sold cheaply near Rolling Stone Town, but they could be sold at a high price in Condor City. Among them, green herbal medicine could significantly increase a person's vitality. Sulfur essence was an extract of sulfur. It was also an essential casting material for many evocation spells, especially fire-related spells. The Gold Coast was seriously lacking in sulfur, so this thing would be the key product of the Oak Chamber of Commerce. Matthew had bought the Dust of Reflection and the Ice Scroll from the Alliance store. The Alliance didn't sell it cheaply, but they could sell it at a higher price in Condor City. Of course, to be on the safe side, Matthew did not buy too many of these 2 things. First, he would release a batch of goods to test the waters, and then he would control the relationship between supply and demand. This was Matthew's way of making money. Although there were many ways to make money in the Alliance, and the money earned from running a business wasn't as rich, Matthew knew that he couldn't rush into it. He gave Lara a few words of encouragement and gave her an amulet he had made himself, wishing her good luck on her journey. This made Lara, who was already loyal to him, even more loyal. She found a place to rest near the cemetery. She just had to wait for the sky to turn dark. She would pass through the moonlight woodlands and head straight for the north of Marshwater City. After that, it would be a long journey through the rainforest. She needed to recover her energy and maintain her stamina. After making arrangements for Lara, Matthew continued to plant trees and build graves. following the formation of the Great Cemetery ritual ground. He could feel that the integration speed of the undead domain's elements had become much faster. In the current domain matrix, the undead had already been integrated halfway. But the oak tree was even faster. He did not know if it was because he was chased out by the eagle-faced man before he could enter the cave. Unknowingly, the oak tree had reached 2/3 of its energy level. Soon, it would be able to carry out the next domain exploration. This time, Matthew would make preparations in advance. The other party had blocked him from entering the oak tree domain twice, so Matthew naturally did not intend to be nice to him anymore. He wanted to give the eagle-faced man a head-on blow. Chapter 373, Chapter 373, I'm just taking a random look. Chapter 373, I'm just taking a random look. Translator, Lonely Tree. Prompt, you have created a tombstone. A Silvermoon zombie had obtained a tombstone as its resting place. It was satisfied and excited about this, and its soul fire grew a little stronger. It planned to carry this gravestone on its back at all times. You have obtained a new subspecies of the undead, tombstone zombie. Tombstone zombies, no matter where they go, they will carry the tombstone on their back. The tombstone will provide them with negative energy and also provide them with a certain amount of defense or attack. When Matthew was repairing the grave, he accidentally discovered a new subspecies of the Silvermoon zombies. However, he looked left and right. This kind of zombie carrying a tombstone was nothing strange. Under normal circumstances, with their hands behind their backs, they looked like human laborers. In battle mode, they would use the gravestone as a weapon to smash people, or they could use the gravestone as a shield. It looked beautiful, but it was still not flexible enough. Matthew was not interested in promoting this subspecies on a large scale. After giving the gravestone zombie a single room, he went back to his own work. Today, he planned to take some time to study the psionic items he brought back from the laboratory. There was no progress in the early stages of the research. This was because the psionic torchlight was the same as the psionic staff. They both required an advanced identification scroll. Matthew's plan to rely on his own psionic knowledge to identify it had failed. Therefore, he went to the Alliance store and bought 2 scrolls. Today was the start of the assessment. The magic rune that symbolized the knowledge of the other world circled around the small flashlight. It quickly sank in. Immediately after, lines of information appeared before Matthew's eyes. Hint, appraisal successful. You have obtained the just looking around flashlight. Description, you can use this flashlight for general illumination. You can also use it to spy on the items stored in other people's backpacks or storage items. Illumination, turn on the flashlight and enter the normal illumination mode. The brightness of the flashlight would depend on how excited you were. The more excited you were, the brighter the light would be. Remark, please do not use this product as a heart detector. Although it is effective, it is not accurate. Just looking around, turn on the flashlight and say the activation spell I'm just looking around in the local language. At this moment, you only need to aim the faint red light from the flashlight at the target. You will randomly obtain detailed information about 3 to 6 items in the opponent's backpack or storage item. Current energy, 1/4 bar, rechargeable. Charging method, unknown, requires more psionic knowledge. This is interesting. Matthew turned on the flashlight and said, I'm just looking around. The front of the flashlight lit up with a red light. Matthew casually moved and happened to meet Peggy, who was drinking. You have found the following items on Peggy's body. On Peggy's body, Purgatory Food Illustrated Guide. 347 gold coins. Dark gold bone blade. Inside Peggy's dimensional backpack. Grass tribe's horn, damaged. Torrent's heart, damaged, priest staff. Matthew was a little surprised. It was one thing for her to hide a small treasury behind his back, but why would Peggy have the horn of the grass tribe, heart of the Tauren, and priest staff on her? He checked the details. He discovered that the horn of the grass tribe could summon Tauren from another world. The Tauren's heart was used to build a Tauren tribe. priest staff had an unknown effect. It was probably an indispensable item in the Torrent's sacrificial ritual. Was Peggy plotting to make a comeback behind his back? But it doesn't look like it. Matthew called Peggy over and went straight to the point to ask about the origins of those items. Who knew that Peggy looked confused? What are you talking about? I don't have any Tauren heart, Tauren horn, or Tauren staff. Wait. When did I get a backpack? Matthew was stunned. That was true. There was nothing on Peggy. Ever since they met, she had never had the habit of wearing clothes, let alone carrying a backpack. Although Peggy was full of character and liked to play around, she would not lie to Matthew on such a matter. Matthew quickly realized. If the flashlight wasn't wrong. In that case, there might be a dimensional backpack on Peggy that she did not even notice. This might be the special ability of some high-level undead. Matthew told Peggy about this discovery. Both of them were very excited. Come on, Matthew. I can't let good things keep hiding in me. Hurry up and tear me apart. Peggy twisted her thigh off in excitement. The two of them worked hard for the entire afternoon. Even Peggy's skull was almost torn open, but they still could not find any traces of the dimensional backpack. Could it be in the soul fire? Peggy's head bounced on the ground. Matthew, why don't you cut open my soul fire and take a look? Matthew muttered. Forget it, Peggy. I'm afraid that the dimensional backpack won't be so easy to find. You might have to wait until your level is higher before you can open it. Peggy said obediently. All right, Matthew. Now, please help me put it back together. Matthew looked at the bones on the ground. He suddenly felt an intense pain in his temples. The next morning, Matthew arrived outside the cauldron house with dark circles under his eyes. The first batch of mages from the Alliance had arrived at Rolling Stone Town. The leader was the white-robed mage Edmund, who was beaming with joy. Matthew? What's wrong with you? Edmund looked at him strangely. Why is there still half-torso hanging around your neck? Matthew stuffed the bones into his luggage as if he had just woken up from a dream. A golden light flashed in Edmund's eyes, and he immediately rebuked. How could you play with your Tauren until so late? Staying up late is very harmful to the body. Even a young mage like you should know how to control yourself. Matthew apologized profusely. Edmund did not say anything else. He threw out a large magic carpet, and the group of intermediate mages behind him sat on it without a word. Bring us to the Scar of the Dead, said Edmund kindly. Matthew followed. For the next half a day, he led the mages of the Alliance to visit the Scar of the Dead and his protective umbrella. Just as Fandral said. Matthew's project wasn't much to look at, so he finished introducing it in half a day. At noon, Edmund asked Matthew about his arrangements. Matthew said enthusiastically, I've arranged a luncheon for all of you at West Cove Farm. Although the food in the countryside may not be to your liking, it's still a life experience. Edmund immediately wrapped the group in his magic carpet. The group of people rode on the giant magic carpet and flew toward the southern trade station. And their destination West Cove Farm. A tense negotiation was about to begin. The representatives from Red Mountain and Rolling Stone Town were already in position. Red Mountain, who held the initiative in the war, was the first to launch an attack. They were aggressive. Pardon me for being blunt, but I don't see any value in forming an alliance with Rolling Stone Town. However, the Lord personally gave the order, so I came to take a look. It's really disappointing. Rolling Stone Town actually only sent 3 of you, a little old man dressed like a dog. A girly gigolo. And you, your chest hair is showing. Don't you know the most basic respect between people? On the other side of the negotiation table, Richard, Zeller, and Lorraine looked at each other. Just as they were about to speak, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. A giant magic carpet slowly landed outside the farm. Chapter 374, Chapter 374, No One Knows More Than Me. Chapter 374, No One Knows More Than Me. Translator, Lonely Tree. West Cove Farm was located in the Golden Fertile Field, less than 10 kilometers away from the southern trade station in Rolling Stone Town. At this point, layers of folds appeared on the golden plains that bordered Rolling Stone Town. These folds were known as the West Valley Mountains. There was an undulating hill here, and there were occasional kobolds or other humanoid races on the hill. In the middle of the mountain was a west valley with a beautiful stream flowing through it. It was rumored that every summer, there would be white deer from the Heaven Realm drinking there. The residents nearby unanimously thought that this legend was nonsense. However, this did not stop West Cove from becoming famous. The farm that was backed by this valley was named after it. The owner of West Cove Farm was related to the feudal lord of Red Mountain by blood. Before the war broke out, the current feudal lord of Red Mountain liked to go to West Cove Farm for a holiday. It was through this relationship that this place was not affected by the flames of war and became the only pure land in the Golden Fertile Field. When Matthew found the owner of the farm, he only gave a vague date and booked a large piece of wasteland on the farm. Other than that, he also ordered a large number of the farm's self-produced 3 Autumn Ale wine. The owner of the farm originally wanted to refuse him. However, Matthew had given him a lot of money. Moreover, his identity as a mage added a lot of importance to him. It was something that the farm owner did not expect. When Rolling Stone Town and Red Mountain were negotiating, he had accompanied them outside as the owner of this place. As a mortal, he had never seen such a scene like the magic carpet landing. At that time, he just stood there foolishly, not knowing what to do. Very quickly, the angry voice of the Red Mountain representative came from the room. "Why are there other people?" The owner of the farm immediately quivered when he heard that. He quickly went in and smiled apologetically. "Master, there seems to be a group of mages over there. They're from that alliance." The representative of Red Mountain suddenly stood up from his chair. He walked to the window and stuck his head out, looking at the magic carpet and the figure in the open space in the distance. "Why are there so many mages? Don't tell me they are from the Seventh Saint Alliance?" As he spoke, he looked back at the Rolling Stone Town trio suspiciously. However, no one answered him. The air in the room seemed to have become hot and dry. In the open space, the mages got off the magic carpet one after another. In front of them was a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. 50 meters ahead was a neat wheat field. The early summer wheat had already sprouted green ears, shaking slightly under the sunlight. Far away from the wheat field, a sparkling river flowed diagonally across the plain like a thin silver ribbon. The gentle wind blew across the earth, mountains, and rivers, and everyone's faces, giving them a relaxed and happy feeling. Matthew called out. A few helpers from the farm pushed 2 wooden carts over. The car was filled with the specialties of West Cove Farm. 3 Autumn's Ale. In addition, Matthew also prepared a lot of food for the mages. The food was arranged in the form of a dining cart on the outskirts of the farm, guarded by a few members of the garrison. They had come with the 3 representatives from Rolling Stone Town. Accompanied by the arrival of the dining car and ale, the wasteland gradually became lively. A few mages found an open space and impatiently used house-type spells to build temporary residences for themselves. However, they were only halfway through their actions. Edmund, who had been observing his surroundings, suddenly opened his arms. "Summer is hot. How could there be no place to stay?" On the barren land, tall treehouses rose from the ground. The trees supporting the treehouse were intertwined with each other. Some treehouses were built under the tree, while others were suspended in the air. The tallest one was built on the crown of several trees. The dense branches and leaves blocked the sunlight above their heads. "If your stomach is empty, how can there be no delicious food?" Edmund's voice, which seemed to carry a hint of laughter, rang out once more. A long magic table that seemed to have no end appeared among the mages. A dazzling array of food was placed on the long table. Roast goose, roast duck, roast chicken, roast suckling pig, potato cubes, red bean pie, donut, strawberry, watermelon, berries, chocolate, milk, beer, red wine. Everyone must have worked hard after visiting the project for half a day. Enjoy. Under everyone's impatient gazes, Edmund announced the start of the feast with a smile. What shocked Matthew was, everyone present was clearly a reputable intermediate mage, but as soon as Edmund finished speaking, they pounced on the long magic table like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. They ate the food on the table without any regard for their image. As for Matthew's dining car, naturally, it was completely ignored. Is it that delicious? Matthew curiously took a strawberry and stuffed it into his mouth. Soon, he frowned. Taste. It could only be said to be very ordinary. Hint, Edmund has used the legendary feast spell. You have consumed the legendary magical food Edmund's heart-shaped strawberry. Your mental power has received a slight increase. These magical foods can add attributes? Matthew's eyes lit up. At that moment, he did not care about the dignity of a mage and immediately joined the eating army. For a moment, all the mages were lying on the table and eating heartily. Chapter 375 Chapter 375, No one knows more than me. Chapter 375, No one knows more than me. Translator, Lonely Tree. Only Edmund smiled. He slowly made his way to the treehouse at the very top, his gaze looking towards the south. He looked and looked. His expression became serious. It looks like they were just passing by chance. It has nothing to do with us. A few people from Red Mountain came to this conclusion after observing for a while. Red Mountain had sent over a dozen representatives to negotiate this time. The leader was a warrior named Tefres. Of course, both sides knew that there was a Red Mountain troop hidden in the mountains of the West Valley. There were more than 200 of them, and they were the ones who had threatened the southern trade station. Jeffries returned to the negotiation table impatiently. He and the other three from Rolling Stone Town stared at each other for a while. He couldn't help but frown and ask the person beside him, "Where was I?" The attendant beside him added, "Old man, sissy, and chest hair." Jeffries immediately continued, "Rolling Stone Town is too much. They sent the three of you to negotiate with us? You have no sincerity at all." Richard gently tapped his gentleman's cane and showed a sentimental expression. "It's been many years since a hooligan showed off in front of me. This feeling is really nostalgic. When I go back, I must tell Rhaegar and thank him for giving me an experience like this." As soon as he finished speaking, a straw rope that was originally scattered around Jeffrey's feet suddenly trembled. It quickly spun around Jeffrey's ankle, and a second later, Jeffries was lifted upside down by a force. The chair fell to the ground. The people of Red Mountain panicked when they saw their leader hanging upside down in the air. The straw rope that was wrapped around his ankle was thrown up and hung on the beam, automatically tying a dead knot. "What did you do?" "Put me down." Jeffrey's face flushed red. His follower wanted to save him, but Zeller raised his finger slightly. With a croak, the follower turned into a frog and jumped on the ground. The others had just started to move. A dozen straw ropes suddenly appeared on the ground. These ropes were the same as what they did to Jeffries, hanging everyone upside down on the beam in one breath. When the owner of the farm at the door saw this scene, he was so frightened that he immediately turned around and closed his eyes. "Your methods are too rough. We're here to negotiate. It won't be good if you scare them." Lorraine complained to Zeller and Richard. "If you turn people into frogs at the drop of a hat, what if they are traumatized? That's why I say that you warlocks are not careful enough. And you," he only called you old man. "Do you have to be like this? Isn't the ability of the Silver Snake domain able to control all snake-like objects? If it were me, I would never be taken down by you. As long as I'm tough enough, I won't be controlled by you." Richard snorted. "You'd better make sure that's true." Seeing Lorraine speak up for them with a smile on his face, they were shocked. Jeffrey seemed to see a glimmer of hope. "Yes, yes, yes. We're here to negotiate. Put me down quickly. Let's talk. However, Richard and Zeller were unmoved. Lorraine could only sigh softly. I wanted to tell you all about Mr. Jeffrey's glorious deeds after you are put down. It seems that you don't have the luck. You can only hang upside down and listen. As he spoke, he cleared his throat. Jeffries was born in a village in the northwest of Red Mountain. Your father was a hunter, and your mother ran away with someone a long time ago. When you were 7 years old, you stole the saddle of the only retired knight in the village and tried to sell it to the knight's son. As a result, you were beaten up by him. When you were 9 years old, you tried to rape your cousin but failed. You were beaten up by your cousin. The next day, when his mother found out about this, she beat you half to death. A week later, your father, who was a hunter, came home and heard about this. He didn't hit you, but he almost castrated you. After that, you fled your hometown and wandered around Red Mountain. 2 years later, you joined the skunk mercenaries and gained the recognition of the leader. However, half a year later, you were arrested for attempting to rape the regiment commander's wife. A few women in the mercenary group joined forces to pick out one of your eggs. This time, you have learned your lesson. Before the leader returned, you escaped from the mercenary group. You've done a lot of work since then. You had delivered moonshine to the kobolds. Pimped for the wild boarmen prostitutes. You also stole chickens and dogs, but your skills were not good, and you were often beaten. You are a born beast, unable to restrain your own beastly desires and evil thoughts. However, you were born useless. Even if you tried to rape someone, you never succeeded. The closest you came to success was that Boorman prostitute. You and the other 3 worked together to rape her. This is your first time experiencing the opposite sex. But unfortunately, you soon realized that it was a kidnapping play between the wild boar prostitute and the other 3 customers. You joined just to make that night more enjoyable. To put it bluntly, you were still a useless tool. A year ago, your distant cousin became rich and found you to be his bodyguard. You decided to be honest this time. Unfortunately, he sold you to the Lord of Red Mountain, and you became a member of the mercenary army. Chapter 376, Chapter 376, No One Knows More Than Me. Chapter 376, No One Knows More Than Me. Translator, Lonely Tree. Perhaps your luck had changed. When the mercenary army attacked the golden fertile field, the few people who charged the most fiercely were killed by the villagers with pitchforks. You, who followed the second group, obtained the first credit by chance. After that, you were promoted to be the captain of the Red Mountain Northern Expedition Army. A week ago, you were ordered to come here to negotiate with us. Last night, you masturbated 3 times. You did 1 more this morning. Because you're nervous. Am I right? Mr. Jeffries? Jeffries listened to Lorraine's devilish narration in a daze. His eyeballs were about to pop out. Look, I'm not a petty person. You mocked me like that, but I'm just giving you a precious lesson. Remember, don't mess with people who dare to expose their chest hair. You'll die a miserable death. Lorraine smiled like a bright and cheerful boy. Those who didn't know better would probably think that he was telling a heartwarming and touching story. Their brains are so congested that they can't listen to any stories. It seems that you're wasting your time. Richard sneered and snapped his fingers. All the ropes were automatically released. Everyone from Red Mountain fell to the ground, wailing and howling. Do characters like you think you are worthy of negotiating with us? Zeller, who had been silent for a long time, finally stood up. He looked into Jeffrey's eyes solemnly. Ask the mage behind you to come out. I know that he is the one in charge of the negotiation. It's really boring to find a few clowns as shields. If you don't appear within an hour, I will dismantle the surveillance magic around here. Rolling Stone Town will regard this signal as a fraud by Red Mountain's alliance. We will reconsider the relationship between the 2 sides and may take all actions, including war. As soon as he finished speaking, Jeffrey's eyes suddenly lit up with red light. A light snort came from inside. I understand, Warlock. Near the farm, in the West Cove, an army was on standby. In the temporary camp, a mage in a grey robe was pacing uneasily. I told you not to provoke Rolling Stone Town, but you didn't listen. After the assassination failed, you came up with the idea of forming an alliance, and you even asked me to negotiate with them. Do you think I can perform better than Jeffries? The person he was complaining about was a man wrapped in red armor. His movements looked very stiff, and his entire person was like a wooden barrel painted red. His voice was so low that it did not sound human. You must go. The mage said angrily, can you say anything else besides that? What's the use of me going? That's a silver snake. The wooden bucket man looked at him blankly and asked slowly. Silver snake. What is it? The mage was silent. After a moment, he sighed and said. To be honest, I don't know either, but it sounds like a very powerful character. He's probably a high-level rogue, maybe even tier 5. That bard was able to tell Jeffrey's life story with a single sentence. He looks like a ruthless character. What if both of them are in the 5th tier? Are you sending me to die with Jeffries? I do have some ability, but in the end, I'm only a 4th tier necromancer. After the wooden bucket man heard this, he seemed to think seriously for a while. However, after a moment, he still said in a muffled voice. You have to go and find out more about Rolling Stone Town. Master said that it doesn't matter what method you use. You must go. It seemed to take a lot of effort for him to say these words, and he never spoke again. The mage kicked the teapot beside him in frustration. He quickly walked to the other side of the camp. A handsome male acolyte followed closely behind him. Sir Henry, are we really going? The acolyte's voice was very soft, and he looked very scared. The mage named Henry said helplessly. Everything we have is given to us by the Master of Red Mountain. We have to do whatever he says. The apprentice thought for a moment. Can we use other methods to find out the background of Rolling Stone Town? Oh right, didn't you say that you know someone from the Seventh Saint Alliance? Didn't a group of mages from the Seventh Saint Alliance coincidentally land at the West Cove farm? Henry narrowed his eyes. He thought for a while. Suddenly, he clapped his hands excitedly. You're right. We can use the power of the Alliance to frighten them. It's just a negotiation between two small territories. Even if Ronan's reputation is still there, the Lord of Rolling Stone Town will definitely not use Ronan's favor for such a matter. That would be too wasteful, so we can be sure that those mages just happened to pass by. However, I can go over and get close to them, pretending that I know them. I can even pretend to be a member of the Seventh Saint Alliance and then get in touch with those country bumpkins in Rolling Stone Town. That's a good idea. I just need to perfect the details, but it shouldn't be a big problem. I often do this kind of thing. No one knows how to trick others better than me. With that, he hurriedly left the valley with the apprentice. He headed straight for the treehouse, where the mages were enjoying the shade. Chapter 377, Chapter 377, Dawn IT Invasion an inch of Rolling Stone Town. Chapter 377, Dawn IT Invasion an inch of Rolling Stone Town. Translator, Lonely Tree. Outside the dense treehouse, Henry carefully approached. He left the apprentice outside the farm and went over alone to get close to the mages. What kind of magic tool is used to create such a magnificent residence in the wasteland? Henry looked at the scene in front of him with envy. He guessed that there must be a high-level big shot among this group of mages, at least at the 5th tier. This guess made him feel uneasy. Mages had always been arrogant and reclusive, especially high-level mages. They hated being disturbed the most. It was actually risky for him to go over and try to get close to them. However, this was the best solution he could think of at the moment. Without the help of the Seventh Saint Alliance, it was hard for him to imagine that he could suppress the rogue and the bard in the negotiation. Henry's footsteps were not slow, but each step was heavy. He had prepared a script in his stomach and thought of every excuse. Soon, he found something surprising. There was no magic barrier outside the treehouse. This meant that the mages inside didn't mind communicating with outsiders. He mustered up his courage and walked in. Soon, he saw a long magic table. Most of the mages were eating and drinking on it without any image to speak of. Henry heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to use detection spells to spy on the level of these people, but he could make a judgment based on common sense. These people should be mage apprentices. An intermediate mage above the apprentice level would not eat without caring about their image. It was much easier to deal with apprentices. Although there was still a huge difference in status between the two sides, he had the advantage in level and could more or less make up for it. He thought about it. Henry walked around the long magic table with a smile on his face. He tried to strike up a conversation with a few mages. However, no one paid attention to him. A few minutes later, the smile on Henry's face stiffened. He felt extremely humiliated. He was a level 15 mage, after all, so how could he be looked down upon by others? But very quickly, this humiliation turned into helplessness. Actually, he was already used to it. This was the tragedy of a rogue mage. No matter how high the level was, it was still empty talk without a system. The world of mages was a more snobbish world. Wild mages were poor, had outdated magic techniques, had few magic tools, and lacked knowledge of magic. Mages from the Alliance, even if they were apprentices, rarely looked at wild mages. Henry once had a mage friend, and the two of them agreed to work together. In order to pass the recruitment and promotion assessment of the Seven Saint Alliance for wild mages, they worked together for nearly 3 years. However, in that assessment, his friend got selected. However, Henry himself lost the chance to become an Alliance mage because of the 1-point difference. After that, he was unable to recover. Even though his friend had been encouraging him and sharing his wealth with Henry, hoping that he could persevere for 3 years and take the exam again, Henry rejected her. Not long after, he left silently. Wandering alone outside, he became a true rogue mage. This kind of life was not bad. After all, no matter how lowly a wild mage was, he was still a respected mage in a slightly backward territory. Gradually, Henry had completely forgotten the humiliation of being rejected by the Alliance. He also buried her in the bottom of his heart. But today, when he met the people of the Seven Saint Alliance once again, that sense of humiliation surged into his heart again. He realized that he was still so powerless. Other than gritting his teeth, there was nothing he could do. If I can control legendary power one day, I will definitely destroy all those who look down on me. He stood at the side with a stiff expression, his mind wildly fantasizing. However, a moment later, he still had a smile on his face. Because a handsome young mage was walking towards him. The other party's voice was also very gentle. "Hello, do you need help?" Henry was instantly flattered. "Oh, no, no, no. I just came over. I saw you guys land here, so I wanted to come over and say hello." The young mage smiled and asked, "I see. Are you a mage living nearby?" Henry wanted to tell him that he came from the Red Mountain, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly had an idea. "Yes, I'm from Rolling Stone Town. I'm the new magic consultant of Rolling Stone Town. My name is Henry." After saying this, Henry couldn't help but feel smug. He gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. The reason why he changed his words at the last minute was because he suddenly considered that the influence of the great mage Ronan should still be there. This group of people might have a natural affinity with the people of Rolling Stone Town. Anyway, he did not need to let these mages meet the real negotiating team of Rolling Stone Town. In Henry's plan, he only needed to stay here for a while longer and let the people of Rolling Stone Town see that he had come out of the treehouse. As for whether or not he could win the support of the Alliance mages, he had never considered this problem. Because it was unrealistic. The status of the two sides was not on the same level. Rolling Stone Town? It seems to be very close. The young mage muttered to himself. Henry chuckled. It's very close, just north. By the way, what's your name? The young mage said straightforwardly, my name is Matthew. Henry heaved a sigh of relief. Matthew? Never heard of it. According to Red Mountain's intelligence, the most powerful person in Rolling Stone Town was a warlock named Zeller. Next, the Lord of Rolling Stone Town, Rhaegar, was also unfathomable. Chapter 378 Chapter 378, Don't Invasion an Inch of Rolling Stone Town's Territory. Chapter 378, Don't Invasion an Inch of Rolling Stone Town's Territory. Translator, Lonely Tree. There was also a rumor about a necromancer and a bone dragon, but everyone in Red Mountain thought it was just a rumor. These days, all the necromancers were in Bayen City. Even if a bone dragon from Bayen City came to Rolling Stone Town, it was impossible for them to stay there for long. Therefore, he had never heard of Matthew's name. Henry was very observant. They chatted casually. He realized that Matthew seemed to have a transcendent status among this group of mages. Previously, he stood there, and no one paid attention to him. But after Matthew came over, almost everyone glanced over from time to time while eating. This meant that Matthew was most likely the leader of this group of apprentice mages. He might be a Tier 5 mage, or he might have many powerful tools in his hands. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain the origin of the magic carpet, the treehouse, and the feast. Henry was both envious and excited. He felt that he had seized the opportunity, so he tried his best to talk to Matthew. Under Henry's deliberate flattery, Matthew was indeed amused by his witty words and laughed out loud. After that, a few mages who had finished their meal came over. However, they all kept a considerable distance from Henry and Matthew. Only when they heard Henry say something funny would they laugh reservedly but not loudly. This scene perfectly matched Henry's guess of Matthew. He decided to stick close to Matthew. He told a few dirty jokes in a row and told some local customs and rural stories about Red Mountain. Of course, these stories were all set in Rolling Stone Town. Matthew listened attentively. He would ask some small questions, and Henry would always answer them cleverly. The relationship between the two of them quickly heated up. They chatted for a while. Henry found an opportunity to ask, Mr. Matthew, why did you come to this remote place? Matthew replied, an outing. Don't you think the scenery here is very good? Henry nodded. It's not bad, but this isn't the most beautiful place. There's a West Valley nearby. The scenery there is truly beautiful. After saying this, he couldn't help but slap himself. Why did he mention West Valley? There was an army of Red Mountain stationed there. What if this group of mages really went there? Wasn't this causing trouble for him? In order to avoid saying too much and considering that it was about time, Henry said, I just saw that everyone was stopping here, so I especially came to visit. In fact, I still have very important things to do. Matthew was fooled. What is it? Is it more important than our conversation? Henry was a little proud, but he still had a regretful expression on his face. Then, he said, It's not a big deal. I'm just going to participate in a negotiation between mortals. We wild mages have no choice but to participate in the competition between the lords. We are far from being as aloof and free as an alliance mage like you. Matthew thought for a moment. Do you need me to go with you? Henry's heart tightened, and he quickly refused. No need, no need. I don't need to trouble you with this kind of thing. I'll go by myself. Matthew insisted, let's go together. Henry saw that it was difficult to refuse his kindness, so he rolled his eyes and said, all right then. Seeing that Henry had agreed, Matthew smiled and greeted the other mages. Everyone, I need to go over and participate in the negotiations between mortals. You can do as you please. All the mages immediately said in unison, Lord Matthew, take care. A few mages said eagerly, if there's anything we can do for you, please let us know. Henry thought to himself, this Matthew has an extremely high status and is approachable. He's a person worth befriending. The two of them left the treehouse and walked into the farm. After walking a few steps, Henry gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. Lord Matthew? Can I pretend to be a member of the Seventh Saint Alliance? As he spoke, he stuffed a small cloth bag into Matthew's hand. Matthew rubbed it and knew that there were about 100 gold coins inside. He thought for a moment. Sure, as long as you're on my side. Seeing that Matthew was so easy to talk to, Henry was overjoyed. Of course, we're on the same side. As he spoke, he excitedly led Matthew to the door of the negotiation venue. When the owner of the farm saw Matthew, he was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and said nothing. Henry did not notice this. The two of them walked in. The scene in the room was not very elegant. The dozen or so people from Red Mountain were tied to the ground with straw ropes. Jeffries was the most miserable. Lorraine had exposed all the dirty things he had done in the past, and he was now ashamed. He was alone in a corner, holding his head with both hands. At every moment, he seemed to feel the strange gazes of his people. Meanwhile, the three players from Rolling Stone Town were very good at playing tricks. Richard leaned on his cane, his back straight. He didn't seem to understand what tiredness meant. Zeller was sitting on a chair, resting with his eyes closed. He was playing with a frog doll in his hand. When he heard footsteps approaching, he suddenly opened his eyes. As for Lorraine lay on the negotiation table with an enchanting figure, holding a small yellow book in his hands and reading it attentively. Heart-shaped chest hair popped out from his wide collar, adding a hint of masculinity to his unrestrained posture. Henry saw this. Chapter 379 Chapter 379, Dawn Tea Invasion. An inch of Rolling Stone Town. Chapter 379, Dawn Tea Invasion. An inch of Rolling Stone Town. Translator, Lonely Tree. He immediately shouted at the three of them. Aren't you guys going too far? Do you know who I am? I'm from the Seventh Saint Alliance. Release my people. The three people from Rolling Stone Town looked at each other. Lorraine jumped off the table and looked at Matthew curiously. Is this some kind of trendy performance art? Zeller looked at Henry seriously. Are you the real person in charge of the negotiation at Red Mountain? Richard's expression was still very serious at first, but after half a second, he couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Henry said unhappily. At this moment, Matthew pulled his sleeve kindly. Let's go sit down. As he spoke, he dragged Henry to the negotiation table. However, the seats where the two of them were seated, they were on the same side as the Rolling Stone Town trio. Henry was completely confused. As soon as he sat down, he hurriedly reminded Matthew. You're sitting in the wrong direction. Our seats are over there. Matthew patted his shoulder kindly. It's not reversed. My seat is here. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Matthew, the newly appointed magic consultant of Rolling Stone Town. I currently hold the L rank of the Alliance of Seven Saints. Nice to meet you, Mr. Henry. Henry was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, his face turned red, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. You. His voice seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he could not speak smoothly. Matthew gave him some time to react. After a while, he asked, Do you want to sit over there? He pointed at the seat across the negotiation table. Sit over there? Henry couldn't help but shudder. In the next second, he suddenly slammed the table hard and shouted at the dozens of people who were tied up with straw ropes in a righteous manner. Jeffries! And you rats who don't know the immensity of the situation. Go back and tell the Lord. No, go back and tell that arrogant brat. As long as I, Henry, am here. Don't even think about invading an inch of my Rolling Stone Town's territory. Don't even think about it. Everyone looked at him with their mouths agape. Henry ignored the burning shame on his face and turned around to kowtow. Respected Lord Matthew, as I said before, of course I'm on your side. I, Henry, will always be on your side. A few minutes later, Jeffries and the rest of the Red Earth Mountain people were chased out of the West Cove farm. As for Henry, who had switched sides in time, he was left behind. He was currently being interrogated by Zeller, Lorraine, and Richard. Matthew had wanted to participate as well. But soon, he felt bored. Henry's cooperation was too high. Usually, when Rolling Stone Town asked a question, not only would he answer it first, but he would also answer it for more than 10 minutes. As long as it was related to the question, he would explain it clearly and thoroughly. This was a good thing for Rolling Stone Town. But Matthew was a little bored. He had thought that Henry, who was also a necromancer, would resist. He was even prepared to instigate a rebellion among his undead. Who knew that it would end up like this? Forget it. It's a good result. Matthew left the negotiation cabin in boredom. Edmund appeared on his way back to the treehouse. How did it go? His smiling eyes seemed to see through everything. Matthew knew that he might be able to hide his act from others, but Edmund was definitely aware of it. His silence meant that he had acquiesced, and Matthew was very grateful for this. There should be a good result. Thank you for your help, Matthew said sincerely. Edmund waved his hand. It's nothing. The dark clouds of war have already spread across the entire Aether. Regarding this issue, the Alliance has discussed it many times. The final result is that we will not actively interfere with the war between mortals. The mages in the Alliance may participate in the war. Do you understand what I mean? Matthew nodded. Edmund was very clear. As a transcendent existence, the Seven Saint Alliance would not openly side with any territory or city-state in this war. However, the mages in the Alliance could do whatever they wanted. After the 100 cities were sealed off, almost every city-state on this continent had its own mage advisor or mage city lord. The Alliance's non-interference might cause the war to escalate. It might even affect the Alliance. However, as long as the war was still under control, the higher-ups of the Alliance, represented by the Seven Saints, would ignore it. This round of war will also be an opportunity for the Alliance to replace members. We need more fresh blood, and this continent needs a slight pain to stimulate more vitality, Edmund said emotionally. Matthew did not reply. He knew that the slight stimulation mentioned by Edmund could be a disaster for some families and cities. However, the objective law was unavoidable. The gods were eyeing this continent covetously. The hundreds of years of peace after the ascension of the heavenly palace would soon be gone. To the future generation, it was just that history had turned a new page. Only those who were in it could truly feel the surging tide of the times. Oh, right. I've made a small discovery. Let me bring you to take a look. It might be a safety hazard near Rolling Stone Town, Edmund said as he casually opened a portal. The two of them passed through the portal. He appeared in the West Cove. The scenery in front of them was indeed beautiful, but the army that was coming towards them was a bit of a spoilsport. Who is it? A soldier noticed the two of them. Edmund did not seem to notice him and only strode forward. Matthew followed closely behind. Strands of white light shot out from Edmund's sleeves. Mass immobilizing spell. In the blink of an eye, all the soldiers in the temporary camp were frozen in place. An unlucky soldier was scooping soup from a pot when he was frozen, but he could only watch as the soup in the spoon slid down his mouth. His chest and crotch were wet. Not long after, the two of them arrived outside a tent in the middle. Edmund raised his eyelids. The cloth outside the tent was blown away, leaving only a few ropes and a skeleton made of wooden planks. Inside sat a stiff man in scarlet armor. When Edmund saw him, he immediately said, "As expected, it's a dragon puppet. If I'm not wrong, the new Lord of Red Mountain is a red dragon." Chapter 380, The Fairies' Flower Garden. Chapter 380, The Fairies' Flower Garden. Translator, Lonely Tree. Who are you? The wooden bucket man staggered over. As he walked, he drew his sword, and his armor rattled. Edmund took half a step back and smiled at Matthew. You do it. It's not convenient for me to kill him. He is the puppet of the evil dragon. He has lost his life a long time ago. He is a living dead that is even more pathetic than the undead. Killing him is a relief for his soul. Matthew reacted quickly and raised his hand to cast malicious shapeshifting. However, the white light hit the wooden bucket man's neck. The latter did not move at all. Dragon puppets can share some of the resistance of giant dragons. Their magic resistance is often not low, and transformation spells are not effective on them. Edmund reminded. At this moment, the wooden bucket man had already rushed out of the tent. Matthew didn't hesitate and retreated a few steps. With the support of combat casting, he successfully summoned Astrid's claw. The giant claw covered in gray spots suddenly slapped toward the face of the dragon puppet. The latter raised his greatsword and slashed down. The greatsword easily split Astrid's claw into two, but the giant claw's forward momentum was not hindered. After bypassing the greatsword, the broken part automatically healed. Puff. Astrid's claw pressed down on the dragon puppet's head and upper body. Buzz. 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 The negative energy passed through his armor and rubbed against his body. White smoke billowed as if a pot of boiling water had been poured on the snow. Matthew opened his left hand and strode forward. Following his actions, Astrid's claw also pushed the dragon puppet into the tent. Rumble. Matthew pushed the heavy enemy to the mountain wall behind the tent. Tentacles extended out from the surroundings of the huge claw and slapped the dragon puppet's body crazily. The latter struggled frantically. You still have the strength to resist? Matthew raised his right hand and cast Disintegrate, successfully removing the opponent's armor. Then, an ordinary pale hand slapped the dragon puppet's chest. Just once. The dragon puppet's body seemed to have been drained of all its strength. He tilted his head, and a turbid yellow liquid suddenly came out of his 5 orifices. Walala. He quickly collapsed at the foot of the mountain. Hint, you have killed the puppet warrior of the red dragon Kuzulas. The hatred of the red dragon Kuzulas towards you has increased by 1. The pale hand killed and captured a high-quality soul, red dragon puppet /LV14. Effect increasing. Attack range, instant death judgment, and lifesteal effect slightly increased. Duration +1 day. Well done. Dragon puppets are living corpses that lack the essence of life, so the instant death judgment is very easy to take effect on them. Your observation skills and reaction speed are stronger than I expected. Edmund praised. Matthew's cheeks were slightly hot. He didn't think too much about it at all. He was simply used to the operation of Astrid's claw and pale hand. However, Edmund's words did teach him a new lesson. Living dead who lack life elements are more likely to trigger instant death than ordinary life forms. Matthew immediately memorized this message. Then, he asked respectfully, how did you discover that he was a dragon puppet? Edmund said seriously. Observation. If you pay attention, there are many interesting secrets hidden in the details of life. Matthew scratched his head in confusion. Edmund could not help but laugh. I lied to you. I used the divination spell. Although my divination spell isn't as good as Roderick's, it's more than enough to gather information. In fact, when I arrived on this land, I sensed the strange smell in the air. The smell of the dragon puppets is too strong. If you have studied them, you will be able to smell them from hundreds of miles away like me. Matthew was puzzled. But even if you can confirm that there is a giant dragon on the Red Mountain, how can you be sure that he is the new Lord of the Red Mountain? Edmund smiled faintly. Because I quickly remembered that the Red Dragon paid the Alliance a life-saving fee last month. Matthew was speechless. Edmund said without hiding anything. Because I personally checked the fee, I have a good impression of the Red Dragon named Kuzulas. I just used a prophecy spell to investigate and found out that 2 months ago, Kuzulas murdered the youngest son of the Red Mountain Lord. Then, he used a transformation spell to transform into his appearance and then assassinated the Red Mountain Lord. After that, he occupied Red Mountain as the youngest son of the Lord and began to develop his army with great fanfare. Not long after, Red Mountain's army began to threaten the surrounding territories, including your Rolling Stone town. Matthew asked expectantly, "So, do you want to make a move?" Edmund shook his head. "I can't even kill his dragon puppet, so why would I go against him?" Taking a step back, the participation of the dragons is also part of this round of war. As long as Kuzulas doesn't do anything outrageous, our attitude towards him is actually the same as that of a mortal lord. You don't have to worry too much. In the short term, Kuzulas won't dare to attack Rolling Stone Town. My appearance here today is also a deterrent to him. Matthew understood. He even suspected that Ekmond already knew that the new Lord of Red Mountain was a red dragon and that what he said just now was just his excuse. Chapter 381, The Fairy's Garden. Chapter 381, The Fairy's Garden. Translator, Lonely Tree. The reason why this wily mage leader had taken the initiative to lead his team here was partly to sell him a favor and partly to beat up the red dragon Kuzulas. Matthew carefully recalled Edmund's every word and realized that there were indeed flaws in his words. The other party probably did not deliberately cover up his lies. There were many things that were best known in secret. Matthew would be embarrassed if he exposed him. But very quickly, Matthew noticed another unusual word in Edmund's words. "Did you just say life-saving fee, not protection fee?" Edmund explained patiently. "It's like this. This money is paid by the dragons to the legendary mages led by the Seven Saints. The purpose is to avoid being slaughtered for no reason." Matthew was shocked. "Do the Seven Saints like to slay dragons?" Edmund shook his head. "There is only one person who likes to do that, and that is one of the three holy mages, Lady Soria. As Mr. Capital's most outstanding disciple, Miss Soria is obsessed with slaying dragons. There was a period of time, about a few decades ago, where she searched the world for dragons almost day and night. Every time she found one, she would take the initiative to find trouble. In the beginning, the dragons were confused. Many hot-tempered young dragons started fighting with Soria. Then, they became the dragon scales, dragon bones, and medicinal wine in Soria's collection cabinet. Very quickly, Soria's infamy of slaying dragons spread throughout the world of dragons. Because she had gone too far, the remaining dragons of Ainder had no choice but to join forces. It was mainly the red, white, black, blue, and green pentashade dragons. They were the ones who suffered the most injuries in Soria's dragon-slaying operation. The chromatic dragons joined hands and fled to Eternal Gathering Island. The pentashade dragon god Baruch shed its tear into the material world before ascending to the heavenly palace. The island formed by the tear had formed a world of its own, and Baruch was able to send down divine power there. The chromatic dragons didn't like to live on Eternal Gathering Island, but Eternal Gathering Island became their haven during that time. Not long after, Soria barged into Eternal Gathering Island and fought with the pentashade dragon god Baruch. The result of that fight was probably a draw. After that, the two sides had several rounds of negotiations. As far as I know, Soria had obtained what she wanted. At the same time, she had also promised Baruch that as long as Baruch's people paid her a sum of money every 20 years, she would not take the initiative to cause trouble for the pentashade dragons that were active on the continent. Of course, we all know that other than the immemorial dragon, the Seven Saints all have the ability to kill dragons easily. Therefore, in the end, this life-saving fee was upgraded to 7 portions. The chromatic dragons either fled to other planes to make a living because they couldn't bear the humiliation, or they can obediently pay up, and at least the Alliance upper echelons won't take the initiative to find trouble with them. At this point, Edmund sighed. Speaking of which, Madame Soria is quite reasonable. She won't take a life-saving fee from a dragon that hasn't been active on the continent for decades. Matthew said thoughtfully. So, someone recently awakened Kuzulas? Edmund nodded. It's possible. Matthew was very emotional. The Seven Saints were truly terrifyingly powerful. If only he had that kind of power, he could go to Eternal Gathering Island to snatch the Pentashade Dragon God's disciples for fun. Soria is Capital's student, Margaret is Soria's student, and I'm learning combat spells for Margaret. Speaking of which, I'm also Capital's disciple. Matthew let his imagination run wild. In short, you don't have to worry too much about the matter of Kuzula's in the near future. If you have any thoughts about him, you can go and talk to Soria's students. Perhaps you'll get some unexpected gains. Edmund chuckled. It's not convenient for us old fellows to show ourselves, but if a war breaks out between you guys over a territorial dispute, it naturally won't violate the agreement between the Pentashade Dragon God Baruch and Soria. By the way, are you ready for the exploration of the outer plane? Matthew said in a deep voice. I've already informed the goddess of moonlight a few days in advance. She didn't respond directly, but she probably acquiesced. Edmund thought for a moment. Lady Asha is indeed one of the gods who are relatively friendly to humans. If she is willing to open the moonlight woodlands to us, then I will use a clone to host the exploration of the outer plane for you. This batch of mages will also contribute. However, I have to say this first. All the data, information, and knowledge obtained from this project must be shared with the Alliance. As for the material gains, you can distribute them yourself. Of course, Matthew knew the rules. He did not dare to explore the outer planes in the first place, and this time, with Edmund leading the team, he was more than happy to do so. As for the harvest, no matter how much he took, he would still have a capital gain. Edmund then added. Work is work, but that's not the purpose of this batch of mages for coming here. This morning, I thought you would collect a ticket near the Scar of the Dead or the Umbrella, but you didn't do so. I'm not sure if you have other plans or if you really don't want to take their money, but if you do this, they will be very uneasy. Matthew was speechless. He actually wanted to sell tickets to the Moonlight Woodlands. But since Edmund had said so. Chapter 382 Chapter 382, Fairy's Garden. Chapter 382, Fairy's Garden. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew asked readily, how much should I charge? Edmund asked. Are you going to give them knowledge points for this emergency project? Matthew shook his head. Previously, he was not clear about the market. No wonder he was called Merciful Matthew. He couldn't be a sucker forever. Then let's just charge everyone 22,000 gold coins. Edmund sincerely suggested. That's more or less what they can afford. It's not to the extent that they'll be severely injured. If it's too little, you'll be looked down upon by others. It's not appropriate to charge too much. You can keep 20,000 of it yourself. Leave the 2,000 to me. Matthew's expression was a little subtle. Edmund looked at him with a half-smile. After you give me the 2,000, I'll give it to Teacher Isabel. Don't forget where your status and wealth came from, child. Matthew was ashamed of his dirty thoughts. His first reaction was that Edmund wanted to swallow this portion of the profits. My apologies, Mr. Edmund. Matthew apologized sincerely. Edmund was practically teaching him the ways of the world in the Alliance step by step, which was actually very rare. Matthew thought carefully. All his resources and wealth came from the Al title and the 10,000 knowledge points. All of this was given to him by Isabel. It was obviously inappropriate not to show respect to her after earning money. In the future, every time I earn a sum of money, I have to contribute a portion to her. And I must not forget big shots like Edmund and Margaret. Giving gifts during the holidays is a piece of cake, but the connection might come in handy in the future. Matthew felt that he had learned a lot. However, his soul seemed to have been corrupted a little. This made him feel a little conflicted. Not long after, the effect of the group's immobilizing spell disappeared, and the soldiers rushed over noisily. However, the two of them had already returned to the treehouse through the portal. The treehouse was bustling with activity. Mages were good at finding fun for themselves. Matthew and Edmund glanced at each other, and after confirming that nothing had happened, they left. An hour later, Matthew returned to the West Cove farm. How did the interrogation go? Matthew asked. Lorraine shrugged. He answered my questions faster than the little girl who threw herself at me. Henry revealed an excited smile. Lord Matthew, I'm sincerely loyal. Please give me a chance to be loyal. Matthew stared into his eyes. Then do you know anything about the red dragon Kuzulus? Henry looked confused. I don't know, my lord, he replied. Matthew looked at Zeller. The latter's lie detector was still in effect. Zeller shook his head gently. He's not lying. Matthew pondered for a moment, then told everyone a part of the conversation between him and Edmund. When Richard and Zeller heard that the Lord of Red Mountain was actually a red dragon, they were immediately on guard. Only Lorraine looked interested. He slapped his thigh excitedly. I knew something big was about to happen in Rolling Stone Town. Looks like it has something to do with that red dragon. Matthew looked at Lorraine. Can you find out the origin of that red dragon from your sources? His name is Kuzulus. It is said that he has been sleeping for decades, but for some reason, he has appeared in the Red Mountain recently. Lorraine narrowed his eyes slightly, and his ears started to twitch. Let me try. 10 minutes later. Only then did he exit from that state, somewhat exhausted. I think I know where that red dragon came from. Lorraine's tone was a little strange. Matthew asked, did someone wake him up? The slumber of a dragon had always been a cycle of 100 years. During this period, if it were not artificially awakened, the dragon would rarely take the initiative to break out of its slumber. Matthew suspected that there was another mastermind behind Kuzulus's awakening. As expected, Lorraine replied, someone woke it up. Matthew asked anxiously, who is it? Evil organization? Evil art master? Lorraine said with a strange expression, it's you. Matthew immediately revealed a surprised expression. Me? When did I wake up Kuzulus? Lorraine seemed to be trying to sort out the ins and outs of the matter by singing. However, Matthew rudely interrupted him. Get to the point. Alright, Matthew, I'll only give you face. Next time, don't stop me from singing. Lorraine looked a little unhappy but explained patiently. I learned from the legends of the Underdark that Kuzulus was a red dragon that had just entered the youth stage. His strength grew rapidly, and so did his before he woke up. He found a very hidden place in the Underdark to hide himself and had his last long sleep before he reached puberty. However, a sudden earthquake struck him, and the falling stones woke the grumpy young red dragon from his sleep. After waking up, the flustered and exasperated Kuzulus spent a long time removing the stone from his body. After that, he wreaked havoc in the Undercity and even destroyed a gathering place of ghosts. A few days later, Kuzulus, who had just discovered his anger, found the exit to the surface. With his extraordinary talent, he successfully integrated into human society with the help of his shape-shifting spell. After learning that the Red Mountain Lord was secretly recruiting soldiers, Kuzulus decisively took action. Chapter 383, The Fairy Is Garden. Chapter 383, The Fairy Is Garden. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew knew what happened after that. The most important thing to note was the earthquake. It originated from the explosion of an evil altar thousands of miles away. The explosion did not cause much damage to the underground space where the explosion occurred. However, by chance, it triggered a resonance at the bottom and accidentally blew up the underground city of Kuzulus. And the instigators of that explosion. I heard from the description of the fungus tribe that you're one of them, Matthew. You are the one who awakened the red dragon Kuzulus. Matthew's eyes widened. Was this for real? Was there such a coincidence? 2 months ago, he had blown up the evil god altar of the Order of Calamity with Bobo in the underground city of the rainforest. The explosion at that time only caused a small-scale collapse. Unexpectedly, it triggered a butterfly effect thousands of miles away. If Lorraine hadn't said this, Matthew would never believe it. What about the high mountain reservoir in the high leaf region? It couldn't have collapsed because of that explosion, right? He couldn't stay calm anymore. Lorraine shook her head. I don't know about that. It might be related, but it might not be. As far as I know, there seems to be a black dragon moving there. There's a high chance that you are not responsible for that. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. Zeller and Richard looked at each other, and their expressions became even more serious. The former said, "In that case, there is a green dragon in the north of us. There is a red dragon in the south. There seems to be a black dragon in the southwest. We are short of the white dragon and blue dragon to complete the chromatic dragons. Are the dragons targeting Rolling Stone Town?" No one could answer his question. The few of them discussed for a while. They decided to detain Henry temporarily at the southern trade post. Zeller planned to use Henry to continue negotiating with Red Mountain. Even if he knew that the other party was a red dragon, he still had to put on a facade. Rolling Stone Town was not ready to deal with the dragon. Before that, it was better to ensure the stability of the situation. At night, Matthew led the mages back to the oak forest and knocked on the door of the Moonlight Woodlands under the moonlight. As expected, Asha acquiesced to his actions. After that, everything went smoothly. Edmund's clone was in charge of the meeting. Matthew only needed to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. He stayed in the laboratory of the Undead Empire for a while. After letting Soldier and Peggy monitor the scene, he quietly slipped out. In the oak forest late at night. Silence. Matthew came under a tall and holy oak tree and gently called out the name of Fairy Princess Lulu. After a while, a bright light flashed. The long-lost beautiful face entered Matthew's eyes. "Good evening, Matthew." Lulu still looked very shy, and her voice was soft. "Good evening, Your Highness." Matthew said kindly. "I want to summon the Dryad Guardians, and hold a ritual called Enemy of the Forest. When the size of the oak forest reached a certain level, he could summon tree spirits to guard it. These guards could be used as the first barrier of the oak forest. The Enemy of the Forest ritual was a tracking ritual. It could be used to find hidden enemies nearby. Matthew's intentions were obvious. He wanted to find those witherers and kill them all. Lulu revealed a troubled expression. "I've just become a fairy princess and haven't had the time to go to the flower court to get my crown and scepter. Summoning Dryad guards might be barely possible, but the ritual of Enemy of the Forest is a little too high-end for me." As she spoke, she looked at Matthew hopefully. "Can you accompany me to the fairies' garden? It's the gap between the arcane wilderness and the prime material plane. There are many fairies living there. Some of them are very good at bullying people. I need to hide from them every time. But Matthew won't let me be bullied, right?" Chapter 384, Chapter 384, A Demoness Who Won't Refuse People. Chapter 384, A Demoness Who Won't Refuse People. Translator, Lonely Tree. Fairies' Flower Garden? Is it a place I can enter? Matthew asked in surprise. Lulu nodded vigorously. "Just become a fairy." Matthew readily agreed, "All right." He had always been very interested in the world of fairies. After confirming that the fairies' flower garden was a mezzanine plane similar to the Moonlight Woodland, Matthew gladly agreed to Lulu's request. Lulu looked very excited. She took out a small magic staff and waved it. "Don't resist, Matthew." A series of pale green lights fell on Matthew's body. His body shrank rapidly. In an instant, it turned into an oak tree fairy about the same size as Lulu. Matthew curiously looked at the changes in his body. His body shrunk by 100 times, and a pair of thin wings grew out of its back. With a thought, he could fly up and down in the air at high speed. Hint: you have been turned into an oak tree fairy by Fairy Princess Lulu. In your current state, you cannot use normal spells and abilities. You have obtained the ability, Fairy Language. Matthew took a look. Good heavens, most of the magic abilities had turned gray. At a glance, only Equalized Perception was still lit. The good news was, the 3 wilderness forms were preserved. This allowed Matthew to at least have the strength to fight if he encountered an enemy. "You've become so small and cute, Matthew." Lulu smiled and leaned over. Her big eyes were bright and happy. After Matthew became smaller, she was obviously much bolder. She first flew around Matthew a few times. Then, she pounced in front of Matthew and rubbed the tip of her nose against Matthew's nose. Her actions looked very intimate. Matthew subconsciously wanted to lean back. But Lulu said, "Don't hide. This is a necessary step to enter the flower garden." As soon as she finished speaking, Matthew felt a warm sensation on his nose. A weak arcane power burst out from the tip of his nose and surged upwards. Very quickly, Matthew felt his forehead heat up. There should be an arcane imprint formed there. Hint, you have obtained Lulu's mark. With this mark, you will have proof of identity in the fairy world. Current identity, Lulu's underling. Let's go. Lulu happily held Matthew's hand, and the two of them quickly flew toward the oak tree. Not long after, they flew through a narrow gap. After the initial darkness, the scenery in front of them suddenly brightened up. Bright sunlight shone down from the dome, filling the lush forest with warmth. This is the fairies' flower court. Matthew looked around curiously. At this moment, a group of chattering voices came from the dark blue grass ahead. Matthew could vaguely see a group of light spots flying up and down in the grass. Here comes Crybaby Lulu. It's Crybaby. Isn't it the red-nosed queen? What's a red nose? Idiot, your nose will turn red if you cry too much. Oh. Lulu grabbed Matthew. Let's go. Matthew asked curiously, who are they? Lulu said in disdain. That's the annoying singlars, also known as tagging grass spirits. These grass spirits like to label people with bad labels and then mock them all day long. They are everywhere in the forest and the front garden. As long as you are tagged by a bunch of grass spirits, the other grass spirits will laugh at you. I hate them. Before Matthew could say anything, the grass spirits laughed in unison. That's right. That's right. Hate us. This way, we won't feel any burden when we laugh at you. Immediately, a sharp voice shouted, "There's a newcomer. Quickly label him." The other grass spirits immediately jeered. Let me. A sharp voice was clearly louder than the other grass spirits. Let me see what suitable labels he has, haha, I found it, Tauren. The new fairy is a Tauren. The other grass spirits asked in confusion. What is a Tauren? The sharp voice explained, I'm not sure. Maybe it's the aliens? The grass spirits continued to ask. Why are the Taurens aliens? The Taurens I've seen are all very gentle. They never take other people's things. Grass spirit Fei, what label did you put on? What a mess. You've embarrassed our grass spirit clan. Very quickly, an even more heated argument broke out in the haystack. They seemed to be fighting over what kind of label they wanted to give Matthew. Lulu looked at this scene curiously. On the contrary, Matthew listened for a while and felt that it was meaningless for him to listen to the children's quarrel, so he signaled Lulu to take him away. The two of them flew through the forest at a moderate speed. There were several bushes of tagged grass spirits passing by. However, they were all arguing fiercely about Matthew and had no time to care about the people flying above. A fairy's flower garden is divided into 4 parts, the front garden, the middle garden, the back garden, and the flower heart. Lulu introduced to Matthew as she flew. The flower heart fortress is located in the sky above the middle garden. If you want to reach there, you have to use the middle garden's Velociraptor flower pipeline. Starting from there, you'll reach the middle garden very quickly. You just have to pass through a portal. But I'm worried that there will be evil spirits waiting for me outside the door. Her face was filled with worry.